Chapter 1. The Golden Entries. How astonishing! A green entry master of gynecology, surely one will find it effortless to study gynecological medicine in the future. A red entry, dual mastery of blades, how splendid. This entry is immensely beneficial for honing swordsmanship and martial skills. It's a gray entry, premature decline, my dear brother. I offer my condolences. In Jinghai City, at number 1 high school, the awakening ceremony for the new cohort was currently underway. Next, it's our class turn to awaken entries. What should we do? I feel so anxious. I have modest aspirations. I would be content with a blue entry. That's not too much to ask, as long as I don't receive a gray entry, which typically carries negative effects. I've heard that awakening a golden entry comes with a reward of 20 chi blood pills. Each chi blood pill is worth 10,000, which totals 200,000. On the playground, each class stood in orderly lines, yet it was inevitable that students would whisper and chatter amongst themselves. After all, today's awakening ceremony was of paramount importance, rivaling the significance of the college entrance examination, as it would determine each student's future. Su Yuan stood in the back row of Class 2. Observing his classmates in Class 1 nearing the completion of their awakenings, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion within. 40 years prior, when the demons invaded, spiritual energy surged, and ferocious beasts wreaked havoc, humanity suffered greatly. Following the harrowing war, humanity finally grasped a remarkable power belonging to their kind, the art of entry-based martial combat. Everyone could awaken entries and simultaneously unlock a martial arts interface. With each breakthrough in a minor realm, one could draw additional entries. The martial arts system comprises 10 levels, and each level encompasses 10 minor realms. Thus, theoretically, if one could cultivate to the pinnacle of martial arts, they could possess 100 entries. The effects of these entries vary widely. For instance, the white entry longevity ensures that one will not perish unless met with misfortune, allowing one to live steadily to 100 years if not confronted with accidents. Another example is the entry strength of 9 bulls, which grants the strength equivalent to 9 bulls. There are 7 distinct colors of entries, gray being the worst, often associated with negative effects. For instance, a classmate from Class 1 just awakened the gray entry, premature decline, a rather common occurrence whose effects, as the name suggests, lead to the affliction of a discrete ailment at a notably young age. Similar entries include premature weakness, premature obesity, premature baldness, and even premature death. Following gray are white, green, blue, red, purple, and the most exalted, golden entries. There are a total of 7 colors. The effects of golden entries are typically extraordinarily formidable, and their bearers are undoubtedly regarded as exceptionally gifted individuals, potentially becoming formidable powerhouses in the future. Consequently, the school invests in rewards for such achievements. Su Yuan pressed his lips together. He certainly desired a golden entry, not only for the promising future it heralded, but also for the array of resources it would provide. His family was not particularly affluent, and after the incident involving his sister, their situation had become even more strained. This reward was crucial for him. However, the probability of encountering a golden entry is exceedingly slim. He dared not even contemplate it. Everyone from Class 2, form an orderly line and stand straight. The speaker was Zhao Feiping, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Once the line was organized, he earnestly reminded them, once all the students from Class 1 have awakened, it will be our turn. Do not feel anxious, simply treat it as a regular test. It matters not if the entries are mediocre. I have always maintained that there are no worthless entries, only worthless individuals. Though this statement was delivered with conviction, upon reflection, it was utter nonsense. How could there be no worthless entries? Isn't premature ejaculation considered a worthless entry? TCH, the crowd murmured, yet this did manage to ease the previously tense atmosphere somewhat. All right, line up. It's our turn. One at a time. As Class 1 completed their awakening, the students of Class 2 began to step forward one by one to awaken their entries. On the awakening platform, there was nothing but a black stone, known as the awakening stone. As long as one remained free of distractions and placed their hand upon the stone, they would successfully activate their martial arts panel and receive their first entry. The guiding teacher stood to the left of the awakening stone, holding a registration book containing the students' information. The teacher called out names in order and recorded the details of their entries. Do not be nervous when it's your turn on stage. Clear your mind, and each one of you will succeed. Just moments ago, in Class 1, out of 46 students, 1 obtained a red entry, and 3 received blue entries. You all must strive as well. After elaborating on the procedures, the guiding teacher offered words of encouragement. Immediately, the students of Class 2 could not help but whisper among themselves. Can you believe they didn't even have a single purple or golden entry? This Class 1 is truly dismal. Don't speak too soon, perhaps our class will outshine them. A golden entry is rarely seen in any school. Last year, during the awakening ceremony, across 6 schools in our city, with nearly 10,000 students, only 4 golden entries appeared. Golden entries are exceedingly rare. It is unlikely our class will have one. I heard that Su Yuan's sister awakened a golden entry 3 years ago. I wonder what will become of him as her brother. What of it? Isn't she still useless now? The speaking student glanced at Su Yuan, and after meeting his gaze, he uncomfortably fell silent. Indeed, Su Yuan's sister had awakened a golden entry 3 years prior, however. That is a lengthy tale. Enough. Silence. The guiding teacher called out, and the room fell quiet. He then began to call names. First up, Zhang Dekai. A nervous boy stepped forward and placed his hand upon the black stone. Initially, he struggled to calm his nerves, and the stone remained unresponsive. However, moments later, the stone emitted a faint glow, and the boy's body jolted suddenly. Joy spread across his face. I have successfully activated my martial arts panel, and the entry is white. The guiding teacher instructed, select the option to display your entry information, and the others will be able to see its content. Zhang Dekai held his breath as a luminous screen materialized before him. Let me see. Don't crowd. A commotion erupted among his classmates, all eyes drawn to the glowing display before Zhang Dekai. The screen revealed, entry name, same-sex attraction entry level, white entry effect. You will find it considerably easier to attract the attention of individuals of the same sex. The students exchanged glances, and Zhang Dekai felt a tinge of embarrassment. Next, by Di Jin, the guiding teacher called out, summoning another boy to the front. Zhang Dekai felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly vacated his spot. After a similar series of actions, the guiding teacher recorded on the information sheet. It's a gray entry. Opposition from the opposite sex. Individuals of the opposite sex will generally find you unappealing, alas. Would you like to try same-sex attraction? The classmates fell silent, their gazes shifting from Bai Dijin back to Zhang Dekai. As if struck by a thought, their eyes darted back and forth between the two, laden with peculiar implications. Next, the guiding teacher interjected to defuse the tension. White entry, strong and robust gray entry. Weak and sickly, a succession of eager classmates approached, only to descend the stage with forlorn expressions. It was evident that the effects of the entries were less than satisfactory, some even bordering on comical. Yet, in this moment of shared anxiety, no one dared to voice their thoughts. This one is commendable, green entry. Innate might, bestowing immense strength. This one is mediocre, white entry. Ordinary, allowing one to blend into the crowd unnoticed. This could be advantageous for those pursuing careers as thieves or assassins. The line progressed swiftly until it was Su Yuan's turn. Chapter 2. Equality among all beings. Next, Su Yuan, the guiding teacher called. Su Yuan exhaled deeply. What was inevitable would come. Better to face it sooner than later. He stepped onto the stage and placed his hand upon the awakening stone, clearing his mind and centering his spirit. Su Yuan felt a surge of warmth coursing through his limbs. Something within him was being broken apart and reformed. In the next moment, an information panel manifested in his mind. Name, Su Yuan level, first realm of martial arts, hidden origin layer 10 entry. None cultivation method, none martial skills, none equipment, none pets, none. Congratulations on successfully activating the martial arts panel, entering the first realm of martial arts, layer 1. You have awakened your first entry. Awakening in progress, awakening successful. Congratulations on acquiring the golden entry equality among all beings. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned by the cascade of information until he reached the final congratulatory note. A thunderous realization struck him. A golden entry. I have awakened a golden entry. Su Yuan's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, confirming repeatedly that he was not mistaken. It truly is a golden entry. In an instant, a surge of exhilaration enveloped Su Yuan. What he had scarcely dared to dream was now a reality. From this moment forth, the oceans would be vast for fish to leap, and the skies would be high for birds to soar. Classmate, stop dawdling. Present your entry. The guiding teacher urged. All right. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan finally regained his composure and turned his attention to the specific details of the entry. However, once he finished reading, his heart sank dramatically. Entry name, equality of all beings. Entry level, golden. Entry effect. Regardless of the opponent's level, when they engage you in battle, their cultivation will be brought down to your level. This effect is only applicable if the opponent's name is Xiaoyu, the equality of all beings. He murmured. So this is its meaning. No matter how formidable others may be, even if they are peak martial artists, when they confront me, their prowess will be reduced to my level, becoming merely the first layer of the first realm of martial arts. Facing a peak martial artist at the same level, the outcome is uncertain. I stand an equal chance against anyone. Is this entry powerful? Indeed, it is formidable. But why is it only effective against someone named Xiaoyu? Su Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Who is this Xiaoyu? Such privilege. After struggling to obtain a golden entry, he was dismayed to discover its peculiar effect. Is this truly deserving of being called a golden entry? Su Yuan fell into a daze. Classmate, come on, showcase it. The guiding teacher reminded once more. From Su Yuan's bewildered expression, the teacher seemed to sense something. His tone softened. All right. Su Yuan managed a wry smile and clicked to display the entry. Instantly, a luminous screen appeared, revealing all the information about equality of all beings. Ah, golden. It's a golden entry. Goodness. Su Ning's sister once had a golden entry, but unfortunately, it was rendered useless. I can't believe he too possesses a golden entry. Is this fair? Is this reasonable? Jealousy causes me to fragment. As the entry's information was displayed, both teachers and classmates were momentarily blinded by the golden radiance emanating from it. The color of the entry determined the hue of the light it emitted during the display. Earlier, they had tested over 20 individuals, with the most remarkable being a blue entry that emitted blue light. Yet now, the entry before everyone radiated a golden glow. Gasps of astonishment filled the playground. What? Our school actually has a golden entry. Within moments, even the school administration was alerted, eager to rush to the playground. However, as everyone regained their composure under the shimmering golden light and scrutinized the entry's effect, an odd expression spread across their faces. A collective sigh of relief followed, and their gaze towards Su Yuan shifted from envy to a hint of sympathy. To bring any high-level enemy down to one's own level, such a powerful skill, only effective against Xiaoyu. What a pity. Is there anyone named Xiaoyu in our school? What? There really is one. That name seems quite common. Wow, I just searched online, and it turns out there are quite a number of people named Xiaoyu. It seems there might be some use after all. Indeed, it is utterly useless. It pales in comparison to his sister back then. Many students whispered among themselves, and the school leaders who originally intended to offer praise halted their steps. However, Su Yuan paid no heed to any of this. Just moments ago, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has just turned 18, the system is initializing. Customizing the system according to the host's circumstances. Customization in progress. Customization. Complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Divine Selection System. The Divine Selection System effect. Each time the host breaks through a minor realm and acquires a new attribute, the Divine Selection System will be triggered. The system will randomly present between 2 to 10 attributes, from which the host may freely select one. Su Yuan was somewhat bewildered. What was happening? How had this system suddenly appeared? And why hadn't it manifested sooner? It chose to appear only after he had awakened his attributes. Had he had a choice earlier, he certainly would not have selected the attribute of equality among all beings. The system activates upon turning 18, reflecting on the system's earlier announcement. Su Yuan instinctively glanced at the time. It was currently 10:26 a.m. Yes, he was born exactly 18 years ago at 10:26 a.m. Oh no, Su Yuan was filled with regret. The system could only be activated upon reaching 18. Had he delayed his ascent to the stage, even by 3 or 4 minutes, he would have been able to touch the awakening stone after the system activated. thus allowing him to freely choose his attributes. How regretful! Su Yuan lamented deeply. Who could have anticipated this? Touching the awakening stone to activate the martial arts panel had no age restrictions. However, to ensure that the future flowers of the nation could grow robustly and healthily, the law mandated that schools uniformly arrange the awakening ceremony during the senior year of high school. Following the type of attributes acquired in the martial arts examination results 2 months later, students could apply to either the War Academy or the Civilization Academy. The Civilization Academy only required good grades, with no martial arts level prerequisites. Yet, the War Academy required candidates to reach the 6th layer of the First Realm within 2 months in order to apply. Alright, do not be disheartened. It's not so bad, at least the color is golden. The guiding teacher patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, offering comfort. Thank you. Su Yuan nodded at the teacher and then descended the stage. Theoretically, golden attributes could guarantee admission to the War Academy, but the effectiveness of his specific attribute was uncertain. Thus, I must reach the 6th layer of the First Realm within 2 months to qualify for the War Academy. Therein lies my chance for greatness. 2 months to reach the 6th layer is not difficult for those with exceptional talent. For those who are affluent enough to treat elixirs like candy, it is also manageable. But given my family's circumstances, it is quite challenging. Nevertheless, the school stipulates that students who awaken golden attributes will be rewarded with 20 blood chi pills. According to the norm, awakening a golden attribute would yield even greater rewards. For instance, the very house Su Yuan's family currently resided in was a corporate reward from when his sister awakened her golden attribute. Just as Su Yuan had showcased the entry information, there were indeed some school leaders intending to arrive, but upon learning of the entry's effects, they chose to retreat. I wonder if the promised elixirs still hold any validity regardless. I shall certainly claim them next time. 20 chi blood pills will be more than sufficient for me to ascend to the 4th tier. Standing at the edge of the awakening platform, Su Yuan fell into contemplation. Upon awakening to the 4th tier, I shall acquire 3 additional entries. With the advent of the divine selection system, I must choose wisely this time. I can no longer afford to select a feudal entry like equality for all. As Su Yuan was engrossed in these thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden commotion. Realizing something, Su Yuan quickly glanced towards the awakening platform. There, a flash of purple light flickered momentarily. It is a purple entry. Su Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 3: Ice Skin and Jade Bone. Among the 7 colored attributes, the violet attribute is only slightly inferior to the golden one, both of which are exceedingly rare. Typically, in a school with nearly 1,000 students, there might be only 3 to 5 violet attributes at most. To everyone's astonishment, their class boasts one. It is Qin Zijing. How unjust is the heavens, that she possesses beauty and wealth, and now such exceptional talent and attributes as well. This violet attribute is undoubtedly far more powerful than the earlier mentioned golden attribute. It goes without saying. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Yuan couldn't help but glance at the newly awakened female classmate, an exceptionally beautiful girl. Su Yuan occasionally indulged in novels, which often depicted characters such as the 4 school flowers and the icy, aloof school flower. Many readers scoffed, claiming that after years of study, they had never heard of any school designating such trivial titles. To these remarks, Su Yuan would often remain non-committal, merely smiling in response. The reader schools lacked a school flower. That was simply because there were no remarkable individuals among them. Qin Zijing needed no such title. She simply was one. Though Su Yuan was not well acquainted with her and had little interaction, he could not deny her extraordinary beauty. Male students from other classes often seized breaks to steal a glance at her, congregating near the back door window, 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads for heads. There was even a time when a classmate secretly filmed Qin Zijing's speech on stage and posted it online, garnering over 10 million likes without any promotional efforts. Soon after, a director personally approached the school, eager to cast her as the female lead in a film titled Campus Youth Love and Pain. However, upon reviewing the script, Qin Zijing declined, stating that the themes of early romance, abortion, and breakups depicted were not representative of her youth. Furthermore, she indeed resembled the aloof school flower from novels, exuding an air of icy detachment. Although Su Yuan shared the same class with her and their seats were not far apart, they had exchanged only a few words. Qin Zijing's violet attribute was called Ice Skin and Jade Bone. Attribute name: Ice Skin and Jade Bone. Attribute level: Violet attribute effect. Your attacks will carry an ice attribute. Your defenses will be fortified with mystical ice protection. Your skin will be as smooth as crystal ice, refining your pores, delaying aging, and preserving eternal youth. She is already so beautiful, and with this attribute, she will likely become even more stunning. It is no wonder that many girls in the class harbor resentment towards her. Such a stunningly aloof school flower. I wonder which fortunate soul will ultimately win her heart. Su Yuan mused, a pang of envy stirring within him, challenging even his steadfast resolve. After Qin Zijing's awakening, no violet or higher attributes appeared in Class 2. The highest attributes recorded were merely 2 instances of red and 2 of blue. The effects of the red attributes were also quite impressive, ranking just below the violet and golden. The testing results of their class, in relative terms, though not counting the spurious golden entry of Su Yuan, were slightly better than those of Class 1. Once their testing concluded, the students did not return to the classroom immediately. Instead, they lingered on the playground to observe the awakening ceremonies of other classes. Among the results was the purple entry lava body, which is commendable among physical-type talents. Another was the gray entry innate noble beast body, which, alas, destined the student to a fate akin to that of a beast. Some individuals are born into wealth, while others are fated to toil like beasts. Yet another gray entry was infinite growth, which entails a daily increase in height of 1 centimeter. Who could endure such a fate? In a year, one would grow an astonishing 3.6 meters, and in a decade, a staggering 36 meters, truly a giant. Finding a partner would become quite the challenge. While his height remains unremarkable, he should swiftly seek out several romantic interests, for time is not on his side. What? A girl? Ah, then all is well. It's beyond reach. Splendidly, another purple entry appeared. Master Alchemist, indicating remarkable talent in alchemy, provided he avoids untimely demise. He is destined to become a distinguished alchemist. It is likely that numerous corporations are eager to secure a contract with him at this very moment. Each class's students may awaken a diverse array of entries. Some entries yield exceptional effects, while others fall short. Regrettably, however, throughout the entirety of Green Vine No. 1 high school, aside from Su Yuan's false golden entry, no other golden entries emerged. As a result, when all classes had completed their tests, the school leaders took to the stage, their enthusiasm notably lacking. Only in the presence of students with purple entries did they reveal a rare glimpse of solace. After the leaders concluded their speeches, all students returned to their classrooms to resume lessons. The teacher, feeling compelled, offered a few words of encouragement to those with negatively impactful entries, urging them not to lose hope. Yet Su Yuan remained indifferent to it all. His sole concern was the school-mandated reward, the 20 vitality pills. Teacher Zhao, the school stipulates that golden entries warrant a reward of 20 vitality pills. When may I receive them? After class, Su Yuan accompanied the homeroom teacher to the office and inquired straightforwardly. Su Yuan, regarding your golden entry while is indeed golden, you must comprehend the implications of its effect, Zhao Feiping said, his expression laden with concern. What do you mean? Su Yuan's countenance stiffened. Was the school not planning to grant him his reward? The school's regulations were explicit. Golden entries merit rewards without stipulations on their effects. Why should he be denied? 20 vitality pills would suffice to elevate his cultivation to the 4th tier and grant him 3 opportunities to draw entries. If he were to rely solely on his own cultivation efforts, it would take an eternity. The path of martial cultivation encompasses various methods. One may consume pills, or engage in combat against divine beings to absorb their energy. However, given his current level of cultivation, he was hardly a match for such formidable foes. The third method involves the practice of martial arts techniques, which ultimately depends on one's innate talent. Su Yuan could never gamble on his talent. He simply could not relinquish those 20 chi blood pills. You can shout at me all you want. This matter is not my concern. Zhao Feiping frowned, visibly displeased. This is under the purview of the logistics director. I'm merely relaying his advice. If you're unwilling, you may as well seek him out and see if he will grant you what you desire. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan offered a brief clarification. I did not shout. With that, he chose to say no more and turned to leave the office. He was aware of the logistics director, a rather corpulent man, whose office was located on the third floor. Su Yuan took the elevator upstairs and arrived at the logistics director's office, knocking gently on the door. When there was no response, he knocked again. Still met with silence. He curiously twisted the doorknob, and with a click, the door swung open. Who let you in? Get out. The moment the door opened, a booming voice erupted. Su Yuan was taken aback. The logistics director had indeed been within, and beside him sat a female teacher on the sofa, her demeanor remarkably composed, her attire unruffled. After knocking for so long, Su Yuan had assumed the office was empty, only to be met with this unexpected scene. Hesitating at the threshold, he noticed the female teacher rising to take her leave as she perceived his presence. The corpulent director, visibly annoyed, lifted his teacup, not sparing Su Yuan a glance. Knock, knock. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before rapping on the door again. Director Xia, I have something to discuss with you. The director, sipping his tea, seemed to feign ignorance. After waiting for a short while without any response, Su Yuan inhaled deeply and directly inquired, Director Xia, I am Su Yuan from Class 2 of the third year. I awakened a golden attribute today and would like to inquire about when I may receive the school's designated reward. The director cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuan, continued sipping his tea, and, after a prolonged silence, he finally replied in a languid tone, So you're Su Yuan. Well, regarding your matter. Chapter 4. Tall and strong, all right, you may come in now. Director Xia finally set down his teacup and reclined comfortably in his armchair. This matter is somewhat difficult to handle. Little Su, you must be aware of your own situation. How can you still muster the audacity to request a reward? Although the regulations are indeed established, they remain merely regulations. The teacher hopes you can take the initiative to demonstrate your character by relinquishing the elixir to someone more talented, such as Xia Tianlei from Class 3, who has awakened a rare red attribute. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with the elixir. I shall advocate on your behalf, and it will be given to Xia Tianlei. Rest assured, he will look out for you in school. Director Xia's lengthy discourse managed to prevent Su Yuan from interjecting a single word. Once the director finished, Su Yuan hastily expressed his opinion. Director Xia, I believe I can still salvage my situation. I shall not relinquish the elixir to my classmates. I will use it myself. Encouraging him to demonstrate character? On what grounds? This director, though unattractive, harbored some rather lofty thoughts. A $200,000 elixir, and he expected it to be given away without a second thought. How could that be possible? Little Su, what do you mean by this? Are you disregarding the school's directives? Director Xia furrowed his brow, his expression darkening instantly. Su Yuan chuckled in exasperation. Oh, I am uncertain whether this is the school's directive or merely your own. With so many students possessing purple attributes, why must my elixir be given to a student with a red attribute? Is that reasonable? Su Yuan, unwilling to elaborate further, simply stated, no one will be spared. I will not concede. You, Director Xia, now visibly enraged, retorted, you are still too young. Youthful exuberance will not serve you well. Ignoring his threats, Su Yuan replied, I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. I stated that the elixir would be awarded to more talented students. If you continue to make a fuss, be careful, or I shall ensure you do not graduate. Director Xia resorted to threatening with the diploma. Su Yuan laughed. What era are we in? With the revival of spiritual energy, what value does a diploma hold? Graduation merely leads to a life of servitude as a lowly worker. Only martial artists and internet celebrities can defy fate. Su Yuan took out his phone. Director Xia, you surely wouldn't want such a trivial matter to end up on Douyin, inviting public scrutiny, would you? I simply wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. You. Director Xia's face darkened. In this age of advanced networking, many matters eluded legal oversight, yet public opinion could wield considerable influence. No one desired to be featured on Douyin for such trivialities. Do not regret this. Director Xia responded with a sinister smile, opening his drawer to retrieve a note, which he tossed directly onto the floor. Go to the logistics department to collect it. Su Yuan bent down to pick up the note. Upon examining it, He found it already inscribed with words and stamped with an official seal. In the class 2 of the 3rd year, student Su Yuan awakened the golden attribute equality of all beings, and consequently, 20 vitality pills were bestowed upon him as a form of encouragement, duly signed and stamped by the principal. Su Yuan cast a glance at Director Xia, who had applied for the reward in his name, yet seemed unwilling to grant it to him. Huh! With a cold chuckle, Su Yuan chose silence and returned to his classroom to continue his studies. By the time class ended, he had successfully collected the 20 vitality pills from the logistics department. The staff offered no resistance, and upon opening the package, he was greeted by the invigorating aroma of the medicinal pills. Undoubtedly, they were indeed vitality pills. As evening fell and school was dismissed, Su Yuan hurried home. His residence was quite decent, located in a resettlement building within the city. He lived on the 7th floor, the only 2 drawbacks being the absence of an elevator and the sweltering heat during summer. Brother Yuan, you're back. You must hurry and see. It seems someone from the Heavenly God group has come again. Upon arriving at the community, he encountered a short boy who appeared anxious and somewhat indignant. Again, Su Yuan furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. The boy hurriedly followed. Brother Yuan, they say you've awakened a golden attribute. Is it true? Yes, Su Yuan nodded. That is fantastic. Sister, you used to have a golden attribute, and now you do too. With a wry smile, Su Yuan replied, however, my golden attribute isn't particularly effective. The boy, named Wang Haoren, was Su Yuan's childhood friend, having lost his parents at a young age and raised by his grandmother. Since Su Yuan's family had moved nearby, their bond had remained strong. My golden attribute. It lacks any real utility. Otherwise, the people from the Heavenly God Technology Company wouldn't have come knocking. Su Yuan explained, then inquired, by the way, have you awakened as well? What attribute did you receive? Wang Haoren, somewhat simple-minded and having dropped out due to poor grades, had still participated in the community's organized awakening ceremony, which was free for those of qualifying age. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. My attribute is green, but it's not of much use. He proceeded to display his attribute name, towering strength attribute level, green attribute effect. The taller one becomes, the stronger one grows. For every centimeter gained in height, bodily strength increases by 1 point. Wang Haoren appeared dejected. I stopped growing at a young age, and probably won't grow any taller in the future. This attribute is of no use to me. Su Yuan patted his shoulder, uncertain of what to say. Wang Haoren had been raised with great difficulty by his grandmother, and in these times, there wasn't too much nourishment available. He had suffered from malnutrition as a child, ceasing to grow early on. At this moment, the term strong and robust seemed to be salt rubbed into a wound. However, Su Yuan recalled that someone at school had awakened a great term called infinite growth today. This term served no other purpose than to facilitate daily height increase. The 2 terms were indeed a perfect match if Xiao Wang could simultaneously acquire both. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan shook his head in denial. With countless terms in existence, what were the odds that Wang Haoren would encounter such a fortuitous pairing? As they ascended to the 7th floor, they encountered a group of 7 or 8 young men with unfriendly expressions gather before a door. It was because your daughter awakened a golden term that I gifted you this 3-bedroom apartment in the city center as a form of early investment. But now, what's the situation? Need I elaborate? Your daughter is now a waste. I was initially inclined to assess your son's circumstances. Lo and behold, your son did indeed awaken a golden term. Yet I scoff. Such an effect hardly warrants the title of a golden term. As Su Yuan reached the top of the stairs, he overheard the leading young man among the hostile group mocking and deriding. In the midst of the crowd, a middle-aged woman was being encircled, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, I will tear your mouth apart for your nonsense. My daughter went to sign a contract with your Tianxin group, and it was upon her return that she lost her term. It must be your doing. You people from Tianxin group used underhanded tactics to rob my daughter of her golden term. My son's first term is a golden one. The subsequent ones will surely be golden as well. You lot only know how to take advantage of the situation. Not even a finger of my son can be compared to you. The woman was visibly agitated. Had it not been for a neighbor holding her back, she would have lunged into a fight. Mom, Su Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to shield his mother. Don't waste your breath with them. We have a contract. Let's call the police directly. With the divine selection system at his disposal, Su Yuan's future seemed boundless. However, he had no intention of uttering platitudes such as 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West, or do not belittle the youth in poverty. Instead, he produced his phone, declaring, "This property deed bears my family's name, and my sister has not violated any terms of the contract. Regardless, this has already become our home." Previously, Su Yuan's sister, Su Yu, had also successfully acquired a golden term upon her first awakening. Many corporate entities sought to invest early, and after careful consideration, she chose to sign with Tian Shin Technology Company among a multitude of large corporations. It was agreed that upon her graduation, she would join Tian Shin Technology Company under a decade-long contract. Currently, due to her health, Su Yu had suspended her studies. However, the contract remained in effect. If you wish to visit the Enforcement Bureau, I can make the call right now. If not, I kindly ask you to leave immediately. Su Yuan pressed 3 digits on his phone, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the young man before him. Let us momentarily set aside the current circumstances of my sister and the connection, if any, to the heavenly God group. It is worth noting that upon acquiring this new residence years ago, they opted to sell their previous house located in the outskirts. The entirety of the proceeds from that sale was devoted to the renovation of this new dwelling. Now, with no compensation in sight, they are simply expected to vacate. The audacity to withhold even the renovation funds is nothing short of delusional. Such favorable terms simply do not exist. Chapter 5. The entry of Mother. No further progress as Su Yuan was about to call the police. The group of unfriendly young men exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They glared at Su Yuan and spat out menacing words. "Humph. This matter is not so easily resolved. Just wait and see." With a commanding shout from the leader, the group descended the stairs in a formidable manner. Most of the onlookers, neighbors who had gathered, dispersed as well. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude to each of them. "Xiao Yuan, today is your birthday. Happy birthday. I have nothing to give you, so here is a red envelope." The only one remaining was an elderly woman with silver hair, Wang Haoran's grandmother. She had been the one desperately preventing Jiang Pei from escalating the situation earlier. The old woman fished out a red envelope from her pocket, insisting on giving it to Su Yuan. After several attempts to decline, Su Yuan finally accepted the envelope and handed it to Wang Haoran, who was spectating nearby. Without any ulterior motives, Wang Haoran accepted it readily. "You dear child," Wang grandmother insisted further, but Jiang Pei interjected quickly, "Wang grandmother, why not join us for dinner at my place tonight?" Having finally caught her breath, she extended the invitation. Wang grandmother waved her hands dismissively. No, it's tough for everyone these days. I've already cooked at home. Oh dear, I even have potatoes simmering on the stove. I mustn't let them burn." With that, she hurriedly made her way downstairs. Su Yuan felt helpless to stop her. "Mom, let us go inside. Where's my sister?" Su Yuan supported his mother. "She's inside. I didn't let her come out." Jiang Pei appeared somewhat fatigued. In her younger days, she was a vibrant and spirited young woman, but life had worn her down, stripping away her former vitality. It is worth mentioning that Su Yuan's mother was once renowned in the region as a prodigious girl, achieving the rare purple entry 1,000 miles a day upon her first awakening. Her cultivation speed was astonishing, breaking through 2 realms in a short span. Alas, upon reaching the 3rd entry, she randomly obtained the gray entry, no further progress. From that moment, her cultivation stagnated. No matter how hard she practiced, there was no further advancement. At this moment, Jiang Pei felt a tinge of anger, but managed to muster a smile. "Son, I've heard about it. The golden entry. Truly, my son, splendid. Many entries may not show immediate effects, but they might prove invaluable in the future." "Yes, indeed," Su Yuan responded with a smile. His entry equality of all beings could indeed have an effect on someone named Xiao Yu, which was quite significant. On the way back, he had searched on his phone and discovered that there were indeed quite a few people named Xiao Yu. Perhaps one day he would encounter one, and surely there would come a time when it would be useful. "Today is your birthday. Come inside. I prepared some delicious food." Jiang Pei's expression finally brightened as she opened the door. "Sister." Upon entering, Su Yuan's gaze immediately fell upon the pale and emaciated figure seated at the dining table. Since that incident, his once lively and radiant sister, Su Yu, had been in declining health, as if something was siphoning away her very life. Despite having consulted numerous doctors and exhausted various remedies over the past few years, the family could only watch as Su Yu gradually withered away, losing vitality little by little. It remains uncertain how much longer the young girl can endure. Xiao Yuan, her gaunt cheeks, could not conceal her exquisite beauty. As Su Yu beamed with a radiant smile, "You truly are my brother, with your golden title. You've not brought shame upon your sister." Su Yuan offered a wry smile. "This golden title of mine is utterly ineffective and pales in comparison to yours. Have you forgotten what our teacher always said? There are no useless titles, only useless individuals." Su Yu chuckled softly. "That's merely a tale for children." Su Yuan shook his head. "Perhaps it is indeed a deception. Yet those who awaken golden titles are undoubtedly extraordinary. Do not lose heart." Su Yu encouraged him. "Rest assured, I am brimming with confidence now," he replied nonchalantly. With the system in place, what was there to be despondent about? "All right, you two, cease your chatter and prepare for dinner," Jiang Pei announced as she brought out the freshly heated dishes. "Today's meal is plentiful, so you both can indulge without hesitation." Jiang Pei continued. "Currently, the outskirts of the city are largely overrun by ferocious beasts and demon lairs, drastically reducing arable land, making both farming and gardening exceedingly difficult. It is already a rare blessing to achieve mere satiety. And here is a portion of ferocious bull meat." Jiang Pei solemnly presented a bowl of meat. Su Yu's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "Xiao Yuan, you just unlocked your martial arts panel today. The beast meat will greatly benefit your training. Make sure to eat well today. Given that grains and oils are not inexpensive, this beast meat comes at an even steeper price, one that is typically beyond their means. I've just received 20 blood essence pills. Do I really lack for a bit of beast meat? You ought to eat more, sister. Your body needs nourishment today." Su Yuan replied, feigning indifference. "Enough of this. There is plenty for everyone," Jiang Pei declared, serving half a bowl of the beast meat to each of them. Su Yuan, somewhat displeased, muttered, "I said I don't need it. Give it to sister, and you should eat as well." He transferred some of his portion to his mother's bowl. "I'm not fond of meat, and you both know that." Their mother returned the meat to the communal bowl. Each time meat was served, Jiang Pei would insist she did not enjoy it, and after so many repetitions, Su Yuan now found himself uncertain whether his mother truly disliked meat or simply refrained from it out of reluctance. The bull meat was incredibly delicious and tender, perfectly cooked to a delightful chewiness, bursting with flavor. The three of them remained unaffected by the disturbances outside and did not let the ineffectiveness of the golden title dampen their spirits. Enjoying a rare hearty meal, the atmosphere in the home was filled with warmth. The television played local news in the background. Regrettably, their father was away, risking his safety to earn a living for the family. Otherwise, the meal would have felt even more complete with the entire family gathered together. An unexpected turn of events. Today, the prodigious youth Jiang Lei, who has recently awakened the golden entry innate Dao body at the 4th middle school of our city, was ambushed on his way home and collapsed in an alley. Following a medical examination, it was discovered that the golden entry innate Dao body, which Jiang Lei had just awakened, had mysteriously vanished, and his physical condition appeared to be deteriorating. This incident inevitably evokes memories of a similar case that transpired 3 years ago, when the genius girl Su Yu from Green Vine City's 1st middle school awakened the golden entry supreme sword body, which also inexplicably disappeared. At that time, the Law Enforcement Bureau deemed it an accident, speculating that Su Yu might have fallen victim to a rare ailment, which led to the disappearance of her entry. With today's events unfolding, one cannot help but wonder if the conclusions drawn by the Law Enforcement Bureau back then will now be reevaluated. Is it a rare and perplexing illness, a distortion of human nature, or a moral decline? Let us accompany reporters as they interview the personnel from the Law Enforcement Bureau. "Hello, may I ask?" The voice from the television continued, yet the three individuals in the room had lost all interest in listening. Their minds were enveloped in a cacophony of thoughts, each shaken to the core. As their gazes met, their faces bore expressions of shock, anger, hatred, and confusion. Chapter 6. Supreme Sword Body. 3 years ago, Su Yu awakened the golden attribute Supreme Sword Body, causing a sensation throughout the school. The Supreme Sword Body ranks among the pinnacle of physique attributes. Those who possess this attribute not only exhibit extraordinary talent in the sword arts, but also enjoy a seamless journey through future cultivation breakthroughs. Provided they do not suffer a setback along the way, they are destined to become formidable figures in the future. In a flurry, invitations from major corporations inundated them, and visitors offering congratulations came in droves. The Su family was enveloped in joy. However, just after signing a contract with Celestial Technology and while returning home, Suyu inexplicably fainted. Her parents, in a state of panic, immediately called for an ambulance, transporting her to the hospital. Despite thorough examinations, the hospital could not determine the cause, but Suyu was horrified to discover that her golden attribute Supreme Sword body had mysteriously vanished. This news created an even greater uproar. Yet this time, it was met with mockery and schadenfreude. The Su family reported the incident to the Law Enforcement Bureau, as such a situation had never been encountered before. Despite extensive investigations from various parties, they could not uncover any leads regarding Suyu's condition. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to conclude it was an exceptionally rare ailment. "I knew it. I knew it," Jiang Pei exclaimed, her expression animated as she glared at the television. Someone must have stolen Xiao Yu's attribute, and now, 3 years later, they have struck again. It must be so. Indeed, Su Yuan shared her sentiments. If it were truly a rare disease, why had they never heard of it before? And in this small Jiang city, 2 cases had emerged in succession. There had to be something amiss. Suyu remained silent. The passage of 3 years had dulled her spirit. Yet the emergence of this news stirred turbulent emotions within her. If only she could uncover the truth. Who was responsible? Or what could be the reason? Even if she could not regain what was lost, she wanted to understand fully. "Sister, I will uncover the truth. If someone has harmed you, I will not let them go unpunished," Su Yuan declared, gazing at Suyu. "Absolutely not." Suyu, still engulfed in her emotions, was suddenly startled by his words. "Little brother, this matter is perilous. If there truly is such a person who could steal my attribute back then, after 3 years, they must be even more formidable. You must not act recklessly." Her urgency was palpable, and as she spoke, her pallid complexion flushed with color, her breath becoming somewhat erratic. Su Yuan hurried to reassure her. "Sister, please don't worry. Rest assured, I won't act rashly. I will first focus on enhancing my own strength." Jiang Pei hesitated, unwilling to let her son take risks, yet feeling constrained to express her concerns in front of her daughter. Meanwhile, the television concluded its interview with the Law Enforcement Bureau, offering only platitudes about their commitment to thorough investigation. The enigmatic disappearance of the attribute remained unresolved, and the host transitioned to the next news segment. Regardless of their inner thoughts, the 3 members of the Su family maintained a calm exterior and continued their meal. Once finished, none of them mentioned the matter of the entry again. After a brief moment of silence, Su Yuan stood up and returned to his room. At this juncture, he felt an overwhelming eagerness to elevate his level and acquire another entry. The first entry, equality of all beings, was utterly useless. However, with the system now at his disposal, he could freely select future entries, no longer burdened by the fear of drawing a worthless one. A spark of ambition ignited within Su Yuan's brow. Unable to contain his excitement, he retrieved a vial containing Qi blood pills and carefully poured out a yellow-brown pill. The pill emitted a fragrant aroma that jolted his senses. This was indeed the Qi blood pill. Although Su Yuan had never consumed one before, he had watched numerous videos online of others taking the pill and was well aware of the precautions to observe. He gingerly placed the pill in his mouth. As the golden pill slid down his throat, he felt an exhilarating surge of autonomy. "My fate is mine to command." Moments later, a warm current began to rise from his lower abdomen, swiftly dispersing throughout his limbs. Su Yuan felt enveloped in a comforting warmth and quickly began to cultivate, pouring all his energy into absorption and refinement. After a while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, having fully absorbed the essence of the Qi blood pill, and a surge of pure spiritual power filled his body. His cultivation had significantly advanced. He glanced at his martial arts panel. Name, Su Yuan level. First stage of martial arts. First layer, 42, entry. Golden equality of all beings, technique. None martial skills, none companions. None Su Yuan pondered thoughtfully, Having absorbed one chi blood pill had increased his cultivation progress by 42. It seemed that refining 2 more would elevate him to the second layer of the first stage. Upon reaching the second layer, he could secure another entry. With this thought, a rush of exhilaration coursed through him as he retrieved another pill from the box and placed it in his mouth. After another round of absorption and refinement, he opened his eyes again. The first pill had increased his progress by 42, while the second had only increased it by 39, indicating a slight resistance had developed. This was anticipated, so he proceeded to consume the third pill. Time slipped away, and, as dawn began to break, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. With all 3 chi blood pills consumed, he looked once more at the martial arts panel. The other information remained unchanged. Yet in the level section, it now read, Level, second layer of martial arts, first stage, 5. Indeed, he had successfully advanced to the second layer. The progress from the third pill was slightly diminished, but based on prior experiences. Advancing to the fourth layer of the first stage with 20 chi blood pills should pose no significant challenge. Su Yuan pondered briefly before casting those thoughts aside. There was something more pressing at hand. His panel had emitted a notification. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the second layer of the first stage. You will randomly receive an entry. Ding. The divine selection system has been activated. You may choose one entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. 1. Entry name. Osteoporosis entry level. Gray entry effect. Your bone density and quality will diminish, leading to structural damage, increased brittleness, fatigue, bone pain, a propensity for hunching, and a heightened risk of fractures. 2. Entry name. Mediocre talent entry level. Green entry effect. You will attain moderate aptitude, average comprehension, and a standard foundation. 3. Entry name. Herculean strength entry level. Green entry effect. You will gain strength comparable to that of 9 powerful oxen. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, still somewhat dissatisfied. 4. Entry name. Instant strike entry level. Blue entry effect. You can act without any preliminary motion. Your strikes can be delivered instantaneously and unpredictably, catching your opponent off guard. A blue entry. Phew, that is quite satisfactory. At last, there's a safety net. 5. Entry name. Celestial Solitude entry level. Gray entry effect. All your relatives will gradually drift away or pass on, leaving you without friends. Ultimately, you will be left in solitude. With each departure of a loved one, your aptitude will increase. Curse be this. What a dreadful trap. Fortunately, the system is here. Otherwise, landing on this would spell disaster. Upon seeing the final option, Su Yuan broke into a cold sweat. If he were to randomly select Celestial Solitude, his life would be irrevocably ruined. This entry is simply malevolent. In total, 5 entries were randomly generated, and luck seemed somewhat favorable. Regrettably, the best was merely a blue entry. This indicates the rarity of purple and gold entries, which are indeed exceptionally scarce. Su Yuan no longer pondered further. His gaze swept over the entries, and he swiftly reached a decision. Firstly, he could eliminate options 1 and 5. Chapter 7. The martial arts attributes. The attributes simple and understandable presented 2 unfavorable gray attributes as options 1 and 5. While osteoporosis was somewhat tolerable, the effects of Heavenly Disaster Lone Star were simply alarming. Su Yuan promptly dismissed these 2 gray attributes. Typically, among the 7 colors of attributes, white and green are the most prevalent, while gray negative attributes, much like high-level attributes, are rather rare. However, it was unexpected that 2 out of 5 would be gray this time, indicating that luck was decidedly not on his side today. Fortunately, the system was there to aid him. Su Yuan felt a twinge of unease as his gaze lingered on the remaining 3 attributes. To be honest, he felt somewhat disheartened. After acquiring the system, Su Yuan had fantasized about the possibility of obtaining all golden attributes, envisioning how magnificent and impressive that would be. Yet, fantasies remain mere fantasies, and the drop rate for golden attributes was still exceedingly low. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened as he pondered. The second green attribute, average physique, could prove somewhat useful if my innate talent were lacking, categorized as that of a waste. However, I have yet to assess my foundational qualities. Best to hold off for now. The third attribute was strength of 9 bulls, which also bore a green designation. In the early stages, this attribute was relatively powerful, endowing him with the strength of 9 bulls, sufficient to deal with ordinary individuals, and even those at the first realm of martial arts. However, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Each time he advanced through the martial arts realms, his physical constitution and strength saw substantial enhancement. Presently, at the second layer of the first realm, his strength equated to that of 2 or 3 of his former selves. Upon reaching the third layer of the first realm, his strength would rival that of an ox. Therefore, strength of 9 bulls would likely only correspond to the power of someone newly entering the second realm. As he progressed further, the effectiveness of this attribute would diminish significantly. This attribute could be deemed a skill more suited for the early stages, as its value would be negligible upon becoming a high-level martial artist. Su Yuan's perspective was rather long-term. Thus, he harbored reservations about this attribute. That left only 0 frame initiation. Su Yuan turned his attention to the final attribute, the highest quality among the 5, represented in blue. Its effect allowed for techniques to be executed without a preparatory motion, thereby accelerating the speed of execution. While its enhancement of strength might not be as immediately apparent in the early stages as strength of 9 bulls, it would maintain its efficacy over time. Even in the later stages of martial arts, it would still hold considerable value. Therefore, after extensive analysis, it seemed prudent to select the singular blue attribute of high quality. In truth, there was no need for excessive contemplation. Generally, opting for higher-tier colors rarely leads one astray. With this in mind, Su Yuan confirmed his choice of 0 frame initiation on the system interface, and a flash of brilliance illuminated his martial arts panel, signaling a change in information. Name: Su Yuan attributes, golden equality of all beings, blue 0 frame initiation. The blue attribute was somewhat conspicuous. He wondered if there would be opportunities to upgrade it to gold in the future. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yuan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. For now, it was imperative to focus on leveling up. He took out another Qi blood pill and swallowed it, continuing his refinement. Level: Martial Arts First Stage, Second Layer, 30, 49, 65. After refining 3 more Qi blood pills, when Su Yuan opened his eyes again, the sky outside was already bright with dawn. It was time for class. He could only head to school first, with hopes of upgrading again after returning in the afternoon. Su Yuan felt a twinge of regret, but it was unavoidable. Today's lessons were set to formally commence the teachings of martial arts, and skipping class was simply out of the question. After finishing his morning routine and stepping out of his room, he found that his mother had already prepared breakfast. Time was a bit tight, so after exchanging a quick greeting with his sister, he hurriedly ate a few bites and made his way to school. He arrived just 2 minutes before the first class began, and as he settled into his seat and organized his backpack, the martial arts teacher entered the classroom alongside the ringing bell. The reason martial arts instruction had only begun now was twofold. On one hand, it was due to your young age, as your roots and meridians had yet to mature. On the other hand, it was because the panel had not been activated. Achieving visible results in martial arts without it was quite challenging. However, the situation was different now, with the panel's assistance. Even a mere 1% progress could be distinctly perceived. The speed of entering martial arts was related both to one's roots and to the attributes. At this point, the teacher scanned the classroom, a hint of satisfaction on his face. I recall that one of you has awakened the attribute twice the result with half the effort. With half the training time, one can still achieve multiplied effects. Who might that be? The students exchanged glances, and under the teacher's eager gaze, it took a while before a boy timidly raised his hand. Teacher, you must be mistaken. Mine is the gray attribute half the result with twice the effort, not twice the result with half the effort. His face was downcast, filled with despair as he seemed to foresee a bleak future. The martial arts teacher felt awkward and could only offer consolation. Even if it is half the result with twice the effort, it's still all right. As long as you put in double the effort, you can still achieve the effect of an ordinary person's half training. Upon hearing this, the boy could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Ahem, let us continue with the lesson. The teacher quickly shifted the topic. Next, I will teach you the technique of breathing and meditation. As many of you know, numerous regions around the globe have been invaded by demonic energy, transforming into demonic domains. These domains, also known as secret realms, give rise to demonic creatures when the energy condenses. Defeating these creatures may yield certain opportunities, such as attribute fragments, attribute weapons, and even martial arts techniques with attributes. Who can explain to me what attribute weapons and attribute martial arts techniques are? Qin Zijing, the martial arts teacher, called out. All eyes turned to her, and Qin Zijing stood up confidently. In addition to our human race awakening attributes, various plants, animals, objects, and all things in the world can potentially generate attributes. Attribute weapons refer to those weapons that possess attributes, which may enhance their properties, such as resilience, armor penetration, life steal, and so forth. The concept of attribute techniques refers to the notion that certain techniques may possess attributes, which could enable those who witness them to learn more swiftly and effectively, potentially leading to sudden enlightenment. Conversely, these techniques might also carry negative attributes, rendering them more obscure and challenging to comprehend, thereby hindering the efficiency of practice. Very well. Please take your seats. Upon concluding her statement, Qin Zijing gestured for silence. Indeed, what classmate Qin has articulated is profoundly accurate. However, I must add that the effects of attribute techniques are solely applicable to the original versions of the techniques that carry these attributes. Transcriptions of these techniques do not retain the effects of the attributes. The audience nodded in acknowledgement, as they were somewhat familiar with this information. Our institution possesses a few original techniques that are accompanied by attributes, and what I shall impart to you next is a fundamental breathing technique derived from the secret realm, known as the 9 shallow, 1 deep breathing method. As the name suggests, it consists of 9 shallow breaths followed by 1 deep breath, facilitating the process of breathing and channeling energy through the meridians. As the martial arts instructor highlighted the key points, the classroom fell into a hushed reverence. Many students had long anticipated and yearned for the practice of cultivation, and now they were fully engrossed in their learning. I have brought the original technique with me, and I will first allow you to witness the attributes of the attribute technique. The martial arts instructor produced a jade slip, which appeared quite ancient and bore the marks of time. More astonishingly, the jade slip emanated a faint, shimmering green light. Wow! The students gasped in awe, for most were witnessing a genuine attribute technique for the first time, their eyes fixed intently upon it. The mediums for these techniques can vary widely, encompassing jade slips, books, animal skins, gold leaf, and more. The martial arts instructor explained that he would infuse the jade slip with spiritual energy, and soon, a piece of attribute information materialized, indistinguishable from what is presented to humans. Attribute name. Simple and understandable attribute level. Green attribute effect. Regardless of complexity or obscurity, it renders the content significantly simpler and easier to comprehend and master. Wow! The students gasped once more. Next, I will unveil the technique within the jade slip, and you will take turns observing in groups. By attentively observing the characters inscribed on the jade slip and listening closely to my explanations, you will undoubtedly grasp the technique swiftly. Excitement coursed through the crowd as they eagerly anticipated their turn. The limited space of the jade slip allowed only a small number of students to view it at once, so they were organized into groups of 10 based on their student numbers, rotating to observe and learn. Meanwhile, the remaining students listened intently to the instructor's explanations. Although they would not benefit from the effects of the attributes, they were still engaged in their studies. Everyone must remain focused and diligent, the martial arts instructor cautioned. You only have 2 classes to observe the attribute technique. Should you miss this opportunity, comprehending the technique later will prove quite challenging. The 9 shallow, 1 deep breathing method is, in fact, merely a rudimentary foundational technique, as it is freely imparted by the school. Most schools possess a few tomes of martial arts techniques, resulting in a distinctive array of practices imparted by each institution. For instance, the neighboring 4th High School teaches the 3 shallow and 1 deep breathing method, while the experimental high school across the street instructs students in the spirit serpent breathing technique. Each has its unique characteristics. At Su Yuan School, the 9 shallow and 1 deep method is characterized by its balance and tranquility, allowing for a seamless transition to more advanced techniques in the future. As Su Yuan was among the third group to observe, he quickly recognized the exceptional nature of the techniques. The content was not merely articulated in plain language. Rather, it exuded clarity and was easily comprehensible, facilitating immediate understanding and integration. Following the teacher's guidance, he began to practice breathing exercises. Gradually, a few exceptionally gifted classmates entered a meditative state, while Su Yuan's progress was neither swift nor lacking, placing him in the upper middle tier of the class. However, to truly assess one's aptitude, one must consider not only the duration of meditation, but also the efficiency of absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy. After sensing for a while, Su Yuan concluded that his potential was likely above average. He felt fortunate that he had not chosen the average talent option last night, as his innate abilities were a degree superior to that designation. Su Yuan felt a sense of relief, reflecting on the 5 options he had encountered previously, which had not been entirely satisfactory. He hoped for a stroke of luck tonight, wishing for a golden attribute. Chapter 8. Third Entry. The strength of 9 oxen today. Lessons at school predominantly revolved around the techniques of breathing exercises, meditation, and the attainment of inner peace. As the day progressed, even the least adept student in the class managed to grasp the fundamentals, thanks in large part to the supportive framework of the martial arts curriculum. There were also 2 cultural classes interspersed throughout the day, yet attentive listeners were few and far between. As soon as school concluded, Su Yuan hurried home without delay. "Oh, sister, are you feeling better today?" he inquired as he opened the door, eager to retreat into his room to refine his blood and chi elixir. To his astonishment, he found his sister meditating on the sofa, a sight he had not witnessed in quite some time. After the disappearance of the entries, Su Yu had initially refused to relinquish hope, dedicating herself to relentless practice day after day. However, the more she endeavored, the more disheartened she became. At times, it took a lack of effort to truly comprehend despair. The spiritual energy Su Yu cultivated seemed to dissipate along with her vitality. Over time, coupled with her declining energy, she had gradually succumbed to inaction, yet today she appeared to have regained her resolve. As she opened her eyes, she realized Su Yuan had returned. "I'm feeling better. Don't worry about me. I just want to give another try," she remarked with a weak smile, then expressed her surprise. "Why are you home so early?" "Well, I also hope to refine my elixir and enhance my cultivation," Su Yuan replied, pursing his lips. It seemed clear that his sister had not truly improved. Her return to practice was likely spurred by yesterday's news regarding the disappearance of yet another student's entry. Su Yuan hesitated to speak, but Su Yu, smiling, encouraged him. "Good job. Keep working hard. Our family's well-being relies on you, little brother." "All right." Su Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and he entered his room. He exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of sorrow and helplessness regarding his sister's plight. Yet, at this stage, he could not even uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the entries. He could only strive to enhance his own strength. Resolute, Su Yuan wasted no time and swiftly consumed a chi and blood elixir. 93. Level. Martial Arts First Realm, Third Layer, 3. He had consumed 3 elixirs to finally break through to the 3rd layer. The first layer required only 3 elixirs, while the second necessitated 6, not only due to the increased demand for spiritual energy, but also due to the development of drug resistance. The efficacy of the same elixir diminishes when taken excessively. Though he felt a twinge of regret, a wave of joy followed as the panel issued another notification. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd layer of the First Realm. You will randomly receive an entry. Ding. The Divine Selection System has been activated, allowing you to choose one attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 options. 1. Attribute Name. Serpent Affinity Attribute Level. Green Attribute Effect. Serpents will exhibit a friendly disposition towards you and, under normal circumstances, will not attack without provocation. 2. Attribute Name. Strength of the 9 Bulls Attribute Level. Red Attribute Effect. You will acquire the strength of 9 colossal wild bulls. Not again with the strength of the 9 bulls. Wait, something seems amiss. This time it is classified as a red attribute. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan realized that this iteration of strength of the 9 bulls bestows the power of 9 giant bulls, as opposed to the previous green attribute, which conferred merely the strength of 9 ordinary yellow cattle. 3. Attribute name. Frailty attribute level. Gray attribute effect. Your physique will weaken, and you will frequently fall ill. How disappointing. Out of the random selection of 2 to 10 attributes, only 3 appeared, one of which was a gray attribute. Su Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed he need not deliberate over his choice this time, as opting for the red attribute strength of the 9 bulls was the clear decision. The other 2 were hardly worth consideration. Frailty could be dismissed, while serpent affinity held some merit, albeit rather limited in scope. As for strength of the 9 bulls, although it had appeared in the previous election, it was merely a green attribute then, granting the strength of ordinary yellow cattle, which Su Yuan found unimpressive. However, this time, the power in question was derived from 9 advanced colossal wild bulls, whose might surpassed that of a novice warrior entering the second realm. When combined, their strength could rival that of a third realm warrior, though it could be considered a skill more suited for the early stages of development. Wasting an attribute slot on such a powerful boon was undoubtedly worthwhile. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan selected strength of the 9 bulls on the system interface, and his martial arts panel glimmered with a new aura, reflecting the changes. Name: Su Yuan attributes: golden equality of all beings, blue 0 frame initiation, red strength of the 9 bulls. How can I attain an entire set of golden attributes? Each time, Su Yuan gazed at the disarray of colors in the attribute section. He was plagued by unrealistic fantasies of possessing a complete array of golden attributes, yet he felt that hope was growing increasingly faint. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside these thoughts and first test the power of strength of the 9 bulls. Unlike equality of all beings and 0 frame initiation, which could only be experienced in combat, the effects of the latter could be observed immediately. Strength of the 9 bulls. Su Yuan swung his arm, feeling nothing initially. It appeared that the effect of this attribute required active engagement. With a sudden impulse, he decided to activate the power of strength of the 9 bulls and threw a punch. Swish! The air crackled with the sound of a powerful strike. It was evidently different. His body exhibited no abnormalities, nor did it boast of bulging muscles. It appeared that this immense strength was merely an overlay, not a true representation of the body's capacity to endure such power. This was fortunate. Otherwise, with my body's current resilience, delivering such a punch would likely result in catastrophic consequences. Su Yuan understood this clearly. He gently grasped the nearby desk and effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Indeed, the immense strength was as formidable as rumored. Filled with elation, Su Yuan spent the better part of the day familiarizing himself with this colossal power, only ceasing once he could wield it with a modicum of precision, comparable to the might of a third-tier martial artist. Although he had not advanced in terms of reaction speed, he had nonetheless acquired the capability to engage in battle. However, he could not afford to be complacent. Continuing to refine the medicinal pills was of utmost importance. Just as Su Yuan was about to retrieve a pill to consume, he glanced at the clock and noted that it was already past 10 in the evening. Indeed, time slipped by unnoticed during cultivation. Over 5 hours had elapsed, and he realized he had yet to eat dinner. He patted his stomach, understanding now why he felt somewhat famished. Stepping out of his room, he found that his mother and sister had already dined, yet they were still awake. His mother sat on the sofa, channeling energy to his sister for her recuperation. His mother, a practitioner of the first realm, third tier, had unfortunately been cursed with the gray descriptor no further progress, which halted her cultivation. Had it not been for this misfortune, she might have become a formidable force, propelled by the descriptor rapid advancement. How could one forget to eat amidst such rigorous training? Meals must be consumed punctually. Upon seeing Su Yuan emerge from his room, Jiang Pei expressed her mild concern with a hint of reproach. It was not appropriate to disturb him during his training. Hence, she refrained from waking Su Yuan for dinner. I know, Su Yuan replied, approaching the dining table, where a selection of dishes had been prepared for him. Testing the warmth of the food, he found it still retained some heat, and without the inclination to reheat it, He began to eat directly. Chapter 9. Dismantling the Celestial Demon in Truth. Addressing the influence of the grain negative attribute. No further progress afflicting Sue's mother is not entirely devoid of solutions. The attributes acquired through breakthroughs in martial arts cannot be sold. However, the attributes rewarded from secret realms, as well as those synthesized from fragments dropped within these realms, are indeed tradable. Among the myriad of peculiar attributes, there exists one particularly expensive attribute: dismantling the celestial demon. This attribute allows one to explode certain elements of their being, temporarily enhancing their martial prowess. Notably, one may opt to detonate an attribute itself. The specific body part detonated by dismantling the celestial demon results in varying degrees of temporary enhancement in martial strength. Similarly, the color of the attribute influences the magnitude of the enhancement upon detonation. For instance, detonating a gray attribute grants a strike that exceeds one's current realm by a minor tier, while detonating a golden attribute allows for a strike that surpasses by a major tier. It may seem lamentable to casually explode a precious golden attribute. Yet when faced with a life-threatening crisis, such a tactic could prove invaluable for survival. If one could procure a dismantling the celestial demon attribute and subsequently detonate the gray no further progress, Sue's mother would encounter no further hindrances in her cultivation. Alas, many individuals bear negative attributes, each vying to utilize dismantling the celestial demon to eradicate their afflictions. The drop rate for this attribute is notoriously low, rendering it exceedingly rare. Consequently, the price of dismantling the celestial demon is exorbitantly inflated, and often it is available only at an unattainable cost. Let not be said that the Sue family is merely an ordinary household, burdened by the financial needs of two siblings, even in affluent families. Amassing enough resources over generations proves a formidable challenge to acquire a single dismantling the celestial demon attribute. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, Su Yuan is confident that he will eventually rise to prominence, enabling him to earn enough to purchase the dismantling the celestial demon, thus allowing his mother to eradicate no further progress from her cultivation. As Su Yuan dined, his thoughts wandered to these matters. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room to continue consuming and refining medicinal pills. While refining, he remained in a meditative state, though it was not akin to sleep. Having not rested the previous night, fatigue began to weigh upon him. Thus, by 3 a.m, he succumbed to slumber for a brief respite. Having ingested 3 additional pills, his cultivation progress reached approximately 30% of the third layer of the first realm. With 8 chi blood pills remaining, and following the wisdom of predecessors, these would suffice for him to advance to the 4th layer. This represented his final opportunity to acquire an attribute. Thereafter, he would rely solely on breathing techniques and combat to elevate his levels. As he lay down, a sense of regret lingered. The following morning, without the need for an alarm, he awoke naturally, guided by his biological clock. After breakfast, he proceeded to school. In addition to the daily essential practices of meditation and unarmed combat, today's curriculum included weaponry instruction. The weaponry instruction course is an elective, allowing students the freedom to pursue their interests. However, one must choose 1 or 2 courses. Su Yuan selected swordsmanship and halberd techniques, the 2 types of weaponry that piqued his interest. Due to the high enrollment in the swordsmanship class, multiple sessions were available. To avoid scheduling conflicts, Su Yuan opted for swordsmanship classes on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while selecting halberd techniques for Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Today is Friday, a perfect day for sword practice. The weaponry classes are held in a spacious martial arts classroom, where various wooden swords of differing lengths, including heavy and great swords, are displayed on the weapon rack. After some contemplation, Su Yuan recalled the 9-bull strength attribute he possessed, which assured him that he would not struggle with physical strength. He thus chose a large, unrefined greatsword made of a wood that felt akin to iron, heavy yet not quite iron. He weighed it in his hands and found that, without activating his attribute, wielding the greatsword proved somewhat laborious. To better acclimate himself to the immense strength granted by 9-bull strength, he decided to activate the attribute during practice. After all, it would not deplete his mental energy significantly. With this thought, Su Yuan invoked 9-bull strength and joined the practice wielding the greatsword. The swordsmanship instructor was a young male teacher who taught while carrying his personal sword. "Sir, is your sword an attribute weapon?" a curious student inquired. "Indeed," the instructor replied, inadvertently revealing his attribute panel for all to see. Item name: exquisite standard longsword accompanying attribute. Continuous bleeding attribute level. Green attribute effect. The inflicted wound causes continuous bleeding, making it difficult to staunch. "Wow, so this is an attribute weapon," exclaimed the students, marveling at the green attribute weapon and its impressive effect. Once an enemy is wounded, no further action is necessary. They would bleed out. Having seldom encountered attribute items, the students could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Once the instructor ensured silence, he commenced the formal teaching of swordsmanship. Initially, he instructed basic movements such as thrusting and slashing, which were not particularly challenging. Most students could grasp them in a matter of days. However, there were still standout performers among them. Truly, the possessor of the blue attribute swordsmanship mastery exhibited exceptional talent, grasping the techniques with ease. The swordsmanship instructor, admiringly, looked at one student and, upon reaching Su Yuan's side, his eyes brightened as he addressed the girl next to Su Yuan. "Your swordsmanship appears quite refined as well. Do you possess the swordsmanship mastery attribute?" "I possess the red attribute dual mastery of swords," the girl replied with a hint of pride. "That is indeed commendable. You may also enroll in the knife techniques course, and even practice the left-handed blade. In time, with the left hand wielding a blade and the right hand sword, you could truly unleash the power of dual mastery of swords, especially if you could acquire the dual focus attribute." The swordsmanship instructor spoke with a trace of envy. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a pang of envy as well. He had not drawn any attributes related to weapon mastery, and his innate talent in swordsmanship seemed rather ordinary. It appeared that in the future, he ought to pay closer attention to such attributes. In addition to the fundamental teachings of swordsmanship, the school also imparts a complementary sword technique. Much like breathing techniques, each institution offers its own distinct style of swordplay. For instance, the neighboring 4th Middle School provides instruction in the Xian Yin 12 swords, while the experimental high school across the street teaches the fatal 15 swords. Our 1st Middle School, on the other hand, offers the solitary peak 13 swords, each possessing its unique characteristics. These martial arts techniques are rewards or drops from secret realms. Their origins shrouded in mystery, yet they are undeniably profound. After several lessons, Su Yuan barely grasped the threshold of swordsmanship, while 2 classmates endowed with a talent for swordplay had already made significant progress. Such prowess was astonishing. Su Yuan could only feel a twinge of envy as he trudged back to the classroom, only to be intercepted at the doorway. "You must be Su Yuan?" A tall, muscular boy blocked his path, glaring with intensity. The sound of his voice attracted the attention of several classmates. What was happening? The one seeking Su Yuan did not appear to be a benevolent soul. Would a confrontation ensue? Should they summon the teacher? The students whispered amongst themselves, observing the imposing figure and recalling their superficial acquaintance with Su Yuan, hesitating to intervene. Indeed, it had come to pass. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, unfazed. He had anticipated this moment. Just 2 days prior, when he went to collect a Qi blood pill, he had inadvertently offended the dean, and it was clear that someone would come seeking retribution. This towering figure before him was likely Xia Tianlei, the one who was supposed to collect the Qi blood pill on his behalf. "Which class are you in? Don't come here to stir up trouble." Just as Su Yuan was about to speak, a boy stepped forward to shield him. Surprised, Su Yuan recognized him as their class monitor, a genuinely kind-hearted individual who had previously defended his classmates. However, during this round of talent selection, it seemed the monitor's draw was rather lackluster. "What do you think you are?" "I'm asking him a question. Who are you to interfere?" The burly boy pushed the class monitor against the wall. The impact left the monitor breathless, and before he could react, the larger boy seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground with alarming strength. The onlooking students gasped in horror, torn between wanting to intervene, yet paralyzed by fear. Su Yuan could not bear the thought of an innocent being caught in the crossfire. As the burly boy tightened his grip, Su Yuan sprang into action. Fearing that a direct strike might be fatal, he restrained his strength, delivering a punch to the boy's armpit, forcing him to stagger back and release the monitor. Supporting the class monitor, Su Yuan declared, "I am Su Yuan. What business do you have with me?" His tone dripped with disdain. Regardless of the identity of this individual, had it been before last night, he might have felt a modicum of apprehension. However, after drawing the red talent strength of 1,000 bulls, he now felt invincible among peers. Even against those of a higher realm, he possessed the capability to contend. "Have you awakened the golden talent equality of all beings?" The large boy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, it is I. And who might you be?" Su Yuan felt a twinge of impatience. "Who am I? I am Xiao Yu. How dare you consider yourself my equal?" The tall young man exclaimed angrily. "Oh, what?" Su Yuan's indifferent expression faltered for a moment. On the day Xiao Yu awakened his skill, he was in high spirits, having received the green skill strength of an ox. This green tier skill was no ordinary strength. It was akin to that of a ferocious beast known as the iron-horned yak, while it may not rival the colossal wild bulls. Its power was comparable to that of the 6th or 7th tier of the first realm, making it a commendable skill at the early stages. However, his excitement was short-lived upon discovering that someone at the school had awakened a golden skill. This initially seemed irrelevant to him, yet the peculiar effect of the golden skill was particularly vexing. It possessed only one ability, to diminish the combat prowess of anyone named Xiao Yu, placing it on par with that of the wielder. What a farcical notion of equality among all beings. It ought to be dubbed Xiao Yu equality instead. Xiao Yu seethed with indignation. His very name was Xiao Yu. In an instant, the worthless golden skill, along with him, became the laughingstock of the entire school. Today, however, he had successfully broken through to the 2nd tier and drawn the green skill Innate Titan Strength, which would enhance his power by an additional 30%. With the two formidable skills combined, who could possibly stand against him? He had come today to redeem his honor. He intended to demonstrate that even when brought to the same level, a worthless individual would remain a worthless individual, incapable of being his adversary. As he spoke, he activated the strength of an ox and innate Titan strength skills, reaching out with one hand towards Su Yuan's chest, intending to lift him aloft, showcasing an utterly humiliating display to announce to all that not just anyone could stand as his equal. Chapter 10. Strength like an ox versus 9 bull strength. Su Yuan was somewhat bewildered. He initially thought that Director Xia had sent someone to cause trouble, only to find himself confronted by this person. Xiao Yu. Ah, indeed, he had heard of a student named Xiao Yu at the school. It turned out to be the individual before him. How fortuitous. His entry on equality among all beings effectively countered anyone named Xiao Yu. However, there was no animosity between them, so there was no reason for such an unwarranted confrontation. Still in a daze, Su Yuan suddenly saw Xiao Yu's large hand reaching toward his collar. Judging by the other's demeanor, it was clear that this encounter would not end amicably. Su Yuan's eyes flickered as he raised his hand, preparing to execute a capture technique. His movements were swift as the wind and as fierce as lightning. Although Xiao Yu had struck first, Su Yuan's response was remarkably swift. Zero-frame initiation. Without any preliminary motion, he launched his attack with such speed that it was akin to a mere afterimage. The reputation of zero-frame initiation was indeed well-deserved. Xiao Yu's hand was still suspended in midair when Su Yuan seized his wrist. Momentarily stunned, Xiao Yu struggled to comprehend how his wrist had suddenly fallen into the hands of his opponent. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered, intending to unleash the combined effects of strength like an ox and natural might. With his robust physique amplified by these abilities, he believed he was invincible. No one could restrain his wrist. Yet before he could exert his strength, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Xiao Yu could not help but scream in agony. He was struck with terror. What was happening? How could his opponent possess such speed and strength? He attempted to utilize his strength like an ox ability, but the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of summoning any power. This was far beyond what a novice in martial arts should possess. Could it be that this person's strength surpassed the combined might of strength like an ox and natural might? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As he grappled with his astonishment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. So you're Xiaoyu. What brings you to me? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Xiaoyu hurriedly replied, not out of cowardice, but from sheer pain. His wrist felt as if it were caught in an iron clamp. Any movement sent waves of agony coursing through him. Nothing? You arrive with the intent to confront me? Nothing? You assaulted my classmate? Su Yuan retorted with a cold smirk, tightening his grip, which elicited a series of anguished cries. Xiaoyu writhed in pain, but could not escape Su Yuan's hold. I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother, I shouldn't have sought trouble with you. Please, let me go, brother. Su, please. Xiaoyu conceded, not out of a lack of pride, but from the unbearable pain. His wrist, merely pinched by a few fingers, felt as though the bones might shatter, sending agony deep into his marrow. What's going on here? Why are they fighting? The individual in question is named Xiaoyu, and it appears that everyone bearing the name Xiaoyu is inevitably subdued by Lao Tzu's doctrine of equality among all beings. Has the teacher arrived? Has Su Yuan awakened another ability? Witnessing the speed and strength of his strikes, it is evident that he is not to be trifled with. Those who emerged from the classroom to observe were left in astonishment. A robust classmate from another section, who had previously been ridiculed over the past few days, was effortlessly defeated by Su Yuan. This development was indeed unexpected. Some scoffed, remarking on the superficiality of his prowess. He looks formidable, yet he is merely a fade. Did you not observe how effortlessly he dealt with the class monitor? My apologies, I did not see you there, class monitor. The class monitor stood beside him, visibly displeased. Others pondered. Su Yuan's first ability is a golden attribute, earning him 20 vitality elixirs as a reward. He must have already advanced to the third layer of the first realm. It is said that those who acquire golden attributes find it easier to obtain advanced attributes subsequently. Perhaps he has acquired another advanced attribute. This speculation lacked scientific basis and statistical support. It was mere conjecture. However, the ineffectiveness of the equality among all beings attribute did not imply that the other high-level attributes he might possess were similarly ineffective. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. As the crowd swelled, seemingly drawing others to summon the teacher, Su Yuan wished to avoid attracting attention and did not desire to become the focal point of their gazes. He cast a glance at the wailing Xiaoyu, then relinquished his hold and delivered a kick to Xiaoyu's chest, sending him crashing against the wall, clutching his chest while crying out in agony. Brother Suge, you finish your beating, so I shall take my leave. Xiaoyu, refraining from further protest, hastily rose, nursing his nearly crushed bones and battered ribcage. He bowed and nodded, not daring to utter a harsh word, and upon receiving a nod from Su Yuan, he hurriedly fled. Everyone, please do not linger. Kindly make way. Su Yuan directed his gaze towards the classroom entrance. With a rustle, the crowd that had gathered at the door parted for him. Su Yuan sighed internally. Their behavior resembled that of mindless spectators reveling in a dramatic performance. Nonetheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance, weaving through the throng to return to his seat. Yuan, how have you become so formidable? Have you awakened an advanced attribute? As soon as Su Yuan settled, his desk mate returned to his seat, curiosity etched on his face. We just inquired that Xiaoyu possesses a green attribute titled Strength of an Ox, yet he was utterly powerless before you. Su Yuan hesitated momentarily, glancing around to see many classmates regarding him with intrigue. Even the ethereal and seemingly untainted school beauty, Qin Zijin, surveyed him with a curious gaze. Indeed, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded, seemingly indifferent to the idea of speaking candidly, believing it would not lead to any significant consequences. Furthermore, he was not one to conceal his capabilities, waiting to reveal them only after enduring various humiliations and oppressions, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Instead, he believed that showcasing his worth would garner greater attention and attract diverse resources. For instance, the vitality elixir awarded by the school previously could have yielded various benefits had it not been for the poor effect of his golden attribute. Thus, there was no necessity to hide his talents. He candidly stated, Over the past couple of days, I refined the vitality elixir and ascended 2 minor realms, acquiring 1 red and 1 blue attribute. Due to the influence of equality for all during these days, he had faced his fair share of ridicule and scorn. Although he was not particularly affected, it still irked him somewhat. In the past, while reading novels about ostentatious protagonists who never felt the need to explain themselves, he had admired their stoic silence in the face of mockery until the climax demanded their retaliation. However, Su Yuan was different. He was not inclined to let his classmates gossip behind his back. He refused to be seen as a mediocre individual. He aspired to be a prodigy. Though the red and blue attributes did not match the prestige of golden attributes, they were still considered high tier. In their class, apart from Qin Zijing, who possessed a purple attribute, the other students only had red attributes, with a total of merely 2 red and 2 blue attributes among them. With his red and blue attributes, he had already positioned himself as a standout among his peers. As expected, upon uttering these words, everyone revealed expressions of envy. It became apparent why Xiao Yu from another class had been utterly defenseless. The circumstances made perfect sense. However, they remained curious about the exact nature of his attributes. Noticing Su Yuan's reluctance to divulge further details, they refrained from pressing him for more information. With the issue of Xiao Yu resolved, no other students approached him that day. It was unclear what schemes some of the instructional directors were concocting. Nevertheless, Su Yuan remained unconcerned. As the saying goes, one's strength can conquer all methods. With the 9 bulls' strength at his disposal, he felt empowered and audacious. After school, he planned to return home to refine more elixirs and perhaps obtain another attribute, potentially enhancing his strength further. He was filled with anticipation. Chapter 11. Great achievements come late. As the afternoon class concluded, Su Yuan swiftly made his way home. Unlike before, when he often lingered after school, these days he hurried home without delay to refine his elixirs. His interactions and playful exchanges with classmates had significantly diminished as he devoted himself entirely to mastering new skills. "Big sister, you're cultivating too. I must hasten to refine my elixirs," he exclaimed, removing the key from around his neck to unlock the door. His elder sister remained on the balcony, engrossed in her own cultivation efforts, seemingly with little success. Not wanting to pry, Su Yuan merely greeted her before hastily retreating to his bedroom. "Don't become too engrossed. Remember to come out for dinner," Su Yu called after Su Yuan's departing figure. Observing her brother's diligent efforts for the family's well-being filled her with a sense of pride and happiness. He was truly maturing. Yet, a pang of melancholy accompanied her joy, for she felt increasingly incapable of contributing to the family, becoming a burden instead. She no longer wished to uncover the truth for revenge, but rather hoped for a life of peace and prosperity for their family. In the midst of his endeavors, Su Yuan took a brief break to eat. Though the meal was far from sumptuous, ever since he had tasted the meat of a mystical beast the day he awakened his martial arts panel, he had returned to a diet of simple fare. Thus, he resolved to strive harder, if only for the daily prospect of meat. After motivating himself, he returned to refining his elixirs with unwavering determination, vowing to forego sleep that night. Level: First Realm, 4th Layer 1, at long last. As dawn began to break on the horizon, he successfully refined the last of his elixirs, and his cultivation finally ascended to the 4th layer. Indeed, as his predecessors had indicated, 20 chi blood pills were precisely what he needed to break through to the 4th layer of the First Realm. Su Yuan felt a surge of emotion. It had not been an easy journey. With the increasing consumption of chi blood pills, his body developed a resistance to their effects, and the enhancement from each pill diminished. Continuing to consume chi blood pills would no longer be worthwhile. He would have to seek alternative elixirs. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, just as the panel finally notified him again. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 4th layer of the First Realm. You will randomly receive a skill entry. Ding! The God level selection system has been triggered. You may choose one entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. 1. Entry name: Mastery of Short Staff Entry Level. Blue entry effect: you can skillfully master the techniques of short staff usage, excelling in the cultivation of short staff martial arts with remarkable efficiency. At last, a weapon mastery entry has appeared. Unfortunately, it pertains to the short staff, which I do not employ. 2. Entry name, weak electric control, entry level. Green entry effect. You can emit a weak electric attack that can slightly incapacitate the targeted area upon contact. The weak electric control seems rather lackluster. I shall dismiss it. It pales in comparison to the first option. 3. Entry name, wind affinity entry level. Blue entry effect. You possess a heightened sensitivity to the forces of wind, its direction, and rhythm, allowing you to perform seamlessly in its embrace and showcasing a natural aptitude for wind-based martial arts. Another blue entry. Quite commendable, really. There exists a plethora of wind martial arts, such as Wind God Leg and Whirlwind Palm. Let us put this on hold for now. 4. Entry name, well-off household entry level. White entry effect. Your family's assets will advance toward a state of modest prosperity, provided there is no excessive expenditure, ensuring a life where meals are sufficiently hearty. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, refraining from comment. 5. Entry name, late bloomer entry level. Gold entry effect. Your martial arts talent and cultivation aptitude will enhance with age. The older you become, the stronger your innate abilities. A golden entry. Upon seeing the 5th entry just revealed, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by elation. Ha ha ha! Fortune has finally smiled upon me. Once more, I have encountered a golden entry. Ha 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 ha! Su Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to shout. However, recalling that dawn had yet to break, he restrained himself. Forcefully suppressing his exhilaration, he meticulously examined the effects of the entry. This golden entry, late bloomer, reveals its true potential only in later stages. Yet Su Yuan harbored no disdain for it. He was not short-sighted, firmly believing he would live long enough to see this entry flourish. The greater his age, the higher his talent. The effects of this entry are limitless. Satisfaction. Su Yuan was exceedingly pleased. He no longer wished to continue his search, opting instead to select late bloomer immediately. After all, there exists no entry of a higher caliber than a golden one. Amidst his jubilance, the 6th entry also emerged, and Su Yuan cast a glance at it. 6. Entry name, tough skin, thick flesh entry level. Green entry effect. Your skin will become coarse, and your flesh will thicken, slightly enhancing your defensive capabilities, allowing you to withstand minor attacks. This entry is rather lackluster. It even renders one less attractive. I shall dismiss it outright. However, it is worth mentioning that he genuinely requires a defensive entry. While Ox-like strength is undeniably powerful, his physique remains fragile. Should he manage to shore up his defensive shortcomings, he could become an unstoppable force among lower-tier martial artists. Yet, this green entry, tough skin, thick flesh, fails to impress him, especially in light of the preceding golden entry. Late bloomer. 7. Title, wrinkle reduction level. White effect. This can diminish facial wrinkles, including but not limited to crow's feet, forehead lines, nasolabial folds, and neck wrinkles. Su Yuan remained silent, pondering its efficacy. While it may seem somewhat effective, he could not help but question its true utility. 8. Title, unity of man and sword level. Purple effect. You become one with the sword. Your swordsmanship talent is significantly enhanced, and the weapon in your hand feels like an extension of your own body, wielded with precision. Astonishing. Another entry related to weapon mastery, and it pertains to the swordsmanship talent I can utilize. Moreover, it is a purple grade. Sudwaning fal sharply. Recognizing that the purple entry unity of man and sword is likely only second to his sister Su Yu's golden entry supreme sword body in terms of swordsmanship classification. There are only a handful of entries that can rival it. To be honest, this is something he genuinely desires. The purple entry, while slightly inferior to the golden one, still offers immense potential. Unlike late bloomer, which only reveals its worth with age, unity of man and sword can provide him with substantial enhancement right now, at a time when he is troubled by the slow progress in his swordsmanship practice. Should he choose this? Su Yuan found himself hesitating. In the face of a golden entry, he was actually wavering. The unity of man and sword is also a top-tier entry, and it is a pressing necessity. How wonderful it would be if he could select both. It appears that having too many choices can also be a source of distress. His fortune today has been extraordinary, presenting him with such a wealth of high-quality entries. Yet, the dilemma remains, how should he choose? Su Yuan struggled to make a decision. His gaze wavered, inadvertently drifting towards the freshly revealed 9th entry. Chapter 12, Equivalent Exchange Entry Name. Equivalent Exchange Entry Level. Rainbow Entry Effect. You may select any of your own entries and exchange it with the entry of any target. Note: the opponent's entry cannot be specified for exchange. The exchange does not require the opponent's consent, and the opponent remains unaware. This entry may only be used once within the same minor realm. Su Yuan's gaze swept across the entry-level section, and the previously hesitant expression on his face instantly turned into one of bewilderment. What is this? Rainbow? What on earth is this? Where did this rainbow level come from? He had never even heard of it. This was unheard of, regardless of the teachings of the school or the rumors circulating online. It had always been said that there are only 7 colors of entries: gray, white, green, blue, red, purple, and gold. But now, how could a rainbow level suddenly appear? Su Yuan, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes. He was not mistaken. It truly was rainbow. Could it be a newly introduced color? With suspicion, Su Yuan took out his phone and initiated a search. No, there were no news articles. There was no information about rainbow entries whatsoever. What was going on? Perplexed, Su Yuan scratched his head. Unable to comprehend the situation, he chose to dismiss thoughts of color and focused intently on the entry effect. Wow, this was astonishing. The ability to exchange one's own entry for another's. In an instant, Su Yuan was left speechless with shock. He had lived 18 years and had never heard of an entry that could target another's entry. In his understanding, entries were never meant to be seized. There was no means to encroach upon another's entry. Among the myriad of entries, only Demon's Disintegration could obliterate any part of oneself, including an entry. Then, there was the mysterious disappearance of his sister's entry, which surely held some secrets. Beyond that, he had never heard of any means to touch upon another's entry. Yet today he had witnessed it. This rainbow entry could forcibly exchange with another's entry. Does this mean that if I draw a negative entry, I could find someone who has just awakened a golden entry and forcibly exchange my gray negative entry for their golden one? This is too terrifying. I absolutely adore this. I must acquire it. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yuan proceeded to examine the final entry. Indeed, his system might randomly generate between 2 to 10 entries. The last time, there were 5 entries, and the time before that, only 3 entries. This time, however, it had randomly generated the maximum number, 10 entries. Today is truly fortuitous. Entry name: Theft at Hand Entry Level. Rainbow Entry Effect. You may steal 1 entry from any individual. Note: the opponent remains unaware during the theft. This entry may only be used once within the same minor realm. Indeed, there is no ultimate best, only the potential for better. The previous vibrant entry, Equivalent Exchange, necessitated a personal sacrifice of another entry. However, the new colorful entry, Taking Advantage of Others, offers the audacity to seize another's entry effortlessly. Oh dear, I find myself enamored. This is simply marvelous. Yet how does one choose? The fish I desire, as well as the bear's paw, both tempt me. Su Yuan's mind is in turmoil. Fleeting glimpses of previous entries flash through his thoughts, only to be quickly dismissed. Will the golden entry, great achievements take time, or the pinnacle, swordsmanship talent, unity of man and sword? In the presence of these 2 vibrant entries, they pale in comparison. Equivalent Exchange, Taking Advantage of Others. Su Yuan contemplates deeply. Currently, I possess 3 entries: 0 Frame Initiation and Ox's Strength, both commendable, rendering equivalent exchange unnecessary for trade. All beings are equal is somewhat superfluous, yet this particular entry is widely recognized as mine. To exchange it would mean exposure. Unless, of course, I were to eliminate any potential witnesses immediately after the exchange. Su Yuan shakes his head inwardly. The advantage of equivalent exchange lies in its ability to transfer one's undesirable negative entries to others. However, with my system selection, I am unlikely to draw entries of significantly poor quality. Thus, for me, taking advantage of others proves far more beneficial than equivalent exchange. With this realization, the choice becomes clear. Su Yuan gazes longingly at equivalent exchange, his wistful glance sweeping over great achievements take time and unity of man and sword, ultimately confirming his selection, taking advantage of others. Name: Su Yuan entries. Golden all beings are equal, blue zero frame initiation, red ox's strength, colorful taking advantage of others indeed. A colorful entry is truly real. Gazing at the information displayed on the martial arts panel, Su Yuan still finds it hard to believe, for he has never heard of such a hue before. It remains uncertain whether I am the sole possessor of a colorful entry, or if others have simply chosen not to disclose their acquisitions. After all, even if someone were to obtain a colorful entry, they would undoubtedly keep it hidden from prying eyes, just as Su Yuan himself intends to reveal nothing about taking advantage of others to anyone, even his parents and older sister. All other entries may be discussed, but not this one. The potential of this entry is far too terrifying. He can already envision the consequences. Should the effects of taking advantage of others become known, he would likely become the target of public ire, a universally despised enemy, who would not fear the prospect of their hard-earned entries being effortlessly snatched away. Of course, some owners of negative entries would be eager for their theft. Yet they are but a minority. Perhaps influential figures might regard Su Yuan favorably, thus preserving his life. However, Su Yuan was unwilling to find himself in such a predicament. He had to remain tight-lipped. Initially, he had planned to finish drawing the entries and take a short nap before rising again. But now it was impossible for him to fall asleep. His excitement was overwhelming. A chance encounter indeed. The vibrant entries. How could he have stumbled upon such extraordinary treasures? The thrill coursing through him at this moment was akin to the elation he felt upon first acquiring the system. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to find repose, he soon heard the bustling sounds emanating from the kitchen. It was his mother up early preparing breakfast. A simple yet delightful fare of noodles accompanied by fried eggs, which, given their circumstances, constituted a rather splendid morning meal. Su Yuan decided to rise as well, freshened up, and entered the kitchen to lend a hand. Up so early? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You weren't practicing all night, were you? Jiang Pei inquired, casting a dubious glance at her son's complexion. Su Yuan quickly shook his head in denial. Not at all. I went to bed early. Rising early is simply a consequence of that. That's more like it. Jiang Pei nodded in satisfaction. You needn't help. You should go back to sleep for a while. I can manage on my own, and we'll call you when it's ready. No, I'm not tired. Su Yuan stubbornly refused. In truth, he felt a twinge of sympathy for his mother. Once a brilliant young talent, she had seen her potential fade, relegated to the roles of wife and mother, endlessly tending to her children and the kitchen, while also squeezing in time to work and earn. His father worked hard to provide as well, but his mother's toil was even more grueling. How he wished he could assist her in eliminating the gray entry, no further progress. As Su Yuan pondered these thoughts, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and his expression turned to one of deep regret. In a moment of impulse, he smacked himself on the face. Chapter 13. Master of Weapons. What if I were to choose equivalent exchange? Wouldn't that allow me to transfer no progress onto myself, only to later exchange it with someone else? This way my mother could cultivate. Su Yuan lamented inwardly. However, he soon recalled that equivalent exchange could only be used once per minor realm. Utilizing it to obtain no progress would consume that opportunity for his current realm, rendering any future exchanges impossible. With no progress, my realm would never advance, and thus equivalent exchange would become obsolete. No. Unless I were to draw demon disintegration and swap it for no progress, which would then explode. In fact, easy pickings might suffice as well. Yet, even with my system's assistance, obtaining demon disintegration would likely prove quite challenging. It seems this matter requires further contemplation. Su Yuan sighed. This instance of easy pickings cannot be deemed a poor choice. Yet equivalent exchange does hold significant utility. Previously, He had only considered exchanging his own useless entries, but failed to realize he could also bring in unfavorable entries from others, only to then exchange them out. Or perhaps he could offer some of his good entries to family and friends whom he no longer needed them for. Truly, he had a lapse in judgment. Regrettably, it is too late to ponder such thoughts now, and there is no opportunity for a reselection. Hopefully, he would draw equivalent exchange once more in the future. Su Yuan resolved to think no more on it. What he should contemplate now is whose entries he ought to pilfer with easy pickings. The thrill of thievery made him somewhat anxious. After finishing breakfast, Su Yuan departed promptly for school. Having exhausted his qi blood pills, his future cultivation would rely solely on breathing techniques and battling creatures in secret realms for experience. Thus, he was particularly earnest during today as cultivation class, but regrettably, his innate talent dictated his limitations. 2 sessions of breathing techniques yielded no visible progress on the panel. The class lacked particularly advantageous entries, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to target his classmates. Su Yuan contemplated that he would not employ easy pickings on his peers, as none had particularly wronged him. Moreover, should anyone's entries change, it would surely attract attention among his classmates, making the decision quite vexing. Engaging in wrongdoing for the first time left him feeling somewhat guilty. Today was Saturday, and aside from the mandatory literature and breathing practice, he also attended his elective spear technique training. The spear technique differed from the swordsmanship he had previously learned. The 13 swords of Solitary Peak could only be classified as ordinary swordplay, whereas the spear training provided by the school was far from commonplace. Each school's martial arts curriculum holds its unique distinctions, strengths, and weaknesses. They each have their areas of expertise, which contribute to the distinctiveness of each institution and are pivotal in attracting outstanding students to enroll. The outstanding subject at Yizhong is the art of the spear, known as the 72 Paths of Divine Demon Spear. This is a sophisticated martial discipline, where each movement is profound and assertive. The spear dances like a dragon, invincible and capable of shattering obstacles with ease. It serves as both a hallmark and a fade of the institution. Although the school only possesses a fragmented version of the initial 36 spear techniques, this does not diminish the potency of this martial art. Compared to other high schools with complete and distinctive martial arts programs, it stands on equal footing. The primary reason Su Yuan chose Yizhong was not only due to its high-quality instruction, but also his fervent desire to learn this spear technique. Throughout the annals of history, many of the greatest warriors wielded the spear. For instance, Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Shu, was renowned for his heavenly dragon breaks the city spear, while El Bu, famed for his cavalry prowess during the Three Kingdoms era, employed the Fong Tianhua Ji. The illustrious General Shui Rengui from the Tang dynasty also utilized the Fong Tianhua Ji. Thus, Su Yuan has long held a deep admiration for spear techniques. Given that it is a flagship subject of the school, numerous students are enrolled in the spear class. Each week, multiple sessions are held, each filled with eager learners. In the martial arts classroom, there are weapon racks housing a variety of training spears. Among them are the single-edged crescent-shaped Qinglong spear and the double-edged Fong Tian spear, along with trident-shaped and dual-bladed variants. Su Yuan casually selected a Fong Tian spear, its weight reminiscent of gripping a great dragon. The material appeared to be neither gold nor wood, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the spear tip was unsharpened. With a single hand, he inverted the spear and approached his designated practice area. The essence of spear techniques lies in a stable stance. Feet firmly planted, waist straight, shoulders relaxed, elbows dropped, and wrists as strong as iron. Steady as a mountain, swift as thunder. A glimmer of cold light heralded the spear's movement, followed by a strike as fierce as a dragon. The instructor commenced the lesson, beginning with fundamental movements: thrusts, jabs, slashes, cleaves, hooks, sweeps, entangles, punctures, slashes, stabs, chisels, lifts, smashes, drills, and tears, each movement meticulously dissected. As the half-day session concluded, they had only practiced the foundational techniques, without any instruction on the 72 paths of Divine Demon Spear. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he understood the complexity of mastering spear techniques. The path to proficiency is arduous. As the saying goes, a month of staff training is akin to a lifetime of spear mastery. While one can achieve a semblance of skill with a staff in a month and attain proficiency with a sword in a year, mastery of spear techniques demands a lifetime of dedication. The long spear is already challenging, and the intricacies of the long spear are even more pronounced. Mastery requires acute awareness of distance and timing, emphasizing the need to draw a line with precision in strikes. Any deviation diminishes its lethality. Thus, a strong foundation is essential. However, there are a few students who seem to possess an innate advantage, quickly mastering spear techniques, and they all have unique attributes enhancing their abilities. Among them, Su Yuan was particularly intrigued by a purple attribute called Weapon Master. This attribute, on par with Ice Skin and Jade Bone, is slightly inferior to golden attributes, and its effect allows one to swiftly master any weapon. It must be said that Su Yuan was indeed captivated, filled with envy. Perhaps he could casually seize the term Weapon Master for himself. However, the other party had not wronged him. Stealing their title felt unjust. Su Yuan's heart was in turmoil, yet he hesitated to act. Alas, he felt as if he might vomit blood. Why must he be a good person? He did not wish to embody the role of virtue. Nonetheless, the thought of pilfering from a stranger with whom he had no enmity was beyond his capacity. Guilt weighed heavily upon him. How he wished the other party were a villain. Su Yuan seethed with indignation. He truly desired to take action. He had diligently trained, yet his progress lagged far behind that of his counterpart. Presently, his skills with both the sword and spear remained at an elementary level. Advancement was painfully slow. His talent with these weapons appeared to be merely average. Yet, the other individual, while somewhat arrogant, exhibited no malevolent tendencies. Chapter 14. The entry stealing the sheep. After much hesitation, Su Yuan ultimately refrained from taking action. It was simply too difficult to proceed. Such an impressive entry as stealing the sheep would be a waste on him. With a look of regret, Su Yuan noted that no one had come to trouble him today. His current adversaries included Director Xia and Xia Tianlei, who sought to replace him concerning the Blood Chi Pill, as well as the Tian Shun group, which aimed to reclaim their property. However, none had approached him yet. Su Yuan pondered that since he was unable to act against those with whom he had no enmity, perhaps he could select a target from among his foes to utilize stealing the sheep. Now, it remained to be seen who would come to him first. Feeling somewhat dejected, Su Yuan returned home, his mood lingering over dinner. What's wrong? Did you draw a poor entry? Don't worry. Initial entries do not signify much. You will certainly draw superior entries in the future. Exchanging worried glances with her mother, Su Yu comforted him. They had refrained from inquiring about Su Yuan's new entries over the past few days, fearing that he might have drawn something disappointing, which would only serve to exacerbate his distress. Observing his gloomy demeanor today, they both feared the worst, that the effectiveness of his entry was subpar. But my entries are quite good. Su Yuan suddenly exclaimed. By the way, I forgot to mention, I have already refined all the Blood Chi pills last night. My cultivation has reached the 3rd layer of the 1st realm, and I have acquired 3 new entries, 1 red, 1 blue, and another. He hesitated momentarily. The 7-colored entry was absolutely not to be disclosed. The entry stealing the sheep must remain a secret. Thus, after a brief pause, he continued, I also have a more advanced one, a purple entry. Really? That's wonderful. 2 voices filled with surprise echoed simultaneously. His mother and sister looked at him, eager for confirmation. Indeed, Su Yuan nodded helplessly, reflecting that aside from stealing the sheep, there was no need for confidentiality regarding his other entries. Besides the first entry, lifelong equality, my second entry is the Blue Zero Frame Initiation, which enhances my speed of action and requires no preliminary movement, making it nearly impossible for others to defend against. The third entry, the Red Strength of 9 Bullocks, grants me the power of 9 colossal bulls, rivaling the strength of the second realm. The fourth entry is even more remarkable, but that shall remain a secret for now. Su Yuan briefly introduced his entries, then declared, with my current strength and speed, I can confidently assert that I am invincible among my peers. Rest assured, Our family will have nothing to worry about with me around. His spirit lifted. Su Yuan spoke sincerely, genuinely believing in his newfound capabilities. With the system's assistance and the seven-colored entry stealing the sheep, victory was inevitable. That's fantastic. My little brother is truly impressive. Had I known, I would have purchased some exotic beast meat today to celebrate. I thought you seemed down when you returned, and I feared you had drawn a poor entry. This is truly wonderful. I always knew you would succeed. My dear brother, just look at who your brother is. Su beamed with pride. Their mother took out her phone and sent a message to their father, sharing this delightful news. Regarding the confidential purple entries, they trusted one another enough not to inquire further. In the martial arts realm, the confidentiality of entries is quite commonplace, primarily because the effects of key entries can easily be targeted and countered, much like Su Yuan at present, who possesses great strength and speed but has low defense and slow reaction times, making him an easy target. Among family, it is permissible to discuss, but outsiders are only informed of the entry levels without any details about their effects. Their mother and sister were elated. This was a moment of great joy for the entire family, and the dining table instantly transformed into an atmosphere of celebration, adorned with red, blue, and purple. These were all high-level entries. Even if Su Yuan's initial golden entry had a lackluster effect, the subsequent entries had already proven his capabilities. If your entries are not poor, then why did you come home with such a long face today? Su Yu inquired, while Jiang Pei also cast a concerned glance at Su Yuan. Is that so? Su Yuan replied helplessly. He couldn't mention pickpocketing, so he casually said, perhaps it's because my cultivation progress is too slow. I spent half the day meditating without any notable advancement. Upon hearing this, Su Yu sighed in relief. This was quite normal. Cultivation is inherently fair. As long as one perseveres, results will eventually manifest. It's also natural to feel that progress is slow, she reassured him. You might just draw an entry that accelerates your cultivation speed in the future. Moreover, the school should organize secret realm training next week, which will allow for monster hunting and leveling up. Indeed, little Yuan, I understand your eagerness to improve our family's situation, but please take your time, Jiang Pei advised. Then she expressed a slight regret. If only I could pass on my 8,000 miles a day to you. It's of no use to me now. In her earlier days, she had relied on 8,000 miles a day for her cultivation, achieving remarkable speed, with her progress soaring. Jiang Pei spoke without much thought. But Su Yuan was struck by an idea. Since his mother's entry was currently idle, perhaps he could borrow pickpocketing for his own use? As this thought crossed his mind, it was quickly dismissed. His pickpocketing was random, and if he were to steal no further progress, it would leave him at a loss. After a night of rest, Sunday dawned. Su Yuan spent the day at home meditating, and at last his progress bar increased slightly, coupled with the previous day's advancement. His cultivation finally reached the fourth layer of the first realm, 3. It was better than nothing, but when compared to the progress made through refining elixirs, it was worlds apart. Su Yuan shook his head. With such a pace, gaining admission to the War Academy should be manageable. However, if he wished to stand out and secure rewards and resources for support, he would need to devise a strategy. The blood essence pills had already built resistance, rendering them unviable, and other pills were prohibitively expensive. Thus, the only recourse is to delve into the entries and the secret realms. Regarding the entries, there exists an opportunity with theft at hand, yet the target remains elusive for now. Therefore, the focus must shift to the secret realms. In a fortnight, the school will arrange a training expedition to the secret realms. Though the exact date remains uncertain, it is prudent to observe the developments closely. As Su Yuan pondered this, he finally concluded a day of rigorous training. Aside from a flag-raising ceremony, 2 significant announcements were made. Firstly, classes would take turns entering the secret realms, with Su Yuan's class scheduled for the Wednesday after next. Secondly, the school extended an invitation to an illustrious alumnus, Xiao Yunfei. He would return to the school to deliver a speech. This senior is undoubtedly an inspirational figure. Initially, his only entry was the basic robust health, and he had not drawn any advanced entries since. Nevertheless, through sheer talent, he not only gained admission to the War Academy, but also excelled among a sea of talented individuals, demonstrating remarkable prowess in swordsmanship. Without any entry enhancements, he relied solely on his innate abilities, standing shoulder to shoulder with entry-enhanced warriors. This is the essence of inspiration. His journey serves as a potent tonic for students who have just drawn low-level entries. Perhaps it is this very consideration that prompted the school leadership to decisively invite the alumnus, who had recently returned home after 3 years of graduation, to share his insights. Chapter 15. The Dual Mastery of Blades. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause as we invite the distinguished graduate, Xiao Yunfei, to the stage for his speech. Applause erupted. Amidst the fervent clapping, a tall and striking young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stepped onto the podium, microphone in hand. Is this truly Senior Xiao Yunfei? How incredibly handsome. Oh my, Senior Xiao is not only handsome, but immensely talented as well. I admire him so much. Senior Xiao, you are my idol. The moment Xiao Yunfei appeared on stage, the playground buzzed with excitement, filled with gasps, discussions, and waves of enthusiastic cheers. Tales of Senior Xiao had long circulated within the school, and his name had already been added to the list of renowned alumni displayed in the school's bulletin board. Without the enhancement of special attributes, he has managed to stand out among the elite in this prestigious academy of warfare. What an honor! Many students regard Senior Xiao as a role model, even an idol. Esteemed teachers, dear fellow students, it is a great honor to be invited by the principal upon my return to my hometown. As for my cultivation journey, I'm sure you have all heard of it. Xiao Yunfei's voice resonated. Indeed, up to this point, I have never drawn particularly advantageous attributes. My journey to this day has been forged not only by talent, but also by my steadfast perseverance. Where there is a will, there is a way. Diligent hearts are not forsaken by destiny. I am grateful for my unwavering resolve, for it has shaped who I am today. I hope that regardless of the attributes you possess, you will all remain steadfast in your practice. As he concluded, another wave of vigorous applause filled the playground, echoing endlessly. Su Yuan lowered his red hands, watching Senior Xiao descend from the stage, filled with admiration and reflection. A true gentleman should aspire to be like him. Perhaps one day, I too can take his place. Yet, the fact that Senior Xiao has achieved this without attribute enhancement is truly impressive. If he were to possess advanced attributes, he would be unstoppable. Without the system, Su Yuan knew he could never compare to him. Today is Monday, and we have our elective class on swordsmanship once again. The swordsmanship instructor has begun teaching the subsequent techniques of the 13 swords of the solitary peak. Yet the students are progressing at different rates. In their class, only 2 students possessing the attributes of mastery of the long sword and dual mastery of blades are learning the fastest and excelling. Su Yuan couldn't help but think of using the art of the hand to pilfer the dual mastery of blades, but ultimately hesitated to take action. Moreover, Monday also includes a mandatory class on unarmed combat. This combat course does not teach a fixed style, but rather selects formidable techniques from various common martial arts, such as Monkey Steals the Peach from Monkey Fist, the Lifting Shadow Kick from the 12 Paths of Tan Leg, and Iron Mountain Lean from the Koan Fist, among other renowned and powerful techniques. It resembles Sanda, which also distills the most effective techniques from traditional martial arts. Once, I had already studied hand-to-hand combat courses, and now my classmates are quite adept at it. However, after the awakening of the skill attributes, disparities have emerged. For instance, one classmate drew the coveted red attribute dual mastery of fists and feet, which enhances the efficiency of martial arts training akin to the dual mastery of blade and sword, albeit focused on strikes rather than weapons. Nevertheless, the practicality of blades and swords surpasses that of fists and feet. Hence, Su Yuan did not harbor any intentions of taking advantage of the situation. After today's class, as he was leaving the school, he unexpectedly encountered the distinguished alumnus Xiao Yunfei from 3 years ago. Remarkably, he had not yet departed and seemed to have just finished conversing with several teachers, escorted by the principal to the school gate. Wow, Senior Xiao, could I have your autograph? Senior Xiao, may I take a photo with you? Earlier, with the teachers present, some students refrained from being overly bold, but once outside the school, with the faculty gone, many students swiftly surrounded Xiao Yunfei. Of course, Xiao Yunfei was quite amiable, flashing a gentle smile as he took the offered notebook and began signing. When students requested photos, he graciously posed without a hint of arrogance, radiating warmth and charm. Senior Xiao is truly a warm-hearted individual. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel, secretly aspiring to embody such warmth and approachability when he returned to the school as an exceptional alumnus for future speeches. Su Yuan merely admired from a distance before preparing to return home to train. Although he regarded Senior Xiao as a role model, he had no inclination towards idol worship. Su Yuan? You must be Xiao Yuan, right? Su Yu's younger brother? As he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Surprised, he turned around to find it was none other than Senior Xiao Yunfei. Yes, Senior Xiao. Do you know me? Su Yuan replied, a bit taken aback. While signing for a female student, Xiao Yunfei glanced towards Su Yuan and chuckled. Haha, you probably don't remember, but when your sister was about to graduate, you and your mother came to the school ceremony, and I saw you then. Su Yuan was astonished. Senior Xiao, you were classmates with my sister? I had no recollection of that. Indeed, we were in the same class. Come, let's talk over here, Xiao Yunfei suggested, finishing a photo quickly and guiding Su Yuan to a more secluded area. How is your sister doing now? Is she well? Xiao Yunfei inquired with genuine concern. She's still the same as before. Su Yuan was reluctant to elaborate. What a pity. Xiao Yunfei sighed. Back in the day, your sister was beautiful and well-liked, truly the goddess of the common folk. When her skill attribute was revealed, she shone like no other. How unpredictable life can be. Xiao Yunfei's expression seemed to be tinged with nostalgia. Upon returning this time, he had hoped to gather with old classmates and rekindle their connections. That might be rather inconvenient, Su Yuan replied with a wry smile. My sister is currently reluctant to go out. Even her friends who have reached out have been met with her polite refusals. I see. Xiao Yunfei nodded in understanding, albeit with a hint of regret. By the way, Xiao Yuan, how have you been? With such a gifted sister, you must surely be exceptional as well. Far from it, Su Yuan humbly responded. Haha, that's only natural. There are hardly any who can compare with your sister, Xiao Yunfei remarked, all the while signing autographs for fans. As their conversation dwindled, Su Yuan bid farewell, saying, Xiao Shixiao, I shall return home to cultivate. Their interaction had been limited to this brief exchange, leaving little else to discuss. All right, make sure to return early. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Certainly, Su Yuan replied absent-mindedly, uncertain of the nature of his sister's relationship with Xiao Shixiao. Perhaps it was merely polite conversation. He would not dare to impose on the other. However, observing Xiao Shixiang's demeanor, it seemed he held a certain admiration for his sister. Could it be that he once harbored feelings for her? Given her beauty, it was not outside the realm of possibility, though he wondered if his affections had since waned. Su Yuan's thoughts wandered, contemplating that if that were the case, he would not oppose it. Upon returning home, he found Su Yu diligently attempting to cultivate. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from broaching the subject of Xiao Yunfei, wishing to spare his sister any heartache. That evening, his cultivation efficiency remained subpar, yielding only slight progress. It appeared that the true effects would only manifest after some time spent battling within the secret realm. Chapter 16. Weapon Attribute Variable Size. During this period, Su Yuan's life was exceedingly mundane, filled with the routine of attending classes, returning home, meditating, practicing unarmed combat, and learning the techniques of the halberd. He remained diligent each day, yet had not employed the skill stealing with ease. As more individuals achieved breakthroughs, many now possessed 2 or 3 attributes, leaving Su Yuan uncertain about his ability to pilfer the desired attribute. This uncertainty was the reason he had refrained from taking action. Thus, Su Yuan diligently practiced day after day until 2 days prior to entering the secret realm, at which point he began to focus on rest, preparing both his mind and spirit for the trials ahead. The night before, after dinner, he retired early, and on this morning, he awoke refreshed and invigorated. With a powerful punch, he trained, embodying the adage that practice reveals intent, which served as an excellent warm-up. Typically, when time permitted, Su Yuan would rise early to practice his punches. This time, he harnessed the 9 bull's strength, generating a whooshing sound as he struck. With the aid of his attribute effects, slaughtering lower-tier magical beasts should be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. He contemplated that today he would likely slay a number of magical beasts, thereby enhancing his progress. He arrived at school punctually, where his class had no regular lessons, devoting the entire day to the Secret Realm trials. When class began, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Feipeng, entered with 2 students carrying 2 boxes of uniforms. The students were called by name to collect their combat suits, ensuring none were mistakenly taken. Zhao Feipeng handed the roll call to the class monitor, who called out the student numbers for the distribution. Zhang Dekai, present. Zhang Dekai quickly approached to receive his XL-size suit. This was no ordinary clothing. Although not an attribute-enhanced outfit, these combat suits were crafted from composite materials derived from ferocious beasts, offering robust protection against lower-tier magical beasts. This was not a complimentary gift from the school. Akin to school uniforms, these suits required a substantial fee for customization, costing 2,000 yuan, a hefty price that exacerbated the financial strain on many already struggling families. For instance, Su Yuan's household had scraped together every last coin, affirming the adage that the poor excel in literature while the wealthy thrive in martial arts. Few could pursue the path of martial arts without significant resources. Nevertheless, these combat suits were essential not only for the Secret Realm trials, but also for the forthcoming college entrance examinations. The students changed into their uniforms in the classroom, alternating between genders and drawing the curtains for privacy. After Su Yuan donned his suit, his fingers traced the intricate patterns of the fabric, marveling at its substantial quality, truly worthy of its price. The combat suit was a seamless one-piece, providing complete coverage to shield against any disturbances from serpents, insects, or rodents during their expedition in the wild Secret Realm. Moreover, the entire class was equipped with positioning buttons and emergency call buttons for use in case of rescue needs. As the entire class finished changing into their attire, Zhao Feipeng once again organized. Everyone should line up, led by the class monitor, to proceed to the armory and collect weapons, with a maximum of 7 pieces per person, excluding concealed weapons. Upon hearing this, the excitement of wearing new clothes was swiftly suppressed as the focus shifted to selecting weapons. The armory's weapons did not require additional payment. However, they were to be returned to the school's armory upon exiting the Secret Realm, and any losses would incur a fee. The weapons in the armory were all sharpened, crafted from a new type of composite steel. While they weren't categorized as enchanted weapons, these fine steel weapons were still commendable, exhibiting both high strength and decent toughness. Su Yuan glanced around, surveying the selection. Most weapons appeared to be well used, bearing the marks of previous students, with some blades even showing chips. Fortunately, they had all been meticulously maintained and still looked sharp. Each year, the school would retire some old weapons and procure new ones. Su Yuan settled on 2 that appeared relatively new, 1 sword and 1 halberd. The halberd, a long weapon, was advantageous in spacious areas, while the sword, being a short weapon, proved useful in dense forests where long weapons were impractical. He slung a heavy sword across his back and held the halberd upside down in his hand. Although one could choose up to 7 weapons, he deemed 2 sufficient, as he lacked proficiency with the others and would prefer not to incur a loss. By the time all the students had made their selections, the clock approached 9 o'clock. Zhao Feipeng glanced at his watch and hastily urged everyone to assemble quickly. The class monitor led the way toward the entrance of the Secret Realm in the back mountain. With a firm step, they marched forth, clad in their orderly attire and brandishing an array of weapons, heading toward the mysterious location. It was rumored that all treasures found within the Secret Realm did not need to be surrendered. Any dropped fragments or enchanted weapons and techniques belonged to whoever picked them up. Some students couldn't help but discuss the possibilities, expressing wishes for a dropped enchanted item. Even a plain one could fetch tens of thousands. Plain items, those with merely white attributes, were the most common, while gray items were rare and often discarded. The value of similarly colored equipment paled in comparison to that of techniques, which were unattainable dreams. I can hardly imagine finding a technique. Their drop rate is exceedingly low, while equipment has a slightly higher rate. Indeed, Senior Xiao Yunfei once found a green attribute weapon a student recalled. I remember that weapon was called Heart's Desire Iron Rod. Featuring a green attribute can be large or small, allowing the weapon to change size at will. Someone offered over 100,000, but Senior Xiao never sold it. Another student remarked enviously. I'd be content to find just a fragment. Along the way, excitement bubbled among the students as they eagerly speculated about enchanted weapons and fragments. Su Yuan swallowed hard, his heart inevitably filled with anticipation. This is a low-level secret realm exclusive to the first high school, rarely open to the public, and only accessible during the annual student trials. The low-level secret realm holds great value due to its relatively low danger, making it an ideal training ground for students to familiarize themselves with such environments. There are teachers providing covert protection and protective gear to ward off attacks, ensuring that casualties are generally avoided. It serves as a precious venue for honing skills. The reason for its infrequent opening for student training lies in the fact that this secret realm, also known as the demon domain, is land tainted by demonic energy. When the concentration of demonic energy becomes too high, it coalesces into demonic creatures. Once these creatures are vanquished, the demonic energy dissipates, necessitating a waiting period for it to accumulate again before forming new creatures. If left unchecked for too long, the demon domain will expand, contaminating more land. Should it continue to be neglected, one day, the entirety of Blue Star could transform into a vast demon domain. The rear mountains of the first high school are a region invaded by demonic energy, and the original name of the mountain has long been forgotten. Now, it is simply referred to by the name of the secret realm, Lang Lang Mountain. Now, with half an hour left, everyone should take the time to rest. Zhao Feiping glanced at the clock and exhaled in relief. There was still ample time before the 10 o'clock entry into the secret realm. He seized the opportunity to confirm team formations with interested classmates, as once they entered the secret realm, each team would have to operate independently. The rear mountain is vast. Prior to its designation as Lang Lang Mountain, it took an average person about an hour to reach the summit, with another 40 to 50 minutes required to descend from the opposite side. With demonic creatures obstructing their path, traversing Lang Lang Mountain would take even longer. The route we will take follows along the Mandarin Duck Lake, leading to the General's Tomb, passing by the Tiger Leap Stone, and then ascending to the summit before descending via the western slope. Zhao Feiping meticulously outlined the route. There are numerous paths into the mountain, with each class planning different routes to clear the various areas of demonic creatures. However, even along the same path, it is spacious enough that students could easily become separated. To ensure the safety of all students, it is advisable for them to form teams. Of course, those who consider themselves exceptionally strong may choose to venture alone. However, should they call for assistance, it would signify the end of their trial, necessitating an immediate exit from the secret realm. Chapter 17. Bronze Skin and Iron Bones. After Zhao Feiping concluded the arrangements for team formation, everyone promptly set about their tasks. Some students had already made prior arrangements, quickly forming groups of 3 to 5. Su Yuan remained stationary, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone approaching. Su Yuan, have you formed a team? Would you like to join us? A cool, clear voice inquired. Su Yuan's heart raced. Given his recent triumph over Xiao Yu, he had anticipated that someone might extend an invitation to him. Yet he was taken aback to find that it was Qin Zijing who had approached him. You need not worry about the distribution of spoils, Su Yuan. Our team will ensure fairness and justice, she continued, seemingly detecting his hesitation. Su Yuan snapped back to reality. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected by the presence of a school beauty like Qin Zijing. However, he had always maintained a sense of self-awareness and had never pursued her. In fact, few in their class dared to vie for her attention, for even the most exceptional individuals felt inadequate in her presence. Su Yuan had little interaction with Qin Zijing prior to this moment. Faced with her invitation, he initially experienced a moment of shock, followed by a sense of conflict. He had not intended to team up with anyone, but the prospect of joining forces with Qin Zijing was tempting. Nevertheless, I think I will pass. I wish to challenge myself. This time, I intend to navigate the secret realm alone, without a team, Su Yuan finally replied after much contemplation, shaking his head resolutely. This opportunity within the secret realm was of paramount importance to him and his family, and he could not allow personal sentiments to disrupt the plans he had meticulously devised. With the enhancement of the ox strength attribute, he believed he would encounter little danger in the Lang Lang Mountain secret realm. To him, teammates were merely a burden, hindering his monster-slaying efficiency and complicating the division of spoils. Even if his potential allies were Qin Zijing and her formidable abilities, he remained unwilling to compromise. She wouldn't even consider him. I told you, why bother? A disdainful voice interjected, belonging to a male teammate who had accompanied Qin Zijing. It was evident that even someone of Qin Zijing's caliber preferred the safety of a team. Her group consisted of 3 members. One was her classmate Lu Tingting, who, although of average appearance, possessed a delightful personality. The other was a boy from their class, another student with a high-tier red attribute. At that moment, he radiated both disdain and indignation at being overlooked. Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. The boy, named Yi Zheng, seemed to have familial ties with Qin Zijing. His initial attribute appeared to be bronze skin and iron bones, an impressive defensive trait. It was rumored that he had subsequently drawn another defensive attribute, making him a capable tank within the team, justifying his air of arrogance. Su Yuan pondered this, but chose to disregard him, nodding once more to Qin Zijing and murmuring, "Apologies." Qin Zijing furrowed her brow and said to Yi Zheng, "If you do not endorse my decision, you may seek another team." She then spoke softly to Su Yuan. Although the major boss in the secret realm has been eliminated by the school, there remain numerous elite magical creatures, and you might even encounter a minor boss. While it's possible to call for teacher assistance, venturing alone still poses considerable danger. Qin Zijing, despite lacking the elixirs awarded by the school, came from a wealthy family and had been refining elixirs to enhance her cultivation since unlocking her martial arts panel. She had now reached the 5th layer of the 4th realm, surpassing Su Yuan, yet she still could not confidently navigate the secret realm trials alone, which left her puzzled by Su Yuan's choice. In fact, during this time, many classmates had reached Su Yuan's level of cultivation, either through elixir's innate talent, or a combination of both, with some even exceeding his abilities. "Well, I still wish to give it a try," Su Yuan replied succinctly. "Very well," Qin Zijing said, choosing not to press further, though her gaze now held a hint of curiosity. Even with her own 5th layer of the 1st realm cultivation, she did not dare claim absolute safety. Where did his confidence stem from? "Then, if you prefer not to team up, we shall not intrude further," Qin Zijing said as she took her leave. "It's fine," Su Yuan nodded gently, just as Qin Zijing turned to depart. Others had already been waiting to request entry into her team. As for Su Yuan, following his recent display of strength, many classmates had wished to join him, but upon witnessing even Qin Zijing being turned away, they all abandoned the idea. No one approached him with invitations thereafter. Su Yuan was content with the solitude. He had not yet fathomed why the campus bell would invite him to form a team. However, he decided not to dwell on it. He adjusted his breathing, aiming to enter the secret realm trials in optimal condition. As time passed, his aura gradually intensified, though he could not tell how long had elapsed. "Time's up. All students, enter the secret realm." With Zhao Feiping's proclamation, responses echoed around the room. "All of you, tread upon Lang Lang Mountain. Quickly enter the realm and seize the monsters. Move, move, move." In an instant, every classmate surged forward like untamed horses, forming small groups as they raced toward the secret mountain. Su Yuan was no exception, wielding his heavy halberd with remarkable speed. Though his strength at 9 of the 4th layer of the 1st realm was not the highest in the class, he was among the elite. Upon crossing through a barrier, the interior of the secret realm felt like an entirely different world. It was no wonder that the secret realm was also referred to as the demon domain. The atmosphere was thick with demonic energy. The flora appeared to have thrived under this influence, growing robust and verdant. The enormous branches and leaves obscured the sky, allowing only scant rays of light to penetrate the forest. While the exterior seemed shrouded in mist, the interior was noticeably clearer. Su Yuan Yue ascended a rocky outcrop and gazed into the distance. Moments ago, while outside the mountain, the interior conditions remained obscured, but now, having ventured inside, the surroundings were clearer. Numerous trees were adorned with surveillance cameras, and it was rumored that certain secret realms possessed signal reception. It seemed that Langling Mountain was indeed one such place, where the ongoing battles might be broadcast live. Su Yuanyue pondered, though his heart was untroubled, as he scanned the area in search of traces of demonic creatures. A cacophony of clashing echoed from various directions, indicating that several teams had already encountered monsters and commenced their skirmishes. How swiftly they encountered foes! A wave of envy washed over Su Yuanyue. He yearned to engage in battle and gain experience. Suddenly, a rustling from the thicket ahead caught his attention, as if something was forcefully crashing through the underbrush. A shadow burst forth from the foliage with a fierce howl. The creature was a wild boar demon, its dark fur and white tusks marking it as a common sight within Langling Mountain, its substantial bulk estimated at 400 to 500 pounds. What perfect timing! After 10 years of honing my skills, today shall I finally test my blade. As the wild boar demon charged down the slope, its speed intensified. The tremendous kinetic energy compounded by gravity, creating an imposing presence. It had evidently fixated on Su Yuanyue, intent on delivering a brutal collision. The sheer force of its advance momentarily startled him. Yet, with his current prowess, he was more than capable of handling this ordinary foe. Just as the wild boar demon leapt through the air, propelled by its formidable momentum to strike Su Yuanyue, he sprang into action. 0 frame initiative. 9 oxen strength. The halberd in his hand surged forward, its glint piercing the air before the weapon followed like a dragon. The wild boar demon, suspended mid-leap and completely unprepared, met the sharp tip of the halberd squarely between its tusks. With a resounding thrust, empowered by 9 oxen strength, the demon's skull was pierced, silencing it before a cry could escape its lips. 1 kill. Su Yuanyue had not anticipated that his inaugural slaying of a monster would be so effortless. He had yet to fully relish the thrill of battle. My strength is still overwhelming. The red-tiered 9 oxen strength is nothing short of a divine technique at this stage. An inexplicable energy flowed from the halberd into Su Yuanyue's body, seemingly fortifying the spiritual power within his meridians. Is this the sensation of leveling up through combat? As he attentively examined the changes within, he discerned a subtle enhancement to his spiritual power, nearly equivalent to half a day's arduous training. He then checked his martial arts interface, astonished to find that his progress bar had indeed risen slightly. Martial arts first realm, 4th layer, 10. Haha, what a thrill! With a deft motion, Su Yuanyue effortlessly lifted the 400 to 500-pound wild boar and flung it several meters away with a casual flick of his halberd. There were no excessively gruesome scenes, as the wild boar demon gradually dissipated alongside its loss of vitality. Being a creature born of demonic energy, it left no flesh or blood in its wake upon death. Yet, Su Yuan did not avert his gaze. He remained fixated on the spot where the wild boar had vanished, only reluctantly pulling his eyes away moments later, disappointment creeping in. The location where the wild boar demon had fallen was now utterly devoid of anything. Nothing remained. No items had dropped, not even a fragment of lore. Su Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, though he had anticipated such an outcome. The drop rates for lore skills, lore weapons, and lore fragments were notoriously low. Slaying hundreds of monsters might not guarantee the acquisition of even a single lore item. It was foolish to expect an item drop on his very first kill. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he noticed many of his classmates had already disappeared ahead. He decided not to linger, lest the monsters be snatched away by others, opting instead for a secluded path up the mountain. With a resounding thud, Su Yuan struck the wild boar demon atop its head with his spear. The immense creature's skull ruptured, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, its brain likely reduced to a pulpy mess. The wild boar demon let out a few final grunts before succumbing entirely. This marked the 7th monster Su Yuan had dispatched, comprising 6 wild boar demons and 1 crow spirit. The crow spirit, also a low-tier creature of Wandering Mountain, typically served as a scout and was weaker than the wild boar demon. It had been perched in a tree, but upon being discovered by Su Yuan, he swiftly threw his sword, pinning the creature to the trunk. As the wild boar demon's massive form slowly faded away, the area once again lay barren and empty. Yet again, no lore items had dropped. Su Yuan shook his head in disappointment. The drop rates for lore items were indeed dismally low. Checking his progress panel, he noted it had reached 13. He felt somewhat satisfied with this, glanced at his surroundings, and was about to continue traversing the secret realm when he suddenly felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. Chapter 18. The resolve to charge into battle with a powerful thrust of his foot, Su Yuan shattered the grass beneath him and propelled himself forward, narrowly avoiding the lethal claws of a lurking beast. He had grown complacent, perhaps due to the ease with which he had dispatched the wild boar demon earlier, leading him to unwittingly inflate his own confidence. It was only a moment too late that he sensed the imminent danger posed by the approaching creature. His gaze fell heavily upon the assailant, a wolf leader. Su Yuan recognized it instantly. The creature before him, robust as a calf and cloaked in sleek, obsidian fur, bore sharpened fangs and claws. It was none other than the elite-level minor boss, the Gale Wolf. The monsters within the secret realm had been extensively discussed by his instructors, and he was well-versed in their characteristics. Known as the Wolf Leader, this creature possessed remarkable speed and razor-sharp appendages, its prowess vastly surpassing that of both the wild boar demon and the crow spirit. The major bosses within the realm had already been eradicated by the school, leaving the minor bosses as the most formidable forces in the mountain at this moment. To encounter one so swiftly was beyond his expectations. He had only just reached the mid-slope of the mountain, and given the scarcity of minor bosses, it seemed particularly unfortunate that this one had fixated on him. Faced with the wolf's menacing gaze, a flicker of trepidation crossed Su Yuan's features. The overall strength of the wolf leader was commensurate with the practitioner of the second realm. Its speed and reflexes surpassed his own. However, his technique, known as zero-frame initiation, could enhance his own response time, allowing for a level playing field. Furthermore, the wolf leader exhibited a weakness. It was not particularly strong, likely on par with a novice of the second realm, and certainly inferior to his 9 oxen strength. Thus, when considering all factors, he still maintained an advantage. With this thought, Su Yuan's aura intensified. Cameras littered the forest, and he surmised that the tense standoff had already drawn the attention of the staff, possibly alerting nearby instructors to his predicament. There was no need for excessive concern. He was prepared to call for assistance should the need arise. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Su Yuan's focus sharpened, ready for action. The wolf leader struck first, its speed astonishing. In an instant, a black blur surged towards him, closing the distance with alarming rapidity. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Employing zero-frame initiation, he swung his halberd with immense force towards the shadowy figure. The tip of the halberd collided with the blur. Victory seemed within reach. However, to Su Yuan's dismay, the shadow dissipated before him, and the wolf leader had already repositioned itself, presenting a new challenge. Swiftly, Su Yuan withdrew his halberd, bracing himself for another zero-frame initiation. His reflexes struggled to keep pace with the wolf leader. Its true movements eluded his gaze, and his attack speed lagged far behind. Thus, he could only rely on the initiating technique, augmented by the power of the inscription, to match the creature's velocity. Once again, a fleeting shadow appeared in an instant. Although Su Yuan could not see it clearly, the zero-frame initiative nonetheless anticipated and collided with the shadow ahead of time. Bang! This time, the wolf chieftain did not completely evade. It struck at the Fang Tianji with its claws, attempting to knock it down. However, the spear was imbued with the strength of 9 oxen, rendering the wolf chieftain utterly incapable of withstanding it. With a resounding thud, the wolf chieftain was sent flying, executing an agile flip in midair before landing. A howl erupted as its claws dug fiercely into the ground. The colossal wolf glared at Su Yuan with a pair of eyes filled with a hint of trepidation. Su Yuan remained unperturbed, holding his breath and waiting for the opportune moment to act. The two sides faced each other once more, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Even the voices of classmates echoing from the mountains seemed to vanish. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and at that moment, the wolf chieftain moved. Its shadow darted through the thickets. Su Yuan swiftly turned his head, desperately searching for the giant wolf's whereabouts. The shadow flickered again from a different angle. The wolf chieftain appeared to have learned its lesson, no longer charging directly at him. Instead, it circled around Su Yuan, seeking an opportunity to exploit any weakness. The wolf's claws grazed past Su Yuan's shoulder, the resulting gust of wind stinging his face. An ominous feeling crept into Su Yuan's heart. Although he narrowly evaded this perilous encounter, he had not even had the chance to employ the zero-frame initiative. His true strength was only at the fourth layer of the first realm, and his perception could not fully capture the wolf chieftain's movements. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan calmed himself, casting his gaze across the forest. The monitoring staff must have reported the situation to the teachers long ago. They were likely nearby. There was no need for concern regarding safety. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had only slain 7 magical beasts during this trial, leaving him without any fragmentary attributes. Attribute weapons, or techniques. Such a precious opportunity would be a grave loss if he were to be eliminated here. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan was unwilling to accept such an outcome. However, he could not remain on the defensive indefinitely. If he allowed the Gale Demon Wolf to continue circling and searching for his vulnerabilities, defeat would be inevitable. Therefore, if he did not wish to succumb to fate, he had to draw the serpent out of its lair. With newfound determination, Su Yuan prepared himself. The shadow of the demon wolf flickered past him again, but this time, his reaction was a moment too slow. By the time he turned around, it seemed the demon wolf had vanished from sight. He feigned panic, spinning around in search, deliberately exposing his back to the wolf chieftain. Suddenly, he heard a scraping sound from behind him, followed by the familiar sound of rushing wind. Here it comes. A smile curled at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth. Indeed, this apparent vulnerability was a ruse to lure the demon wolf into attacking. And the demon wolf had fallen right into his trap. With a swift motion, Su Yuan unleashed the already prepared zero-frame initiative of the returning spear, and as he turned, his Fang Tianji surged forward with preemptive force. Bang! With a single strike, the wolf's head burst apart like an exploding watermelon, shattered by the might of a steel spear infused with the strength of 9 bulls. The scene was gruesomely vivid, with wolf fangs, eyeballs, and brain matter scattering in every direction. Sighing in relief, Su Yuan realized that his strategy of feigning weakness to lure the snake from its hole had succeeded beyond his expectations. Indeed, combat is not solely reliant on brute strength. Intellect plays an equally pivotal role. As the magical wolf perished, its dismembered remains gradually dissipated, and a warm surge of energy coursed through Su Yuan's body. This was the experience gained from vanquishing a foe, having defeated an enemy beyond his level. It seemed the experience points accrued were substantial. He swiftly glanced at his martial arts panel. To his astonishment, his progress, which had previously been at 21 of the 4th layer of the first realm, surged to an impressive 40. The triumph of slaying the wolf leader had granted him a remarkable 19-point increase. Ecstatic, Su Yuan felt an exhilarating rush as his cultivation soared. He wondered if there might be any loot from this encounter. As he experienced the thrill of his first kill of a small boss-level creature, anticipation bubbled within him. When the massive corpse of the magical wolf finally vanished, a fragment radiating a soft, white luminescence, reminiscent of jade, materialized before him. "Ha! A fragment of a word token has indeed dropped," Su Yuan exclaimed in delight, hastening to collect the shard in his hands. This was his first encounter with such a token, and its smooth surface emanated a gentle warmth. Though it was merely the lowest grade white fragment, it could still fetch around 2,000 on the market, enough to purchase a considerable amount of exotic beast meat, rivaling his father's monthly salary. Su Yuan carefully tucked the fragment into the pocket of his combat attire, knowing that 4 such fragments were required to forge a single token. Whether to combine or sell them was a decision he had yet to make. Noticing the absence of other magical creatures in the vicinity, he pressed onward up the mountain. As he delved deeper, the distance between his classmates grew increasingly pronounced. A mere 40 to 50 students scattered across the vast expanse of Lang Lang Mountain were as inconspicuous as a drop in the ocean. However, since they were on the same path, Su Yuan soon encountered a trio from his class. Wow, Yuan Gu, you haven't formed team? How many magical creatures have you slain? A boy inquired. 6 or 7, I suppose, Su Yuan replied candidly. What about you? How did your hunt go? We also took down 6, each of us managing to slay 3. You're fortunate, Yuan Gu. All your kills are your own. One of them expressed with envy. The number of magical creatures encountered was fairly consistent among those climbing the mountain, with Su Yuan's addition of the wolf leader. He had defeated 8 in total. However, the team had to share their spoils, which was one of the reasons Su Yuan preferred to venture alone. Indeed, especially given our capabilities, teaming up was our only option, the other student lamented. The initial entry of this individual, Su Yuan had some recollection of, recalling it to be the green-level attribute determination in battle. This attribute could enhance one's combat prowess when ensnared in dire predicaments, which was commendable in its own right. However, in comparison to Su Yuan, it paled significantly. Which path will you take? All right, I shall take this one. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two parties went their separate ways once more. Su Yuan opted for an alternate path and, not long after, encountered a wild boar demon. With prior experience, he dispatched it with relative ease. As he ventured further, the rustling of leaves indicated the presence of 2 black wolves emerging from the underbrush. These wolves were smaller than the wolf leader he had previously encountered. They were merely ordinary black wolf demons. Su Yuan exhaled in relief, for the strength of the ordinary black wolves was comparable to that of the wild boar demon, albeit with swifter speed and slightly lesser power. They posed no threat to him. Utilizing bull strength in conjunction with 0 frame initiation, he effortlessly eliminated the 2 creatures. As he prepared to depart, his gaze inadvertently lingered, and he abruptly halted. There, where the black wolves had stood, an iron staff-like weapon materialized out of nowhere. Could it be an attribute weapon? At this thought, Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with excitement as he hurried to seize the iron staff. It felt somewhat heavy in his grasp, even more so than his halberd, and its material was indiscernible, resembling a type of black gold, adorned with faint dragon patterns. Clearly, it was anything but ordinary. Infusing the staff with spiritual energy, it immediately radiated a verdant glow. Indeed, it was an attribute weapon. Furthermore, it was a green-quality attribute weapon, 1 tier above white. Su Yuan's heart soared with joy, and disregarding the fact that he was in a secret realm, he laughed heartily several times. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly mundane black wolf demon could yield such a remarkable treasure. Alas, he lamented that the weapon was in the form of a staff. A sword or halberd would have been far preferable. After his elation, a tinge of regret followed. Su Yuan had never considered wielding a staff. It seemed he would have to sell it, though he suspected it might not fetch a good price. Among the myriad of weapons, staffs were relatively scarce, and the potential for sale and its value would largely hinge on the attribute effects. With this in mind, Su Yuan promptly infused more spiritual energy to summon the attribute panel of the iron staff. Some chapter titles may be unrelated to the content, and certain attributes mentioned may not appear within the chapter. Please disregard this. It is merely my whimsical indulgence. Chapter 19 Weapon Entry Shape Shifting Item Name. Damaged Versatile Iron Rod Weapon Accompanying Entry. Shape Shifting Entry Level. Green Entry Effect. Its form can change at will, yet its essence remains unchanged, including material, volume, and weight. Shape Shifting, which means this iron rod can not only be an iron rod, but can also transform into other weapons, such as a halberd or a sword. Oh wait, the Versatile Iron Rod Weapon. ISNT this the same weapon as Senior Zhao's. The only difference is in the entries. His can change size while mine can alter its form. Su Yuan scrutinized the entry information, then raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. It turned out to be the same weapon as Senior Zhao's, indicating that the Versatile Iron Rod Weapon has quite a high drop rate. Su Yuan pondered. This shape-shifting entry has its practicality, though it lacks any special effect enhancements, such as continuous bleeding or armor piercing. According to the entry, this iron rod weapon can transform into any other weapon's appearance. Initially, Su Yuan felt somewhat regretful that the iron rod was unwieldy. However, that concern dissipated. While contemplating, Su Yuan prepared to test the weapon entry's effect. He glanced at the halberd in his other hand and suddenly conceived an idea. By infusing spiritual energy into the iron rod to activate the entry effect in the next moment, the original iron rod instantly transformed, with the tip sprouting a sharp blade and crescent-shaped edges extending from both sides. In mere moments, the iron rod morphed into an authentic halberd. Fascinating. Su Yuan examined closely. The halberd formed from the iron rod bore no difference from the original in his other hand. The original was forged from high-quality steel, gleaming silver, while the transformed version was crafted from an unknown dragon-patterned black gold, dark in hue. Moreover, the original halberd was larger than the iron rod, and since the iron rod's size could not change, the halberd shaft became hollow to match the original's dimensions, producing a dull echo when struck. Beyond that, there were no discrepancies. Infusing spiritual energy once more, the versatile iron rod weapon transformed again, this time shortening the halberd, retracting the crescent edges, and morphing into a sword akin to the heavy sword on his back. However, the shape was slightly larger than the original sword, which was unavoidable, given the constraints of volume. After numerous attempts, Su Yuan felt generally satisfied. The entry's practicality remained evident, especially for a martial artist like himself who wielded multiple weapons. However, if he were to sell it, it likely wouldn't fetch a high price. Although the shape-shifting entry was rare and previously unheard of, weapons capable of changing form were not unusual. For instance, popular items on the market, such as the Thousand Mechanism umbrella and non-aggression, are also weapons that could transform their shapes. Through intricate and ingenious mechanical designs, they too can achieve various transformations. Although the varieties of transformations may not compare to the entry of shape-shifting, the common ones are certainly sufficient. If they do not fetch a good price, there is no rush to sell. Su Yuan pondered, as he currently lacked weaponry and was contemplating a purchase. It seems that fortune favors the prepared. As he found himself with an unexpected boon, he could replace it later with more advanced weaponry when the time comes, transforming the flexible iron rod into a heavy sword. He slung it across his back alongside another fine steel sword. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past noon. Deciding to take a moment to rest and replenish, he recognized his location to be between the general's two-man tiger leap rock, with the mountain peak not far off. Both sites offered little of interest, as they required a detour along a narrow path. Su Yuan retrieved his provisions, water and compressed biscuits, to restore his energy and replenish his spiritual power. As he ate, he marveled at his good fortune. Slaying such an ordinary black wolf demon had yielded such a precious weapon entry. Taking a moment to check his martial arts panel, he noted, Name, Su Yuan level, First realm of martial arts, hidden origin, 4th layer, 45, entries, golden equality of beings, blue 0 frame initiation, red strength of 9 bulls. Multicolored sleight of hand techniques, 9 shallow, 1 deep breathing technique martial skills, 72 paths of divine demon halberd. First part, solitary peak, 13 swords equipment, damaged flexible iron rod. With attached entry, green shape-shifting pet. None what was once an empty panel was now nearly filled, except for the pet section. He resolved to explore the forests outside the city one day, hoping to encounter a small companion. Gazing at the panel, Su Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction, although he couldn't help but feel slightly discontented with his progress. Slaying 3 ordinary monsters had only garnered him 5 points of advancement. Defeating bosses certainly offered a quicker path to leveling up. He pondered what his cultivation would reach by the end of the trial. After finishing his provisions and resting for a moment, he resumed his ascent. This rare opportunity to enter the secret realm for free compelled him to defeat more monsters. With a piercing croak, a mighty blow from his halberd obliterated a frog monster. Su Yuan eagerly watched as the remains dissipated, only to find his hopes dashed as no entry items emerged. Indeed, the drop rate for such ordinary monsters was exceedingly low. Repeated disappointments dulled his enthusiasm. Yet he pressed on, nearing the mountain's peak. Having spent nearly half the time, he calculated that he would descend just in time. He could have been swifter, but rather than hastening his descent, he yearned to vanquish more monsters, thus investing extra time in his quest. His achievements were commendable, Since slaying the Black Wolf Demon and obtaining the weapon entry, he had also defeated 5 more monsters, including the recent frog, numerous wild boar demons, a formidable gorilla, and a rabbit demon, collectively contributing another 8 to his cultivation progress. What transpired ahead? Without the incessant clamor of the toad monster, Su Yuan finally discerned the faint shouts emanating from ahead. It's too much. Retreat quickly. It's futile. We cannot breach its defenses, abandon hope. Be careful. Listening to the commotion up ahead, Su Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. It had been a while since he had seen his classmates, and he thought it prudent to inquire about their battle achievements. As he approached the source of the noise, he spotted a massive shadow brandishing its claws towards a fellow student. If it were to strike true, even with the protective capabilities of their combat suits, it could cause severe injury. Was that not the class monitor? Once, when Xiaoyu had confronted him, he had attempted to quell the disturbance, only to be thoroughly humiliated. Now he found himself at the mercy of a monstrous creature, searching for his lost dignity. Without further contemplation, Su Yuan leaped forward, his Feng Tian Hua Ji already poised for action. A resounding thud echoed as the colossal shadow staggered back several paces, letting out a furious roar. Su Yuan positioned his halberd protectively in front of his old classmate and inquired, "Are you all right? Run. This is a minor boss-level monster." Chapter 20. Continuous bleeding. A dozen individuals scattered in a desperate flight. The squad leader, who could have pressed the emergency button, was too proud to accept such a humiliating defeat. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he chose to remain steadfast, only to narrowly escape serious injury moments ago. Now, still shaken, he expressed profound gratitude towards Su Yuan, hastily suggesting, "We must flee. This is a minor boss-level creature, the bear chief. Not only is it immensely powerful, but its fur offers formidable defense. Our 5 strikes earlier failed to inflict any damage." At this moment, some classmates had already retreated, watching from a distance. Naturally, Su Yuan had no intention of fleeing. He had longed to confront a boss creature again and had been searching for its whereabouts. The current scene was akin to stumbling upon a hidden path after a long and arduous journey. If he ran away, how could he level up by defeating monsters? He waved dismissively. "You go ahead. I wish to test my strength." "What is there to test? We have all tried, and you are certainly no match for the bear chief. Hurry and leave." The squad leader, feeling the weight of Su Yuan's earlier assistance, hesitated, reluctant to see him fall into peril. However, upon observing Su Yuan's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further persuasion. It is difficult to counsel the stubborn. He chose to abandon his desire to help and respect Su Yuan's autonomy. He quickly retreated to a safe distance, continuing to watch from afar. Though the bear chief possessed immense strength, its speed was not particularly remarkable, contrasting sharply with the wolf chief. The 3 teams observed from a distance, hoping to reap the benefits should both combatants weaken each other. If the bear chief defeated Su Yuan, they could escape in time. As for the notion that Su Yuan could vanquish the bear chief, what folly! If 10 of them could not accomplish it, what chance did he have? Now at least, no one could accuse him of stealing kills. Su Yuan, noticing that everyone had retreated, fixed his intense gaze on the towering bear, which had risen to its hind legs, preparing to charge. If the others had not retreated to encircle him, the spoils of battle would have been difficult to divide. With everyone now observing from a distance, the distribution of experience and potential loot would be straightforward. With a fearsome roar, the bear chief launched the first attack, pouncing ferociously towards Su Yuan. Its speed was relatively swift, and it exhibited surprising agility. However, in the face of Su Yuan's zero-frame initiation, all beings were equal, and the bear chief was no exception. The halberd struck with precision, producing a crisp sound as Su Yuan delivered a powerful blow to the shoulder of the charging giant bear. The impact sent the creature tumbling to the side. With a furious growl, the bear quickly regained its footing, though its shoulder was left bloodied and mangled. It continued to swing its massive paws with agility, indicating that no bones had been broken. The defense of this bear chief is indeed formidable. Su Yuan silently marveled. This was a strike infused with the strength of 9 bulls, yet it merely inflicted superficial damage, failing to break even a single bone, which was truly astonishing. No wonder those individuals were unable to breach its defenses. The bear's thick flesh acted as a cushion, layer upon layer, dissipating the immense force. It was perplexing how, despite the gruesome appearance of torn flesh, the essence remained unscathed. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan noted the extraordinary resilience of the bear's hide. If only his weapon had attributes related to armor penetration, he could more easily slice through the opponent's defenses. At that moment, the bear chief, now more enraged due to its injuries, swung its massive paw once again, intent on crushing its adversary. Su Yuan, of course, resorted to his tried-and-true technique. The combination of zero-frame initiation with the strength of 9 bulls proved to be overwhelmingly effective. With a resounding crack, this time, perhaps due to experience, the bear chief reacted swiftly, hastily meeting the attack with its paw. The clash of the immense bear's strength against the formidable strength of 9 bulls naturally resulted in the latter prevailing. At the instant the paw met the spear, a tremendous sound echoed, accompanied by a dull thud. The bone in the bear's wrist was shattered. The bear's paw was a pitiful sight, with exposed, white bone visible in the palm. A mournful howl escaped the bear chief. Any ordinary mountain beast, realizing its defeat, would have fled. Yet, the creatures of this secret realm, infused with concentrated demonic energy, were unlike any other. Though they felt pain, they were oblivious to the concept of retreat. The bear chief, too, was consumed by fury, its injuries only intensifying its ferocity, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged at Su Yuan once more. With a thud, this spear struck the previously wounded shoulder, seemingly impacting the bone. While it did not break, the bear's entire arm was clearly rendered ineffective. With another howl, the bear chief charged forward yet again, only to be repelled once more by Su Yuan. As the saying goes, one skill reigns supreme. This was precisely Su Yuan's situation. To him, the bear chief was far less challenging than the wolf chief. Not far away, on a nearby hill, 3 regrouped teams stood in stunned silence, watching in disbelief as Su Yuan effortlessly dominated the bear chief. How could this be possible? A minor boss-level creature was equivalent to a second-tier warrior. What realm had Su Yuan ascended to? In such a short span, even if he consumed medicinal pills as if they were food, it was implausible for him to break through to the second tier. What to be said, where would Su Yuan's family find the funds for such pills? Had he not been labeled a financially struggling student just 2 years prior? If he wasn't relying on pills, then what extraordinary attribute had he drawn? The spectators gazed in a daze at the once vigorous bear chief, now staggering and, before long, collapsing to the ground, its eyes fixated on Su Yuan. With a swift motion, the spear plunged straight into the bear's skull, reducing its brain to a pulpy mess, and at last, the bear chief breathed its last, its eyes forever wide open. Gazing upon the immense carcass of the black bear, Su Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of regret. The bear's paw and gallbladder were indeed valuable treasures, its paw a culinary delicacy, and its gallbladder a potent medicinal remedy, both capable of fetching a handsome price. Alas, this colossal bear was merely a manifestation of demonic energy, destined to dissipate into nothingness. As expected, the giant bear gradually began to fade away, while simultaneously, a substantial warmth surged into Su Yuan's body. Name: Su Yuan level, 1st realm of martial arts, 4th layer of hidden origin, 73. Wow, this feels exhilarating. If I could vanquish another small boss, along with some ordinary monsters, I might just break through to the 5th layer of the 1st realm. That would grant me another opportunity to draw a new attribute. Weight theft of opportunity can only be utilized once per level. I have yet to use it at this level. Would upgrading mean wasting that chance? As Su Yuan cast a glance at his status panel, his mind still tangled in contemplation, his attention was suddenly drawn back to the spot where the giant bear had vanished. Remarkably, at the location where the bear's head had disintegrated, something new began to materialize. Chapter 21: Longevity. Amidst the collapsed forest and foliage crushed by the bear's carcass, a fragment glowing with phosphorescence suddenly emerged. Su Yuan felt a surge of joy and hastily picked it up, placing it in his inner pocket. It was yet another white fragment of a word, yielding 2,000 in hand. He pondered whether the system would provide assistance when he attempted to synthesize the word. With 2 fragments acquired, only 4 more were needed to synthesize a word. Su Yuan deliberated whether to sell the word fragments directly or to synthesize them first before selling. Synthesizing words was akin to a gamble. Should he synthesize a desirable word, he could reap several times his investment, but if the result was subpar, recovering his costs could prove elusive. Taking white word fragments as an example, gathering 4 fragments required nearly 10,000. If he happened to synthesize words such as attraction between same sex or mediocre, they would likely be unsellable. Conversely, words like strong and sturdy or fleet of foot might at least break even. Within the realm of white words, some were exceedingly precious, such as longevity, which boasted the effect of ensuring one would not die unless killed and could live until the age of 100, provided they were not afflicted by fatal diseases. Any word related to lifespan was immensely valuable, even though the white-level longevity came with numerous restrictions and had a limited lifespan ceiling. It remained highly coveted and could fetch a handsome price, often with demand outstripping supply. If the system were to assist during the synthesis, offering numerous options for his selection, then synthesizing on his own would indeed be more advantageous. He could even purchase word fragments available in the market, synthesize favorable words, and profit from the price differences through buying and selling. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, excitement surged within Su Yuan. He had anticipated that a mere moment of contemplation would unveil such a business opportunity. If this venture proved viable, it could transform his family's predicament, leading them to a more prosperous life or even affluence. Su Yuan was elated, envisioning the potential outcomes. It all hinged on whether the system would provide assistance during the synthesis. If he could choose freely, his family would escape poverty and attain a better standard of living. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. While he was deep in thought, the trio he had observed from afar approached him. "So, Ju, you managed to tackle a small boss alone. That's incredible," one exclaimed. "Su Yuan, what level are you at now?" Another inquired. "Brother Yuan, I must concede this time. You must have drawn a good word again." The class monitor chimed in, having already forgotten his earlier doubts about Su Yuan's recklessness. Instead, he praised, "It seems the rumor that initial words represent word talent holds truth." Su's initial word was of golden quality. Though its effect was mediocre, the talent for drawing golden words is evident. And now you are indeed drawing good words. Initial words represent word talent? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. He had indeed heard of this notion, which seemed to explain the school's emphasis on students' initial attributes. However, based on his own experience, the likelihood of encountering gray or white options was quite high. Without a system to freely choose from, he could hardly fathom the situation. Thus, he remained somewhat skeptical regarding the assertion that initial attributes represented innate talent. As for the inquiries from the crowd, Su Yuan casually responded to a few. One individual posed the question, "Su, did that bear demon drop any attribute fragments?" They had been at a distance, but had vaguely seen Su Yuan pick up a luminous object. "Ah!" Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether to admit it, when another voice chimed in. "Speaking of which, we owe it to our earlier encounter with the giant bear that you got to pick up something. All the experience from defeating that monster is yours. So shouldn't you share the attribute fragments with us?" Su Yuan's gaze turned icy upon hearing this. How audacious could one be? However, before he could respond, several members of his team expressed their discontent. "What are you saying? We didn't even injure the bear leader. How can you dare to lay claim to the spoils?" The class monitor retorted sharply. "Indeed, it was thanks to Su Yuan's timely arrival that we avoided casualties. How can you have the audacity to utter such words? If you wish to claim a share, just say so for yourself. Don't involve us." Several students spoke up, rendering the initial claimant's expression quite grim. He had thought they would stand united, yet they entirely disregarded his face. Hearing the others' remarks, Su Yuan's mood lightened considerably. Indeed, the majority were still reasonable. He chose to ignore the man and inquired, "I intend to descend the mountain. Which route do you plan to take?" "We'll take separate paths." "Su Yuan, would you care to join us?" Someone suggested. "Not necessary. I find it more convenient to go alone, Su Yuan replied with a resigned smile, declining the offer. At this juncture, they were nearly at the mountain's peak, and ahead lay the descent. Their three teams had originally been separate, only converging to confront the small boss. The bear leader, as they felt a single team, could not manage it alone. Now that the small boss had been vanquished, they were ready to part ways. Su Yuan chose a solitary path down the mountain, which was notably faster than the ascent. However, he did not rush and continued to meticulously search through the forest, hoping to slay more monsters. Yet, it seemed that this path had recently been traversed by other teams, for after walking for quite some time, he had only encountered 2 wild boar demons. "Who has taken my prey?" Su Yuan lamented in frustration, contemplating whether to change his route when, at that moment, he heard the sounds of battle ahead. Indeed, there was a team ahead. Su Yuan was left speechless. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to approach and discern who had been preceding him, dispatching the monsters along the way. To avoid disrupting the ongoing conflict, he quietly advanced, finding refuge in the shade of a tree from which he could observe the battle from a distance. In the clearing among the trees, 4 individuals stood back to back, forming a vigilant circle as they scrutinized their surroundings. Encircling them was a shadowy figure that flickered ominously, a familiar presence, the wolf leader. The moment Su Yuan recognized the dark silhouette, he slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting, "The wolf leader has also been claimed. If only I had hurried a bit more." It was one thing to have the ordinary monsters snatched away, but now even the boss has been stolen. Despair washed over him. Encountering a small boss was a rare opportunity, now lost to someone else. His heart ached, a profound sense of loss permeating his thoughts. Who could these individuals be? He gazed indignantly at the 4, scrutinizing them closely, only to be astonished to discover that it was indeed the team of Qin Zijin. Even amidst the perilous battle, her presence shone with remarkable brilliance. At that moment, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, yet her ethereal demeanor remained untainted. Every gesture revealed her graceful contours, and the tension in her expression could not conceal her exquisite beauty. How breathtaking, Su Yuan murmured to himself. However, as he continued to observe, he made a troubling realization. The situation appeared dire. In the wooded battlefield, the shadowy figure relentlessly launched assaults, occasionally charging at one side or another, its claws capable of rending gold and splitting stone, leaving Qin Zijin's team struggling to respond. Although the 4 had positioned themselves strategically, each protected by their comrades, the necessity of maintaining their individual stances meant they could not assist one another instantaneously when the wolf leader struck, resulting in an untenable situation where they had to fend for themselves. Given the disparity in strength, it was evident that none could match the wolf leader in solitary combat. Chapter 22. Iron with a Dark Spectre launched relentless assaults while Qin Zijin's team of 4 valiantly repelled each attack. Bang! 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 Despite their repeated successes in defense, several members were already feeling the surge of blood and numbness in their limbs. They were merely enduring, with no opportunity to counterattack. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. Su Yuan felt a stirring in his heart, a subtle anticipation brewing, concealed in the shade of a tree. He patiently awaited the moment when Qin Zijin's team would falter. Then, the formidable boss would be his for the taking. Although the wolf leader was exceedingly formidable, and his previous victory had relied somewhat on fortune, he still yearned to seize the challenge. Unfortunately, as time slipped away, the quartet, despite appearing on the brink of collapse, continued to persist. Glancing at the clock, Su Yuan realized it was growing late. The trial would conclude at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after which the arena would be cleared, leaving him with no further opportunities. Observing the battleground, Su Yuan pondered for a moment before stepping forward with his Fong Tian Huaji. "Do you require assistance?" he inquired. "Who?" The sudden appearance of Su Yuan startled both Qin Zijin's team and the wolf leader, halting the stalemate of battle. "Su, is that you?" Qin Zijin exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at him before nodding. "This is our monster," declared Yi Zheng, the tall young man with the crimson, tidal bronze skin, iron bones, who had previously clashed with Su Yuan. "Indeed," Su Yuan conceded, then continued, "I've been observing for a while, and your odds of victory are rather slim. You're unable to inflict damage on the boss, and time is not on your side. Why not collaborate and slay the boss together? You make it sound easy. How do you propose we divide the spoils? Yi Zheng pressed on. Su Yuan replied, the experience from defeating the boss is a given. The battlefield is ever-changing, and given the wolf leader's strength, we cannot afford to injure it first and then divide the rewards. Therefore, whoever delivers the final blow claims the prize. Should I slay it and there are subsequent drops, I want Teeny to share them. If there are no drops, I can compensate you with 2 white title fragments. Conversely, if you defeat it, simply share the loot evenly with me. If nothing drops, then so be it. The terms Su Yuan proposed were undeniably generous, but such was the nature of the game. After all, the monster had been discovered by them first, and it would be inappropriate for later arrivals to snatch it away. He could only accept a slight loss. Confident that the others lacked the capability to vanquish the wolf leader, this boss would inevitably fall to him. As for the 2 white title fragments, collectively worth but 4,000, barely enough for a single health potion, parting with them was of little consequence. The quartet was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuan had managed to secure 2 drop title fragments. It was worth noting that their team had only managed to scavenge 2 fragments among them. Alone, Su Yuan surprisingly matched her team in prowess. Moreover, how was it that he bore 2 swords upon his back? Did he possess these blades when ascending the mountain? Could it be that they were also dropped loot? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the potential for collaboration. Su Yuan had laid out his terms so explicitly that it seemed unreasonable to refuse. Yi Zheng turned her gaze towards Qin Zijing, seemingly awaiting her decision. Qin Zijing pondered, surveying her companions. Among the 4 members of their party, 3 had previously encountered Su Yuan during his invitation, aside from the red-named, copper-skinned, iron-boned Yi Zheng. There was also Qin Zijing's deskmate, Lu Tingting, a petite and endearing girl. The final member, Zhang Fan, had been recruited later and shared a mediocre relationship with Su Yuan. She couldn't recall his title, but joining Qin Zijing's team undoubtedly indicated his considerable strength. Noticing that the others appeared to have no objections, Qin Zijing nodded. All right. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's spirits soared, and his gaze swiftly shifted to the wolf leader, who was watching them intently. Since Su Yuan's arrival, the wolf leader had been on high alert, seemingly wary of their numbers and searching for an opportune moment to avoid being cornered. The magic wolf boss is incredibly swift. We struggled to land a hit on it earlier, Qin Zijing explained. Su Yuan nodded, and Yi Zheng challenged him. Since you propose cooperation, why don't you devise a strategy? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan replied, previously, I defeated a wolf leader by deliberately exposing a weakness to lure it out, resulting in a decisive strike. Shall we attempt the same tactic? What? You single-handedly vanquished a magic wolf boss? Lu Tingting exclaimed in astonishment. The others also looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. It was merely a stroke of luck. I nearly faced elimination, Su Yuan dismissed, waving his hand nonchalantly. A silence fell over the group, and Qin Zijing reflected. The one luring the enemy will face greater risks, while the rest must ensure a fatal strike. Are we capable of that? She harbored doubts, unwilling to place her teammates in jeopardy. Without a guaranteed success rate for this tactic, Su Yuan admitted, I cannot assure complete success, but if there are no other options, we might as well try. If I can land a strike, it will be a one-way endeavor for it. He brimmed with confidence in his mighty bull strength. Only one strike. The others expressed their disbelief. Qin Zijing contemplated. If I can freeze the opponent for a moment, can you ensure your hit? It should not be an issue, Su Yuan replied solemnly. Qin Zijing nodded. In that case, let us proceed as you suggested. First, feign a weakness to lure it out, and then I will freeze it momentarily. Everyone, especially you, Su Yuan, must ensure a fatal blow. Agreed. The group concurred. I shall take on the role of bait. With copper-skinned, iron-boned, resilience protecting me, I can at least ensure that I only suffer superficial injuries, avoiding any serious harm, Yi Zheng asserted. Everyone expressed their agreement. Su Yuan comprehended that this iron-bone term must be another entry for Yi Zheng, and from the name alone, it was evident that the effect pertained to enhancing bones. Though he remained uncertain of its color grade, the crowd busied themselves with their respective tasks. However, the sheer number of individuals present coupled with the inherently suspicious nature of the wolf boss, rendered the wolf leader increasingly cautious. It circled them, relentlessly probing for weaknesses, leaving the group in a state of helplessness. I took the initiative. Yi Zheng, growing impatient, brandished his long blade and pursued the elusive black shadow. Alas, his speed was insufficient, and in a blink, the wolf leader had maneuvered behind him. Whoosh! The sharp claws of the wolf, propelled by a fierce wind, lunged towards Yi Zheng's back. Be careful. Lu Tingting and Zhang Fan quickly intervened, one wielding a spear and the other a sword. Their weapons clashing with a clang as the magical wolf swatted them aside and lunged at Yi Zheng's exposed chest. Su Yuan's heart raced at the sight. This was perilous. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming force of frost emanating from beside him. Turning his head, he was astonished to witness a remarkable spectacle. Qi leaving the body. He beheld Qin Zijing, her icy true energy coalescing in her palm, striking towards the magical wolf boss with a frosty force. This was indeed a technique achievable only by high-level martial artists. The Qi separation. Now, seeing Su Yuan momentarily dazed, Qin Zijing urgently called out. With no time to waste, Su Yuan observed as her icy energy struck the wolf leader's phantom form, causing its movements to slow dramatically. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan leaped high into the air, raising his long halberd above his head, and then brought it crashing down with tremendous force. This strike harnessed all of his strength, combined with the weight of falling from the heavens and the power of two formidable entries. Boom! Before the wolf leader could regain its swift speed, the halberd's head descended heavily upon it, striking near its waist. The magical wolf possessed a copper head and iron tail, but a soft waist, and Su Yuan's blow nearly cleaved the wolf leader in two. In truth, while it wasn't a complete decapitation, it was close enough. The wolf leader's spine shattered into two segments, its insides utterly obliterated, leaving only scraps of flesh connecting its head and tail. Awoo! There was no need for a finishing blow. The wolf leader let out a whimper before succumbing entirely to the excruciating pain. A wave of warmth surged through Su Yuan's body, eliciting a satisfied sound from him. Bliss. Upon checking his martial arts panel, he discovered that, with the experience gained from the two wild boar monsters and this wolf leader, he was now at 96 progress towards the 4th level. Today, there was indeed a chance to level up. Su Yuan's heart swelled with joy as he withdrew his gaze from the panel, only to find the surrounding individuals staring at him with astonishment. Clearly, they were taken aback by the sheer power of his strike. Remarkable. That blow was likely equivalent to the strength of someone at the 3rd realm of martial arts. Unfazed, Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Basic skills, no need for extravagance. He turned in astonishment towards Qin Zijing, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is remarkable that you, as a student, can achieve the manifestation of true energy outside the body, a feat typically reserved for advanced martial artists. I am genuinely impressed." As a low-tier martial artist himself, he could only channel his spiritual energy within his body and lacked the means to unleash it for long-range attacks. He could not fathom how Qin Zijing had accomplished such a feat. It was merely a fortunate draw of the true energy separation entry. Qin Zijing smiled lightly, appearing somewhat fatigued at that moment. Although she had only managed to freeze the wolf leader for a brief moment, it had nearly depleted her entire reservoir of spiritual energy. So that's how it is. Su Yuan suddenly realized it was indeed the power of the entry. No wonder. As for the freezing attribute, it stemmed partially from the entry ice skin jade bone and partially for the cultivation technique cold ice true chi that she practiced, Qin Zijing candidly revealed. Have you not cultivated the 9 shallow, 1 deep breathing technique? Su Yuan inquired. Qin Zijing nodded. My family specifically selected an appropriate cultivation method based on my initial entry. Oh, how wonderful it is to have wealth, Su Yuan mused inwardly. Su Yuan, what is your entry? You possess such immense strength. Lu Tingting, filled with curiosity, asked. It's primarily 9 bull strength, of the red tier, Su Yuan replied candidly. There was no point in concealing the fact that everyone could see he possessed strength comparable to that of a 3rd tier martial artist. To think 9 bull strength could reach the red tier. I have only heard of those with green quality, she exclaimed. This is truly a divine skill in the early stages. My true energy separation is also an early skill, but it pales in comparison to your 9 bull strength. Qin Ziqin added, You're being modest. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. As they continued to exchange compliments, their attention was suddenly drawn to the spot where the wolf's corpse had dissipated. There, they beheld an object radiating a greenish glow that had appeared unbeknownst to them. Chapter 23. Skill, Entry, Photographic Memory. Oh my goodness. The boss has dropped an item. Quickly, let us see what it is. As the magical wolf boss revealed its loot, the crowd erupted in excited chatter. Yi Zheng was the first to dash to the spot, swiftly picking up the item. Ho, iti shall my skill. Everyone gathered around, including Su Yuan, who had previously stated that he only cared about boss experience points and not the spoils, yet he was nonetheless intrigued. In Yi Zheng's hands lay a scroll, the material uncertain, perhaps human skin, sheep skin, or some other hide, inscribed with a martial skill. Upon closer inspection, they pronounced the name of the skill, the 13 Guardians' Physical Training. It was a body-refining martial art, cultivating vital energy internally while strengthening muscles and skin externally, bearing some resemblance to hard Qigong. Let us see what quality the accompanying entry has. Lu Tingting urged. Yi Zheng, equally curious, wasted no time in infusing spiritual energy into the hide. Instantly, it emitted a white glow, a white quality entry. I knew it. In such a low-level secret realm, one would typically only obtain white quality items. There's a minuscule chance for green quality, but anything above that is nearly impossible. The crowd reflected on this. Su Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. During his exploration of the secret realm, he had witnessed the emergence of 4 items, all of white quality, 2 white entry fragments, a white entry weapon, and this martial skill before them, which also bore a white quality entry. Although the color of the accompanying entry does not entirely dictate the level of the martial skill, it does have a certain correlation. It appears that the 13 Guardians' Physical Training is quite an ordinary skill. While everyone had anticipated this, a sense of disappointment lingered. Qin Zijing suggested, Let us find out what the entry is. All right. Upon hearing this, Yi Zheng continued to channel spiritual energy, and the hide revealed a segment of informational text. Item name, the 13 Guardians' Physical Training accompanying entry. Photographic memory entry level. White entry effect. Memorize everything after a single glance. No need for repeated memorization. The crowd felt even more disheartened. This entry, while existent, was rather lackluster. Being able to remember something after one glance is indeed advantageous. But in the absence of this ability, one could merely look at it a few more times. This photographic memory entry is even less impressive than the simple and understandable entry attached to the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing technique. After gathering their thoughts, they continued their descent down the mountain. It would likely not fetch a high price if sold, but at least the ability to memorize at first glance was convenient. Let us each take a look at it first. The text on the hide was sparse, accompanied by a few illustrations. Yi Zheng perused it as he walked, and in a short time, he had read through it once, recalling it in his mind, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, it can be memorized at a glance. He passed the hide to Qin Zijing, who, without glancing at it, handed it to Su Yuan. I have mentioned that regardless of what items may drop, there is no need to share them with me. I shall refrain from looking. Su Yuan stated. As for the money from selling them, you may keep it. Feel free to look, for even if you do, it shall not suffer any damage. Well, in that case, I shall take a glance. Noticing no objections from the others, Su Yuan, somewhat embarrassed, accepted the martial arts manual. He swiftly read through it, processing the information in his mind. Indeed, it was as he had heard. His memory was prodigious, truly living up to the phrase photographic memory. Though 13 Guardians of Horizontal Training only bore a white label, its essence was extraordinary. When practiced to a profound level, one could be deemed nearly invincible when facing opponents of the same realm. A slash from a blade would leave a white mark, and a thrust from a spear would leave a white dot within the same realm. It could be described as indestructible. Not only did it enhance body resilience, but also fortified one's foundation and vitality, making it a remarkable martial art. Su Yuan was exceedingly pleased and returned the manual to Qin Zijing. As they journeyed, they encountered no demonic creatures for quite some time. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Su Yuan remarked, "I wish to explore other areas and seek out any remaining demonic beings. I shall not accompany you further." The group exchanged surprised glances. It was nearly 4:30, and the trial would soon conclude. "Aren't you planning to descend a mountain?" Qin Zijing inquired. They had resolved to leave, as the secret realm would soon be cleared in just over half an hour. "I am merely 4 points away from breaking through to the 5th level. I only need to slay 2 or 3 more demonic creatures. I cannot bear to leave it at that." Su Yuan was no longer concerned about the remaining uses of his current realm's pickpocketing ability. He solely wished to seize this opportunity to advance and draw new labels. Upon hearing this, the others attempted to dissuade him, but Su Yuan waved goodbye. Then, farewell. Until we meet again on the way down. He took a swift turn onto another path, disappearing around the bend in no time. Initially cautious and meticulous in navigating through the forest, he now felt pressed for time. Many classmates had already descended, and numerous areas had been explored. He feared that the remaining demonic creatures in this region were scarce. With little regard for safety, he scanned the woods with keen eyes and spotted something. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting stood together. They had been there for nearly 10 minutes and had encountered a wild boar demon on their descent, but it posed no hindrance to them and was swiftly dealt with by their combined efforts. Su Yuan had yet to descend, and time was running out. After all, it was merely a trial, not the college entrance examination. At worst, they would be escorted out by the teachers. He merely hoped to avoid danger. The group gazed into the depths of the secret realm, engaging in conversation. Class supervisor Zhao Feipeng was tallying the numbers. Of the 52 students in the class, 43 had already descended and gathered. Among them, 30 had successfully passed the trial, while 13 had been eliminated for calling for assistance. Several classmates, seizing the rare opportunity, lingered in the secret realm for a while. In the final moments, several more students emerged. It's Su Yuan. His timing is impeccable. Just before the last minute, Su Yuan appeared, wielding a long spear and carrying 2 swords on his back. He exited the secret realm with remarkable precision. I distinctly recall him climbing the mountain with only 1 sword. What could it be? Perhaps he acquired a dropped weapon? Such extraordinary luck. Our team barely managed to defeat a wild boar boss, yet nothing dropped for us. Some classmates noticed the details and began to murmur softly. Su Yuan, however, did not join their conversation and simply walked into the crowd. Zhao Feipeng was recording the number of students who had completed the challenge. 5 individuals had yet to descend the mountain. The group awaited the teacher to clear the area and bring out those who had not yet emerged. Su Yuan, how about it? Have you managed to gather enough progress by 4 o'clock? Yi Zheng inquired as he approached Su Yuan. Su Yuan chuckled wryly and shook his head. I suspect most of the magical creatures have already been cleared by others. After searching for quite some time, I only found 2 stragglers. My progress has reached 99, just a hair's breadth away. This truly is quite unfortunate. Lu Tingting and the others couldn't help but laugh at the irony of being stuck at 99. In truth, Su Yuan did not feel particularly unlucky. He still had his opportunistic skill unused, and he intended to find a chance to employ it. Qin Zijing produced a medicinal pill. Here, take this chi-boosting pill. Once you consume it, you'll level up. No, that is far too precious. Su Yuan hurriedly declined. The chi-boosting pill, akin to the blood-replenishing pill, also serves to enhance cultivation, and one costs 5,000 coins. Su Yuan had never consumed such a pill before, and his body had no resistance to it. If he took it, the effects would undoubtedly be significant. However, he did not wish to appear shameless by accepting such an expensive gift from a girl. No worries. You can keep it. It's no trouble, Qin Zijing urged. Su Yuan repeatedly insisted. No, just a bit more progress. I'll make an effort tonight and break through directly. Upon hearing this, Qin Zijing relented. By the way, we were just discussing whether to train together in a few low-tier secret realms this weekend. You should join us. Chapter 24. Fortune abounds, shall we venture into the mystical realm for trials together? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He was not particularly acquainted with Qin Zijing and her companions. Their only shared experience was battling the magic wolf boss earlier that day. He had not anticipated their invitation. To go or not to go? Su Yuan pondered. The mystical realm they referred to was located outside the school. Besides the school's own mystical realms, numerous locations around the world were similarly affected by magical energy, resulting in an increasing number of mystical realms. Some of these realms were classified as low-tier, boasting high safety levels, making them ideal for novice warriors to train, battle monsters, and level up. However, such realms were highly sought after, prompting individuals and enterprises to purchase or lease relatively safe mystical realms, profiting by selling training slots. These relatively safe mystical realms were quite popular among novice warriors. As their safety was assured, many would enter to enhance their skills, battle monsters, and acquire valuable items. Yet, while low-tier safe mystical realms were advantageous, access typically required payment. In contrast, some relatively dangerous realms remained unclaimed and did not require tickets, but their inherent peril made them less appealing to most. Due to prolonged neglect in cleaning these realms, they often expanded, leading the authorities to issue bounty tasks to attract warrior teams for the eradication of magical creatures. The mystical realm that Qin Zijing and her friend spoke of was, of course, one that was relatively safe, but required a fee for entry. You may have heard about my family's circumstances. I cannot afford the entry fee for the trials at this time, Su Yuan replied helplessly. That's a minor issue. Qin Zijing waved her hand dismissively, a fragrant breeze wafting through the air. Since we have invited you to join our team, I shall cover the registration fee, provided you lend us some assistance in the mystical realm. She appeared quite carefree, not considering the several thousand yuan as a significant expense. Su Yuan contemplated this. He had indeed heard whispers of Qin Zijing's affluent background, though he had never delved into the details. As for accepting her offer to cover the registration fee, he declined, believing that one should not benefit without contributing. That's unnecessary. He insisted, I cannot take advantage of your generosity. Qin Zijing countered, what is there to worry about? Your strength is superior. If I were to hire a bodyguard, it would cost much more, and they may not even match your capabilities. In such private mystical realms, to ensure long-term sustainability, access was typically restricted based on the martial arts level of entrance. This measure was primarily to prevent the overextermination of magical creatures, which could lead to a shortage of monsters within the realm. Thus, even if Qin Zijing were to hire a bodyguard, she would only be able to employ a low-tier martial artist. Although Su Yuan was only at the 4th layer of the first realm, his true combat power placed him among the elite within that level. Su Yuan found himself somewhat swayed. Qin Zijing's reasoning adeptly catered to his sense of pride, as if it were entirely justifiable for him not to incur any expenses. However, he could not allow himself to take this for granted. He shook his head, prompting Qin Zijing to express her exasperation. Her enchanting eyes glared at him, and seeing his stubbornness, she bit her lip in frustration. Fine. Let be that I am lending you money. When you become powerful and wealthy in the future, you can repay me at your convenience. I believe in your potential. Her tone bore a playful reproach, entirely devoid of the icy demeanor he had associated with the school beauty. It appeared she reserved her aloofness for those she was less familiar with. The notion of borrowing money was indeed a path Su Yuan had not considered. Over the past 2 years, he had exhausted all financial avenues for his sister's medical treatment, purchasing precious elixirs, leading his parents to borrow from every relative and friend until there was no one left to turn to. Thus, the thought of borrowing money had long since faded from his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that borrowing was a viable option, especially since he genuinely intended to repay it. Moreover, given that the school beauty had gone so far as to make her offer, to decline further would be somewhat discourteous. Well then, thank you. I assure you I will repay you as swiftly as possible, he said earnestly. As they conversed, Zhao Feiping had completed counting the participants, and it was time to assess the outcomes of their endeavors. Although there was comprehensive surveillance, student testimonies were still required for verification. In addition to the tally of slain monsters, they needed to account for the types and quantities of items dropped. These items would belong to individuals, but the school required a record for research into the drop rates within the secret realm. Now, all students will report their results in order of student number and return their weapons, Zhao Faping announced. Number 1. Team effort resulted in the slaying of 6 ordinary monsters. Team members are, one by one, the students stepped forward to report. Su Yuan and his companions remained together, awaiting their turn. So, Su Yuan, how much do you wish to borrow? Qin Ziqin inquired, taking out her phone to add him as a friend in the class group chat, finally granting him access to the school beauty's contact information. He hesitated, pondering the cost of the secret realm ticket. Then I shall lend you a bit more. Within my New Year's money, anything under 1 million should suffice, she remarked nonchalantly. Oh, what? 1 million? New Year's money? The juxtaposition of these phrases bewildered him. How could he not comprehend that? Goodness, she truly was affluent. Su Yuan mused inwardly. He had a fondness for exotic beast meat. His phone was excessively sluggish and in need of replacement, and the secret realm posed dangers he was reluctant to confront. At times, he wished for a wealthy benefactor who could perceive his vulnerabilities, see through his bravado, allowing him to shed all pretenses and enter his heart. At the very least, he hoped to draw a fortune-enhancing talisman or something akin to prosperity or unfailing luck in gambling. After considerable reflection, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, Please lend me 100,000. That should suffice for several trips to the secret realm, and it isn't an exorbitant amount. Even if I find it difficult to earn money in the future, it won't be an overwhelming burden. In a decisive manner, Qin Ziqin promptly transferred 100,000 to Su Yuan, adding, Here's something for you as well. You may return it to me whenever you wish. She then handed Su Yuan a particular item, which he eagerly accepted, discovering it to be the previously acquired vitality pill. This works for me, Su Yuan thought, setting aside any hesitation as he accepted the pill. The first among them to present their achievements was Yi Zheng, whose team had successfully slain 11 ordinary magical creatures and surrounded a minor boss creature. They also obtained various spoils, including a white fragment of a property scroll and a green-grade martial technique. Wow, we actually have a green-grade martial technique. This is akin to striking gold. Someone marveled. The teacher picked up the parchment detailing 13 bodyguards' horizontal training, revealing the property page. Photographic memory. The property appears rather unimpressive. It was certainly a drop from a boss. Their team had only managed to extract white property fragments from ordinary creatures. You are fortunate. Ordinary creatures can yield items. Our team barely managed to defeat a minor boss and received nothing in return, the crowd murmured. Even the teacher was taken aback, as the drop rate for property techniques is notoriously low, often yielding none in an entire cohort. Although this particular property was rather lackluster under the admiring gazes of others. Yi Zheng tucked away the martial technique and returned to Su Yuan and the others with a noticeable sense of pride. The group deliberated on a suitable time to enter the secret realm, deciding to convene on Saturday morning to challenge a low-tier secret realm within the city. Soon, the roll call continued, and Lu Tingting was summoned. Despite being part of Yi Zheng's team, her achievements needed to be reported anew, as did those of the other team members. Wow, someone actually found a property weapon, Lu Tingting exclaimed, pointing ahead. Chapter 25. Weapon Entry Bloodless Victory. As Su Yuan and his companions engaged in conversation, they observed their classmates reporting their scores. A student, after presenting his achievements, retrieved a long sword from behind him and handed it to the teacher. The teacher infused the sword with spiritual energy, causing a panel displaying its attributes to materialize. Item name: Ancient Longsword Attached Entry. Bloodless Victory Entry Level. White Entry Effect. The blade shall never be stained with blood. The numerous classmates, who had been eagerly watching, fell silent upon grasping the implications of the entry's effect. Even among white entries, this one was particularly lackluster, inferior to the most mundane enhancements, such as increased sharpness or enhanced durability. Well, this entry isn't entirely without merit. At least it saves one the trouble of cleaning the blade. I find it quite convenient. I think it's rather decent. Let's not forget, it is still a sword. Even a regular steel longsword would fetch a price in the hundreds to thousands. Who wouldn't desire a piece of loot obtained for free? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lu Tingting expressed her surprise and then curiously glanced at the long sword on Su Yuan's back. I recall you only brought a sword when you ascended the mountain. How is it that another one has appeared? Could it be another item obtained through an entry weapon? Indeed, Su Yuan replied with a smile, candidly acknowledging her inquiry. Wow, what level of weapon is it? And what entry does it possess? Lu Tingting exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. She sat next to Qin Zijing and, while not particularly familiar with Su Yuan, had grown more comfortable in his presence. Noticing the curiosity mirrored in the expressions of Qin Zijing, Yi Zheng, and the nearby students, Su Yuan was about to present his trusty iron rod weapon when the teacher called his name. Next, Su Yuan. Hearing this, Su Yuan proceeded to report his scores. He first submitted his steel halberd and heavy sword, leaving the large heavy sword he possessed quite conspicuous. I told you Su Yuan only brought 2 weapons up the mountain. It seems he has also acquired a weapon with an entry. I wonder how many magical creatures he has slain. Did you all know? I encountered him on the mountain. He single-handedly defeated a small boss-level bear leader, without the opponent having any chance to counterattack. Such strength. Does that mean he possesses the prowess of a second-tier warrior? Centaur beings are equal considered a useless entry? The astonished murmurs of the surrounding students filled the air. Su Yuan remained unfazed as he reported, Teacher, I have slain a total of 19 ordinary magical creatures, 2 small boss-level creatures on my own, and 1 small boss in a team effort. Additionally, I obtained 2 fragments of white entry, 1 entry weapon, and 1 entry technique, which I have allocated to Qin Zijing's team. Su Yuan's tone was notably calm. Yet for his classmates, it was akin to a thunderclap in clear skies. The realization that he had single-handedly felled 3 bosses struck them profoundly. No wonder our team could never find any. He must have taken them all down. Were you hoping to deliver a meal to the boss? 19 ordinary magical creatures. No wonder our team could hardly find a few. How fortunate it is that 4 items with attributes have been discovered under his command. How invincible. Besides the exclamations from classmates, the registering teacher and Zhao Feiping, who stood nearby, also wore expressions of incredulity. Haha, you did remarkably well today, my boy. I had faith in you ever since you joined our class. Zhao Feiping affectionately patted Su Yuan on the shoulder. Entirely devoid of the earlier impatience he exhibited when Su Yuan came to his office to collect the blood essence elixir. Su Yuan merely smiled in response. Recalling the day he awakened his martial arts panel, the cold reality that followed the revelation of the equality of all beings' attribute still left him pondering. Indeed, this world is one that elevates some while trampling others. Student Su, I still need to record the specific information regarding your attribute weapon, the registering teacher stated. Certainly, teacher, Su Yuan replied, handing over the Heart's Desire iron rod. As the teacher infused it with spiritual energy, the attribute information promptly materialized. Item name, Damaged Heart's Desire iron rod attached attribute. Shape change attribute level. Green attribute effect. Its form can change at will, yet its essence remains unchanged, including the materials, volume, weight, and so forth. It turned out to be the same Heart's Desire iron rod as Senior Xiao Yunfei's. However, the attribute effect differed. Senior Zhao's was size change. How marvelous! Would there be any special reaction when these 2 weapons meet? Perhaps one is overthinking. Attribute weapons do not possess uniqueness, and it is quite normal to discover identical weapons. Though the Heart's Desire iron rod is relatively rare, I've not heard of others having discovered it. The onlooking classmates had their opinions regarding the Heart's Desire iron rod as well. This time, Su Yuan paid closer attention, pondering the possibility of a chemical reaction between the 2 weapons. Yet there was no way to verify it. Overthinking would be futile. This weapon can transform into any shape. The registering teacher experimented, and in an instant, the original Heart's Desire iron rod morphed into a heavy sword, then swiftly transformed into a curved dagger, and subsequently into a long spear, evoking waves of astonishment from the surrounding students. Indeed, it can change freely, but alas, it cannot change size. Otherwise, one could transform it into a golden hoop to block an ear. Once the teacher completed recording the weapon's information, he returned the Heart's Desire iron rod, now reverted to its heavy sword form, to Su Yuan and continued to register the next student's results. In this trial, Su Yuan's performance undoubtedly secured him the top position in their class. He likely faced no rival throughout the entire school. Otherwise, the results of this trial would not be publicly announced. The true examination lies in the martial arts college entrance examination. That is the real battleground, where hidden talents from prestigious families will no longer conceal their strength. The outcome remains uncertain. It depends on who will emerge as the dark horse. Regardless of whether this trial's results are made public, the school will certainly buzz with excitement. I suspect that subsequently, some enterprises will reach out, eager to invest in you. Qin Zijing remarked, as Su Yuan reminisced about the moment his elder sister drew the supreme sword body. He felt a flicker of possibility. With the money you lent me, I find myself less inclined to invest. Upon hearing this, Qin Zijing rolled her eyes, remarking that such a trifling sum could accomplish little. Regardless, should you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to seek me out. Refrain from haphazardly signing away your servitude. Very well. Thank you. Su Yuan replied earnestly. Indeed, one cannot repay great kindness with mere words. He would willingly offer himself in gratitude, perhaps even showering her with nightly tokens of appreciation. Alas, he felt too shy to voice such sentiments. After returning to the classroom and finishing school, Su Yuan was retained by Zhao Feiping. Su Yuan, you performed admirably today. Maintain this momentum, and you shall surely be a candidate for the War Academy during the college entrance examinations. Zhao Feiping said warmly. Su Yuan responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Seemingly sensing Su Yuan's impatience, Zhao Feiping chuckled awkwardly. Hey, little Yuan, a few days ago, Director Xia spoke to me. I assure you, I do not intend to target you. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Is there anything else? I am rather uninterested in such discussions. Su Yuan interrupted, his impatience evident. All right, based on your performance today, I can attempt to help you apply for additional benefits from the school. Also, this bottle of qi blood pill. My demeanor was less than cordial when you visited my office, so consider this a teacher's apology. Zhao Feipeng said, producing a box of pills, specifically the qi blood pill that Su Yuan had previously consumed. If there are any benefits you can apply for, please do so, but I shall forego the qi blood pill. My body has developed a strong resistance to medicinal substances, Su Yuan declined. Truth be told, you could sell it outside if you choose not to consume it, Zhao Feipeng chuckled. The school can forge qi blood pills at a fraction of the price found externally, and many teachers profit from the price difference. Rest assured, regarding benefits, there will certainly be scholarships along with opportunities for items like medicinal pills, access to the Lingling Mountain reentry quota, and permissions for the usage of various techniques. I will do my utmost to advocate for you, Zhao Feipeng confidently reassured him. Chapter 26. Affinity for the wind element. Upon hearing these words, Su Yuan's demeanor softened somewhat. He nodded. All right. Thank you, teacher. It is my duty, Zhao Feipeng replied, finally releasing a sigh of relief. He inwardly berated himself for his initial oversight, realizing how students' performances could influence teachers' evaluations. Fortunately, this promising talent from the War Academy had no thoughts of transferring classes or schools. After encouraging Su Yuan with a few more words, he noticed Su Yuan's impatience resurfacing and hastily urged him to return home. All right, goodbye, teacher, Su Yuan replied perfunctorily, then returned to the classroom, attaching the carefree iron spear to his backpack, preparing to head home. By now, school had long since dismissed, and many students had already departed. As Su Yuan reached the school gate, he was once again called out to. Xiao Yuan, why are you out so late? A familiar voice prompted him to look over, where he saw Senior Xiao Yunfei, clad in a mask and a duckbill cap, waving at him. Oh, the teacher needed me for something, Su Yuan said, surprised. Senior Xiao, why are you still here? Aren't you returning to the War Academy? I happened to be invited to observe the current candidates' trials today. They wanted me to provide some feedback. Xiao Yunfei replied with a smile. I watched your performance in the secret realm along with many teachers in the monitoring room. You all did quite well, especially you. Xiao Yuan, you excelled. Is that so? Well, I was just fortunate, Su Yuan replied. Were you waiting specifically for me? Is there something you need? Su Yuan was genuinely puzzled. The relationship did not seem that close. Yet there was indeed a request. Xiao Yunfei chuckled lightly and said, Xiao Yuan, I notice you acquired a piece of equipment with special attributes, the carefree iron spear. I happen to know of it, as I once obtained a similar piece myself. I wanted to inquire if you have any intentions of selling it. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, so this was the reason for his visit. However, after giving it some thought, he apologetically replied, "Sorry, Senior Xiao, but I have no plans to sell the weapon. I haven't even acquired any other weapons yet. The carefree iron spear suits me quite well, so I intend to keep using it." Xiao Yunfei seemed momentarily stunned, as Su Yuan's response appeared to catch him off guard. At your current stage, shouldn't you have no need for a weapon? Once you are accepted into the War Academy, the school will provide you with weapons, so there is no real necessity to hold on to it now. Su Yuan explained. I made arrangements with a few classmates to train in several secret realms in the coming days, and I'd like to level up as well. Does your family have enough funds to purchase the secret realm tickets? Xiao Yunfei said earnestly. Xiao Yuan, your family must be facing financial difficulties at the moment. Your abilities surely qualify you for the War Academy. There is no need to burden your family further for leveling up. Perhaps you should consider improving your family's living conditions first. Your parents have it tough. Su Yuan felt a sense of confusion. It seemed that Senior Xiao was somewhat familiar with his family circumstances. Moreover, the unsolicited paternal tone in his words was rather displeasing. Was he attempting to instruct him on how to manage his affairs? Su Yuan remarked, it's not necessary for now. My classmate lent me some money, so I don't need to gather funds from home for the exploration of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunfei appeared somewhat speechless, perhaps surprised that a student could be so affluent as to lend money to others. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, in that case, I can offer a bit more. Your weapon's attributes, although green, are not particularly useful. Its market value is estimated to be around 20 to 30,000. I will pay 50,000 for it. Had Qin Zijing not lent him money, Su Yuan might have been tempted, but given the current situation. Brother Xiao, is there anything particularly special about this Sui Xian Tai Ganbing? Xiao Yunfei's relentless pursuit naturally aroused Su Yuan's suspicion. Why was Xiao Yunfei so determined to acquire what seemed to be an ordinary green attribute weapon, even at a high price? With such doubts lingering, Su Yuan was even less inclined to sell. Were it not for his limited strength, he would have even considered purchasing it himself for research purposes. What special qualities could it possibly possess? Xiao Yunfei chuckled upon hearing this. Little Yuan, where are your thoughts wandering? The Sui Xian Tai Ganbing simply has an extremely low drop rate. Since I have one, I thought to collect a few other weapons with similar attributes. He paused and continued. If you do not wish to sell, then so be it. I was merely inquiring, hoping to assist in improving your family's circumstances by offering a high price. I didn't expect you to misunderstand. Forget it, forget it. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Yuan nodded, still harboring suspicions. Was it truly just for collection? He hesitated to pry further. Just then, as they conversed, a voice called out to them. Su Yuan, what are you doing at the school gate? Oh, it's Brother Xiao. You're here at school too? Brother Xiao, may I take a photo with you? The sudden voice immediately captured the attention of both Su Yuan and Xiao Yunfei. Turning to look, Su Yuan recognized Lu Tingting, who was on duty today and had just finished cleaning. She appeared as a starry-eyed admirer, and despite Xiao Yunfei's masked face, she recognized him at once. Clearly a devoted fan. Xiao Yunfei naturally found it difficult to refuse, and Lu Tingting, not waiting for him to respond, eagerly pressed herself against him. Su Yuan, quickly help me take a picture with Brother Xiao, she exclaimed, handing her phone to him. Su Yuan exchanged a glance with Xiao Yunfei, both feeling somewhat helpless. However, he could not turn down the request of a classmate, especially a young girl from their class. Accepting the phone, he stepped back a few paces to find the right angle for the shot. Click, click. After taking several photos, Su Yuan bent down to check if any were closed-eyed or poorly lit. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling gaze directed at him from across the way, a sensation that made him quite uncomfortable. Who was watching me? Furrowing his brow, he abruptly raised his head to look toward the source of the perceived malice, only to find Xiao Yunfei's warm and gentle smile awaiting him. Was it merely an illusion? Su Yuan experienced a sensation unlike any he had felt before, an unsettling feeling, as if it were laced with malice. How's the photo? You've been at it for quite some time. came the urging voice of Lu Tingting from across the way. Ever since she had approached to take a picture with Senior Xiao, the moment he removed his mask, a throng of students, both those lingering at the school gate and those returning late, had gathered around, eager for photographs and autographs with Xiao Yunfei. One more blink. Let us capture a few more shots, Lu called out. Su Yuan snapped a few additional photos before returning to the pair, handing Lu her phone. As he glanced at the crowd that had formed, enveloping the entrance in layers, he gained a renewed appreciation for Senior Zhao's popularity, truly a genius who stood shoulder to shoulder with golden-tier talents despite his humble beginnings. Senior Xiao, I'll take my leave now. We can chat another day, Su Yuan said as he bid farewell. All right, we shall converse another time, Xiao Yunfei replied, his smile growing somewhat strained as he managed the throngs of adoring fans. Turning away, Su Yuan recalled that inexplicable feeling of malice and cast another glance at Xiao Yunfei, who still maintained his demeanor of a gentleman, radiating warmth and grace. Could it truly be him? Lost in thought, the vibrant entries within him flickered, and he instinctively activated the art of subtle theft. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook an opportunity. I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it. This marked Su Yuan's inaugural use of the colorful entry, the art of subtle theft. He stood 2 to 3 meters away from Xiao Yunfei, uncertain whether a distance limitation existed or if contact was necessary for the ability to activate. If contact were required, he would have to play the role of an adoring fan to pose for a photograph. Fortunately, it appeared that such contact was unnecessary. The moment he directed the art of subtle theft at Xiao Yunfei, he felt a new entry materialize in his mind's eye. Without pausing to examine it, he turned and departed with Lu Tingting, who had finished her photo session. What were you and Senior Xiao discussing? Do you know him? Lu chattered incessantly. Thankfully, their routes diverged at a crossroads, allowing Su Yuan to regain his composure. He took several deep breaths, feeling a significant alleviation of the tension that had gripped him. The thrill of his first theft was undeniably exhilarating, especially considering that his target was the ever-gentle idol, Senior Xiao. Su Yuan could not fathom why he had acted against the very person he had admired for so long. Perhaps it was the influence of that ominous gaze. He questioned whether it had been a mere illusion, or if he had wrongly judged Senior Xiao. With a twinge of guilt, he opened the door to his home. His sister, still meditating on the balcony, immediately noticed his expression. What's the matter? You look like you've done something wrong. Where did you get that sword? Upon seeing Su Yuan enter, Su Yu first observed his pallor before noticing the sword slung across his back, her surprise evident in her voice. Having committed no wrongdoing, Su Yuan felt a tinge of uncertainty. However, when the subject of the sword arose, he swelled with pride. This sword is a rare weapon acquired during today's Secret Realm trial, from slaying monsters. Su Yu had heard Su Yuan speak of the trial before, and now recalled it with astonishment. Wow, Xiao Yuan, you're truly impressive. The drop rate for rare items is notoriously low. How'd you fare? Naturally, I must have secured the top spot, Su Yuan replied with a grin. I vanquished over 20 magical creatures, including 3 mini-bosses. Besides this rare weapon, I also collected 2 white rare fragments. You are remarkable, Xiao Yuan, Su Yu exclaimed sincerely. Well, who do you think I am, being your brother? Su Yuan chuckled. He noticed a fleeting shadow of melancholy cross his sister's face. In the years prior to her entering the Secret Realm, her rare items had inexplicably vanished, and her condition had deteriorated, leading her to miss the opportunity to enter the Secret Realm. Su Yuan drew out the sword and activated the weapon's rare item panel to introduce it to Su Yu, even demonstrating the shape-shifting feature, which left her in awe. By the way, sister, do you recall a classmate named Xiao Yunfei? Su Yuan casually inquired while fiddling with the iron rod weapon. Xiao Yunfei. Su Yu pondered the name intently, and after a moment, recollected. I believe there was such a classmate. He was rather reserved and seldom interacted with others, so I'm not very familiar with him. What about him? Oh, it's nothing significant. I just happened to meet him, and he inquired about you. Su Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, though internally he was somewhat surprised. How could such a radiant individual as Senior Xiao have once been so introverted and taciturn? It was utterly inconceivable. Oh, so you responded, intrigued. He asked about me? Our relationship isn't that close, is it? What was he doing now? Since Su Yu's rare items had vanished, her personality had shifted considerably. She became somewhat withdrawn and severed ties with her former classmates, thus remaining unaware of the emergence of Xiao Yunfei as a remarkable talent among humanity. He's still studying? Su Yuan opted not to elaborate further, fearing that discussing his current achievements might create a disparity in his sister's feelings. He seems quite concerned about you, though. I assumed you two shared a closer bond, Su Yuan casually remarked. Su Yu shook her head. Not really. If I hadn't recalled that he accidentally nicked me once, I wouldn't have remembered him at all. He nicked you? Yes, as I walked past him, I inadvertently brushed against his pencil sharpener, which left a small cut and drew a bit of blood, Su Yu replied, searching for the mark on her hand. Look, there's still a faint scar. Su Yuan leaned in to inspect, and indeed there was a small white mark over an inch long. It was merely a trivial injury, an inconsequential incident from daily life. Su Yuan pondered, feeling uncertain, and questioned whether the malignance he sensed at the time had been a mere figment of his imagination. He decided to let the matter rest. All right, sister, I won't keep you any longer. I'm heading back to my room to cultivate. You needn't call me for dinner. Having spoken, Su Yuan returned to his room, where he began to examine the stolen items. Indeed, an entry had appeared on his martial arts panel. Entry name, Wind Affinity Entry Level. Green entry effect. You become more attuned to the wind, and the wind, in turn, draws closer to you. You're able to perceive the rhythm of the wind with greater ease and harness its power more effortlessly. Su Yuan felt no stirrings within. It was neither disappointment nor delight. Xiao Yunfei was renowned for his ability to blend ordinary entries with more advanced ones. Yet his most notable trait was the lack of exceptional entries. From the moment Su Yuan had chosen him as his target for light-fingered theft, he understood that acquiring anything of significant value was unlikely. As for this wind affinity, he deemed it adequate, better than nothing, indeed, and it would prove beneficial in his future cultivation of wind-based martial arts. Approaching the window, he activated the wind affinity entry and extended his hands to feel the breeze. The sensation was distinctly different. In the past, he could only vaguely perceive a gust of wind, but now he experienced it with clarity. The gentle currents flowed through his fingertips, revealing the direction of the wind, identifying the tailwinds and headwinds, and elucidating how to leverage the wind's force while minimizing resistance against it. A multitude of insights blossomed within his mind. The power of the wind was indeed formidable. Yet this green-level wind affinity felt somewhat inadequate. There existed advanced entries in the realm of wind, such as Child of the Hurricane, Spirit of the Wind, and Wind Sovereign, which he resolved to keep an eye out for in the future. No longer wishing to experiment with a new entry, Su Yuan returned to his bed. Crossing his legs in a meditative posture, he retrieved a pill from his pocket, a qi-enhancing elixir gifted by Qin Zijing, or rather borrowed. The entries he had pilfered were still too rudimentary. To attain higher-level entries, he would need to transcend his current limitations in selection. Chapter 27. The primordial sacred body with a golden elixir consumed. My destiny is mine to command. Su Yuan placed the vitality pill into his mouth, and in the next moment, a warm current surged from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his entire being. He had already reached 99 of the progress in the fourth layer of the first realm, merely needing to supplement the final 1%. The effects of the vitality pill were remarkable. Su Yuan devoted himself to meditative absorption and refinement. After only a brief period of practice, he sensed a shift within his martial arts panel, prompting him to decisively halt further consumption of the elixir. Delving into the martial arts panel, he was greeted with notifications confirming his advancement. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 5th layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive an attribute. Ding. The divine selection system has been triggered. You may choose one attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 options. At last, I have returned to the moment of freely selecting an attribute. I fervently hope for a vibrant attribute once more, particularly the equivalent exchange attribute. With it, I could help my mother eliminate no further progress, allowing her to continue her cultivation. As Su Yuan contemplated this, the panel revealed the available attributes for selection. 1. Attribute name. Innate Bullhorse Sacred Body Attribute Level. Blue Attribute Effect. tirelessness, engaging in numerous tasks without any sense of fatigue or weariness, possessing abundant energy. Even after several days without rest or sleep, one remains vigorous, with efficiency wholly unaffected. Indeed, it is the bull-horse sacred body, a name that elicits a twinge of sorrow. However, to be fair, despite its lackluster name, its effect is undeniably beneficial. Tirelessness and abundant energy would allow me to accomplish so much more. Su Yuan silently marveled. Yet tirelessness does not equate to never tiring. What if the body is nearing its limits, yet I remain oblivious? That could easily lead to a sudden demise. Let us put this on hold for now. This first option is a blue high-level attribute, and I eagerly anticipate what follows. 2. Attribute name. Earth Fire Tao Body Attribute Level. Red Attribute Effect. A special physique possessing superior talent and roots, with a deep affinity for fire elements, allowing for cultivation through earth, fire, and lava. Finally, an attribute conducive to training has emerged. While merely a red-level Tao body, its quality far surpasses my own. Su Yuan thought joyfully. The Earth Fire Tao body, although it pales in comparison to my sister's Supreme Sword body and other formidable attributes like Innate Tao body and Primordial Sacred body, represents a significant enhancement over his current state. His innate talent and roots were, to put it mildly, subpar, merely the level of average. The slow pace of cultivation left him bereft of motivation. If he were to acquire the Earth Fire Tao body, although it may not rival his mother's rapid progress, it would undoubtedly lead to remarkable advancement. I wonder if there are more surprises in store ahead. Su Yuan eagerly continued reading. 3. Entry name. Photographic memory entry level. Blue entry effect. You will never forget what you have seen once and can recall it at any time. This entry feels so familiar. Where have I encountered it before? It was attached to the 13 Guardians of the Horizontal Training Technique, but in that context, it was a white entry, applicable only to that particular book, while this one is blue and applicable to all books. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This is surely an entry desired by every underachiever. Moreover, even beyond the realm of study, it will undoubtedly prove useful in various situations. Wow, the quality of entries today is exceptionally high. I am at a loss for choice. Reluctantly, Su Yuan turned to the next entry. 4. Entry name. Charismatic presence, entry level. White entry effect. You will exude an extraordinary aura, and your mannerisms will convey uniqueness and composure to others. Though I do not possess this entry, I already embody its effects. Su Yuan chuckled and continued to the next entry, dismissing this one. 5. Entry name. Danger warning entry level. Green entry effect. You will be more adept at perceiving malevolence directed at you and will be quicker to respond to impending danger. This is quite useful. Today, I inexplicably sensed what seemed to be malice from Xiao Yunfei, possibly akin to the effects of this entry. Unfortunately, this danger warning is rather low level, merely green, and may not accurately predict danger. If there were a higher grade danger warning, I would surely select it. Su Yuan mused, feeling a tinge of regret as he furrowed his brow and continued to read on. His luck today was indeed remarkable, with the effects of the entries being commendable and their quantity plentiful. 6. Entry name. Emperor's Bearing entry level. Gold entry effect. You will possess extraordinary qualifications and roots, allowing your cultivation to progress without bottlenecks or hindrances. With time, you shall attain the path of the Emperor. Wow, wow, wow. A golden legend. The Emperor's Bearing. A supreme qualification entry, an exceptional cultivation talent, and the potential to ascend to the Emperor without obstacles. The title of Emperor represents the pinnacle of martial arts. Not everyone with a special constitution can achieve it. It is worth noting that even powerful physiques like the Primal Sacred Body and the Heavenly Overlord Body rarely yield individuals who can become emperors. Yet, as long as I avoid unforeseen calamities, even if I remain in seclusion, never venturing out, avoiding all secret realms and elixirs, as long as I cultivate steadily, one day I shall surely become an emperor. To think such a formidable entry has appeared, perfectly aligning with my needs. My luck is truly unparalleled. Unless the next entry is the colorful one, I shall undoubtedly choose the majesty of the Emperor, Su Yuan mused as he continued to peruse. Ah, there are no more options below. After a prolonged wait, no new entries materialized, indicating that the random selections for today consisted solely of these 6 available entries. Although Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment at the absence of the colorful entry, he was nonetheless exceedingly pleased to have drawn the majesty of the Emperor. Please select one entry from the above options. Without hesitation, Su Yuan chose the majesty of the Emperor. Name: Su Yuan level. First realm of martial arts. 5th layer of hidden Yuan realm. 1. Entries: golden equality of all beings, blue 0 frame initiation, red strength of 9 bulls, colorful easy pickings, green affinity for wind. Golden the majesty of the Emperor technique. 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method martial skills. 72 paths of divine demon halberd, part 1. 13 swords of the solitary peak equipment. Damaged free form iron rod with attached entry. Green shape shifting companion. None feeling the remarkably harmonious spiritual energy compared to before. And sensing the rapid advancement in his cultivation speed, Su Yuan's excitement surged within him, akin to an unending torrent of a mighty river. How swift! Such innate talent is truly the embodiment of my dreams. Having just selected the majesty of the Emperor, Su Yuan eagerly began to experiment with the changes brought about by the entry in his body. The results of this cultivation were astonishing. If his previous pace of training resembled an old ox pulling a cart, then now, while it may not be the roaring speed of a high-speed train, it was at least equivalent to a Xiaomi SU7. Chapter 28. My son possesses the apex of the Emperor today as randomly selected entries. Whether innate divine physique of cattle and horses, earth fire Tao body, photographic memory, or even the lesser entry majestic presence, are indeed commendable in their own right. However, when compared to apex of the Emperor, they pale in comparison, akin to the flicker of a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. Even among other golden entries, apex of the Emperor stands as an exceptionally unique entity. It is essential to note that being a golden entry does not inherently imply that apex of the Emperor surpasses other physiques. Rather, each possesses its distinct areas of expertise. Each physique enhances one's aptitude and foundational roots. For instance, the supreme sword body excels in swordsmanship, allowing for rapid and formidable mastery of sword techniques. The innate Tao body boasts an almost complete affinity for various elements, making comprehension of these as effortless as eating and drinking. The primordial sacred body features expanded meridians and dantians, offering a robust physique, although it may be challenging to advance. Its spiritual and physical strength far exceeds that of contemporaneous warriors. The heavenly tyrant body is characterized by its fierce dominance, rendering it invincible. Every physique emphasizes different attributes, yet none can confidently claim superiority over the Emperor, a distinction reserved solely for apex of the Emperor. Of course, it must be acknowledged that apex of the Emperor, while possessing exceptional aptitude and foundational roots, lacks additional attribute enhancements. In a direct confrontation at the same level, apex of the Emperor may not necessarily triumph over other physiques. However, this is inconsequential. Should he falter at his current level, he can always elevate himself further. After all, he cannot possibly lose in the pursuit of advancement. After experimenting with the new entry for a while, Su Yuan resumed the refinement of the qi-enhancing elixir's potency. With the apex of the Emperor now in his possession, he felt that even the process of refining the elixir had accelerated significantly. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, time is a mere illusion. He was oblivious to how much time had elapsed. Level: Martial Arts First Realm, Hidden Origin 5th Layer 8. For potions devoid of resistance, the enhancement of his cultivation is purely cumulative. Observing the data on the panel, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the Qi Blood Elixir, this was his first experience with the Qi-enhancing elixir, and its effects were remarkably pronounced. Rising to his feet, he exited the room, only to find it was already deep into the night, yet his mother and sister were still awake. Upon seeing him, Jiang Pei, with a hint of exasperation, got up to reheat his meal in the kitchen. It was quite late, and the food had grown cold. Xiao Yuan, you shouldn't overexert yourself. Meals should be consumed at regular intervals, Jiang Pei advised earnestly. Su Yuan replied absently as he approached the kitchen, retrieving his phone to transfer 20,000 to his mother. Mom, I've sent some money to your phone. Buy something delicious tomorrow. I want to eat meat. Where did you get this money? Jiang Pei paused, momentarily forgetting to stir the food in the pan. Weren't we just at the secret realm? I uncovered a tome of entries, and this is my share. You know how expensive entry techniques can be, Su Yuan replied, omitting the truth about borrowing the money to spare his parents from the burden of debt, as he didn't want them to focus solely on earning money at the expense of their health. In any case, he had no intention of having them repay him, so he chose to remain silent on the matter. Is it really that much? Jiang Pei inquired, pulling out her phone to discover a transfer of 20,000. Instinctively, her mood brightened considerably, and the furrow of worry on her brow began to dissipate. Oh, and I have good news to share, Su Yuan remarked, glancing at his mother before signaling to his sister. Once he had captured their attention, he announced, I just drew another golden attribute, the presence of the Emperor. Golden attributes differ from the multicolored ones. The latter cannot be disclosed to anyone, while the former is not bound by such restrictions. However, it is unnecessary to broadcast this to outsiders. Revealing it to family was primarily to alleviate their concerns for him. Although Su Yuan's tone was not particularly grandiose, it resonated profoundly in the ears of the two women. What? Xiao Yuan, are you serious? Xiao Yuan, you're not pulling her leg, are you? Oh my. Another golden attribute, and it's... What was it again? The presence of the Emperor? Is it truly real? My heavens, like the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and the three pure ones. In an instant, their modest home, occupied by just 3 individuals, felt as though it were on the brink of chaos. Calm down. Calm down, Su Yuan urged, somewhat exasperated. Mom, keep it together. It's just a minor thing. Sister, you needn't be so excited. You weren't this animated back in the day. He attempted to soothe them. After a while, the two women finally regained their composure. Jiang Pei scarcely paid attention to the warm meal before her, while Su Yu's typically pale face flushed with excitement, grasping Su Yuan's hand tightly, despite her evident exhilaration. She whispered, Xiao Yuan, are you truly saying that you drew another golden attribute, one as impressive as the presence of the Emperor? Indeed, Su Yuan replied, somewhat speechless, wondering why disbelief lingered. Brother, what level are you at now? Su Yu asked, her voice low and brimming with excitement. I am currently at the 5th layer of the first realm, with a total of 5 attributes, 2 of which are golden. In fact, I possess 6 attributes. Aside from the 2 golden ones, there's also a multicolored one, and I pilfered a green attribute, Wind Affinity, from senior brother Xiao. Speaking of which, having just leveled up, he realized he could use the art of light fingers once more. Who might he steal from this time? How vexing. The probability of high-level attributes is astonishing. Your talent for attributes is truly remarkable, little brother. Su Yu exclaimed in admiration. It's not too shabby, Su Yuan replied, no longer being modest. His prowess did not permit such humility. How wonderful that my son possesses the presence of the Emperor. It is truly marvelous. Jiang Pei murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably, which she hastily wiped away. This is a good thing. Why are you crying? Su Yuan hurriedly joined Su Yu in offering comfort, for he understood their mother's current emotions. She must feel that they had finally emerged from the shadows. These past 3 years had been exceptionally arduous. Their ordinary family had endured such upheaval. Every month, money flowed like water to prolong their elder sister's life. In truth, she had long wished to no longer be a burden to the family, but was reluctant to cause their parents sorrow due to her departure. When Su Yuan was younger, he could hardly bear the weight of these matters. Had it not been for their parents' relentless support, the family would have crumbled long ago. Now, however, things had taken a turn for the better. At last, they had weathered the storm, and his son bore the bearing of a great emperor, destined to become a significant figure in the future. The days of hardship had finally come to an end. How wonderful it was. His son possessed the bearing of a great emperor. How delightful indeed. Jiang Pei continued to murmur these words. Su Yuan exchanged a helpless glance with his elder sister, and soon Su Yu could no longer contain her tears, which were of joy. Her younger brother had succeeded, perhaps alleviating some of the burdens she had placed upon the family. The two women gazed at each other through tear-filled eyes, then embraced and wept openly. Meanwhile, Su Yuan silently handed them tissues, fully aware that although he had the qualifications of bearing a great emperor, the path of cultivation remained fraught with challenges. If he followed the prescribed path diligently, one day he could ascend to the status of an emperor. However, time was not on his side. The inexplicable disappearance of his elder sister's title and the fleeting malice from brother Xiao filled him with a sense of undercurrents swirling around him, instilling an acute sense of urgency. Chapter 29. Innate divine strength. Although this indeed marks a joyous occasion for the entire family, Jiang Pei nonetheless cautioned, "Let us not disclose the matter of your imperial bearing to your father just yet, given the recent occurrences of golden attributes vanishing. What if your imperial bearing were to be proclaimed and then inexplicably disappear?" Jiang Pei was increasingly anxious, lamenting, "You should not have revealed anything to us. From now on, please refrain from sharing your attributes with us." As her worries deepened, Su Yuan offered a placating response. "It is not uncommon for a few golden attributes to dissipate each year. However, have you not noticed that such incidents have only occurred sporadically over the past few years? I suspect that the individual responsible is not capable of indiscriminately plundering attributes. There must be certain conditions in place, unless, of course, that person is afflicted by some rare ailment." The reason Su Yuan chose to confide in his family regarding his attributes was primarily to assuage their concerns, urging them to cease worrying excessively and to indulge themselves a bit more. Consequently, once Jiang Pei's emotions settled, she called Su's father, refraining from discussing specific attributes, merely conveying that their son was now thriving, urging him not to work so hard while ensuring his safety. "Your job is arduous and perilous. It would be wise to seek a more leisurely occupation." Their conversation extended for more than half an hour, imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Su's father agreed to tender his resignation in a few days, promising to return home to live with the family once his work transition was complete. In the ensuing days, Su Yuan refrained from participating in numerous activities. His life revolved around the school and home, yet unlike before, he dedicated significantly more time to meditation and cultivation. Previously, his progress was slow due to a lack of motivation, but now, with the enhancement of his innate qualities brought about by the imperial bearing, he advanced remarkably, making swift strides in his training. In just 3 days, his cultivation level surged by 21. His current level stood at level, first stage of martial arts, 5th layer, 29. Additionally, he diligently attended every martial arts class. The transformation of his innate qualities greatly facilitated his martial training. His swordsmanship, 13 swords of the solitary peak, and his spear technique, 72 paths of the divine demon spear, showed substantial improvement. Notably, a few techniques benefited immensely from the wind affinity attribute he had surreptitiously acquired from Xiao Yunfei, enhancing his practice remarkably. The wind affinity attribute proved to be quite beneficial. For instance, within the 72 paths of the divine demon spear, there exists a technique named Wrath of the Wind God, while in the 13 swords of the solitary peak, there are 2 techniques: Wind sweeps the remaining clouds and tempestuous gales, all pertaining to the element of wind. With the wind affinity attribute, Su Yuan found himself gaining profound insights into these techniques, which he mastered with remarkable speed and proficiency. Initially, he had perceived this attribute as somewhat trivial. However, it now became evident that his previous assessment had been rather superficial. Xiao Yunfei sought out Su Yuan once more, expressing his desire to purchase the Heart's Desire Iron Soldiers for a sum of 100,000. Yet, Su Yuan declined once again. Moreover, although he had not yet utilized his current level's ability, the Art of Thievery, he refrained from employing it this time. The repeated theft of his abilities would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Regrettably, he did not encounter senior brother Xiao Yunfei again, leaving him in uncertainty regarding whether the latter had realized the loss of an ability. The Art of Thievery remained unutilized, primarily due to the lack of suitable targets for theft. He had not encountered any particularly nefarious individuals in recent days, nor had he witnessed any instances of campus bullying. Such a pity. Ultimately, he turned to the 13 Guardians' unyielding training. He had made strides in this rigorous practice, yet many steps still required herbal baths for assistance. To economize, Su Yuan opted to order the necessary herbs online, but some deliveries had yet to arrive, thus stalling his progress at the beginner stage. Little brother, you must exercise caution upon entering the secret realm. Nothing is more vital than your safety, Su Yu cautioned, observing Su Yuan donning his battle attire. Indeed, Xiao Yuan, I believe we should refrain from taking such risks. Would it not be preferable to train steadily without such peril? After all, you already possess the Apex Emperor's aura, Jiang Pei added, her worry palpable. Su Yuan slung the Heart's Desire iron soldiers over his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, fret not. Do you not trust in my capabilities? In a mere low-tier secret realm, I am virtually invincible." To assuage their concerns, Su Yuan exaggerated his prowess. In truth, while his strength was formidable, his speed, reflexes, and defenses still required significant improvement. Should he encounter a common magical creature, he would fare well. However, against a speed-oriented foe like the Windstorm Demon Wolf boss, his chances of success will be considerably diminished. Moreover, he will be teaming up with fellow students, balancing speed and defense. He assured them that he would face no issues. With teamwork, complications were indeed less likely to arise. He waved goodbye to the two and swiftly exited his home. It was Saturday, and he had made prior arrangements with Qin Zijing and others to venture into the secret realm. Checking his map application, he noted the distance. He boarded a bus to hasten his journey. The secret realm was situated in what had once been a city forest park. Following the encroachment of magical energy, it transformed into a low-tier secret realm, populated by relatively weak magical creatures, with few formidable bosses. The drop rates were not insignificant, often yielding fragments of abilities and weapons. Thus, this location was immensely popular among low-tier warriors, quickly leading to its acquisition by a state-owned enterprise. Currently, they released 50 entry slots daily, with a ticket price of 10,000 per person, allowing for a 5-hour stay, with additional charges for overtime. Upon arriving at the forest park, Su Yuan found Yi Zheng already waiting for him. Today, this fellow had switched to a new weapon, one resembling Su Yuan's great sword. The colossal sword measures a staggering 20 centimeters in width, resembling a wooden plank, prompting his curiosity to linger upon it several times. It appears that we, the boys, set out earlier. Those two shouldn't be late, right? Upon seeing Su Yuan arrive, Yi Zheng remarked, "It should not be an issue. It is still not even 8 o'clock. I have made a breakthrough in the past few days and drawn an incredibly powerful attribute, the red level innate strength. What do you think? Am I impressive?" "I'm not looking," Su Yuan declined. "You and your attitude." After some insistence from Yi Zheng to showcase it, Su Yuan glanced at the information regarding the innate strength attribute, which indeed proved to be formidable, surpassing even Ox's strength in certain respects. Attribute name: Innate strength attribute level. Red attribute effect doubles one's physical strength. Similar to Xiao Yu's innate giant strength, both attributes enhance power proportionally, and as one progresses, the significance of this attribute amplifies. Although it may not seem as potent as Ox's strength at present, once one's strength equals that of 9 oxen, the true prowess of the innate strength attribute will manifest. Now, with both power and defense at my disposal, it is my turn to shine today. Yi Zheng beamed with pride. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they spotted Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting approaching together. Today, Qin Zijing donned a separately purchased combat uniform, clearly of superior quality compared to Su Yuan's attire, with stitching, material, and design that were incomparable. The high-end combat gear accentuated her slender figure. As for Yi Zheng and Lu Tingting, they too were not clad in the school's ordered combat uniforms, highlighting that only Su Yuan seemed to be at a financial disadvantage. Today, the four of them were teaming up, as the other member from their previous expedition to Wandering Mountain was absent from this secret realm venture. "Good morning." "Morning. Shall we proceed into the secret realm now?" "Very well." The four exchanged pleasantries before making their way towards the entrance of the forest park. The gate here was far more secure than that of an ordinary park, since being overtaken by demonic energy and transforming into a secret realm. It had acquired a new name, Glenwood Forest. Having made prior reservations, they effortlessly entered the park. After traversing a stretch of cement path within, they finally arrived at the area shrouded in demonic energy. Each of them grasped their weapons firmly. Su Yuan infused spiritual energy into his heavy sword, which then morphed into a formidable halberd. He glanced at the others. Yi Zheng's colossal sword required no further elaboration. But Lu Tingting's choice was noteworthy. She carried a bow and arrows. Tingting recently broke through to the 5th level and acquired the precise aim attribute. Considering our team lacked ranged combat capabilities, she diligently practiced archery for 2 days and has now become quite skilled, hitting her mark with precision. Qin Zijing explained. Lu Tingting graciously displayed the attribute information for everyone to see. Entry name, precise targeting entry level, blue entry effect. Your attacks can be remarkably accurate, striking the intended target without interference or evasion, significantly enhancing your hit rate. The blue entry is quite commendable, and Lu Tingting is contemplating developing her skills around this entry as an archer in the future. Qin Zijing also unsheathed her weapon from behind. She wielded 2 short pistols, which could be joined by twisting their threaded ends, transforming them into a long firearm. The weapon bore signs of use, and Su Yuan curiously observed it for a while. The great sword, dual pistols, and bow were all intriguing. He contemplated incorporating these 3 styles into the arsenal of the iron-willed warriors. Let us proceed, everyone. Exercise caution, Qin Zijing advised. The group stepped into the area shrouded in demonic energy, experiencing a mystical sensation akin to piercing through fog. Su Yuan glanced around. As the morning sunlight filtered through the lush foliage of the forest park, casting dappled shadows along the winding path, a gentle breeze carried the fragrant scents of the woodland, and in the distance, the melodious chirping of birds could be heard. What splendid sunlight! It feels utterly different from the gloom of Wandering Mountain, Lu Tingting exclaimed, stretching her arms wide and inhaling the fresh air of the forest park. The primary magical creature here is the goblin, diminutive and weaker than the wild boar demon. However, one must remain vigilant against the elite variants, such as the frost goblin and the flame goblin. As Qin Zijing cleared the obstructing branches with her long firearm, she continued her explanation. Furthermore, the Grand Forest is home to various magical creatures, including the bloodthirsty cat demon and the minotaur. It is said that the mightiest boss creature is a minotaur lord. Chapter 30. External release of Qi. Unlike the school's secret realms, Glen Forest opens its gates daily. The area near the park's edge is the most frequently cleared of monsters. With only 5 hours at our disposal, we should not squander time at the entrance. The other adventurers have surely dispatched the creatures lurking here. Let us proceed directly to the heart of the forest. Su Yuan proposed, and the others readily agreed, hastening towards the center. For figures darted through the woods, yet they encountered no one else along the way. With a total of 30 adventurers scattered across such a vast forest park, they were hardly conspicuous. Whoosh! As the 4 raced forward, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. Bang! Qin Zijing deftly deflected a stone hurtling toward them with the point of her spear. Be cautious. A green-skinned creature bearing a backpack has emerged from behind the trees, she warned, noting the monster's pack filled with polished stones. Clearly, that stone was hurled by this very creature. It's a throwing goblin. The little thing is seeking its demise. Upon seeing the creature's form, Yi Zheng scoffed derisively. This lowly monster was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person, its sole means of attack being the stones it flung from its pack. With little offensive power and no close combat capabilities, Yi Zheng strode forth, effortlessly batting away another stone aimed at him. In just a few strides, he stood before the goblin. With a swift slash of his great sword, he cleaved the creature in twain from its chest. Ha! With my innate strength, who can stand against me? Yi Zheng boasted triumphantly. Enough! Let us continue our journey, Qin Zijing urged. They remained in the outer regions, where monsters were still sparse. With only a few solitary creatures scattered about, insufficient for the 4 of them to share, the group pressed onward toward the heart of the forest, consuming more than half an hour on their journey before finally stumbling upon a gathering of goblins. Unlike the creatures of Wandering Mountain, the monsters of Glen Forest were weaker, yet predominantly social, with only those newly formed from magical energy wandering alone in the woods. What they encountered this time was a cluster of over a dozen goblins led by a larger goblin, all clad in mismatched attire, some in leather armor, others in tattered rags, armed with stone clubs, wooden spears, and carrying various backpacks. Charge! Without needing further words, the force sprang into action. A long spear descended from above, crushing a goblin that had brandished a wooden club in a futile attempt to attack. Infused with spiritual energy, the spear transformed into a colossal sword, cleaving another goblin cleanly at the neck. Su Yuan observed that dealing with such minor creatures was indeed swifter and more efficient with a sword. He dispatched 4 small goblins, while the others were swiftly eliminated by his companions. Crack! Only a solitary goblin emitted a peculiar shriek, brandishing its spiked club and charging furiously towards Qin Ziqin. This goblin was an elite creature, significantly larger than the average goblin and even taller than Su Yuan and his companions, exuding an imposing physique, though it paled in comparison to the minor bosses of the Wandering Mountain. Bang! 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 Qin Ziqin's spear clashed against the goblin, their strengths nearly equal. "I shall assist you," Yi Zheng shouted, leaping high to deliver a powerful strike with his great sword. Thud! The goblin parried with its club, bolstered by innate strength, resulting in a standoff of power. Indeed, this goblin was not formidable, and a swift resolution was in sight. Su Yuan joined the fray, transforming his great sword into a halberd. As the goblin focused on the attack from above, Su Yuan executed a horse-cutting strike, delivering a piercing blow that shattered the goblin's leg. With a roar, the goblin fell to its knees, its cries abruptly ceasing as Qin Ziqin's 2-headed fire spear pierced its throat. The group watched as the goblin's body gradually dissipated, leaving nothing in its wake. Alas, not even a fragment dropped. No wonder it was so pathetic, Yi Zheng remarked. After dispatching over a dozen monsters without a single drop, Su Yuan wondered who had claimed that Glen Forest had a high drop rate. Glancing at his martial arts panel, he noted, level, first stage of martial arts, 5th layer, 32. After slaying 4 goblins, my progress has only increased by 3 points. Pondering for a moment, he felt somewhat satisfied, considering the abundance of goblins. All right, let us not waste any more time. Time is money. Let us hasten to find more monsters. The 4 resumed their journey towards the center, when suddenly, a chilling cat cry pierced the air. Awu, a crimson shadow darted past, leaving sparks on Yi Zheng's combat attire. It was a bloodthirsty cat demon. Yi Zheng inspected his clothing with relief, thankful he had purchased high-grade combat gear crafted from the hide of an exotic beast, offering formidable protection. Additionally, the attributes copper skin, iron bones, and iron willed served as substantial shields, sparing him from harm. The group turned to the sudden appearance of a shadow, collectively exclaiming in their minds, "What an ugly creature!" The image of cats that Su Yuan had cherished was utterly shattered. In his heart, cats had always been adorable and endearing. However, the creature before him, let's label it a cat, had long, unkempt fur obscuring its face, reminiscent of a ghostly figure. Its claws were unusually elongated and sharp, standing upright in a bizarre manner. Typically, bloodthirsty cat demons appeared alone, unless accompanied by an elite creature known as the Cursed Cat Demon, which could summon a horde of cat demons. Qin Ziqin surveyed the surroundings, concluding that this area likely housed only this singular monster. The group had previously reviewed the introduction to the Glen Forest, with Qin Ziqin having conducted the most thorough research. As the words were spoken, the bloodthirsty cat demon launched another assault, its form moving with such swiftness that it nearly transformed into a mere afterimage. This velocity rivaled that of the Gale Wolf from the Wandering Mountain. 0 frame initiation. Su Yuan's spear morphed into a colossal sword, striking towards the encroaching shadow with remarkable preemption. Alas, in an instant, the attack was evaded. Had it connected, that strike imbued with 9 bull strength would undoubtedly have cleaved the demon in twain. So swift, Lu Tingting's complexion turned ashen, realizing that the bloodthirsty cat demon had aimed for her, leaving her no time to defend herself. Speed-oriented monsters were the most troublesome. Qin, Perhaps it would be best if you took over. Su Yuan proposed. Creatures of such rapidity posed a significant challenge for him. There was little he could do if he couldn't land a blow. The only strategy he could conceive was to exchange injuries. Qin Ziqin nodded in agreement. Aware that Su Yuan's suggestion for her to take action referred to the technique she had previously employed against the wolf boss, the ice true chi projection. If she could freeze the bloodthirsty cat demon for just a second, zero-frame initiation would ensure its demise. With a resounding explosion akin to a bursting watermelon, the cat demon's head was shattered by Su Yuan's spear. The spear transformed back into a giant sword. To their astonishment, while the elite monster had dropped no loot, this lesser creature surprisingly yielded a valuable item. As the cat demon's corpse gradually dissipated, the eyes of the onlookers brightened with excitement. Chapter 31. Precise targeting, as the saying goes. One may traverse endless paths, but find what they seek effortlessly. Who would have imagined that a solitary, ordinary monster on the road would yield a rare item? It was a fragment of white text. Lu Tingting joyfully picked up the glowing white shard from the ground. Glancing around, "You should keep it for now. We can allocate it once we exit the secret realm," Qin Zijin suggested. "All right, let us hasten to find other monsters." Stop. After advancing a short distance, Yi Zheng, who was leading the way, suddenly raised a hand, prompting the group to fall silent. "It seems we have encountered a minotaur camp ahead," he whispered. The minotaurs are the most formidable monsters in the Glen Forest, typically wielding stone axes with incredible strength. "How many minotaurs are there?" Qin Zijin inquired. 5 or 6. And there are also some goblins, perhaps a dozen of them. I haven't spotted any great goblins. The elite great goblins are significantly larger than ordinary goblins, making them easy to distinguish. 7 minotaurs and a dozen goblins. That's quite an opportunity. Upon discerning the numbers, Yi Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, if they are merely ordinary monsters, it should pose no significant challenge. Su Yuan concurred. Qin Zijin nodded in agreement. However, to be prudent, we should employ a baiting strategy, luring them over to engage them gradually. Agreed. The group collectively assented. Naturally, the task of luring the monsters fell upon Yi Zheng, the sole tank of the team, often tasked with absorbing damage for his teammates. "Come here. You there." Yi Zheng stepped out from behind a tree, moving with caution as he waved towards the monsters, softly beckoning them, eliciting a round of laughter from the 3 behind him. This tactic proved effective. A goblin emitted a strange cry and was the first to approach the group. 2 other goblins, intrigued by the sound, followed suit. 3 diminutive goblins, hardly a challenge. Yi Zheng led the 3 monsters into the forest, and as they passed, Su Yuan and the others sprang into action. The goblins had no time to react before they met their grim fate. A well-aimed arrow struck one goblin in the head, while Su Yuan's weapon transformed back into a great sword, proving more effective in the dense woodland. He swiftly severed a goblin's neck, while Qin Zijin pierced another's throat with her spear, imbued with frost, rendering it voiceless. The plan was a resounding success. Yi Zheng attempted the same strategy again. But this time, fortune was less favorable. He locked eyes with a minotaur first. The beast let out a furious bellow, causing all the monsters in the camp to turn alertly towards the helpless Yi Zheng. It appears that a piecemeal approach is no longer viable. Perhaps we should charge directly. These monsters seem easily dispatchable. Despite being the center of attention, Yi Zheng felt no fear, only a desire for a worthy battle. With a furrowed brow, Qin Zijin contemplated whether to retreat momentarily. However, given her teammates' insistence and her own sense of a high probability of victory, she decided to advance boldly. Su Yuan and Qin Zijin rushed forth from their hiding spot, joining forces with Yi Zheng to confront the enraged monster. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting remained concealed behind a tree, ready to shoot with her bow and arrows. Suddenly, as the group charged forward with fervor, an ice spear materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at the leading Yi Zheng. This was dire, an ice frost goblin. Initially, they had believed this was merely a minotaur campsite, with the strongest foes being the 6 or 7 minotaurs. However, it became evident that this was a goblin encampment, with the true leader being the minor boss. The ice frost goblin, capable of conjuring and launching ice spears, The goblin's projectiles were swift and forceful, imbued with freezing and penetrating effects. Even Yi Zheng dared not confront it head-on. Bang! The ice spear collided with Yi Zheng's massive sword, causing him to stagger mid-charge. The enormous blade, when held horizontally, served as a makeshift shield. Su Yuan, running beside Yi Zheng, marveled at the unexpected utility of the giant sword. Could this be the reason Yi Zheng had chosen to wield it? Learning yet another tactic, he quickly refocused. The immediate threat was the Ice Frost Goblin, which could wreak havoc by shooting cold arrows during their battle. Qin Zijing, he urged, concentrate. Locate the Ice Frost Goblin and see if we can eliminate it. An arrow whizzed overhead, striking a minotaur in the face. The creature howled in agony, yanking the arrow free and discarding it in rage. Got it, came Lu Tingting's voice from behind. At this point, the group had already engaged in close combat with the monsters. Su Yuan's weapon transformed into a long spear, granting him an advantage in the spacious arena. Zero-frame initiation. With the enhancement of his skills, Su Yuan's speed of attack was remarkable. Coupled with mighty bull strength, he struck decisively, piercing through one minotaur. Despite its tenacity, he needed to thrust again to finally bring it down. Clang! His spear clashed against another minotaur's spike club. Seizing the moment, a goblin wielding a spear launched a sneak attack aimed at Su Yuan's abdomen. As he fought, Su Yuan retreated, regrettably lacking the time to recharge his zero-frame initiation ability during the intense battle. Once that initial burst of power was expended, akin to the famed 3 strikes of Guan Yu, his combat effectiveness plummeted. He had to rely solely on his combat skills now. The winds howled with fury. This is the most formidable technique practiced by Su Yuan in 72 Paths of Gods and Demons. The Fang Tian Hua Ji, accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound, stirred up a howling gale reminiscent of the wrath of the wind deity. The foremost goblin was instantly paralyzed by the furious roar, remaining motionless as the Fang Tian Hua Ji pierced through, sending its body crashing into the minotaur behind. The minotaur was toppled to the ground, roaring in fury as it rose. Su Yuan stepped forward, raising the Fang Tian Hua Ji, poised to deliver the finishing blow, when suddenly, a distortion in the air manifested an ice spear out of thin air. Danger! It's coming for me. Perhaps Su Yuan's overwhelming prowess had drawn the attention of the Frost Goblin. Su Yuan hesitated momentarily, swiftly retracting his long spear. Clang! The ice spear collided with a shield, transforming the spear into a shield at the critical moment. I found it, but I cannot kill it. A voice filled with urgency came from behind. It was Lu Tingting, who had finally located the small boss, the Frost Goblin. The appearance of the Frost Goblin was not as easily recognizable as that of the larger goblin. It was only slightly larger than the others, its most notable distinction being the bluish tint of its skin. This resemblance to ordinary goblins was why Yi Zheng had previously failed to identify the small boss. Upon spotting the Frost Goblin, Lu Tingting immediately released an arrow, but it was either dodged by the Frost Goblin or blocked by other goblins. Although she possessed the precise aim attribute, it merely indicated targeting, not guaranteed hits. Where is it? Su Yuan shouted. At your 3 o'clock, surrounded by 4 goblins. Lu Tingting replied hastily. Leave it to me. Su Yuan turned his gaze toward the position Lu Tingting indicated. Chapter 32. Unity of Man and Gun. Su Yuan's gaze pierced through the monstrous creature before him, directing itself towards the goblin horde at 3 o'clock. Soon, he spotted a goblin with blue skin, surrounded by its kin. That must be the Frost Goblin. Su Yuan's focus sharpened as he observed it hiding behind the creature, incessantly muttering to itself. It seemed to be looking in his direction, and as Su Yuan turned his head, their eyes met. Instantly, the Frost Goblin began chattering even more frantically. Ripples formed in the air before him, and suddenly, numerous ice spikes materialized from all directions. Is it unleashing a formidable attack? Su Yuan's heart raced as he raised his trusty shield and quickly sought refuge. Though he appeared to possess great strength, in truth, he was merely a feeble first stage. 5th layer novice, far inferior to the small boss, lacking a whole tier of power. If those ice spikes struck him, he would surely be left bruised and battered. During this time, He had practiced 13 Tai Bao horizontal training, but he was still at a beginner's level, far from being able to withstand a small boss's assault. Whoosh! The ice spikes shot towards him from all angles. Some he evaded, while others clanged against his shield with a sharp metallic sound. Bang! Utilizing 9 bull strength, Su Yuan forcefully shoved aside the obstructing Minotaur, propelling himself towards the Frost Goblin. If he could maintain his speed, the ice spikes would fail to catch him. The Frost Goblin seemed to sense the threat posed by Su Yuan, its voice growing more urgent. The goblin guards beside it stirred restlessly, and the Minotaur appeared to receive orders, turning to block Su Yuan's path. "We'll hold off the Minotaur. You handle the boss." Yi Zheng leapt with vigor, striking at one of the Minotaurs. The beast retaliated furiously, raising its spike club. Arrows rained down from the dense forest, picking off the weakest goblins one by one. Qin Zijin's dual-pointed spear, imbued with frost power, slowed the Minotaur's movements after prolonged combat. Taking advantage of this, Qin Zijin thrust her spear into one Minotaur's skull. Bang! 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 The goblins blocking Su Yuan were all sent flying by his shield, while an ice spike shot towards him from behind. He adeptly dodged, weaving left and right. This evasion technique was something he had learned in school for dodging bullets, just a few steps to the left, then a few to the right. To his surprise, it proved effective. Prepare to meet your end. Su Yuan had transformed his makeshift shield from iron into one, with 2 openings, ensuring his line of sight remained unobstructed. As he neared the Frost Goblin, excitement flashed across his face. 0 frame, initiation, 9 bull strength, wind affinity, Emperor's presence. He unleashed everything at his disposal. The wind god howled with fury. In Su Yuan's grasp, the enormous shield transformed once more into a formidable halberd, slicing through the air with a chilling whistle as it lunged towards several goblins. The frantic cries of the Frost Goblins crescendoed, distorting the very fabric of space around them, as vapor coalesced into sharp icicles poised to strike at Su Yuan. Yet, the 0 frame initiation was swifter. The 2-meter-long halberd, with its increasing might, pierced through the first 2 goblin sentinels, continuing its relentless advance to impale the small goblin boss at the rear. The Frost Goblin, unwilling to meet its demise, emitted a final, unintelligible outburst before succumbing. With its death, the icicles that had been launched towards Su Yuan lost their control, plummeting to the ground. Yura, the remaining 2 goblin sentinels, shrieking in rage, attempted to assault Su Yuan, but were swiftly dispatched by the sheer power of his dual strikes, sending them to face their boss. Turning his gaze to the others, Yi Zheng, having acquired innate divine strength, was holding his ground against the Minotaurs with Lu Tingting's arrows bolstering his efforts. After a fierce clash, he successfully severed the head of one Minotaur, only to find himself face-to-face with another. On the other side, Qin Zijing appeared to be faring even better. 2 Minotaur corpses lay dissolving at her feet, indicating her encounter with a third. Out of a total of 7 Minotaurs, Su Yuan had slain 1, while Qin Zijing accounted for 3, and Yi Zheng 2, with one having pursued Lu Tingting into the woods. Lu Tingting had eliminated numerous small goblins and was now employing a kite-fighting strategy against the Minotaur, occasionally landing arrows that left the creature battered and bruised. While Su Yuan had hoped to claim another kill, his thoughts shifted to the experience gained from defeating the Frost Goblin boss, which he deemed a worthy trade-off. He glanced at his martial arts panel. Level, First Realm. 5th layer, 47. How many monsters had he vanquished? The count eluded him, but he was certain his progress had surged by approximately 15. Su Yuan felt immense satisfaction. Leveling up through monster slaying was indeed rapid. His gaze drifted to the site of the Frost Goblin's demise, where he noted with pleasure the remnants of a green luminescence left behind. To his delight, it was a piece of green text fragment. As he picked it up, his attention shifted back to the other 3. Yi Zheng had already slain a Minotaur, and shortly thereafter, Qin Zijing delivered a decisive blow to another. However, after defeating her foe, she stood momentarily in a daze, her aura subtly intensifying before a smile broke across her face. "Have you broken through?" Su Yuan inquired curiously as he approached her. "Indeed, I have reached the 7th layer of the First Realm." Qin Zijing replied joyfully. Su Yuan felt a sense of despondency. Despite his esteemed status as the emperor, his cultivation fell short of that of ice skin and jade bone. However, he understood that his emperor's demeanor was newly attained, while others possessed their advantages from the outset. Moreover, Qin Zijing hailed from a wealthy family, and Su Yuan had consumed merely 20 qi blood pills, supplemented by a single vitality pill gifted by Qin Zijing. In contrast, the affluent could treat such pills as mere candies. It was truly incomparable. Su Yuan Said Ingwerdi. Wow, Zijing, you have made a breakthrough. How are your attributes? Lu Tingting, having successfully eliminated the last Minotaur through her kite-flying strategy, hurried over, eager to inquire about Qin Zijing's advancement to the 7th level. Quite well. Qin Zijing could hardly suppress her joy as a smile played on her lips. I have achieved the purple grade unity of man and gun. Chapter 33. Heavenly Dominance. Wow. You have drawn a purple attribute again. Your talent for attributes is simply extraordinary. Lu Tingting exclaimed in awe, while Su Yuan's expression shifted as he discovered it was unity of man and gun, a top-tier talent in marksmanship. He had previously encountered a swordsmanship equivalent attribute, unity of man and sword, but had unhesitatingly forsaken it in favor of the more colorful attributes easy pickings and equivalent exchange. Is there any truth to the rumor that the level of the initial attribute generally represents the talent associated with it? Lu Tingting inquired. Initially, she possessed only a blue attribute, and now, despite having 5 attributes at the 5th level, the highest remained blue. That's not accurate. There are far too many exceptions. Look at the school. They do not grant superior treatment to those with high-level attributes simply based on their initial ones. Qin Zijing reassured her. Is that so? Lu Tingting pondered, then turned to Su Yuan. Zijing has drawn another purple attribute. What about you, Su Yuan? Have you drawn another golden attribute? Ah! Su Yuan rubbed his nose, thinking that what he was about to reveal would astonish them all. What do you mean? Did you really draw another golden attribute? Lu Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yuan nodded. Ah, why? It seems that the talent for attributes is indeed somewhat related to the initial attributes. Lu Tingting lamented. Damn! Yizheng couldn't help but curse, glaring indignantly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan did not wish to incite such animosity. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to lighten the mood with a cheeky remark. Do not compare yourselves to me. Genius is merely the threshold to meet me. That was indeed quite audacious, prompting even Qin Zijing to roll her eyes at him. After they finished clearing the battlefield, Su Yuan collected the green attribute fragments, temporarily keeping them for redistribution later. Without further ado, they hastened to seek out more magical creatures. Before long, they encountered a bloodthirsty cat demon. This time, they needed not rely on previous tactics. Qin Zijing, without even using her freezing technique, severely wounded the cat demon with just a few shots before swiftly delivering the final blow. With the spear in her hands, she maneuvered it with remarkable agility, executing her marksmanship with newfound fluidity, sufficient to injure the cat demon. It appeared that unity of man and gun had significantly enhanced her combat prowess. During their journey, they encountered other adventurers, a 5-member team, among whom 3 were evidently students, while the other 2 appeared to be seasoned bodyguards. The 2 groups exchanged mere nods before parting ways without any intent to converse. Soon after, Su Yuan and his companions encountered a solitary goblin and a lone minotaur, both of which they effortlessly dispatched. Wait! The scouting Yizheng signaled for silence once more. Ahead lay the territory of the dark curse cat demon. He pointed forward, urging everyone to look ahead. Indeed, within the dense thicket ahead, a cursory glance at the ground-level trunks reveals no fewer than 10 bloodthirsty cat demons. Among them, atop a grand tree, lies a feline figure strikingly dissimilar to the others, slumbering peacefully, its fur significantly longer than that of its counterparts, and the enigmatic markings upon its body unmistakably identify it as the minor boss of the cat demons, the dark curse cat demon. Perhaps we should retreat, suggested Yizheng. Su Yuan concurred, stating, the speed of the cat demons is exceedingly swift. Lacking control abilities, it will be arduous to strike them. Let's withdraw quietly and tread carefully. Qin Zijing added in agreement. Although the monsters were hard to come by, their strength rendered them formidable opponents. Glancing at the time, Qin Zijing remarked, "We have only 5 hours in total, and we are already well past the halfway mark. We should prepare to return. Let us take a different route and exit through another door," proposed Su Yuan. The forest park, known as the Grand Forest, was replete with numerous entrances and exits. They all unanimously agreed that exploring alternative paths might yield further encounters with magical creatures. On their descent, they indeed stumbled upon a delightful surprise, a camp of flame goblins. Yi Zheng conducted a meticulous investigation. Unlike the frost goblins with their greenish skin, these flame goblins bore a distinctive red hue, making them easily identifiable. In addition to the 20 or so small goblins, there were 5 minotaurs present. "Let us employ the strategy of drawing them out one by one," suggested the group. Reverting to their previous tactics, Yi Zheng ventured forth to lure the monsters while the others concealed themselves within the foliage. This time, the baiting was remarkably successful. Ultimately, aside from the flame goblins, only a few small goblins and 2 minotaurs remained. Onward, let us vanquish them. With the flame goblins finally alerted to their presence, the group sprang into action. Swift arrows pierced the air, swiftly dispatching several small goblins. Su Yuan struck down one minotaur with a spear, while the other fell to a well-coordinated strike from Qin Zijing and Yi Zheng, who severed its head in a single blow. With their combined efforts, the minor boss, the flame goblin, soon met its demise, leaving behind a fragment of a white inscription. "There's another here," Lu Tingting exclaimed, picking up a separate white inscription fragment, which had once belonged to a minotaur. What fortunate luck! Though Su Yuan did not claim the head of the flame goblin, he encountered several stray monsters on the descent. By the time he exited the mystical realm, his cultivation had risen by a commendable 31. Name: Su Yuan level, 5th layer of the first realm of martial arts. 60 with an entrance fee of 10,000 coins and a 31 increase in his progression. This transaction proved exceedingly cost-effective, far more so than consuming medicinal pills. However, such a comparison is unwise, as the safety of pill consumption does not necessitate the risks of venturing into mystical realms. Moreover, the gains from this expedition in the Grand Forest were not as substantial as those from the previous encounter at the school Lang Lang Mountain. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, the school offers ample time, and secondly, the Grand Forest is open daily, with many magical creatures having been cleared away. Each day, only a few reappear, making the search quite time-consuming. The rewards from entering the secret realm, besides the enhancement of one's cultivation, include the dropped item fragments. However, this pales in comparison to the Lang Lang Mountain at the school. This time, the entirety of what was obtained consisted solely of item fragments, 1 green fragment and 4 white fragments. As the 4 emerged from the forest park, they were greeted by the bustling streets and throngs of pedestrians. Looking back, the Grand Forest seemed like another world altogether. The distribution of the item fragments posed a challenge. Perhaps it would be best to calculate their value. White fragments typically sell for around 2,000 each, while green fragments are approximately 8,000. Altogether, this amounts to a total of 16,000, which conveniently divides to 4,000 each. Qin Zijing suggested. After contemplating, Su Yuan replied, "I would like my 4,000 in the form of 2 white fragments, as I had previously found 2. Now with 4, I can successfully forge a white item." Chapter 34. Invulnerable to all poisons. Very well. Qin Zijing nodded in agreement, and the other 2 had no reason to object. Yi Zheng and Lu Tingting had no intentions of crafting their own phrases and entrusted Qin Zijing to sell them, agreeing to share the profits later. While they did not place immense value on the spoils, a fair division was still necessary. By afternoon, despite having eaten a hearty breakfast, hunger had set in, prompting them to dine together. Yi Zheng graciously treated, and Su Yuan did not hold back. Their bond had deepened through shared trials on the battlefield, lending a sense of camaraderie. Su Yuan learned that they were already acquainted. Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting had been classmates in junior high, while Yi Zheng's father had business dealings with Qin Zijing's family. It was no wonder they formed a team. "Let us meet again next week. Goodbye. See you Monday." After their meal, they bid farewell and returned to their respective homes, having arranged to continue their exploration of the secret realm the following week. Among all methods of enhancing their cultivation, battling monsters in the secret realm presented the highest cost-effectiveness. However, they had yet to confirm whether they would return to the Glen of Forests next week. Rushing home to synthesize phrases, Su Yuan boarded the bus without delay, his mind racing with thoughts. Would synthesizing phrases trigger the system? If so, he could select the most useful phrases to sell. Any valuable phrases would undoubtedly fetch a price far exceeding that of the fragments combined. If this were feasible, Su Yuan could abandon his job and thrive in the trade of buying and selling phrase fragments. Xiao Yuan, I want to find you today. But Sister Xiao Yu said you were in the secret realm. I waited downstairs for you for quite a while. As Su Yuan arrived at the community entrance, a short figure approached him. Hao Ran, Su Yuan greeted, the newcomer being Wang Haoran, whom he had not seen for several days. After awakening his phrase panel, he had taken some martial arts classes in the community. How have you been? Any issues with your training? Su Yuan inquired. Not really. I find it quite simple. Sometimes, I just fall asleep while practicing, Wang Haoran replied. Haha, that's fine. The most important thing in training is to enjoy it. What level are you at now? Su Yuan asked. The 4th level, I think. Wang Haoran scratched his head. Oh, the 4th level? Wait, what? The 4th level of the first realm? Su Yuan, initially unconcerned, suddenly lost his composure upon realizing Wang Haoran's words. Have you truly reached the 4th level of the first realm? Su Yuan was utterly astonished. It is essential to recognize that he had exerted tremendous effort to cultivate to the 5th layer of the first realm, consuming 21 pills and participating in 2 secret realm trials before finally achieving such mastery. Given Wang Haoran's family background, it was inconceivable that he had access to pills or that the community would arrange secret realm trials. Therefore, Wang Haoran's cultivation must have been entirely self-taught. But how could that be possible? Haoran, have you consumed any pills or ventured into a secret realm? Su Yuan inquired. No, Haoran replied. Did you perhaps draw a special physique attribute? Su Yuan pressed on. No. Are there any supportive cultivation attributes, such as swift progress or effortless gains? Su Yuan continued. None of those either. So, you have merely practiced diligently every day, and your cultivation has risen to its current level. Yes, Wang Haoran responded, a look of bewilderment on his face. Without pills or participation in secret realms, the only explanation for his current cultivation must be self-practice. Yet, Wang Haoran had stated he had not drawn any physique attributes. Could it be that this young man was a genius akin to Xiao Yunfei, able to rival warriors with golden attributes despite being an ordinary human? That seemed improbable. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Was he surrounded by extraordinary individuals? Haoran, are you absolutely certain you do not possess any special attributes that accelerate your cultivation? Su Yuan asked, unwilling to relent. If you don't believe me, Brother Xiao Yuan, look. Wang Haoran promptly opened his martial arts panel, revealing all the information before Su Yuan. Name, Wang Haoran level, 4th layer of the first realm, hidden origin, 36, attributes, 1. Attribute name, stalwart build attribute level, green attribute effect. The taller you are, the stronger you become. For every centimeter of height gained, your physical strength increases by 1 point. 2. Attribute name, innocent heart attribute level, red attribute effect. Possessing a pure heart allows for easier enlightenment. 3. Attribute name, immune to poisons attribute level, blue attribute effect. You are immune to the effects of 100 common poisons, which will not affect you in any way. 4. Attribute name, ambidextrous attribute level, green attribute effect. Both hands exhibit equal dexterity, with each becoming your dominant hand. Cultivation technique, Xia's breathing method martial skill. 100 schools fist technique equipment. None pet. None of this. Before Su Yuan could respond, Wang Haoran had already summoned his martial arts panel. Ah, Haoran, remember, do not casually display your martial arts panel to others. Su Yuan cautioned. In the martial arts community, practitioners typically keep their panels confidential. Such information could reveal much, and should it fall into the hands of malicious individuals, the consequences could be dire. Su Yuan's gaze swept over Wang Haoran's panel, and he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in astonishment. Truly, the cultivation level was at the 4th layer of the first realm. The attributes appeared quite normal. However, the heart of a child stood out as particularly remarkable, capable of triggering a state of epiphany. Epiphany is a rare opportunity in martial arts that allows one's body and spirit to enter an alternate state, elevating thoughts to another dimension. This phenomenon bestows various benefits upon the body and spirit, the specifics of which depend on what one experiences during the epiphany. It could manifest as an enhancement in martial techniques or a sudden surge in cultivation. If Wong Howren were not inherently gifted, it would imply that he frequently and inadvertently triggered the epiphany state. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a level of cultivation so swiftly based solely on these attributes. It must be said that Howren is indeed not particularly astute. Thus, it is only natural that he drew the heart of a child. Su Yuan chuckled to himself. Little brother Yuan, why didn't you invite me to the secret realm? Wong Howren looked somewhat dejected. Well, you never mentioned wanting to go, Su Yuan replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Then, when you next venture into the secret realm, could you take me along? Wong Howren asked eagerly. Ah, well. Su Yuan paused, then pondered carefully. It indeed seemed feasible. With Wong Howren's cultivation, being cautious would suffice for exploring the secret realm. His attributes were quite commendable, though it was unfortunate that none enhanced his combat prowess. However, there were concerns. One was the cost of entering the secret realm, which Wong's grandmother might struggle to afford. The other was the need to secure the agreement of Qin Zijin and the others. We must first gain your grandmother's consent, and I also need my teammates' approval, Su Yuan stated. Let's see about it next week. Perhaps we will break through again and acquire a powerful attribute by then. After finishing his conversation with Wong Howren, Su Yuan returned home, greeted his elder sister, and then hurried to his room. He eagerly arranged 4 white attribute fragments in a line, infusing them with spiritual energy. The fragments, already emanating a white glow, shone even brighter. They began to merge slowly, intertwining together, on the verge of forming a complete attribute. Ding! New attribute detection imminent. The divine selection system has been activated. You may choose one attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 options. Chapter 35. Enhancement of the second brother. Upon hearing the system's clear prompt, Su Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. It was truly possible. In addition to the rewards from the heavenly path during upgrades, synthesizing attribute fragments could also trigger the system's random selection mechanism. As long as Su Yuan acquired an attribute, irrespective of the method of acquisition, it would activate the system. His exhilaration was akin to drawing a vibrant attribute. The ability to synthesize attributes meant that he was bound for prosperity, while others might purchase attribute fragments and end up with useless attributes. Su Yuan had the privilege of selection. As long as his luck was not abysmal, he faced little risk of loss. As he pondered, the system had already refreshed the available attribute options. 1. Attribute name. Arm enhancement attribute level. White attribute effect. Your arms will receive a certain degree of enhancement. The hardness of the bones, the toughness of the skin, and the strength of the muscles will all improve. This was a commendable attribute. Just this alone would ensure no losses. Su Yuan felt a surge of joy upon seeing the first attribute. The arm enhancement, though not exceptional in his collection, was indeed a solid choice among white attributes. The estimated selling price was at least 20,000, considering the raw material cost, comprising 4 white attribute fragments. Each priced at 2,000, the total value was merely 8,000. Selling, it would effortlessly yield a profit of over double. 2. Attribute name. Leg enhancement attribute level. White attribute effect. Your legs will receive a certain degree of enhancement. The bones, skin, and muscles in the legs will all improve, allowing you to run faster. Similar to the previous attribute, though the arm enhancement focused on amplifying strength, the leg enhancement primarily aimed to increase speed. In the market, the price for leg enhancement would likely be even higher. Su Yuan was exceedingly satisfied as he eagerly anticipated the subsequent attributes. 3. Attribute name. Enhancement of the second brother attribute level. White attribute effect. Your second brother will receive a certain degree of enhancement, slightly prolonging endurance, increasing hardness, and modestly augmenting both girth and length. Astonished, Su Yuan was momentarily speechless. Who would have imagined that after enhancing the limbs, the third attribute would focus on enhancing the fifth limb? It is widely acknowledged that to earn money from men, the most lucrative avenue lies in matters of vitality. Indeed, why do delicacies such as leeks, oysters, and lamb kidneys flourish in barbecue stalls? Is it truly due to their taste? Nonsense. While they cannot be deemed unpalatable, their flavor is merely passable. Moreover, items like goji berries and various tonics, whether steeped in liquor or crafted into supplements, primarily serve that very purpose. Especially regarding the efficacy of these items, the outcome remains uncertain. However, the attributes are indeed distinct. These are the tangible qualities that can be seen and felt, the practical benefits that can be utilized. If these were to be placed on the market, they would surely incite a frenzy among buyers. Su Yuan found himself unable to appraise the value of the enhanced second brother attribute. It could very well be auctioned. It would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Yet, does he truly wish to part with it? As a man who hasn't experienced such a moment, he cannot guarantee that he would never have a use for it. Moreover, who says this item can only be utilized after experiencing diminished vitality? Though he is quite robust now, every man still harbors a desire to be even stronger. While he has already reached a considerable size, who would ever complain about being larger? Perhaps it is better to refrain from selling it? Su Yuan found himself in a state of hesitation and conflict. His gaze lingered on the attribute options, pondering if there might be something superior, only to realize, after a prolonged examination, that there were no further selections available. It seems these three options are all he has, yet they are sufficient. Even if additional attributes existed, it is likely that none would surpass the value of enhanced second brother. Among all the white attributes, only longevity-related ones like longevity and extended lifespan could possibly rival enhanced second brother in worth. Su Yuan regarded the three options. Although enhanced arms and enhanced legs also possess merit, he naturally chose enhanced second brother. As Su Yuan confirmed his selection, the four fragments of attributes that were merging slowly began to take form. The previously faint glow intensified, morphing into a more enigmatic luminescent mass. Holding the glowing orb in his hand, he felt its warmth akin to jade and casually infused it with spiritual energy, causing the attribute information to manifest above the orb. He truly hesitated to sell it. After much deliberation, Su Yuan resolved to inquire about the market conditions another day. A typical small shop would certainly not carry such a remarkable item. It must be presented at an auction. He planned to ask about the auction process, including the commission rates, to determine what would be most appropriate. Su Yuan retrieved an empty stationery box, placed the orb-like attribute within, and carefully tucked it away in the innermost part of the drawer. After a brief session of cultivation, his mother arrived home, commencing preparations for dinner. Su Yuan ventured out to assist in gathering vegetables, and with the transfer of 20,000 yuan he had made, they were finally able to enjoy exotic beast meat at the dinner table after a long absence. The exotic meat is truly delectable. Mother, I secured first place in the Secret Realm trial, and my homeroom teacher has applied for a scholarship on my behalf. Will be arriving shortly, so please don't skimp on dinner. Su Yuan savored a generous portion of meat, relishing the exquisite taste. The exotic beast meat, priced at several hundred yuan per gene, would greatly benefit his mother's health. If consumed daily, it would effectively sustain her vital signs. We must also be prudent with the scholarship funds. Your training remains the utmost priority. How did your expedition to the Secret Realm go today? Inquired Su Ma, Jiangpei. It is quite commendable that our cultivation progress has surged by 31. We have resolved to return next week. Su Yuan took a bite of his meal and noticed that his mother was still reluctant to spend money. Thus, he casually mentioned the matter of synthesizing the attribute fragments. I happened to acquire 4 attribute shards, and just a moment ago, I successfully synthesized them. The resulting attribute is remarkably powerful. In a few days, I shall take it to the auction house to sell, and our family will be on the brink of financial freedom. Such boastfulness. Su shot Su Yuan a glance. How valuable can a white attribute synthesized from white shards possibly be? Zhang Pei also wore a knowing expression, evidently sharing the sentiment that a white attribute could not hold significant value. Oomph. Su Yuan retorted with a hint of pride. You two simply lack experience. Who says that white attributes cannot possess remarkable qualities? Do not underestimate them. My attribute is... Su Yuan paused, contemplating how to elaborate on the effects of second brother enhancement, but then he realized that he was speaking in front of two women. How could he express it? The nature of this attribute, if articulated, would undoubtedly evoke a sense of embarrassment, even among his closest family members. Chapter 36. Mustard seed space ahem, never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway. Su Yuan coughed lightly twice and continued. Let me put it this way. You must be familiar with the phrase longevity to 100 years, right? Ah, of course we know. Have you synthesized the entry for longevity to 100 years? His mother and older sister's eyes widened in unison, their expressions identical. Not exactly. Su Yuan shook his head. TCH. Su Yu rolled her eyes. I may not possess longevity to 100 years, but the value of what I have is not inferior. And perhaps it is even more precious, Su Yuan retorted. Don't believe me? Show it to me. Su Yu extended her hand. I won't show you. Su Yuan dismissed her and turned to his mother, saying, In any case, Mom, you can spend money without worry. Beast meat must be included in every meal. After reiterating his advice to his mother a few times, he returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Under the influence of the majesty of the emperor, he found himself increasingly enamored with the process of cultivation. The following day was Sunday. Su Yuan spent the morning practicing at home. When he grew weary of meditating, he practiced body refinement. Fortunately, the herbs needed for the 13 Guardians' medicinal bath were expected to arrive today. In the afternoon, he would retrieve the package and proceed with the subsequent steps of body refinement. However, before that, there was another matter he needed to attend to. After having lunch with his sister, he set out. Seizing the opportunity of having free time, he decided to inquire about the auction house and the second brother enhancement situation, primarily to determine its location and estimate potential bidding prices, just to be informed. Su Yuan had never previously engaged with an auction, and he didn't even know which way the auction house's entrance faced. Relying on navigation, he eventually located an auction house. Although situated in the city center, it was on a relatively obscure old street, where foot traffic was sparse. The entrance of the auction house appeared rather desolate and unadorned. Good day, sir. Are you interested in participating in today's auction? Upon arrival, someone immediately approached to assist him, confirming that he had indeed found the correct auction house. From the exterior, the auction house did not exude opulence. Su Yuan initially thought he had navigated to the wrong address. However, upon entering, he realized his lack of experience. Inside was undeniably upscale, exuding an understated yet luxurious sophistication. Even the reception staff were exceptionally tall and graceful. Is there an auction today? Do I need a ticket to enter? Su Yuan inquired. Yes, indeed, there's an auction today. You may take a look at the introduction to our auction items. The receptionist handed him a promotional card, which was exquisitely printed. Upon opening it, Su Yuan discovered several item introductions, although many details were obscured. The highlight item was clearly detailed on the card. It was an equipment entry, and as Su Yuan casually glanced over it, he was taken aback to find that the highlighted item was only of white-grade quality. Upon carefully perusing the information provided, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. So it is this. No wonder it could take center stage despite being merely of white quality. There is indeed a rationale behind it. Although it was his first encounter, Su Yuan had long been aware of its existence. Not just aware, but profoundly so. It is likely that few are oblivious to it. On the surface, this appears to be an ordinary jade bracelet, yet the accompanying inscription is anything but ordinary. Item name: Ancient Spatial Jade Bracelet accompanying inscription. Mustard seed space inscription quality. White inscription effect. Mustard seed contains the universe, possessing a cubic meter of space capable of holding inanimate objects. A spatial bracelet. It is no wonder it can serve as a showpiece. Su Yuan marveled inwardly. For who would not desire a piece of spatial equipment? Items such as the Cosmos Bag, Spatial Ring, Storage Ring, and Spiritual Spring Space are essential gear for protagonists in novels, enabling them to traverse the world and engage in all manner of exploits. Our auction does not require an admission fee, but you must first verify your assets at the front desk, the polite receptionist informed him. Asset verification? Is 50,000 sufficient? Su Yuan inquired, as Qin Zijing had lent him 100,000, and after some time, he was left with approximately 50,000. Not enough. The receptionist smiled. All right, you are quite perceptive. Just by looking at my attire, it is evident I lack funds, Su Yuan replied, shaking his head in exasperation. He continued to explain, to be frank, I am not here to make a purchase. Rather, I intend to buy something and wish to inquire about the auction terms and commission fees. Oh, I see. Please follow me. Our client reception room has dedicated personnel to assist you. The receptionist led Su Yuan to the reception room on the side of the venue, where a middle-aged man sat opposite him. My friend, may I ask what item you wish to send for auction? The man did not underestimate Su Yuan due to his age or attire. Is an inscription, Su Yuan replied. Oh, may I inquire about the quality of your inscription? The middle-aged man asked again. A white. The man's expression shifted. Are you trying to fool me? Calm down, Su Yuan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. A white inscription is not without its merits. After all, the spatial jade bracelet you're showcasing today is also a white inscription item, is it not? That is not the same. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, but remained patient. Then may I ask what effects your inscription possesses? Which aspect? What aspect? The man frowned. Just that aspect. The middle-aged man followed Su Yuan's gaze and glanced down, then suddenly understood. Ah, so it is that aspect. The man's expression transformed dramatically, his face breaking into a broad smile. Let us discuss this in detail. Su Yuan recounted the specific details of the second brother enhancement inscription. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully and assured the young brother that the item was indeed eligible for their auction. However, he lamented the absence of precise data in the inscription's description regarding the increase in circumference length, as it lacked specific numerical values. After a moment of contemplation, he estimated that the inscription's price should hover around 400,000 to 500,000. If there were particularly eager buyers, it could even reach 1 million. He explained that their auction typically charged a service fee of 15. Yet, upon perceiving a connection with the young brother, he offered to extend a preferential rate of only 10 if he agreed to place the inscription in their auction. Chapter 37. Sword Qi Amplification. Su Yuan remained silent regarding the offer presented by the other party. He did not perceive it as excessively high, as a 10% commission seemed rather standard. Surely, there were those who could propose a lower rate. In fact, certain items that made their way to this auction were a privilege for the auction house to showcase. In such cases would undoubtedly be serviced pro bono. Su Yuan's second brother enhancement certainly did not reach such esteemed heights. He held no objections to the proposal, but given his adeptness in synthesizing attributes, he was bound to establish a long-term partnership with the auction house in the future. Thus, he felt no urgency to make an immediate decision. May I inquire your esteemed surname, young sir? The middle-aged man asked. One may simply address me as Su, came the reply. Ah, it is Brother Su then? I am Chao Rong, the lobby manager of the Chao auction house. He introduced himself. Is this attribute synthesized by you, young sir? He inquired. That is confidential. However, I foresee frequent business of this nature in the future, Su Yuan replied vaguely, withholding specific details. The origin of this attribute was inconsequential to disclose, yet, should he consistently manage to synthesize superior attributes, it would inevitably raise suspicions. I see I've been rather presumptuous. Chao Rong chuckled, his mind racing. If this was merely one attribute, he would not have taken it to heart, but if there was potential for a long-term collaboration, he ought to express his sincerity, though he remained uncertain about the veracity of the young man's claims. Brother Su, if you're dissatisfied with the commission rate, I can certainly relay your concerns to my superiors. However, let me first guide you through our auction process, he suggested, having perceived Su Yuan's lukewarm interest. Isn't there a need for a capital verification? I do not possess such funds, Su Yuan candidly admitted. Rest assured, Brother Su, given that you possess such a treasure, there's a possibility for a long-term partnership. Regardless of your current financial status, you are considered a premium client of our auction house, Chao Rong assured him. With such an endorsement, Su Yuan ceased to decline the invitation. He was indeed curious to witness the workings of the auction house and discover the ultimate price that the legendary spatial equipment could fetch. Shall we don a mask? As they approached a preparatory room, Chao Rong retrieved a monkey mask from a cabinet and offered it to Su Yuan. Those who visit us are either affluent or esteemed. Occasionally, competitive bidding can incite tempers, and to avoid unnecessary disputes, many choose to wear a mask, Chao Rong explained. Oh, Su Yuan accepted the mask, examining it closely. It appeared to be quite ordinary, yet he donned it casually and entered the auction hall alongside Chao Rong. To his surprise, the atmosphere was quieter than he had anticipated. There was no frenzied bidding among the attendees. Once the auctioneer concluded the introduction of the item, the audience merely raised their paddles in silence. Currently up for bid was a long spear adorned with a blue attribute, which held no interest for Su Yuan, nor could he afford it. He and Chao Rong took a seat in the back row, where Su Yuan surveyed the crowd of bidders before him. The number of masked individuals is quite sparse. Not even half of the crowd. Could it be that? Su Yuan's gaze, initially wandering aimlessly, suddenly fixated upon a familiar figure ahead. It was none other than Xiao Yunfei. Among the guests participating in the auction, Su Yuan was taken aback to spot a well-known silhouette. To his surprise, senior brother Xiao had also come to the auction. It seems that earning money as a martial artist is truly effortless. He had heard that Xiao Yunfei hailed from humble beginnings, yet here he was, wealthy enough to partake in such an event. Su Yuan reflected on this, realizing he owed a debt of gratitude to senior brother Xiao. Although the wind affinity seemed ordinary, it proved to be remarkably effective in practice. He had learned several wind-related techniques, making significant progress. As for the upcoming sly thief, should he proceed? Su Yuan felt a flicker of hesitation. His aversion to Xiao Yunfei stemmed solely from a fleeting sense of malice he had perceived. He was even uncertain if it had been a mere illusion. If he had misjudged senior brother Xiao, his embarrassment would be profound. Thus, he reasoned that perhaps the sly thief should be directed toward Xiao Yunfei. After all, he had already pilfered once. A second time should not be a matter of concern. If Su Yuan's perception was accurate, he would be undermining his opponent's strength. If he was mistaken, then he could only offer his apologies. The sly thief. Why did it fail? Was the distance too great? Or could it be that the same individual can only be targeted once? The unsuccessful attempt left Su Yuan feeling flustered. Manager Chao, my eyesight is rather poor. May I move closer to the front? He inquired. Of course, no problem at all. Please go ahead. Speaking of which, I still have some matters to attend to in the hall. Shall I take my leave first? Manager Chao expressed with a hint of regret. No worries, Manager Chao. Do attend to your duties, Su Yuan replied courteously, finally bidding farewell to Chao Rong. He shifted forward a row, now approximately 5 or 6 meters from Xiao Yunfei. Still, it proved ineffective. It seemed that targeting Xiao Yunfei was destined to fail. Su Yuan moved forward 2 more rows, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Anxiety began to creep in as he wondered if something was amiss, contemplating whether to attempt another target. Finally, upon seating himself within 3 meters of Xiao Yunfei, he succeeded at last. Su Yuan felt the sly thief of his current level successfully activate, and a new entry appeared on his status panel. 140,000. This esteemed friend has raised the bid to 140,000. Is there anyone willing to go higher? 140,000 for the first time. 180,000. Good heavens, 180,000. Is there no one else? While pilfering, Su Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Startled when he noticed Xiao Yunfei raise his hand. To his relief, it turned out that Xiao Yunfei was merely participating in the auction. Curious, Su Yuan glanced at the stage, where a sword was being displayed, adorned with a blue entry labeled Killing Intent and a green entry titled Sword Chi Amplification. Equipped with 2 affixed attributes, it was the first time Su Yuan had encountered such an item, although he had heard whispers of its existence. A piece of gear with attributes indeed possesses the potential to encompass numerous enhancements, albeit with greater rarity and value. The sword boasted 2 particularly advantageous attributes: Aura of Slaughter, capable of intimidating and weakening adversaries, and Sword Chi Amplification, which enables the released sword energy to extend further and grow more formidable. In the blink of an eye, the price of this sword soared beyond 200,000, prompting Xiao Yunfei to withdraw from the competition. With exceptional talent in the sword arts, it appeared that Xiao Yunfei still lacked an appropriate weapon. His current iron staff, though adjustable in size, was limited in its capacity for transformation. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan decided not to linger any longer and cautiously exited the auction hall. Although he had yet to witness the auction of the spatial jade bracelet, he felt it prudent to leave, lest he cross paths with Xiao Yunfei and subsequently draw attention to the disappearing attributes. Manager Xiao, your auction house is indeed impressive. May I inquire when the next auction will take place? Upon exiting the venue, Su Yuan encountered Qiao Rong and posed the question. Brother Su, why didn't you take a closer look? Our company will hold another auction next Sunday. Would you like to consign your attributes with us? Yes, I shall bring them over next Sunday, Su Yuan replied. Would you mind visiting us a bit earlier, Brother Su? It would be beneficial for our craftsmen to gain insight, and for such treasures, it would be best to feature them on promotional cards to attract more interested clients. What do you think? Very well. I shall make time to visit again within the next couple of days. Chapter 38. Mastery of Flames upon completing his thievery. A thief invariably hastens away from the scene of the crime. Su Yuan was no exception. After exiting the auction house, he traversed 2 streets and hailed a cab. Only once he settled into the vehicle did he find a leisure to examine the information pertaining to the item he had just pilfered. Entry name: Mastery of Flames, entry level. Green entry effect. You can command any mundane flame, manipulating and wielding it at will. A green entry. Mastery of Flames. Alas, it is but the flame of mortals, merely the fire of this world. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. This entry reaffirmed that Xiao Yunfei truly was a prodigy among prodigies, a genius of entries despite his mortal form. He had no remarkable entries to boast. The flames of the mundane world hold little utility. The truly formidable flames are those like solar true fire, lunar true fire, samadhi true fire, and the phoenix's rebirth fire. At the very least, one should possess something akin to bone spirit cold fire or azure lotus earth heart fire. Mundane fire, akin to that used for cooking or burning firewood, could hardly pose a threat to martial artists or demonic entities. It was an arduous task. This mastery of flames tarnishes the value of my entries. I shall await the opportunity to exchange it for equivalent exchange when I draw it. Su Yuan used, opting not to continue his explorations that afternoon. Instead, he returned home to fetch a parcel from downstairs. The herbs for his medicinal bath had finally arrived. Su Yuan unwrapped the package, procuring a large iron pot. Following the instructions in the 13 Guardians of Horizontal Practice, he placed the requisite amount of herbs into the pot, igniting it on high before lowering the flame to simmer gently. Regrettably, he had heard of iron pots designed for heating below while allowing one to bathe within, and he imagined how delightful it would be to have a medicinal bath in such a vessel. However, that was not feasible in his household. He could only prepare the medicinal concoction and transfer it to the bathtub. Su Yuan initially contemplated moving the tub into his bedroom for cultivation, but ultimately feared water splashing out. Thus, he resigned himself to practice in the bathroom. His body tingled pleasantly, and he could distinctly sense the medicinal power permeating his limbs and bones, gradually fortifying his physique. Su Yuan marveled inwardly. This was indeed the correct method of cultivation. The martial arts from the 13 Guardians of Horizontal Practice proved quite commendable, compensating for some of his shortcomings. His strength was adequate, yet his constitution remained woefully insufficient. In the ensuing days, he continued to devote himself to cultivation, venturing only once after school to the Chao auction house, where he presented the second brother enhancement to the appraisers. The auction house personnel were exceedingly pleased and decided to prominently feature this entry on their promotional cards. Although Su Yuan did not negotiate much regarding the commission fee, it was ultimately reduced to 8. Qiao Rong further indicated that should there be more items for auction in the future, the fee could be negotiated down to 5. Su Yuan expressed his satisfaction as he diligently practiced each day. Another Saturday arrived, and he, along with Qin Zijing and another companion, gathered at the entrance of the forest park, prepared to continue their second expedition into the realm of Glenwood. Su Yuan did not invite Wang Haoren. A couple of days prior, he had mentioned Wang Haoren's desire to explore the secret realm to Wang's grandmother. who was taken aback and immediately urged Su Yuan to dissuade him. Wang Haoren's parents, Wang's grandmother's son and daughter-in-law, had encountered an incident within the secret realm. Not only did she forbid Wang Haoren from participating, but she also attempted to persuade Su Yuan to refrain from going, though he was resolute in his decision. His cultivation progress had already reached 81 of the fifth realm, and he anticipated that upon returning from the secret realm, he would have leveled up. Wang's grandmother could only reiterate her concerns, urging him to exercise caution. Consequently, Su Yuan found himself unable to invite Wang Haoren to join their party. Good morning. Yi Zheng was the first to arrive, likely due to his proximity to the location. Shortly thereafter, the two women joined him, and the four opted for a different entrance, embarking on an alternative route into the forest. Despite the daily slaying of monsters, new ones emerged each day, particularly at the Minotaur camp. Not long after entering the secret realm, they stumbled upon a gathering of 7 or 8 Minotaurs, this time without the goblin boss present. They swiftly dispatched the creatures and resumed their rapid search for more monsters. 5 hours of effort yielded a reward of 10,000 coins. The only thing wasted was not time but money. Soon after, having eliminated several isolated monsters, they encountered another goblin camp. This territory was larger than their previous encounter, and a frost goblin commanded over 10 minotaurs. Nevertheless, they decided to employ a strategy of luring and defeating them one by one, ultimately vanquishing the minor boss. The frost goblin. They did not collect the minor boss's head, but Su Yuan's cultivation had progressed to 92. Quiet. Their movement ahead. It appeared to be the formidable Minotaur Lord, accompanied by 2 goblin bosses, along with more than 10 ordinary minotaurs and dozens of smaller goblins. Such a vast force encountered them. It was astonishing that the officials had not sent anyone to clear the area. Typically, a major boss would drop valuable items, far exceeding the worth of an entrance ticket. When a major boss appears, the officials usually intervene before visitors have a chance. This time, however, they had unexpectedly crossed paths with one. The Minotaur Lord seemed to be somewhat weaker than anticipated. The Minotaurs appeared to have recently respawned. The 4 exchanged glances, each harboring a tinge of regret as they turned away. Given their current strength, defeating the major boss was a formidable challenge. The major boss possessed the strength equivalent to a third-realm warrior, while the strongest among them, Su Yuan, barely reached the threshold of the third realm. Let us go. We cannot defeat it. Remember the location. Let us return when we have grown stronger and acquired powerful attributes to vanquish the formidable boss. I hope that by the time we are sufficiently formidable, this great boss has not yet been eradicated by the officials. A few of us left the Tauren Lord's territory with a tinge of regret, ultimately refraining from provoking the great boss. As fate would have it, the 4 of them found themselves once more in the domain of the shadow curse cat demon they had encountered previously. How about we take it on? Suggested Yi Zheng. Perhaps we could lure a few out. Su Yuan harbored some reservations, as speed was indeed his Achilles heel. Nevertheless, he was eager to give it a try. Time was of the essence, with the moment to exit the secret realm drawing near, and he still needed to advance his cultivation. If only he could slay a few more bloodthirsty cat demons, his cultivation would ascend once more, granting him the opportunity to draw new attributes. Once again, it was Yi Zheng who ventured forth to attract the monsters, but this time he stirred up a hornet's nest. As a dozen bloodthirsty cat demons simultaneously fixed their crimson vertical eyes upon the group. Run! This scene sent a chill down everyone's spine, and in the next moment, a cacophony of meows echoed as shadows surged towards them in relentless pursuit. Chapter 39. The Body Refinement Genius with a sweeping motion of his halberd. Su Yuan unleashed a torrent of flames, invoking the attribute of flame control. The cat demon possessed an innate fear of fire. Even the most mundane flames posed a threat. As Su Yuan lagged behind, he continued to dash forward, periodically sweeping his halberd to release waves of searing fire. Just then, a shadow descended from the tree trunk, poised to strike Su Yuan with a claw. However, Qin Jiqin, wielding her spear like a dragon, sent the attacking cat demon flying. Be careful. The 4 of them ran swiftly, yet remained vigilant of their companions' conditions. Lu Tingting, leading the charge, occasionally released arrows to fend off the pursuing cat demons. As they fled, some cat demons fell behind and returned to their camp, gradually distancing themselves from the cat demon lair. Ultimately, only one remained in pursuit, the most vengeful of them all. The dark cursed cat demon. There's no need to run. Let's take it down. The four exchanged eager glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they halted their flight. Although the dark cursed cat demon was swift, its speed was not its forte. It was comparable to that of an ordinary bloodthirsty cat demon. Its true specialty lay in bestowing negative curses upon its adversaries, which is precisely how it acquired the name Dark Cursed Cat Demon. The group quickly shared information regarding this feline foe. The Dark Cursed Cat Demon primarily employed a poison curse, capable of diminishing nearly half of a target's combat effectiveness and notoriously difficult to dispel. Everyone needed to exercise caution. While they conversed, the terrifying Dark Cursed Cat Demon seized the moment to launch its attack. With a chilling growl, the shadowy figure slashed at the foremost member, Yi Zheng. Reacting quickly, Yi Zheng retreated, noticing the greenish magical aura emanating from the demon's claws, clearly infused with poison. He dared not confront it directly, invoking zero-frame initiation and unleashing a tempest of wind. In an instant, Su Yuan thrust his halberd forth, employing his most adept technique. The Dark Cursed Cat Demon had no choice but to evade, leaping to engage Qin Zhiqin instead. With her spear firmly in hand, Qin Zhiqin embodied the principle of unity of spear and person, her fiery spear moving with precision. Though her speed paled in comparison to that of the Dark Cursed Cat Demon, her marksmanship was impeccable, creating an impenetrable barrier against the demon's advances. After a tense standoff, the Dark Cursed Cat Demon entered a frenzied state, its magical aura swirling violently as it hurled orbs of green and black magic, curses meant to ensnare them. The group adeptly dodged, having anticipated such an assault. Once the demon's barrage subsided, it appeared somewhat weakened, offering the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Harnessing icy, true energy separation. With Yi Zheng and Lu Tingting diverting the demon's attention, Qin Zhiqin managed to immobilize the cat demon for a fleeting moment. Just one chance. 9 bull strength. Su Yuan summoned every ounce of his strength, his halberd crashing down from above, cleaving the Dark Cursed Cat Demon in twain. Haha, we finally vanquished it. They wondered what treasures or attributes might be claimed from the defeat. Though the kill was not attributed to any individual, their spirits were undeniably high. Su Yuan's elation soared even higher. As the body of the Dark Cursed Cat Demon slowly dissipated, a surge of warmth flowed into him. After claiming the head of the Dark Cursed Cat Demon, Su Yuan finally experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Name: Su Yuan level, 6th layer of the First Realm. 6. Aha! At last, I have broken through. Su Yuan's heart swelled with joy. Glancing at the martial arts panel, he saw the message: Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 5th layer of the First Realm. You will randomly receive a selection of attributes. Ding! The system chimed with an announcement. The God-level selection system has been triggered. You may choose one attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10. Ignoring the fact that others were still in the secret realm, including Qin Zhiqin and the others nearby, Su Yuan immersed himself in contemplation, meticulously examining the attribute options presented to him. 1. Attribute name. Body refining genius attribute level. Red attribute effect. You possess an extraordinary talent for body refining, enhancing both your aptitude and comprehension, as well as the effectiveness of your body refinement. Wow, this is akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. Su Yuan had been diligently practicing the 13 great body techniques and felt he had reaped substantial benefits. However, he believed his talent for body refining was merely average, resulting in a rather slow progression. If he could acquire the body refining genius attribute, his practice of the 13 great body techniques would surely yield remarkable results. The first attribute left Su Yuan quite satisfied, yet he felt compelled to explore further options before making a decision. 2. Attribute name. Silver-tongued attribute level. White attribute effect. Your tongue can twist into the shape of a lotus flower, and your eloquence will improve, enhancing your speaking abilities. This seems unnecessary. Disappointed, Su Yuan continued to peruse the remaining options. 3. Attribute name. Restorative repose attribute level. Blue attribute effect. A range-based healing ability. Within a 2-meter radius around you, all individuals will experience gradual recovery from injuries, alongside restoration of spirit, body, and spiritual energy. This, a rare healing ability. Moreover, it is area-based healing. Although this attribute is merely blue in level, Su Yuan considered it to be on par with the first red attribute. It is essential to recognize just how precious a healing ability is within the secret realm. Now, Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. Should he select body refining genius or restorative repose? With this dilemma weighing on him, he continued to scan the attribute options, and upon doing so, he encountered something that dispelled all his uncertainties. 4. Attribute name. Innate divine strength attribute level. Red attribute effect. Your strength is doubled. You can exert an amount of force equivalent to twice your own strength. Could it be? This is the very attribute that Yi Zheng drew last time? I cannot believe I have drawn it too. A surge of elation coursed through Su Yuan. This attribute, when possessed by Yi Zheng, and its effects when bestowed upon him, would yield entirely different outcomes. It is crucial to note that the effects of attributes can indeed be cumulative. The doubling of Yi Zheng's strength may not be particularly noteworthy. However, the amplification of Su Yuan's power is a different matter entirely. It transforms the strength of 9 bulls into the strength of 18 bulls. He would dare to confront the formidable boss, the Tauren Lord. While the titles of body, refining genius, and restoration are commendable, what Su Yuan urgently requires is the attribute of innate divine strength. With this, his prowess could ascend to unprecedented heights in a short span of time. Resolutely, Su Yuan made his decision and glanced once more at the options before him. 5. Attribute name. King of Beasts attribute level. Golden attribute effect. All creatures of fur, feathers, scales, and shells shall harbor respect, warmth, and admiration towards you. With sincere intent, they shall bow their heads and lend their ears, ready to be commanded. Contracted spirit beasts will share a profound connection with you. Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The King of Beasts attribute ensures that all beings among fur, feathers, scales, and shells regard him with utmost affinity and reverence. Provided he extends sufficient sincerity, they would willingly submit to his command. Moreover, the bond with contracted spirit beasts would reach a level of genuine understanding. This attribute is undeniably remarkable. How should he choose? Though innate divine strength is a pressing necessity, King of Beasts is a golden attribute. He now faced the delightful dilemma of indecision. Opting for innate divine strength would enable him to approach the Tauren Lord soon, with its promise of doubled strength allowing him to level up more swiftly and vigorously. This would, in turn, accelerate his overall progression. Yet, King of Beasts is a golden attribute. Chapter 40. The 6th entry King of Beasts. Perhaps Su Yuan truly is short-sighted. He is aware that if he were to choose innate divine power, he could immediately enhance his strength, swiftly slay monsters, and acquire more entries. However, opting for King of Beasts leaves him uncertain of the whereabouts of spirit beasts, which require cultivation and training. It's uncertain how much combat prowess they might ultimately yield. Given the time spent seeking spirit beasts, had he chosen innate divine power, he could have already leveled up several times and drawn more golden entries. It is possible that he is indeed myopic, unable to perceive the distant future. Before him, he sees a red entry and a golden one, and he has been blinded by the allure of the gold. Even if he were to relinquish his current choices, one being a red entry and the other a golden one, how many could forsake the golden entry, even if the red one aligns better with his current development? Su Yuan could not bring himself to do so. After much hesitation and inner turmoil, he ultimately chose King of Beasts. What's wrong with you? You've been staring off into space for quite a while. Came the voice of Qin Zijing. You little rascal, you snatched the head of the dark cursed cat demon. So how did it go? Did you level up? Your expression suggests the entries you've drawn are rather unsatisfactory, aren't they? Laughed Yizing, his face displaying a mixture of amusement and intrigue. Indeed, it was quite unsatisfactory. Su Yuan sighed, lamenting the loss of innate divine power. Don't fret. Take a look at this. Qin Zijing presented a glowing orb radiating a blue luminescence before him. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing, a blue entry fragment? Did the dark curse cat demon drop it? What else could it be? You really have been daydreaming. Tingting has been yelling for ages, and you're completely oblivious. Qin Zijing chided. A small boss actually dropped an item of blue tier. Su Yuan was somewhat astonished. Such low-tier secret realm small bosses have only a minuscule chance of yielding high-tier colored entry items. He never expected such fortuitous luck to come their way. This blue entry fragment could fetch around 32,000. We would each get 8,000, calculated Qin Zijing. This, Su Yuan hesitated. What is the matter? Qin Zijing inquired curiously. Su Yuan replied, could you sell me that fragment? When he synthesizes entries, he could trigger the system to refresh and present him with 2 to 10 varying entries to choose from, thereby increasing his chances of acquiring superior entries, which he could later sell for profit. Su Yuan had also inquired at the shop over the past few days. There was a significant price disparity between buying and selling entry fragments. For instance, a white entry fragment could be sold to the shop for 2,000 but would cost him 2,500 to purchase. Rather than allowing Qin Zijing to sell it, it would be more prudent to buy it directly from her. Sure, Qin Zijing readily agreed. I still haven't gotten around to selling those previous entry fragments. Do you want them? If so, I'll sell them to you directly. Those 2 white fragments and 1 blue fragment for last time? Splendid. I'll take them, Su Yuan exclaimed joyfully, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. It certainly spared me the trouble of dealing with them myself. However, why are you collecting these fragments? Are you planning to sell them for profit? Don't let such trivial earnings hinder your cultivation. It's hardly worth it. Qin Zijing cautioned, her tone earnest. Not at all, Su Yuan replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, I believe my luck in synthesizing these fragments has been rather fortunate. I intend to combine them myself. That smacks of gambling. Do be careful not to get ensnared, Qin Zijing warned. Indeed, a gambler rarely enjoys the house edge. A little wager here and there could lead to an unexpected downfall. One moment you might be driving a luxurious vehicle, and the next, facing ruin. Tread carefully, lest you lose everything. Yizeng chiming. Su Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. Their warnings held a grain of truth. For many, the business of synthesizing fragments was akin to gambling. For instance, the silver tongue fragment he had recently acquired would lead to losses if synthesized. Yet, Su Yuan was different. He could choose freely, thus enhancing his odds, which hardly qualified as gambling. By the way, didn't you borrow money from Qin Zijing? Where do you find the funds to acquire these fragments? Yi Zheng inquired. Su Yuan was candid. Didn't I gather 4 white fragments last time? I synthesized an exceptional fragment and am preparing to auction it off. Once sold, I shall have ample funds. Oof. The others displayed skepticism at his words. Why is it so dark? Oh, it seems someone is blowing smoke. Su Yuan, have you inflated your claims to the heavens? White fragments are hardly impressive enough to warrant an auction. They scoffed, expressing disbelief. Why is it that honesty seems so unbelievable these days? Su Yuan lamented. Then what exactly is the fragment you synthesized? Yi Zheng pressed for specifics. Well, it's, second brother enhancement. Su Yuan mumbled, his voice tapering off. What enhancement? Second brother? What on earth does that mean? Yi Zheng was perplexed. What do you mean by that? Su Yuan shot him an exasperated glance. Oh, Yi Zheng suddenly understood. The 2 young women present, Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting, also grasped the implication, their cheeks flushing crimson. Su Yuan, with your charming looks. I thought you were a decent fellow, but it turns out you have a mischievous side. Lu Tingting scolded. Qin Zijing shot a disapproving glance at Su Yuan as well. Su Yuan was at a loss for words. What is the big deal? Yet, he understood their reaction. After all, they were merely 2 high school girls. University life is far better. The academic pressure in high school is excessive, but it eases up in college. Nevertheless, after this exchange, the group harbored no further doubts. If it pertained to enhancement in that regard, it could indeed fetch a high price. After all, who in middle age has not faced such issues? Just take it easy. Hitting upon a good fragment once doesn't guarantee it will happen every time, Lu Tingting advised. acquiring a few white fragments for a bit of fun is fine. After all, a little gamble can be enjoyable. One must refrain from indulging in high-tier fragment gambling. Do not entertain the notion of striking it big, for such reckless wagers can be detrimental to one's well-being. Exercise caution, for after decades of hard work, one could easily find themselves back at square one. Yizheng also advised caution. Yes, I understand, Su Yuan replied with a nod. Should you find yourself devoid of funds, feel free to seek my assistance, Qin Zijing added. I'm not optimistic about the synthesis of fragments either. Thank you both sincerely, Su Yuan expressed. Having surpassed the midway point of this trial, the group prepared to make their way home. Along the journey, they cleared yet another goblin camp. Su Yuan had a chance to claim the head of a frost goblin mini-boss, but ultimately chose to let Lu Tingting have it instead. As the team's ranged archer, she had vanquished numerous minor foes, yet had limited experience in defeating bosses. Thus he deemed it fitting to grant her this opportunity. As they exited the forest park, Glen Forest, the group reflected on their gains, all feeling somewhat discontented. This place is overly crowded, with too few monsters. Let us choose a different secret realm next time. Lu Tingting proposed. The others concurred. Here are the fragments we acquired. 1 blue high tier and 2 white ones. They are yours. Qin Zijing handed the 3 fragments to Su Yuan. The total value of these fragments is 36,000. That amounts to 9,000 each. I will transfer 27,000 to you later, Su Yuan stated. Additionally, regarding our previous haul, I have 1 green and 2 white fragments. Would you like to join me today to collect them? Qin Zijing inquired. Su Yuan's eyes brightened, of course. With the 2 white fragments here, combined with the previous 2 white ones, we shall be able to synthesize yet another white fragment. If the effect proves satisfactory, we can conveniently take it to the auction house tomorrow. Chapter 41. A flow of words after the group dispersed. Su Yuan and Qin Zijing shared a taxi to her residence. Initially, in the company of 4, Su Yuan felt at ease, but with only the 2 of them remaining, an air of ambiguity suddenly enveloped them. They occupied the back seat of the taxi, and an undeniable discomfort settled over Su Yuan. It seemed that Qin Zijing was also affected. Her previous vivacity had faded, and she reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. Silence enveloped them as the vehicle traversed towards a luxurious villa district, eventually halting before an opulent standalone house. Su Yuan hastily paid the fare and suggested, "Let us go inside for a moment. I'll check where I placed the item fragments." Once the driver departed, Qin Zijing appeared to relax slightly, smiling at Su Yuan. "Perhaps it's best if I wait outside. Just bring it out to me," she insisted, sensing his unease. "What are you afraid of? My family 1 T-bite." Qin Zijing opened the wrought iron gate. "I was just thinking it might be inappropriate to meet your parents so soon, especially without a gift as a first-time visitor." Su Yuan jested lightly. "You're not exactly impressive, yet your imagination runs wild." Qin Zijing rolled her eyes, playfully reproaching him. "A mi no presentable? Would anyone dare to call themselves handsome otherwise?" Su Yuan retorted, feeling combative. "Haven't you heard? Many say you're the school S beauty. And I am the school S heartthrob," he declared unabashedly. While it was true that Qin Zijing was regarded as the school beauty, Su Yuan's claim of being the heartthrob was, indeed, a self-proclamation. Narcissist, how shameless. Qin Zijing could barely suppress her laughter, casting him an exaggerated glare. She made no further demands for him to enter, quickly darting into the villa. After a brief wait, Qin Zijing emerged with a box, exclaiming here, "All 3 fragments are right here." She handed the box to Su Yuan and continued, "If you had mentioned you wanted them earlier, I wouldn't have sold the fragments obtained from the Wong Wong Mountain Secret Realm to the school. The school's secret trials also yield items. But since we had no use for them at the time, my team decided to sell them directly to the school's logistics department. It's fine, thank you. I'll transfer the money to you next Monday, along with what I owe you from before. No rush, we could discuss that later." Qin Zijing waved her hand dismissively, then asked, "Are you really not coming in to sit? My mom is eager to meet you. She even prepared dinner for you." "Perhaps not this time. I'll visit your parents when I achieve some success." Su Yuan chuckled. "Don't joke about meeting parents." Qin Zijing shot him another sideways glance. "Haha, well, I won't linger any longer. I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me from the window. Although it was a one-way mirror, he sensed an unseen gaze. That is probably my mom. Just ignore her. You should head back now. See you next week. Qin Zijing waved him off. As Su Yuan departed, he cast a nod towards the large window of the villa's second floor, intending to leave a favorable impression. It wasn't until he exited the villa compound and boarded the bus that he exhaled deeply. Although there was no evident progression with Qin Zijing, and his resolve wavered. Visiting a female classmate's home evoked a sense akin to a prospective son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law. Upon opening the box, he discovered, as anticipated, 2 white fragmentary notes and 1 green fragment. He hoped that upon returning home and synthesizing the notes, fortune would favor him once more as it had the previous day. His anticipation surged on the bus, and as soon as he arrived home, he immediately commenced the synthesis of the notes. Arranging the 4 white fragments in a line, he infused them with spiritual energy, awaiting their harmonious amalgamation. Ding! New notes detected. The divine selection system has been activated. You may select 1 note from a random pool of 2 to 10 notes. The sound of that ding was truly melodious, filling Su Yuan with delight. 1. Note name. Eyebrows like distant mountains. Note level. White note effect. Your eyebrows are as graceful and elongated as distant mountains. 2. Note name. Tongue like a flowing river. Note level. White note effect. When you speak, your mouth flows with words like a river, never experiencing dryness. 3. Note name. Prominent nose bridge. Note level. White note effect. Elevates your nose, preventing it from appearing flat. 4. Note name. Kato's eagle hands. Note level. White note effect. Enhances the speed and agility of your arm movements during thrusting actions. Sighing in resignation after reviewing all 4 notes, Su Yuan felt somewhat disheartened. This time, he had not fared well. While 4 notes were not an insignificant number, the quality was lacking, especially the last one, which he found utterly unappealing. This was not a vehicle for a kindergarten excursion. He had to disembark. Upon scrutinizing the 4 notes once more, he ultimately opted for the 3rd one, prominent nose bridge, although he personally had no need for it. Believing his features to be quite satisfactory, many individuals sought surgical procedures to achieve a more elevated nose. Thus, this note could be regarded as a cosmetic enhancement, saving someone the expense of surgery without the associated risks. However, he pondered the efficacy of this white note, uncertain of its precise results without any tangible demonstration. He feared that the outcome might not be as refined as cosmetic surgery. Yet, he reasoned, it was unlikely to be a loss. With that thought, Su Yuan secured the prominent nose bridge note alongside the second brother enhancement note. He would check the auction house tomorrow. If they did not accept it, he would surely list it online, where interested buyers would undoubtedly appear. After organizing the notes, Su Yuan stepped out of his room for a glass of water and engaged in conversation with his older sister before retreating to his room for rigorous training. Name: Su Yuan level. First stage of martial arts. 5th layer of hidden origin. 1. Attributes: golden equality of all beings, blue 0 frame initiation, red strength of 9 bulls. Multicolored swift theft, green wind affinity, golden majesty of the emperor, green control of flames, golden king of beast pets. Nun Su Yuan's gaze swept across the martial arts panel, momentarily lingering on the pets section before shifting to the golden attribute king of beasts. With the king of beasts attribute acquired, it was only fitting that a pet should soon follow. He contemplated which day next week would have fewer classes, so he could venture outside the city in search of extraordinary creatures. Initially, Su Yuan had hesitated to leave the city, well aware of the myriad dangers that lurked beyond its walls. Fierce beasts roamed the mountains, each possessing attributes that rendered them formidable, rivaling even the most malevolent of creatures. The risks of venturing outside were considerable. However, with the king of beasts attribute, he felt emboldened, confident that all creatures would bow to him. From now on, his excursions beyond the city would be marked by unrestrained freedom. Chapter 42. The intriguing father figure. Early the next morning, Su Yuan received a message from Manager Chow of the auction house, informing him of the commencement time of the auction, primarily as a reminder not to forget. Su Yuan replied that he would head directly to the auction house after breakfast. Brother Su, you have arrived. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Chao Rong visibly sighed with relief. Many patrons had come today specifically for the second brother enhancement, and it was imperative that nothing went awry. The turnout exceeded our expectations. It seems the saying one cannot avoid the burdens of middle age holds true, Chao Rong reflected. I've heard that once a man surpasses 30, he is practically 60. Nonsense, he retorted, his face reddening as he passionately argued. Chao Rong led Su Yuan to the tea room, where Su Yuan produced a box containing the second brother enhancement. He then retrieved the entry for High Nose Bridge, infusing it with spiritual energy to summon the information and present it to Chao Rong. Manager Chao, do you think this entry can be included in your auction? Su Yuan inquired. Chao Rong examined it closely, raising an eyebrow before relaxing. Although the entry was unremarkable, given that it was presented by Brother Su, it would certainly make the auction list as a preliminary item, likely fetching a price of around 10 to 20,000. The weekly auction was not as grand as one might imagine. It also featured various trinkets, with prices typically ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands being quite normal. That's acceptable, Su Yuan replied, not dissatisfied with the estimated price. Chao Rong collected both entries before inviting Su Yuan. Why don't you head to the venue and wait for a while? Very well. Chao Rong escorted Su Yuan through the corridor and provided him with a mask before leading him to his seat in the auction hall. Although there was still half an hour until the event commenced, many attendees had already gathered. Today, an unusual number of people were wearing masks, likely wishing to conceal their intentions of purchasing the second brother enhancement. With this thought, Su Yuan felt a sense of amusement. After observing the crowd for a while, he grew bored and attempted to meditate, but the noise of the hall made it difficult to concentrate, resulting in an unsatisfactory practice session. He decided to cease his efforts as the auction was about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we welcome you to our auction today. Without further ado, let us present the first item for bidding, a weapon of entry-level quality. Su Yuan watched with curiosity from below as the first item, a blue entry-level weapon, was unveiled. This weapon was somewhat rare, resembling a Wu hook. Despite its blue classification, its effects were rather ordinary. The starting bid was set at 50,000, but to his surprise, no one made a purchase. This peculiar and rare weapon was on the verge of going unsold. Yet in the end, a single individual acquired it at the starting bid. The third item up for auction was Su Yuan's white attribute, High Nose Bridge, which commenced at a modest 5,000. Surprisingly, it garnered considerable interest, with several bidders, both male and female, vying for it. Ultimately, it was sold for a mere 18,000. Nevertheless, Su Yuan was quite content. As long as it did not incur a loss, attributes like second brother enhancement are indeed a rarity. Su Yuan observed the auction closely without placing any bids. It was not due to a lack of desire. On the contrary, he found himself quite tempted by many items, such as elixirs to enhance cultivation, exceptionally robust battle attire, and even a Fong Tianhua halberd accompanied by a green attribute, specially stabbing adoptive father. If one acknowledges their opponent as an adoptive father, their combat prowess could exceed their original capabilities by 30%. This attribute drew considerable attention. If such a power boost could be attained, what did it matter if one acknowledged their enemy as an adoptive father? Su Yuan felt a twinge of desire, but ultimately decided against spending money, as he already possessed the free-spirited iron rod weapon, which was serviceable enough for the time being. Many auction items captivated Su Yuan until the third-to-last item was finally presented, the much-anticipated second brother enhancement attribute. It was evident that many attendees had come specifically for this item. Without further ado, the auction commenced. The starting price was set at 100,000, with minimum increments of 10,000. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, a cacophony of bids erupted. 150,000, 200,000, 200,000 once, 250,000, 300,000. The bidding was fervent, and Su Yuan couldn't help but smile broadly. Money. So much money. This was all his. Although some auction fees would be deducted, the sum was still substantial. Whoever claimed that a man's spending power in a family was inferior to that of a dog clearly had not encountered the right opportunities when it comes to worthy items. Men are indeed willing to spend. 66,500. Is there any higher bid? 66,500 going once, twice, thrice. Sold. Ultimately, the white attribute second brother enhancement was secured for 666,500. Su Yuan was extremely pleased and chose not to rush off. The grand finale of the day was a martial arts manual endowed with a blue attribute. Such manuals with attached attributes are typically regarded as the heritage of prominent families, benefiting generations to come, thus commanding high auction prices. Even though Su Yuan found the attribute somewhat underwhelming, it still fetched a staggering sum of 1 million. He was left astounded by the wealth surrounding him. There are indeed many affluent individuals. Upon leaving the auction, Su Yuan, guided by an attendant, arrived at the tea room to await Chao Rong for the financial settlement. The two attributes totaled 683,000, with an 8% fee of 54,000 deducted, leaving him with 628,000. Wealth has come his way. Wealth has come his way. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement within him. He was finally liberated from the constraints of frugality and the incessant dilemma of whether or not to indulge in meat. The entirety of the funds had been transferred to his mobile phone, and with a pleasant collaboration assured for the future, he shook hands with Chao Rong. As he departed from the auction house, he still felt as if he were floating on air, having never possessed such wealth before. Unsure of how to spend it, he first sent 300,000 to his mother. Immediately, while at work, Zhang Pei called him, her voice filled with alarm. "Son, you Haven T robbed a bank. Have you?" Su Yuan, bemused, replied, "I wish I could, but one must possess the capability to do so. Nowadays, banks are guarded by high-level warriors. Someone of my standing would never dare to act recklessly." "Did you sell the synthesized attributes?" This was something Su Yuan had previously discussed with his family, though they had all been skeptical. Now that the money had arrived, his mother finally remembered. "Indeed, I just sent some to you right after the auction. You needn't work anymore. I will support you," Su Yuan proudly declared. "You should take care of yourself first," Zhang Pei finally responded, her voice noticeably choked with emotion. "I am serious. Our family will no longer endure such hardship. I have discovered a way to earn money, Mom. Feel free to spend it. Should it run out, I will replenish it." After these two successful synthesizations, Su Yuan's confidence soared. Armed with this skill, he was certain he would amass a fortune. Chapter 43. Rest and recuperation. Su Yuan engaged in a lengthy conversation with his mother, sincerely wishing for her to cease working. Currently, she toiled at a local dining establishment merely to accommodate the needs of Su Yu, enduring arduous labor for meager pay. Su Yuan contemplated that once he obtained the equivalent exchange, his mother could devote herself entirely to her cultivation. He intended to shoulder the financial responsibilities. Yet if his parents desired employment, he harbored alternative, more favorable plans. He aspired to establish a shop that would not only acquire fragmentary inscriptions, but also sell complete ones. Purchasing fragments from a store incurs a premium, and selling inscriptions involves a commission. However, should he initiate his own business, the intermediary's profit margin would be eliminated. Should he come across exceptionally valuable inscriptions, he could then consign them to an auction. Nevertheless, these matters remain uncertain for the time being and require further deliberation. That evening, he proposed dining out, aiming for a delightful meal, without implying any criticism of his mother's culinary skills. Upon returning home, Su Yuan did not wait for his mother to prepare dinner. Instead, he brought back takeout from the restaurant, featuring an array of exotic beast dishes, a rare indulgence. Su Yu was astonished, exclaiming, "Are we not living well?" To which Su Yuan retorted, "Nonsense. Our lives are indeed becoming increasingly hopeful." He also discussed the auctioning of inscriptions with his elder sister. It seemed another emotional outburst was forthcoming. Su Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. His sister was under immense pressure, initially hoping to enhance their family's circumstances and become its pillar, only to find herself burdened instead. Su Yuan had not previously considered such aspects, but now he began to grasp them somewhat. When her mother returned from work that night, it was a rare occasion to enjoy a meal that required no preparation on her part. The family feasted together and even poured some homemade bayberry wine. Although Su Yu was frail, she partook in a modest amount, while Su Yuan, usually abstaining from alcohol, indulged a bit more than usual, leaving him feeling slightly dizzy. That evening, he forwent cultivation and retired early. The following day, Jean, I have transferred the funds for the inscription fragments to you, Su Yuan said, putting away his phone. Upon arriving at school, he promptly sat beside Jean and transferred the money for the fragments. As for the debts he owed her, he could repay them now, yet he preferred to delay. What S with the Jean address? It sounds odd, Jean remarked, wrinkling her beautiful nose and casting a disapproving glance at Su Yuan. You can either call me by my name or simply Jean. Avoid the classmate suffix. Then, shall I call you Jean directly? Su Yuan felt somewhat awkward. Such familiarity among classmates seemed overly intimate. Whatever, Jean replied, her expression inscrutable, revealing no change in demeanor. By the way, I can only return your borrowed money after some time, Su Yuan stated. Whether you repay or not is inconsequential. How much did you sell that inscription for? Jean inquired. Several $100,000. Initially, that would suffice to settle your debts. But I yearn to invest a bit more. Upon hearing this, Jean furrowed her brow, for the synthesis of word entries was akin to gambling. One must not fall into its trap. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Yuan returned to his seat once classes commenced. He perused the schedule for the week and contemplated a day's excursion outside the city. He had recently acquired the coveted golden entry, King of Beasts. To attain it, he had sacrificed entries such as body refinement prodigy, rest and recuperation, and innate strength, all of which were more suited to his current circumstances. Thus, King of Beasts must be put to use. Within the city, there were no shops dedicated to selling beast entries. Even if one were fortunate enough to capture a gentle beast cub, it would typically be sent to an auction, fetching a high price, making it nearly impossible to enter the market. Consequently, if Su Yuan wished to tame a beast, he had to venture outside the city and catch one himself. Wednesday afternoons were filled with cultural classes, so he resolved not to attend. After meticulously reviewing the schedule, he deemed Wednesday as the most suitable day. He had long decided to enroll in the War Academy, rendering his current cultural grades inconsequential. Zhao Feiping held him in considerable esteem now. Thus, taking leave should not pose a problem. Therefore, he planned to exit the city at noon on Wednesday, and if he could not secure a leave, he would simply skip class, aiming to return home before dinner. With his decision made, Su Yuan resumed his attention to the lesson. Presently, the first part of 72 Paths of Divine Demonic Halberd and Lone Peak 13 Swords had been largely imparted by the martial arts instructors. The current weaponry lessons primarily consisted of technique correction and sparring. Su Yuan's progress in martial arts was among the top in both interest groups, which came as a surprise. His innate talent in swordplay and halberd techniques could only be deemed average, although he later acquired Imperial Majesty, which enhanced his meditation and breathing skills. It did not augment his innate talent in martial weaponry. Thus, he remained merely of moderate ability in that regard. His standing among the class, he pondered, likely stemmed from his extensive practical experience. The skills honed through life-and-death battles in the secret realms indeed surpassed those gained through theoretical practice in an ivory tower. This represented a shortcut to cultivation. However, he was somewhat cautious of risking his life and would not intentionally seek to refine his martial skills through such perilous means. The subsequent 2 days passed without incident, as Su Yuan diligently engaged in his studies and practice. It was not until the dismissal time on Tuesday that a minor episode occurred. Upon exiting the school, feeling somewhat peckish, he purchased a serving of fried rice cakes from a nearby snack street. As he passed by an alley, he heard sounds of struggle and pleas for mercy. Curiosity piqued. He leaned in for a glimpse and observed 2 upperclassmen demanding money from 2 younger boys. He raised an eyebrow and withdrew his head, adhering to the adage that one should not involve oneself in matters that do not concern them. It is not that he is inherently indifferent. Rather, he has simply witnessed too many such incidents. From elementary school to middle school, and now in high school, he has encountered these events far too frequently. The current situation, where a mere couple of kicks are exchanged for money, is relatively mild compared to the more severe cases of humiliation, where individuals not only demand money but also resort to violence and insult for their amusement. Those instances are truly harrowing. It is fortunate that the first high school is the finest institution in their city, which results in fewer occurrences of such behavior. Su Yuan recalls a female classmate from middle school who, after being bullied, was nearly driven to the brink of suicide by jumping off a building. It was only after transferring schools that her suffering ceased. At that time, Su Yuan lacked the ability to intervene, but now he possesses the means to do so. It seems the bully is now attending the 4th high school next door. Peering into the alley once more, Su Yuan observed that the younger students were obediently handing over their money, and the older students had ceased their harassment. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sudden thought struck him. Wait. He remembered that he had recently leveled up in martial arts, and his skilled pickpocket was once again at his disposal. He had not seen Senior Xiao for several days and wondered whether he had returned to the academy. Furthermore, one cannot continuously exploit a single source. It was high time he utilized his pickpocket ability. Although he had hesitated to target unfamiliar classmates, he felt no qualms about preying on the unfamiliar malicious ones. Chapter 44. Innate. Su Yuan had previously contemplated targeting some of the ill-behaved students who bullied his classmates, employing a strategy of taking advantage of the situation to pilfer their entries. However, he had not exerted much effort in his search and had only occasionally taken notice, without any significant discoveries, until now, when fortune smiled upon him. After such a lengthy delay, he wondered if the individuals had departed. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan leaned forward to peer into the alleyway. "What are you looking at? Seeking death, are you?" As soon as Su Yuan leaned out, he was met with the gaze of 2 senior students emerging from the alley. The leading student, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yuan, immediately berated him. "Who is this blind fool? Get lost, or I'll make you regret it." "Oh!" Initially taken aback, Su Yuan's expression soon morphed into one of amusement. It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to insult him directly, and he found the experience rather novel. Moreover, how could these 2 be so ignorant as to not recognize him, the top student in the school? "You wish to strike me? Come on then. I'm quite eager to see how you intend to do so." Su Yuan replied with a chuckle. "You little brat." The arrogant student seemed to perceive Su Yuan's playful demeanor, which surprisingly rendered him hesitant to act. Kindness is often mistaken for weakness. One must not allow others to perceive them as easy prey. The haughty student scrutinized Su Yuan, perhaps realizing that he too was a senior, and thus not to be trifled with. He inquired, "So, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Who do I think I am?" This question momentarily stumped Su Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to the ground beneath him. "I belong right here. Spare me your futile chatter. What do you intend to do? Whereunto you going to hit me? Come on." Impatience began to creep into Su Yuan's demeanor. His expression nonchalant, yet his gaze bore traces of mockery, derision, and a hint of exasperation. This only served to amplify his air of audacity and unapproachability. The brash student, witnessing this, grew increasingly reluctant to strike. Ever since the awakening of the entries, many meek students had become emboldened, forcing him to temper his own bravado. This is none of your business. Keep your nose out of it." The arrogant student retorted, his bravado wavering. Without waiting for a response from Su Yuan, he summoned his companion and departed swiftly. Was this a retreat? Su Yuan found himself somewhat speechless, calling after them. "Hey, don't run away. Didn't you say you wanted to fight me? Why are you fleeing?" He raised his voice, drawing the attention of several passers-by, who turned to observe the exchange between him and the 2 students. Regrettably, despite Su Yuan's taunts echoing behind them, the pair merely walked away, seemingly impervious to his words. How utterly mundane. They reached this juncture, yet no confrontation ensued. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Here he was, the top student in the school, and still, there were those who did not recognize him and dared to insult him. It appeared he had been too discreet. He had initially hoped to make an example of them, to ensure that everyone was aware of his presence. Yet, without even having to lift a finger, the other party had already retreated. How utterly unexciting. However, there were indeed some gains. Just moments ago, his opportunistic act had successfully taken place, targeting the arrogant young man at the forefront. At this point, Su Yuan could distinctly sense that a new entry had emerged in his attribute panel. He refrained from checking it immediately, choosing to immerse himself in the interface only after returning home to examine the attribute information. Attribute name: Innate Giant Strength Attribute Level. Green attribute effect: you can exert 30% more strength than your natural capacity. Last time I did not opt for innate divine strength, yet this time I've been granted innate giant strength. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Although innate divine strength and innate giant strength differ by merely one character, the disparity between the two is substantial. The former can double one's strength, while the latter only enhances it by 30%. Nevertheless, Su Yuan felt quite satisfied. Originally possessing 9 bull strength, the addition of innate giant strength would effectively augment his power by approximately 3 bulls, resulting in a formidable 12 bull strength. A pleased smile graced Su Yuan's face. Perfect timing, as I am to depart the city tomorrow. Despite having the Beast Master attribute, which ensures that all creatures, be they wolves, insects, or snakes, will be amiable toward me and pose no threat, there remains a possibility of encountering danger. Thus, the addition of this attribute significantly bolsters his combat prowess and offers an extra layer of security. Extremely content, Su Yuan reflected on the arrogant young man from school, feeling a sense of gratitude. The following day, on Wednesday morning, Su Yuan arrived early at Zhao Feiping's office. "Teacher, I would like to request leave this afternoon." As soon as Su Yuan spoke, Zhao Feiping looked up at him, a pleased expression crossing his face. "Su Yuan, I was just about to look for you. And here you are." "Huh?" Su Yuan was taken aback. "Is there something you need?" With a proud demeanor, Zhao Feiping explained. "Did I not mention that I would assist you in applying for the Outstanding Student Scholarship and other benefits? The results are finally out, and your application has been approved. In a few days, you will receive 100,000 yuan. "Oh, thank you, teacher." Su Yuan almost forgot about this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that a scholarship of 100,000 yuan was quite significant, indicating that the school held a favorable view of him. However, if this sum had arrived a few days earlier, he would have valued it more. Now, it seemed less noteworthy to him. "By the way, teacher, regarding martial arts techniques and secret realm quotas, are there any additional benefits?" "Indeed," Zhao Feiping affirmed. "For someone of your caliber, upon recognition, there will be more than just the scholarship. You will at least receive a martial arts technique and a quota for the secret realm. As for the specifics," he continued, "we must await the detailed list to be released next Monday." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. That is excellent. He had only entered the Linglang Mountain secret realm once, and during that occasion, he felt he had not performed to the best of his abilities, feeling constrained even against the wolf leader. Naturally, he desired another opportunity to enter. The entry on Linglang Mountain boasts a significantly higher drop rate for skills and weapons compared to the external secret realms. Upon his first foray, Su Yuan was fortunate enough to acquire the Heart's Desire Iron Spear and a tome containing the skill 13 Guardians Unarmed Combat, which came with a photographic memory inscription. In contrast, his 2 visits to Glen Forest yielded only a handful of fragmentary inscriptions. However, Linglang Mountain had already been scoured by the graduating class for various routes. It is likely that the number of magical creatures remaining within is minimal, though some may have escaped detection. Su Yuan hoped that the school would grant him additional opportunities to enter, as securing another Heart's Desire Iron Spear would certainly alleviate Xiao Yunfei's concerns for him. Zhao Feiping, snapping back to reality, inquired, "What were you saying earlier? You wish to take leave?" "Indeed," Su Yuan affirmed with a nod. "I have some matters to attend to this afternoon and would like to request a leave of absence." "Very well, approved," Zhao Feiping responded without hesitation, producing a leave request form, signing it, and affixing his seal. "I trust in your studies, but do exercise caution while outside," he advised, allowing Su Yuan to depart. Being a diligent student felt remarkably gratifying, and this was Su Yuan's first experience of such privileged treatment. When lunchtime arrived, he eagerly clutched the leave form and exited the school premises. He boarded a bus and made his way to the West Bus Station in the western part of the city. With the city now besieged by ferocious beasts, danger had increased significantly, and magical domains had obstructed pathways, with some even encroaching upon the roads. Consequently, the transportation routes between cities and the periphery of the urban area required meticulous planning. Chapter 45, Toxicity and Flatulence. Su Yuan boarded a bus departing the city. This vehicle had undergone special modifications, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities to withstand brief assaults from ferocious beasts. After all, even the most carefully planned routes cannot entirely escape the threat of such creatures. Furthermore, there exists the possibility of inadvertently entering a magical domain, where the outer layer of bulletproof steel on the bus can offer some semblance of safety. "Where to?" inquired the ticket collector. "I shall alight at Teo Whaling," Su Yuan replied. 80. With agility, Su Yuan scanned the payment code. This fare was indeed steep. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, such a distance would have cost a mere 8. However, with the increase in operational costs, ticket prices had risen accordingly. The high cost of transportation had resulted in many individuals never having ventured beyond their own cities. As the vehicle gradually pulled away, expansive farmlands unfolded beyond the city limits, dotted with watchtowers equipped with machine guns, intended to chase off marauding beasts during harvest season. Passing through the sprawling fields, they soon entered a vast expanse of uninhabited territory. The population had become relatively concentrated, all flocking to the adjacent urban area, which served as a sanctuary, a bastion of safety. Teo Whaling arrived, announced the ticket collector. Su Yuan disembarked, backpack in tow, and gazed upon the distant, undulating mountains. Here lay Teo Whaling. It was his inaugural journey beyond the city, and he found the experience rather exhilarating. The drop-off point was indeed the bus station for Teo Whaling, complete with a platform where passengers would need to gather for their return journeys. This platform appeared to be of some age, worn and tattered, marked by indiscernible claw marks from unknown beasts, providing only minimal shelter from the elements. The roadside proved perilous. Su Yuan cast his gaze toward the nearby ascending path, where dense woods flourished, winding into obscurity. Although serene in appearance, it concealed myriad dangers within its depths. However, these threats held little concern for Su Yuan. What he needed to be more vigilant about were his fellow humans. He observed 4 individuals nearby, 3 men and 1 woman, who had also chosen to disembark at the Teo Whaling station. They seemed to constitute an adventurous party, though it remained unclear whether they intended to cleanse a magical realm or hunt ferocious beasts. As Su Yuan scrutinized the small group, they too cast a glance in his direction. After all, it was quite rare to see such a young individual venturing alone from the city into the mountains. However, a mere glance was sufficient for the other party to lose interest. Clad in the school's standard combat uniform, his backpack bore the unmistakable marks of time, revealing him as nothing more than an ordinary, impoverished student, one who could scarcely scrape together a few coins of fortune. The only aspect worthy of attention was the enormous sword strapped to his back, though it remained uncertain whether it was a weapon of legend. With such a plain appearance, Su Yuan possessed nothing that would incite envy. The small team paid no heed to Su Yuan, continuing their ascent up the mountain, prompting him to choose an alternative path into the Peach Blossom Ridge mountain range. A sigh escaped him. His earlier vigilance had been somewhat unnecessary, as the imagined scenarios of murder and treasure theft had not materialized. Throughout life, one encounters countless strangers, the other merely another passerby. After walking a distance, Su Yuan suddenly halted, waving at a branch. "Come here," he called out inexplicably, leaving an air of confusion. Yet, from the tree's trunk, a rustling sound emerged, and a small creature with a long tail peeked out, scampering down the trunk. It was a little squirrel, its presence having caught Su Yuan's eye, prompting him to activate the Beastmaster ability with a single call. To his delight, the creature indeed approached him, standing upright and gazing at him with a playful demeanor. Ah, the golden ability Beastmaster truly lives up to its name. Su Yuan chuckled as he crouched down, stroking the creature's fluffy fur. He infused a thread of spiritual energy into it, but there was no reaction from the squirrel. Evidently, it had yet to awaken its ability, just as Su Yuan needed to reach the age of 18 to awaken his powers. Fierce beasts also required certain fortuitous circumstances to gain their abilities. Some may go their entire lives without ever awakening one, and such occurrences are entirely normal. "Let S go." He patted the little creature's tail, and it promptly darted away, disappearing from sight. Rising to his feet, Su Yuan contemplated his choices for a companion beast. Possessing a powerful ability was paramount. Furthermore, a smaller size was preferable, as living beings could not be stored in the mustard seed space. A larger companion would struggle to survive in the city. Additionally, a modest appetite was essential, for he lacked an abundance of provisions to offer. Continuing his ascent, Su Yuan encountered numerous small animals along the way. With a blessing of Beastmaster, all creatures regarded him with utmost respect, responding to his summons effortlessly. He harbored no fears of being attacked by ferocious beasts. Many of the small animals at the forest's edge had not awakened their abilities. After assessing numerous small creatures, he encountered only two with white abilities. The first was a weasel with the ability titled Toxic Farts, belonging to the white tier, which caused faintness and nausea through its mildly toxic flatulence. The second was a small hedgehog, possessing the ability Sharp Teeth and Claws, also of the white tier, enhancing the sharpness of its teeth and claws. Such trivial abilities held no allure for Su Yuan, indicating that he must venture deeper into the mountains. In the depths of the mountains, the ferocious beasts are more numerous and formidable. For an ordinary person, hesitation would be inevitable. However, Su Yuan is no ordinary individual. He is the king of beast tamers, and typically he would not be subject to attack. After conducting a series of experiments earlier, his conviction grew ever stronger. Over yonder lies a marshland, likely teeming with aquatic creatures. And there, a grove of bamboo. What is that? Su Yuan ascended a mound of stones, gaining a vantage point from which he could survey the surrounding terrain with clarity. Just as he pondered his next course of action, his gaze was drawn to the vibrant bamboo grove, where he spotted a cluster of black and white fluff. Could it be a giant panda? The giant panda, known for its ability to consume both bamboo and metal with ease, is a creature that appears harmless and endearing, often winning the affection of many. While Su Yuan harbored no particular sentiments towards the giant panda, he considered the possibility of acquiring one if it proved to be exceptional. The dietary needs of the panda, whether bamboo or metal, are easily manageable. Moreover, their charming and adorable appearance, coupled with their moderate size, would render them a fitting companion even within an urban environment. Chapter 46. Beloved by all, after a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan resolved to first explore the bamboo grove. Though the mountain appeared to be close at hand, the journey proved to be quite time-consuming. Along the way, he encountered a solitary wolf, a creature often regarded as a retired wolf king, known for its ferocity and ruthlessness. However, in the presence of the Beastmaster, it could not help but temper its aggression, approaching Su Yuan with a gentle nudge. Su Yuan discerned the wolf's attributes, discovering it possessed two significant traits. The first, trait name, Gale Shadow trait level, blue trait effect. Your speed is as swift as the wind, leaving behind an afterimage in your wake. The second, trait name, full moon enhancement trait level, green trait effect. On nights of the full moon, your strength, speed, and physique are all augmented. These traits were indeed impressive, and possessing two of them was remarkable. It was Su Yuan's first encounter with a ferocious beast showcasing dual attributes. Observing the Wolf King's dog-like appearance, Su Yuan felt a twinge of desire. He could easily keep it as a pet in the city without drawing too much attention. With this thought, he inquired, "Little Gray, would you like to accompany me?" Perhaps his question was too direct, for the Wolf King shook its head in refusal. It gazed towards the mountains, as if weighed down by numerous attachments, unwilling to depart easily with Su Yuan. He hesitated to force the issue, contemplating the potential consequences of such a strained bond. What if it turned against him in the future? Su Yuan dared not take that risk, and a pang of sadness struck him. Could it truly reject the Beastmaster? He had assumed no creature could deny him. Yet it seemed even the Beastmaster had its limitations. It would be prudent to cultivate a bond first, to engage in some preliminary interactions. When the time was right, he could then forge a deeper connection. Being overly direct would undoubtedly invite obstacles. Thus, Su Yuan allowed the Wolf King, Little Gray, to depart. And by the time he reached the bamboo grove, he felt fatigued from his journey. Oh, what delightful little bundles! As he beheld the small, iron-eating beasts leisurely munching on bamboo shoots, sprawled across the grove, all his weariness vanished. How adorable they were! Each one, a chubby little ball of black and white fur. Even a hardened individual like Su Yuan found himself somewhat enchanted by their charm. One by one, they lined up, eager to be tested for their talents. Uncle will assess your abilities. Those with exceptional talents will accompany me into the city for delicious treats. Su Yuan coaxed. With the advantage of his traits, both the small and large bundles of fur showed him great affection. They clamored towards him, vying for his attention, and Su Yuan delighted in petting each one while simultaneously assessing their talents. Trait name: Iron-eating enhancement trait level. Green trait effect: regular consumption of iron can enhance your entire being. Aside from many unawakened bundles, most of those possessing traits exhibited the iron-eating enhancement attribute. In addition, there are occasionally other entries, such as entry name: Iron Teeth and Copper Fangs entry level. Green entry effect: your teeth will transform into a metallic substance, possessing formidable biting strength capable of chewing through steel. After testing nearly all of them, Su Yuan let out a sigh of disappointment. The little ones in this bamboo grove exhibited fairly balanced qualities. None were particularly poor, yet none stood out as exceptionally good. There was nothing that truly captivated Su Yuan, until he almost forgot about this little creature. A casual glance revealed a particularly diminutive bundle attempting to squeeze its way in beside the iron-eating beast. However, it was far too weak, with a physique characterized by short limbs, a squat stature, and a round, plump form. Its arms and legs were quite short, and it possessed no neck. In fact, it had none at all. Were it to be placed upon a human, it would hardly be considered attractive. Yet on such a large bundle, it only accentuated its adorableness. Su Yuan felt his heart melt. Come, let us embrace. Su Yuan gently pushed aside the other bundles clambering onto him and scooped up this short little one. It was unbelievably cute. Su Yuan clutched his heart, for upon closer inspection, it was even more astonishing. This black and white bundle had a notably short chin, a slightly pointed mouth, and a plush, fuzzy body. Its head resembled that of a crab, while its snout was fox-like, and its profile evoked thoughts of a guinea pig. When its ears were tucked away, it resembled a seal, with a naturally cheerful demeanor. Just looking at it brought joy. Su Yuan infused his spiritual energy into the little bundle, and immediately, two entries emerged before him. Before he could fully discern the details, he was taken aback. Surprisingly, there were two red entries. 1. Entry name: Loved by all entry level. Red entry effect: everyone who sees you will fall in love with you. 2. Entry name: Soul Soothing entry level. Red entry effect: capable of alleviating all negative emotions, bringing a sense of calm and warmth, healing the passage of time. This upon seeing the specific entry details, Su Yuan felt somewhat speechless. The rare dual red entries were both oriented towards life skills. Even the iron-eating beast's standard iron enhancement was absent. You truly possess no combat prowess whatsoever. Su Yuan affectionately rubbed the little bundle's large head, realizing that it was no wonder he felt such an affinity upon first sight. After all, it had the loved by all trait. How could that be? Soul soothing was also a commendable skill. Yet regrettably, in contemporary society, many individuals suffer from psychological ailments. One must possess some form of anxiety to even claim the status of an internet celebrity. If only there were soul soothing, then the fear of anxiety would dissipate. However, alas, although the little one's entries were indeed commendable, they bore no relevance to Su Yuan's needs. Indeed, Su Yuan contemplated the possibility of taking her back with him. He found her utterly enchanting. However, despite her diminutive stature, she possessed a remarkable appetite. Moreover, bringing her along would hinder his ability to seek out other companion beasts, rendering the endeavor rather inconvenient. All right, it's time for me to leave. Take care, Su Yuan said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, gently placing the little bundle on the ground. As he waved to depart, he was immediately ensnared by the small creature's embrace around his ankle. Ha! Don't be like this, little one. I promise I will return to visit you. Although Su Yuan longed to spend more time with her, the hour was growing late, and he needed to select a companion beast before nightfall to return home. Seeing Su Yuan genuinely preparing to depart, the small creature reluctantly released her grip on his pant leg. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she scampered towards a nearby bamboo stalk. With great enthusiasm, She began to dig in the soil with her tiny paws, sending earth and grass flying, revealing a burrow. Curiosity piqued. Su Yuan approached to observe. But before he could reach her, a flash of green light emanated from the burrow's opening. The little creature's paw firmly grasped something struggling within. As he drew nearer to discern what it was, he realized it too was plump, covered in white fur with a hint of green. Is this a bamboo rat? Have you brought it for me to eat? Wow, thank you, my dear. Chapter 47. Treasure Scent. Su Yuan took the bamboo rat from the little round cub's paw, weighing it in his hand. My, what a plump little creature. Noticing its listless demeanor, it seemed to be suffering from mild heat stroke. Perhaps I should roast it for dinner. To hasten his departure from a city, he had skipped lunch at the cafeteria, opting instead for a few buns consumed hastily on the carriage. Initially, he felt fine, but upon seeing the succulent bamboo rat, his hunger suddenly stirred. Squeak! The bamboo rat, which had been struggling, appeared to comprehend Su Yuan's words and froze in fear, its chubby body trembling, causing its layers of fat to quiver. Huh, so frightened. Fear not, I shan't consume you today. Su Yuan reassured it. Squeak! It seemed to truly understand human speech, as the plump bamboo rat ceased its trembling, gazing up at Su Yuan with its round, bright eyes. Yet Su Yuan continued, I haven't brought any seasoning today. I shall return another day to barbecue you. Squeak, squeak. The little one resumed its struggle, emitting a pitiful whimper. Su Yuan found it utterly amusing, rewarding the black and white cub with a gentle rub on its large head. How considerate of you to bring me meat when you sense my hunger. He felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the little creature and shower it with affection. Now, stop squirming. Let me ascertain your potential. I won't roast you just yet. Gazing at the unfortunate little bamboo rat in his hand, Su Yuan playfully threatened it while infusing a hint of spiritual energy. Entry name, Treasure Scent Entry Level, Red Entry Effect, can locate treasures within the vicinity. Su Yuan had merely glanced at the rat casually, but upon discerning the entry information, he was momentarily taken aback. Such an inconspicuous little bamboo rat possesses a red entry. Treasure Scent, well, what a surprise. I hadn't anticipated you to be a treasure-hunting rodent. Filled with delight, Su Yuan regarded the still-struggling, plump bamboo rat. Initially perceived merely as a dish, it had unexpectedly provided him with a significant surprise. The ability to seek treasures is indeed a rare and invaluable talent. Originally, he had sought a combat pet to bolster his fighting capabilities. Now it appeared he would be acquiring another. This bamboo rat, endowed with a treasure-seeking ability, was destined to accompany him. Although plump, its small size made it easy to carry, unlike the nearby cub, which, while considered small among iron-eating beasts, likely weighed a couple of 100 pounds. Su Yuan reached out to gently pat the cub's rounded belly. Ah, so soft and comfortable. Perhaps it was the effect of heart-soothing, but as he caressed the little one's belly, he felt a profound sense of happiness fill his heart. All right, cease your wriggling. I shall not eat you. Su Yuan redirected his gaze towards the little bamboo rat, which immediately ceased its movements, gazing up at him with a pitiful whimper. From now on, you shall accompany me. Understand? When I instruct you to go east, do not venture west. When I ask you to chase a dog, do not pursue a chicken. The little bamboo rat, round and chubby, bent its body repeatedly, seemingly nodding in agreement. However, much like a little dumpling, it was so rotund that it lacked a neck, thus it could only mimic a nod with its bowing motion. Its tiny paws clasped together in front of its chest, performing a series of bows. Amused, Su Yuan remarked, Very well. As long as you agree, you must not run away. Follow me, and I promise you a life of indulgence. He gently placed the bamboo rat on the ground, and to his delight, the little creature did not flee, but instead approached his feet, affectionately rubbing against his leg like a little dumpling. What a good little one. Su Yuan affectionately patted the bamboo rat, offering encouragement. He had no intention of forming a bond with this creature, as it possessed no combat prowess and posed no threat of rebellion. With his identity as the Beastmaster, Su Yuan was confident that the bamboo rat would develop a sense of closeness and obedience towards him. Are you not a treasure-seeking rat? What treasures lie nearby? Show me. Su Yuan issued his first command to the bamboo rat, intrigued by its treasure-sensing ability and eager to test it. The little bamboo rat instantly understood, sniffing the air before darting a few steps in one direction and then turning back to signal Su Yuan to follow. "Is this where we find something?" Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise as he stood up, reluctantly embracing the little dumpling in his arms. "When I purchase a grand house in the city, I shall come back for you to enjoy a life of comfort." For now, he had no choice but to leave the little dumpling behind. Carrying it would significantly slow his journey. He painted a hopeful picture for the little one, wishing to spare her feelings. "I must be on my way now. Take care of yourself." With a heavy heart, Su Yuan turned back multiple times to bid farewell to the little dumpling before following the treasure-seeking rat. As the rat scampered ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure Su Yuan was keeping pace, they traversed two small hills. Su Yuan had lost track of the distance they had covered when suddenly, the little rat became animated, pointing excitedly at a cliffside and chattering animatedly. "Oh, have we found a treasure?" Su Yuan inquired with astonishment, lifting his head in anticipation. At that moment, a flash of red light shot down from the cliff towards the little bamboo rat, which continued to chirp excitedly. In a split second, Su Yuan reacted with zero-frame initiation, transforming his iron rod into a round shield to protect the treasure-seeking rat. The red beam collided with the shield, producing a resounding, thunderous noise. The crimson shadow ricocheted against the cliffside, emitting a menacing hiss. It was only then that Su Yuan discerned the source of the radiant red light. It was a diminutive red snake. Meanwhile, the little bamboo rat had been thoroughly frightened into silence, its rotund body trembling uncontrollably. "No fighting, no fighting. We're all good friends." The bamboo rat had encountered its natural enemy, the snake, prompting Su Yuan to intervene, albeit with limited success. Feeling somewhat helpless, he gently scooped up the little creature and placed it into his bag. His attention then turned to the red snake, the species of which he could not ascertain. Its slender body was adorned with shimmering scales, and two slightly raised areas atop its head bestowed an air of distinction, suggesting it was far from ordinary. With the bamboo rat no longer in sight, the red snake appeared remarkably amiable in Su Yuan's presence, no longer flicking its tongue, and even exhibiting a semblance of docility. Su Yuan pondered, what had the treasure-seeking rat just called out? It surely wasn't merely a warning of the snake. Perhaps it was indicating that there was treasure on the cliff. He raised his gaze, scrutinizing the cliffside with curiosity. Amidst the chaotic growth of grass and shrubs, there seemed to be no sign of treasure. His eyes continued to wander until, in his peripheral vision, he caught a faint glimmer of red light. A surge of surprise coursed through him as he focused intently. And indeed, there was treasure. That was Chapter 49. Soul soothing amidst the chaotic vegetation wedged between the cliff walls. Su Yuan's gaze fixated on a singular red herb. There it was, the Millennium Blood Ginseng. Instantly recognizing it, Su Yuan was aware that this herb possessed the remarkable ability to mend one's essence. His family had long sought to procure a younger specimen of this ginseng to remedy his elder sister's ailment, yet their efforts had proven futile until now. To stumble upon it here was indeed a stroke of fortune. The treasure-hunting mouse had lived up to its reputation. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Yuan, but his gaze drifted to a small red snake nearby, casting a shadow over his delight. As the saying goes, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are invariably guarded by spiritual beasts, and this little serpent was undoubtedly the guardian spirit of the Millennium Blood Ginseng. "Dear serpent, might I persuade you to part with this treasure?" Su Yuan inquired of the snake. The serpent swayed its head a couple of times, its expression bewildered, as if it had not grasped Su Yuan's request. With no other recourse, Su Yuan elaborated, "I speak of that herb above, the Millennium Blood Ginseng. Might I be allowed to take it? I find myself in dire need of it." Spiritual beasts that guard herbs typically fall into two categories. One awaits the maturation of the herb to consume it, while the other shares a symbiotic relationship, wherein the herb thrives in the enhanced spiritual aura surrounding its protector. The fact that the serpent did not harm the ginseng suggested their bond was of the latter kind. Thus, there remained a possibility of persuading it to part with the herb, as the serpent could always find another in the future. The red serpent twisted its body slightly, appearing displeased yet refraining from protest, as if to indicate that Su Yuan should hasten to collect the ginseng. Thank you. Thank you. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude fervently. He had initially feared that if the serpent proved obstinate, he might have to resort to force. To his relief, however, the serpent displayed understanding. The bond cultivated through the Beast Master title was indeed profound. The little creatures regarded him as a friend, with tears of joy welling in his eyes. Su Yuan climbed the overgrown grass to the cliff face, meticulously inching his way toward the ginseng's location. Harvesting ginseng was indeed an art. While not as ritualistic as depicted in ancient texts, it still required utmost care. One must use their hands to excavate, ensuring not to break the ginseng's skin, for such damage would lead to the loss of its potent properties and a significant decline in value. What a magnificent specimen of ginseng! Su Yuan cleared the surrounding underbrush and counted the leaves with precision. 1, 2, 9. 9-leafed, it was indeed the Millennium Blood Ginseng. Elation surged within him, yet his hands remained cautious as he delicately unearthed the soil around the roots, revealing the vibrant crimson skin beneath. This was a task demanding patience. Haste would not serve him well. After a prolonged effort, his back ached and his waist was sore, yet at last, he successfully unearthed the ginseng with all its roots intact. Ha ha! Splendid. The Millennium Blood Ginseng is finally in my grasp, Su Yuan exclaimed, cradling the ginseng in his hands, unable to suppress a gleeful chuckle. Enough with the laughter. I've waited long enough. Now that you've harvested it, bring it forth. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down Su Yuan's back. Who was speaking? Damn it. He had been so engrossed in foraging for ginseng that he had failed to notice the presence of others nearby. Su Yuan stiffly turned around and beheld 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, standing below the cliff, all gazing at him with mocking expressions, evidently having waited for quite some time. With a resigned smile, Su Yuan leaped back to the ground, maintaining an indifferent demeanor as he clasped his hands in greeting. Gentlemen, have you come to the mountains for hunting as well? Huh, you're trying to butter us up, one robust man declared. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. But I unearthed it myself, Su Yuan replied, his voice tinged with helplessness, still attempting to reason with them. Just because you dug it up, it belongs to you? Nature's treasures rightfully belong to the worthy. Do you know who I am? I am Huang Yud. As the worthy, all natural treasures must be mine. Do you understand? The burly man scoffed. Is this some kind of cold joke? Su Yuan forced a smile. Could you spare me a portion? My sister is gravely ill and urgently needs the blood ginseng for treatment. Let the sick die. What life is so precious that it merits 1,000-year-old blood ginseng? Look at yourselves. Do you think your lives are worth as much as that ginseng? The strong man's face twisted into a menacing scowl, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Su Yuan clenched his fists, glancing at the 6 opponents whose ages seemed to range from their 20s to 30s. Adventurers of such age, if not overly careless, likely possessed at least a 2nd or 3rd-tier cultivation level. He assessed their strengths and sighed inwardly. Every talent has its purpose. Fortunes lost can be regained. With the assistance of the treasure-seeking rat, I am sure to discover more natural treasures in the future. To risk my life for a single blood ginseng would be unwise. As long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not worry about a lack of firewood. With this thought, he felt a sense of liberation and smiled nonchalantly. What you say has merit, so I shall gift this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng to you all. Placing the ginseng on the ground, he took a few steps back, clasped his hands again, and said, The Green Mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow forever. I shall take my leave now. May we meet again by fate. Having spoken, he turned to depart. Suddenly, a short gun whizzed past him, embedding itself in a tree behind him, its barrel trembling. Did you think you could leave? The leader among the 6 spoke slowly. What do you mean by this, my friend? Su Yuan's expression darkened. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been pinned to the spot. Their intentions were evidently ruthless. Leave everything you have, the leader stated coolly. Su Yuan took a deep breath and shook his head. This blood ginseng is my only gain for today. Beyond that, I possess nothing of value. I hope my friend can show mercy today, allowing us to meet again in the future. Meet again? Dream on. Upon our next encounter, a robust man with a tempestuous temperament advanced, seizing the ancient blood ginseng from the ground. Leave the sword at your back, along with your bag and clothing. You may depart, but you must relinquish even your undergarments. A woman among the six interjected, her gaze filled with amusement. You are truly brazen. Su Yuan gritted his teeth. Although the items on him were not particularly valuable, he sensed that they had no intention of letting him go. They sought to disarm him, rendering him a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. With a steely resolve, he commanded, Xiao Hong, bite him. Su Yuan had already noticed that the small red snake had not departed, but coiled itself upon the branches above the six. As he spoke, they remained perplexed until a flash of red light illuminated the scene. In an instant, one of the men clutched his throat, howling in agony as the red snake unexpectedly sank its fangs into him. Dear readers, today marks the debut of this book, akin to its launch at a toll station. Typically, a launch comes with sentiments, and I earnestly hope for your subscriptions. Allow me to express a few words. I would greatly appreciate your favorable reviews. Oh, dear readers, please be gentle with your critiques. How can there be only negative feedback? At noon, upon observing 5 reviews, I anxiously clicked to read them, discovering only 2, one 3-star and one 2-star, with 3 others potentially being 1-star, which my system automatically concealed to spare my feelings. In the afternoon, I encountered 3 more reviews, only to find yet another 2-star critique. Just moments ago, I checked again and saw an additional 2-star review. Thus, it seems there are a total of 9 reviews, of which I can see 4, 3 2-stars and 1 3-star. How could the evaluations be so dismal? Why is there not a single positive review? Is it truly that bad? I find myself in a state of confusion. Brothers, please do not torment me. Could you not bestow a 5-star review? I implore you. Today I have been restless, frequently checking the data, and I am utterly exhausted. I have never been this anxious while launching a book on other platforms. Several years ago, before Tomato was known as Tomato, I penned a book of the urban soldier king genre here, and the data was disheartening. I did not return to Tomato to write for years. And now this is my first book back. I wonder if it aligns with the tastes of my readers. Prior to launching, I endeavored to familiarize myself with the Tomato style, incorporating elements like public awakenings and school beauties, but alas, I am not adept in this regard, and the result was rather poor. Upon reflection, it seems I may have overcomplicated matters. Perhaps it would have been better without these elements. Regarding the issues raised in the negative reviews, I wish to clarify that I have not written anything suggesting that others can seize attributes. Some of the elements mentioned are indeed foreshadowing I have deliberately embedded. The narrative states that the concept of colorful entries has never been heard of in the world, and the protagonist suspects whether others are keeping such secrets as he does. However, this is not the case. It is not due to the upper echelons of the conglomerate concealing information, but rather because only the protagonist possesses the colorful entries. Previously, it was noted that only Demon's disintegration can interact with the entries, which is a genuine premise. Aside from Demon's disintegration, the colorful entries are the only ones capable of engaging with the entries, all of which pertain to concepts like stealing, exchanging, and so forth. Others cannot possess colorful entries. Hence, there is no occurrence of the conglomerate nurturing geniuses to seize entries. As for the mysterious disappearance of the sister's entry, it did make the news, precisely because it was unprecedented. Moreover, it was not a case of an entry being taken away. Delving too deeply into these explanations might disrupt the normal reading experience, so I shall refrain from elaborating. However, I hope this does not result in negative reviews. In my perspective, the logic is coherent, though it may be a flaw in my writing that I failed to clarify it adequately. Additionally, regarding the name Casual Iron Soldier, I find it quite appealing, and it is not a name I coined. I assumed everyone would remember, so I did not elaborate further. This is the weapon's name of the 6-eared macaque. Sun Wukong wields the Rui Jingu Bang. The arm-extending monkey possesses the sky-piercing white jade pillar, and the red-buttock monkey has the sea bridge purple gold beam. Thus, the 6-eared macaque is indeed the casual iron soldier, capable of transforming in size and shape, which is precisely the essence of the casual iron soldier's ability. The above points are what I believe to be sound, whereas the following are issues I acknowledge. Firstly, the phrase all beings are equal should not be a golden entry. This can be somewhat justified by stating that even among golden entries, there can be worthless ones. Nevertheless, after so many chapters, all beings are equal has yet to manifest its potential, which is indeed a significant issue. In the original premise, all beings are equal was intended to be operational by now. Originally, I aimed to assign entries like pointing at a deer and calling it a horse or misplacing names to Qin Zijing. Allowing the protagonist to only interact with someone named Xiao, you had a 50-50 chance, while the heroine could designate anyone as Xiao Yu. This gender pairing was an excellent premise, which I borrowed. However, I find myself less adept at writing female protagonists. I am more proficient in crafting narratives without them. Initially, I included the character of Schoolbell because that keyword was exceedingly popular on the platform, but later realized my execution was lacking, leading me to revise the premise and diminish the female protagonist's role significantly. It would be better for the protagonist to draw pointing at a deer and calling it a horse or misplacing names himself. However, since the earlier entries have been predetermined, pointing at a deer and calling it a horse can only be placed later, resulting in all beings are equal remaining dormant. This is one problem, and another lies in the notion that casual theft can steal weapon entries and skill entries. Many readers criticize the protagonist for being foolish, unaware of the entries that can steal weapons and skills. I am indeed aware of this, yet the protagonist remains oblivious, which is undeniably a flaw on my part, as it may come across as somewhat contrived in terms of intellect. This is primarily to provide a justification for the protagonist's scheme to pilfer from Xiao Yunfei. However, rest assured, the protagonist will soon come to this realization in the forthcoming chapters, so do stay tuned. Furthermore, in the next entry, we shall assist the protagonist's mother in removing the no progress label, and we will unveil the true culprit behind the disappearance of the older sister's title. The storyline is poised to become increasingly captivating, and I sincerely hope that readers will not abandon the book. Recently, I just finished writing and noticed 3 new reviews. One of them is 4 stars, while the other 2 are 2 stars. Goodness, that brings the total to 12 reviews. 1 4-star, 1 3-star, and 5 2-star, with the remainder likely being 1 star. I can hardly bear to imagine how low the overall rating might be. Is there a possibility of achieving a 5-star rating? Ultimately, while a poor rating may not be devastating, it does significantly impact visibility, which translates to readership. Without an audience, how might I sustain myself? I implore you, kindly consider leaving a favorable review. Chapter 50. Master Shadow's the sudden scream pierced the air, sending a wave of panic through the 6 individuals. Who was Xiao Hong? Could there be an ambush? Seizing the moment of distraction, Su Yuan launched a fierce attack, targeting the robust man closest to him, who had come to collect the Millennium Blood Ginseng. 0 frame initiation. Su Yuan's strike was executed with remarkable speed, his colossal sword slicing through the air like a comet aimed at his adversary. However, the sturdy man remained unfazed, relying on his extensive experience to conclude that, given the current distance, the sword was simply too short to reach him. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted. The robust man looked down in disbelief at his chest, where a long halberd had pierced through his torso. Wasn't a giant sword? When did it transform into a halberd? As he succumbed to his fatal injury, his eyes remained wide open in shock. The remaining onlookers, still reeling from the earlier shock of their comrade being bitten by a snake, were further stunned by the death of another teammate. A mere boy had bested them. How could this be? They had spent their days hunting geese, only to be blinded by them, and now they found themselves capsized in this dire circumstance. The man who had been bitten by the snake succumbed to the venom almost instantaneously, frothing at the mouth. Within a brief span, 2 lives were lost, leaving the 4 remaining members on the brink of madness. You seek death. Su Yuan, unperturbed by their outrage, withdrew the halberd from the robust man's chest. The attributes of the Iron Rod warrior were indeed impressive. No one would have anticipated that his sword could transform into a halberd. With a deft flick of the halberd's tip, he sent the Millennium Blood Ginseng, which the robust man had clutched, sailing towards himself. An unexpected stroke of fortune. Just as Su Yuan reached out to grasp the ginseng, a sudden rush of wind roared past him, akin to the roar of a great dragon. The leader among the six brandished a long spear that soared through the air, howling as it approached. Su Yuan could not afford to retrieve the ginseng any longer. He hastily retreated a few paces, executing another zero-frame initiation with his halberd. A thunderous crash resonated as a figure was sent careening backward. It was none other than Su Yuan himself. He performed a somersault mid-air, propelled by the force of his own retreat. As he maneuvered, he did not forget to warn Xiaohong. She, quick-witted and astute, seized the opportunity and swiftly escaped, leaving the others powerless to pursue her. The leader possessed immense strength. Likely at the mid-stage of the third realm, there was no hope of matching him. Su Yuan, amplifying his might with 9 bull strength layered with innate titan power, found himself still lacking in raw power compared to the leader. As their strengths clashed and dissipated, the residual force sent him flying, compelling Su Yuan to retreat. "Where do you think you're going?" The leader, eager for another confrontation, was taken aback by Su Yuan's sudden flight. He hastily lunged forward, matching Su Yuan's speed with his own, thudding after him. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. He realized he could not continue like this, or he would soon be overtaken. A fleeting idea sparked in his mind. If I cannot possess this millennium blood ginseng, then neither shall any of you." With a cold snort, Su Yuan brandished his long spear, unleashing a fiery blaze that surged towards the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng lying on the ground. This flame was derived from the green attribute flame control, which Su Yuan had pilfered from his senior brother Xiao. Although it was merely mundane fire, it was sufficiently potent to inflict harm upon the spiritual herb. "Stop! How dare you?" The leading man could not permit the flames to consume the precious treasure he had just secured. Seething with rage, he pivoted swiftly, leaping to extinguish the blaze, then cautiously retrieved the blood ginseng. Drawing a pendant from his chest, he infused it with spiritual energy and, with a flick, made the ginseng vanish in an instant. He tucked the pendant back into his garments and cast his gaze towards the direction in which Su Yuan had fled. "Can you truly escape?" he scoffed, resuming his pursuit of Su Yuan's retreating figure. Su Yuan sprinted furiously, deliberately creating a commotion to rouse the ferocious beasts along his path. His audacity to venture into the mountains alone stemmed from his identity as the Beastmaster, with every beast in the mountains regarded as his kin and friends. This was his territory. Who would dare to bully him here? He mused about finding allies soon. Ahead, he spotted a familiar cave entrance, and a smile spread across his face. This was the cave he had traversed earlier, guided by the treasure-seeking mouse. At that time, he had merely glanced inside to see a magnificent tiger slumbering. He had refrained from disturbing it, but now he had no choice but to enlist its assistance. As Su Yuan dashed into the tiger's den, the commotion naturally roused the colossal creature. However, the tiger merely cast a languid glance at Su Yuan, showing no inclination to act. Su Yuan exhaled in relief. While he was the Beastmaster, the tiger was the king of all beasts. He genuinely feared that the tiger might be irritable upon waking. "Brother Tiger, oh, Sister Tiger." Su Yuan noted the absence of a tail beneath the towering beast and quickly adjusted his address. "Sister Tiger, someone is bullying me. Please help me deal with him," he implored. The giant tiger opened its half-closed eyes, emanating an air of disdain. Su Yuan pointed in the direction of the pursuer, and the tiger's gaze followed his indication, coincidentally landing on the scene of the leading man, now in a state of disarray as he was beset by a group of smaller beasts. The man, as he had run, had inadvertently provoked a horde of little creatures that relentlessly tormented him along the way. Some were passing gas, others hurled stones, while a few tossed down fuzzy peaches and nuts from the trees, creating an unbearable nuisance for him. At long last, he had finally caught up. The man stood in stunned silence as a vibrant tiger sauntered out of the cave, instinctively retreating 2 steps. He had distinctly seen the youth enter the cave from afar. Yet now a fierce tiger emerged instead. As he grappled with this bewildering sight, the boy followed closely behind the majestic beast, prompting questions in the man's mind. Why did the tiger not devour the youth? Was there some mystical bond between them? Confusion enveloped him. and a sense of retreat began to take root in his heart. Although in this era of spiritual energy, species did not necessarily dictate strength, an old tiger might not surpass a bamboo rat. This particular tiger, with its colossal form and commanding presence, undoubtedly exemplified the dominance of the mountain, a being of lordly power. Before he could formulate a strategy, the tiger unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, causing the man's eardrums to throb painfully, momentarily disorienting him. Before he could regain his composure, the tiger sprang into the air, propelled by its powerful hind legs, creating a windstorm that bore down upon him like Mount Tai. With no avenue for escape, he raised his gun in a desperate attempt to defend himself, conjuring three illusory figures through his most formidable skill, Shadow Stream Master. The phantoms danced before him, seemingly real yet ethereal, rendering him nearly invulnerable. However, as he fearfully lifted his gaze, he realized that the immense form of the tiger had completely enveloped him along with the illusions. The three apparitions shattered like fragile bubbles, and his gun was forcefully pressed into the ground by the tiger's paw. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the tiger's paw applied pressure, crushing his ribcage. Reluctantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing the devastating power of the mountain lord. Even a third-tier warrior was no match for a single blow. Su Yuan had intended to assist with a 2-on-1 tactic, but it quickly became evident that his intervention was unnecessary. Sister Tiger, there are three more, Su Yuan indicated towards the three figures swiftly approaching from the distance. With a mighty bound, the vibrant tiger surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind towards the oncoming trio. May your journey ahead be smooth. Su Yuan silently mourned for them for a brief moment before swiftly crouching down to rummage through the fallen man's belongings, hoping that his precious 1,000-year-old blood ginseng had not been crushed by the tiger. Chapter 51. A stroke of luck. Su Yuan anxiously searched the man for valuables, having distinctly witnessed him pick up the Millennium Blood Ginseng. How could it be absent? Was it crushed into the mud by the tiger girl? That seemed implausible. Or could it be hidden? After thoroughly scouring the man's person, Su Yuan found not a single Millennium Blood Ginseng, nor even a bank card. What was happening? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Su Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on the golden ring adorning the man's ring finger. Could it be a spatial ring? His heart raced as he removed the golden ring, slowly channeling spiritual energy into it. Moments passed, yet nothing transpired. Disheartened, Su Yuan placed the ring into his pocket. There were no bracelets or anything else. Where could the blood ginseng be? Ah, there was a pendant. Su Yuan noticed the chain around the man's neck and drew out the pendant, a droplet-shaped piece of white jade. Although he held little hope, he infused it with spiritual energy. Item name: exquisite spatial jade pendant. Accompanying attribute: mustard seed space attribute level, blue attribute effect, possesses a space measuring 555. Not suitable for living creatures. Oh, it truly is a spatial item, and a blue-level mustard seed space at that, boasting a volume of 125 cubic units. The white spatial jade bracelet at the last auction was already quite expensive. How much could this blue-level pendant be worth? It's larger than my bedroom. Just imagine how much one could store within. Ecstatic, Su Yuan realized that what he initially perceived as a misfortune was, in fact, a boon. To think that such an ordinary adventuring party could possess such a high-grade spatial jade pendant. He doubted it was purchased at an auction. It was likely a drop from a defeated monster that they were reluctant to sell. The Millennium Blood Ginseng must surely be within that space. With this thought, Su Yuan merged his spiritual and mental energies, probing into the mustard seed space within the jade pendant. Rarely did items require a master to be recognized, and naturally, there would be no restrictions. With a swift motion, Su Yuan's mental energy entered, revealing a space as large as a bedroom, filled with a variety of items. Indeed, the Millennium Blood Ginseng was among them. It was back. With a mere thought, the ginseng instantaneously transferred into his hands. This time, it was truly recovered. Su Yuan exhaled in relief, a profound realization washing over him regarding the adage an innocent man bears the burden of wealth. After safely returning the Millennium Blood Ginseng to the jade pendant, Su Yuan continued to explore the other items within the space. First, he encountered a pile of clothing, both men's and women's, including undergarments, some washed, some unwashed. Finding them filthy, he promptly discarded all the garments. Next, there were various drinks and food items, mostly assorted beverages, bread, and crackers. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. He found himself in no need of wealth. Thus, it was unnecessary to consume the provisions of others. Consequently, he retrieved all of them, unwrapped the packages, and resolved to offer them to Tiger Girl as a token of gratitude. Additionally, he brought forth several prey from his spatial realm, 2 wild boars and a stag, all intended as gifts for Tiger Girl. To his astonishment, there were so many fragments of entries. It seemed he had struck a fortune. In a corner of the spatial realm, Su Yuan discovered a collection of entry fragments, 13 white fragments, 5 green, 2 blue, and 1 red. Among all the treasures within the space, these fragments brought him the utmost satisfaction. In recent days, he had been contemplating purchasing more entry fragments for synthesis, yet it appeared that seizing them was far swifter and more economical than buying. He noticed a mobile phone and decided to take a look. Extracting the device from the space, Su Yuan unlocked it with the lifeless visage of a deceased man, browsing through its contents. To his surprise, it belonged to Teacher Chun. The phone contained an abundance of unsightly videos, a disgrace to propriety, revealing the decline of societal morals. The female protagonist appeared somewhat familiar. She seemed to be the one who had previously requested his undergarments. Clearing his throat, he thought this video could be saved for future critique, primarily to remember the visage of an adversary. With a slight cough, Su Yuan opened the banking app to check the balance. A pauper at his age, possessing merely tens of thousands in his account. Such a trifling sum held no interest for him. He deemed it unworthy of further transactions, allowing the bank to benefit. He canceled the phone's password, discarded the SIM card, and gathered the remaining irredeemable refuse in his spatial realm, such as bank cards, toiletries, and utensils, intending to dispose of them in a trash bin later. Although in the wilderness, he was a conscientious young man of the new era, naturally inclined to care for the environment. Once he had completed this cleanup, Tiger Girl returned, ambling leisurely and revealing 3 corpses in the distance. Sister Tiger, after such exertion, you must be famished. Would you care for a bite? Su Yuan gestured towards the snacks and beast meat he had laid out. Upon seeing the offerings, the giant tiger's eyes indeed brightened. She lowered her head to consume several pieces of bread and sampled some biscuits before lying down to gnaw on a deer's leg. Thank you immensely for today, Sister Tiger. Su Yuan approached the magnificent beast, extending his hand in an attempt to stroke Tiger Girl's head while also inspecting her entries. However, as his hand reached out, Tiger Girl's fierce gaze shifted toward it. Su Yuan sheepishly retracted his hand, offering an awkward smile. What do you think about us fighting side by side in the future? You could be my partner. Tiger Girl cast Su Yuan a dispassionate glance, seemingly unimpressed by his proposal. Very well. Su Yuan acknowledged the reality. Indeed, his current strength was vastly inferior to that of Hunyeo. Furthermore, he was not suited for such a companion. Hunyo's size was imposing and her appetite considerable, making her simply unaffordable to sustain. After spending some time with Hunyeo, nurturing a semblance of affection, Su Yuan glanced at the time and realized it was already quite late. He had to return home. There were still several corpses in that location he had yet to examine, and he needed to hasten his pace. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring nothing was overlooked before preparing to depart. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the man, catching sight of the bent spear nearby, and he nearly forgot it. This spear should also possess a special attribute. Although it had become somewhat warped under the weight of the giant tiger's trampling, if the attribute was favorable, it could still be reforged and repaired. Su Yuan approached, picked up the spear, and infused it with spiritual energy to invoke the attribute information. Item name: Standard Long Spear Accompanying Attribute. Luck 1 Attribute Level. Blue Attribute Effect. Increases your luck, rendering you more fortunate. Chapter 52. Rising to prominence, Su Yuan never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable man before him would possess 2 pieces of equipment adorned with blue attributes. In addition to a blue-quality spatial jade pendant, The firearm he wielded also boasted a blue attribute. The inscription Luck 1 evoked an inexplicable sense of awe within him. It promised to enhance one's fortune, yet Su Yuan glanced at the lifeless body of the man, who had departed this world with eyes wide open, and found himself questioning the efficacy of such an attribute. Nevertheless, no amount of luck could avert the calamity he had invited upon himself. He stowed the firearm within his spatial compartment. While the attribute might not yield significant effects, its level suggested it held potential for restoration. He decided to investigate the remains of the other three. Upon leaving the tiger's den, Su Yuan approached the corpses of the remaining trio, suppressing his disgust as he rifled through their belongings. Apart from a few mobile phones, they possessed little of value. These phones, the image of the video from the leader's phone flashed through his mind, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Employing facial recognition, he unlocked the devices belonging to two of the individuals, while for the one whose face had been torn apart by a tiger's claw, he resorted to fingerprint recognition. What a thrill! It appeared that these three were also admirers of Teacher Chun. Su Yuan meticulously unlocked each phone and stored them away, marveling at their extravagant tastes. As he surveyed the trio, he couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. One must format their phone before meeting their end, lest they face a second demise. The search yielded no noteworthy treasures among the five, and of their weapons, only two were inscribed with attributes, while the remaining three were mere ordinary steel implements. One of the blades featured a green attribute. Item name, dominant mountain cleaving blade attribute. Immense strength attribute level. Green attribute effect. When you strike a pose that exudes sufficient charisma, your next attack's power will be amplified. The second attributed weapon was a long whip, a favored armament of female warriors. Item name, 9-section whip attribute name. Thunderous crack attribute level. White attribute effect. When wielded, it produces a sound akin to thunder, creating a sonic boom. The first green attribute, immense strength, was quite promising, as it could potentially execute a blow surpassing one's own capabilities. The second, thunderous crack, though capable of surprising foes, offered limited utility in combat, serving primarily as a distraction. Regardless, Su Yuan held no disdain for either. He placed them both into the jade pendant spatial compartment, for there was ample room. He knew he must return. Any delay could result in missing his ride. Opening his backpack, he peeked inside and was met with the sight of a little bamboo rat peeking out, curiously surveying its surroundings before retreating once more. Su Yuan chuckled softly. His initial intent upon venturing out of the city was to acquire a combat pet, yet he returned with this creature instead. Nonetheless, one could hardly deem it a fruitless endeavor, as he had also procured spatial equipment. However, he resolved to venture out of the city once more the following day. I must find a pet that can enhance my combat prowess. Otherwise, the title of Beastmaster loses all significance. After examining the downloaded offline map, Su Yuan walked for a while and finally returned to the tail-whaling bus station where he had disembarked earlier. Not long after, a large bus arrived, and Su Yuan waved aboard, finally making his way back to the city. "Why are you back so late today? I was just about to call you." Upon arriving home, he found that his mother had already returned and prepared dinner. His mother had decided to resign from her job, and once the restaurant found a replacement, she would no longer endure such grueling work. In her own words, she intended to enjoy the fruits of her son's labor from now on. "I practiced for a while outside today. It's fine if I come home late in the future. You don't need to worry," Su Yuan said as he set down his bag, unzipped it, and released the bamboo rat. The little creature sniffed around, exploring its new environment. "Wow, how adorable!" Su Yu exclaimed, delighting in holding the little creature close. "Did you get it to keep me company? What is so cute about it?" Su Yuan hesitated, realizing he had not considered buying a pet for his sister. He remembered that Su Yu had indeed contemplated getting a pet, but had abandoned the idea due to the expenses involved. In truth, his sister often felt lonely at home. "Never mind, it can keep me company from now on," Su Yu declared with a playful hum. The little bamboo rat seemed to take a liking to her as it lay in her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yuan. "All right," Su Yuan pondered, "but it truly isn't that cute. Tomorrow, I will bring you back a genuinely adorable one." He envisioned the little iron-eating beast from the bamboo grove, a charming little creature that would surely delight his sister, especially considering the emotional turmoil she had faced in recent years. She had even contemplated drastic measures to avoid becoming a burden to the family. Feeling a pang of guilt, Su Yuan chided himself for only focusing on finding a combat pet, while forgetting that his sister needed emotional solace. He resolved to remember to bring back the little creature when he ventured outside the city the next day. "All right then, let us eat," Jiang Pei called from the kitchen. Recently, their meals had significantly improved, featuring exotic beast meat at every meal, which greatly pleased Su Yuan. After dinner, he returned to his room, washed the space jade pendant, and switched to a new chain before putting it around his neck. He opened his space to assess his gains. He intended to research the best way to consume the Millennium Blood Ginseng over the next couple of days, considering whether it needed to be refined into a pill for his sister. Next, he focused on the fragment of attributes. He had long wished to experiment with attribute synthesis again. After some thought, he decided against using the more precious green attribute fragments and instead selected 4 white ones. Infusing them with spiritual energy, the 4 fragments began to merge slowly. Ding! The detection indicates that you are about to acquire a new attribute, and the divine selection system has been activated. The system issued its prompt, and Su Yuan looked on with anticipation. 1. Attribute name, Voice of Thunder attribute level, white attribute effect. Your voice will resonate with the clarity and volume of a bell. Surely unnecessary. 2. Attribute name, Tongue flexibility attribute level, white attribute effect. Your tongue can curl freely. Su Yuan was aware that some individuals indeed lack this ability, so this attribute cannot be deemed entirely useless. 3. Attribute name, Prominent horns attribute level, white attribute effect. You will develop protrusions on your head resembling horns, bestowing upon you an extraordinary demeanor. How absurd! Who would desire to grow such lumps on their head? As Su Yuan continued to peruse the options, he found no further selections. This time, only 3 options emerged, all rather trivial. In fact, this is the norm for white attributes. Most are of little utility. Today's luck appears to be lacking. If only he could draw again with a lucky +1 card, perhaps the outcome would be more favorable. A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Yuan. This notion might indeed hold merit. End of Chapter 3. Thank you all for your kind reviews. These chapters have been somewhat lackluster, and the anticipated content was not fully addressed. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 53. Oil resistance and moisturization. The more Su Yuan contemplated, the more feasible the idea seemed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly retrieved the long spear from his spatial dimension and was about to fetch 4 more white fragment pieces when he recalled that he had yet to successfully select and fuse the previous fragments. His gaze swept across the options, resounding voice, curled tongue, and prominent features, and after a moment's reflection, he casually chose curled tongue. If he encountered someone unable to curl their tongue, this fragment might fetch a price. However, the other 2 were likely to remain unsold, gathering dust. Furthermore, even if curled tongue could be sold, it would likely incur a loss. For having a tongue that couldn't curl was not a compelling issue. Few would be inclined to spend a fortune on such an enhancement. The long spear's fragment luck, plus, one should activate simply by gripping the shaft, Su Yuan conjectured. He settled cross-legged on the bed, clutching the lucky spear in one hand while holding 4 white fragment pieces in the other. The sight was somewhat peculiar, primarily because the iron spear, under the immense force of the mighty tiger girl, was now bent, presenting a rather comical appearance. Let us hope this proves useful, he mused, grasping the warped spear as he infused the fragments with spiritual energy, causing them to merge and intertwine instantaneously. Ding! New fragment acquisition detected. The divine selection system has been triggered. You may choose 1 fragment from a random selection of 2 to 10 options. The system prompted again, and soon after, the fragment options refreshed. 1. Fragment name, Gradual Recovery Fragment Level, White Fragment Effect. Your sustained damage, as well as consumed vitality, energy, and spirit, will gradually recover at a rate slightly faster than normal. 2. Fragment name, Enhanced Hearing Fragment Level, White Fragment Effect. Your auditory perception will be sharpened, allowing you to hear sounds with greater clarity. 3. Fragment name, Oil Resistance and Moisturization Fragment Level, White fragment effect. Your skin will maintain a hydrated and moisturized state for an extended period, reducing oiliness. 4. Fragment name. Nasal passage clarity fragment level. White fragment effect. A boon for those with rhinitis. Your nostrils will remain clear for a longer duration. 5. Fragment name. Unfazed by praise or insult fragment level. White fragment effect. Regardless of praise or insult, your heart will remain undisturbed, calm, and unruffled. This time, 5 fragments appeared. Su Yuan counted the fragments before examining each effect closely. The results were quite promising, at least significantly better than the previous round. He pondered whether luck +1 had indeed made a difference. Typically, the outcomes of fragment synthesis varied, producing both favorable and unfavorable results. The current selection was commendable, but he could not definitively attribute it to the influence of luck +1. The primary aspect of this matter is rather elusive to quantify. Su Yuan remains uncertain about the exact value of his luck. This increment, whether it constitutes 1/10, 100th, or 1,000th of the total, yields vastly different effects. Nevertheless, wielding a firearm with one hand is not a hindrance. In future encounters when combining attributes, he shall keep a gun in hand. He mused that during monster battles, it may be cumbersome to wield a gun in one hand and a spear in the other, yet it could potentially enhance his drop rate. Perhaps he might even procure superior items. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuan was suddenly struck by an epiphany. Could it be that the leading man had experienced such fortuitous luck in acquiring the mustard seed space precisely because of the luck 1 attribute? He speculated internally. However, he had no means to verify this at present. Nonetheless, he resolved to take his lucky spear along whenever he ventured into secret realms to combat monsters, perhaps even slung across his back, as it might trigger the luck 1 effect. In contemplating the selection of attributes, Su Yuan deliberated for a moment. The attributes available were all quite commendable, particularly the first 3, slow recovery, enhanced hearing, and oil resistance and moisturization. The initial 2 were combat-related, inherently commanding a higher value. As for oil resistance and moisturization, it pertains to skincare, a category greatly favored by women, who often invest substantial sums in beauty products annually. They would likely be willing to pay a premium for oil resistance and moisturization. The subsequent attribute, nasal passage clarity, might only find its audience among those suffering from rhinitis, making it a challenging sell. Moreover, unperturbed by honor or disgrace is rather inconsequential. There is little need to spend on such a notion. Thus, Su Yuan ultimately decided upon slow recovery. This attribute, while applicable in combat, also falls within the medical category, which is quite valuable even among combat attributes. He hoped it would fetch a high price. Although this attribute would serve him well, he did not intend to refine or absorb these lower-tier attributes. There is a limit to how many synthesized attributes one can absorb. Perhaps this is related to the 10 realms of martial arts. Each individual can only refine and absorb up to 10 synthesized attributes. He was unwilling to allow lower-tier attributes to occupy one of his 10 slots. Once refined and absorbed, they could not be discarded, unless he later employed heavenly demon disintegration to eliminate them. Otherwise, should he synthesize higher-tier attributes later, he would find himself powerless to refine them. Su Yuan counted the remaining attribute fragments. From the leader, he had acquired several fragments and combined with the 1 blue and 1 green fragment left at home. He now had a total of 5 white for green, 3 blue, and 1 red attribute fragments. He could still continue to synthesize 1 white and 1 green attribute. However, after contemplating, Su Yuan felt that luck was not on his side today. The first synthesis yielded only 3 options, and the effects of the attributes were rather disappointing. The second attempt granted him a lucky +1 bonus, yet it only presented 5 options, with effects that were merely acceptable. The remaining 2 would have to wait until tomorrow for synthesis. Su Yuan sheathed his spear and gathered all the leftover attribute fragments into his spatial jade pendant. He then produced a chi-boosting pill, which was not acquired through nefarious means, but rather purchased out of his own pocket just a couple of days prior. Although the cost-effectiveness of purchasing pills is far inferior to slaying monsters in secret realms, it is only the impoverished who concern themselves with such calculations. The wealthy prioritize efficiency. Now that Su Yuan had come into some fortune, even if it meant spending a bit more, he saw no reason not to, as it would enhance his cultivation speed. After diligently practicing throughout the night, he awoke the next day feeling refreshed. Upon arriving at school after breakfast, he overheard his classmates engaged in animated conversation. "Did you hear? Someone from our school's 6th class in the same grade had their attribute stolen." "Oh, could it be a golden attribute?" an eager classmate inquired. "Impossible. Our school probably hasn't had a single golden attribute this year." "Oh, except for Su Yuan," the classmate realized, glancing at Su Yuan. Noticing his lack of reaction, they sighed in relief and continued. "According to him, his attribute is the green-level innate giant strength." The first two attributes that inexplicably vanished were both golden. Could this be the work of the same individual? How can you be sure it was human interference? The authorities have yet to make a determination. Didn't they say it was a rare affliction? You actually believe the officials? Do you trust the rat's head and duck's neck? Chapter 54. Auditory amplification. The crowd was fervently engaged in discussion, as the recent disappearance of entries had stirred considerable commotion. 3 years prior, there was the case of Su Yu, which could be explained by a rare ailment. However, with the emergence of the innate Tao body incident 3 years later, not only did it ignite a fervent debate regarding the truth of the matter, but it also instilled a sense of insecurity among everyone. Could it be that someone could usurp another's entry? If entries were indeed susceptible to theft, what chance would the underprivileged have for advancement? Were they destined to be nurtured by the affluent simply to snatch away their entries? Various theories proliferated, with many advocating for the abolition of the entry awakening ceremony, suggesting that all entries should remain undisclosed to educational institutions. Recently, those who had awakened their entries refrained from divulging specific details, and even Su Yuan was affected. Despite having acquired the Golden Entry Emperor's presence, he chose not to inform the school to access resources and benefits, only sharing this information with a select few without any fanfare. Presently, after the tumultuous innate Tao body incident had somewhat subsided, it was unexpected that a similar occurrence would arise at our school, seemingly propelling us back into the news cycle. Was the individual merely speaking nonsense? Or had they truly lost their entry? It seemed unlikely. This individual had already reached the 3rd layer of the first realm and, by all accounts, should possess 3 entries. It was said that only 2 remained. I would argue that this was retribution. That fellow was hardly virtuous, often bullying classmates, and there were countless who harbored grievances against him. Investigating this matter was nearly impossible unless one were to inspect the entry panels of every student. Yet, how could that be feasible? The entry panels represented the most critical privacy for a martial artist, and no practitioner would willingly expose their panel to others. All one's specialties and weaknesses could be discerned from that panel. It was simply inconceivable to scrutinize a martial artist panel, save for those who had just awakened. Would you be inclined to show your panel to others? Certainly not. It remained uncertain whether the entries had indeed been usurped. After all, the authorities had consistently denied the possibility of entry theft. The conversations among students flowed incessantly. However, Su Yuan soon tuned out their chatter. The student from class 6 they spoke of was presumably the boy who had been bullied in the alley just yesterday, and it was likely that his innate might have been taken by Su Yuan. Yet, he harbored no concern of being implicated. Given the ineptitude of the Enforcement Bureau, if they could trace the matter back to him, they certainly would have found some clues regarding his sister's incident years ago. Su Yuan had long ceased to rely on the Enforcement Bureau for investigations. They were a collection of inept individuals. However, one could hardly blame them, as during this age of spiritual resurgence and martial prowess, they were often rendered powerless in the face of formidable warriors. Their primary responsibilities revolved around mediating neighborhood disputes, helping elderly citizens locate their lost pets, and conducting general legal awareness campaigns. Ultimately, uncovering the truth of the matter would rest upon his shoulders. This afternoon, there were 2 classes on the art of the spear, but Su Yuan still intended to continue his leave of absence. In addition to seeking a combat partner for himself, he also wished to aid his sister in retrieving the beloved little food Iron Beast. Are you taking leave again today? I recall you have martial arts classes in the afternoon. Are you not attending? Zhao Feiping inquired, somewhat astonished. In the pursuit of martial arts, one must advance diligently. Like rowing against the current, do not grow complacent, for stagnation equates to regression. Su Yuan, somewhat speechless, thought it amusing that this person was waxing eloquent. Teacher, I have some matters to attend to regarding martial arts, which I should be able to resolve in a couple of days. Very well. What is your current level? Zhao Feiping asked with a hint of concern. I have reached the 6th layer of the first realm, and I now team up weekly with Qin Zijing and others to clear the secret realms, Su Yuan replied. In that case, I am relieved. Zhao Feiping nodded in satisfaction and promptly issued a leave note. By noon, Su Yuan hastily exited the school and returned to the bus station outside the city. He boarded a bus to Peach Blossom Ridge, disembarking alone, which brought him a sense of relief. In the wilderness, he feared not the beasts, but he remained vigilant against his own kin. Yesterday, he had traversed the mountains from this direction. After confirming his bearings and estimating the location of the bamboo forest, he chose not to head there immediately, as bringing along the short and stout little creature would be too cumbersome. He decided to visit it upon his return home instead, opting to take a different path today. As Su Yuan began his ascent, he inevitably encountered numerous small beasts, all of which greeted him with familiarity. He also came across formidable creatures, including a colossal earth-shattering bear and a black-backed mysterious eagle. The bear, due to its immense size, was unsuitable for taming, but the eagle captivated Su Yuan's interest. It could soar freely in the skies and was substantial enough to carry him aloft while possessing commendable combat prowess. Alas, his current strength was insufficient to earn its respect. Although Beastmaster could enhance his affinity with creatures to truly claim one as his own, he needed to possess the requisite strength to command their esteem. Nonetheless, he contemplated the possibility of acquiring a flying companion. As he walked, he paid particular attention to the birds perched in the trees. They generally exhibited a high degree of trust towards him, readily approaching at his beckoning. Regrettably, after inspecting their attributes, he found none to his liking. The mountain springs here were remarkably clear. Upon reaching a brook, Su Yuan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Approaching the water's edge and pondering whether to wash his face with the cool stream, he was suddenly met with a jet of water that splashed directly onto his face. What was that? Su Yuan paused, realizing that the water bore no malice and was evidently not meant to harm him. Curious, he looked into the water and discovered a peculiar fish cheerfully blowing bubbles in his direction. What kind of fish is this? Su Yuan, filled with curiosity, reached out to grasp the fish in the water. With a splash, a peculiar fish leaped out of the water, astonishingly floating in mid-air. The strange fish, seemingly irked, spat a mouthful of water at Su Yuan. Stunned, he was caught squarely in its spray. The fish, exhibiting a sense of pride, released a bubble and miraculously began to swim through the air. Spitting out the water in his mouth, Su Yuan gazed in astonishment at the fish soaring above him, his mind racing with wonder. A flying fish? What species could this be? Could it possibly be the six-eyed flying fish? The six-eyed flying fish is a mythical creature recorded in ancient texts, of which Su Yuan had never seen a depiction. Even in the ancient manuscripts, there were only fragments of descriptions, hinting that love truly requires courage to face the six-eyed flying fish. Chapter 55. The Goblin Lair. Su Yuan scrutinized the peculiar fish once more, yet he did not discern 6 eyes. It possessed the standard pair. The strangeness of this creature lay not in its ocular count, but in its form, which deviated from the streamlined physique typical of most fish. Although it boasted fins and a tail, its back was notably flat and broad. Puffing playfully, the strange fish circled above Su Yuan's head, exuding an air of delight, seemingly amused by the 2 sprays it had directed at him. Come here. Su Yuan beckoned to the creature, harboring no anger, for the splashes felt akin to the playful antics of a child, inflicting no harm upon him. Puff! The fish spat water at Su Yuan once more, showing no inclination to approach. This time, he evaded the watery assault with a mere tilt of his head. Come closer. I promise not to harm you. Su Yuan spoke gently, for given the affinity he shared with myriad beasts, he believed this tactic would yield success. Yet this time, he faced an unexpected defeat. Although the creature appeared friendly, it possessed a mischievous spirit, choosing to ignore his summons. With a playful flick of its pink tongue, the fish joyfully waved its tail. Soaring above Su Yuan's head in evident glee. Amused yet slightly vexed, Su Yuan chuckled to himself. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head, deciding not to waste further time inspecting the creature's attributes. Ultimately, he sought a majestic avian companion capable of soaring through the skies, rather than this diminutive, six-eyed fish. Casting a disapproving glance at the creature, Su Yuan refused to linger any longer and resumed his quest for a suitable pet. He ventured upstream along the brook, aware that ferocious beasts, too, required water, thus increasing his chances of encountering them near the banks. The sound of flapping fins echoed around him as he ignored the strange fish, which seemed determined to follow him, flitting back and forth above his head. Puff! In frustration at being disregarded, it unleashed another jet of water. Where does all this water come from? Having already endured 2 such attacks, Su Yuan was prepared. He merely tilted his head to evade the stream. If you persist in following me, I might just roast you for dinner. Do you believe that? The little creature appeared unconvinced, huffing in defiance. Su Yuan feigned indifference, waiting for the creature to draw nearer. In a sudden burst of action, he executed a swift grab at the fish with a decisive motion. The little being was within arm's reach, and Su Yuan's triumphant smile was already half-formed. In an instant, the strange fish flapped its fins with remarkable speed, spinning like a top, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. What kind of skill is this? Su Yuan was genuinely astonished. If these abilities were not innate talents of the peculiar fish, then, based on its recent display, it appeared to possess at least 3 distinct attributes: flight, water spouting, and acceleration. Of course, it was also possible that these were indeed innate talents. Perhaps this fish did not require attributes at all, as it might inherently possess the ability to fly and accelerate. Su Yuan marveled internally, contemplating that if he couldn't catch it, so be it. He decided to disregard the little fish. After several playful attempts to tease him, the little fish, noticing Su Yuan's indifference, lost some of its enthusiasm but continued to follow him, seemingly eager to explore the scenery of other places. It might have lacked companions, and, having encountered someone it found so endearing for the first time, it could not help but tag along. After some time, Su Yuan grew accustomed to the presence of the little creature, finding it rather pleasant to have something fluttering beside him. Unfortunately, it was disobedient and elusive. As for other more obedient beasts, Su Yuan felt somewhat helpless. It was either that they looked down upon him, or he found them unworthy. Following the stream for quite a while, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts, most of which he dismissed due to their inadequate attributes, while some were reluctant to accompany him, deeming his strength insufficient. Consequently, despite the considerable time spent, he had yet to acquire any companions. Suddenly, the little fish dove into the stream for a bath, releasing a bubble. Having followed him for so long, it seemed to have grasped what Su Yuan was doing and appeared eager to try it itself, flying a little closer. Surprisingly, there was a cave nearby. Surely, it wouldn't harbor any ferocious beasts. Su Yuan ventured upstream along the creek, and not far from the water's edge. He discovered an entrance to a cave. Remembering Tiger Girl's lair, he felt a surge of excitement. If he were to encounter a beast as formidable as her, he would be keen to see if he could establish a bond with it. As for his safety, he was not the least bit concerned. Amidst the forest's myriad ferocious beasts, none had yet shown a desire to harm him. Let's go take a look. Su Yuan beckoned to the little fish, which eagerly followed, still blowing bubbles. A sense of haziness enveloped him, a feeling that seemed eerily familiar. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Su Yuan peered inside, sensing something peculiar. Yet he dismissed it, thinking that he would uncover the mystery by entering. With a swish, it felt as though he passed through a barrier into another realm. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. He widened his eyes, as if a realization struck him, but before he could ponder further, whoosh. A sudden rush of wind grazed his side, prompting him to step forward just in time as a wooden stick narrowly missed his cheek. He swiftly grasped the colossal sword on his back and focused intently, only to see a small, mixed green-skinned creature wielding the stick. Is this a goblin? Su Yuan's previously tense disposition instantly relaxed. It is well known that goblins are the weakest of magical creatures. It appears my intuition was correct. As soon as he entered the cave, he felt a familiar sensation, the unmistakable feeling of stepping into a secret realm. This is indeed a hidden sanctuary, one that has yet to be discovered by others. Had it been known and reported to the authorities, they would have sealed it off, at the very least placing safety warnings at the entrance, detailing the types and levels of the magical creatures within. So many goblins. Su Yuan's gaze swept across the cavern. Besides the goblin before him, several more began to emerge one after another. Could this be a goblin nest, secret realm? He speculated within himself. If the secret realm behind the school is named Lang Lang Mountain, and the Forest Park secret realm is called Gland Forest, then surely this cave, filled entirely with goblins, must possess its own distinct name. Goblin Nest. Upon this realization, Su Yuan felt a surge of joy. Goblin nests are typically low-tier secret realms, and even the formidable boss within would only equate to the elite monsters found in other realms. Moreover, since this realm remains undiscovered, the first kill on the boss is bound to yield exceptional rewards. Just as Su Yuan was lost in thought, the goblin that had attacked him earlier brandished its wooden club once more, striking at him with fervor. Chapter 56. Large or small, with a grin upon his lips, Su Yuan brandished his colossal sword and charged forth. The impact of the sword collided with the wooden staff, cleaving it effortlessly in two, and with unrelenting momentum. The sword severed the goblin's head as well. A warm surge coursed through his body, filling Su Yuan with delight. With his current strength of 12 bulls, dealing with goblins felt akin to crumbling dry twigs. His confidence soared as he swung his massive blade, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He plunged into the cacophony of the goblin horde, like a tempest sweeping away the remnants of a storm. This was a technique from the 13 Swords of Solitary Peak. Executing a wide-area attack, the enormous sword swept across, cleaving through 3 or 4 goblins charging at him. In the confines of the cavern, the great sword thrived, while the use of a long spear would have proven cumbersome. Suddenly, a goblin brandishing a stone spear lunged at Su Yuan. Just as he prepared to counter with a strike, a powerful jet of water struck the goblin's head, unlike the gentle stream that had washed Su Yuan's face. This was a forceful torrent. The sheer power obliterated the goblin's skull. Taken aback, Su Yuan turned to discover that the little monster fish had also ventured into the cave. A mix of astonishment and joy washed over him. He now felt the exhilarating sensation of fighting side by side with a familiar beast. I shall take the lead while you provide support. He greeted the little creature warmly before plunging back into the fray against the goblins. With swift precision, Su Yuan severed the nearby wooden staffs and stone spears, driving his sword into one goblin's belly before extracting it to slice through another's neck. In a flurry, he dispatched dozens of goblins, and yet their numbers showed no sign of diminishing. This goblin lair must harbor hundreds of these creatures. Goblins continued to emerge in a relentless stream, indicating that this was indeed a large goblin nest. Su Yuan's heart swelled with joy. This was an abundant source of experience points. If he could eradicate all the goblins within, he might very well ascend to a higher level. Glancing at his martial arts panel, he noted, Name, Su Yuan level, 6th layer of the first realm, 32, remarkable indeed. He recalled that prior to entering, his progress had languished at 18. He had gained an impressive 14 in such a short span. Excitement surged within him. This truly was a stroke of fortune. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the cavern as a goblin, towering several times larger than its smaller kin, emerged from the depths, wielding a spiked club. A formidable boss. Rather than feeling alarmed, Su Yuan's spirit soared. After slaying so many creatures without a single loot drop, it would be remiss for the boss not to yield an extraordinary bounty. With determination, he advanced, swinging his colossal sword toward the great goblin as their weapons clashed, producing a resounding roar that reverberated through the cave. With great effort, Su Yuan was forced back 2 steps, yet the goblin lord launched another assault. The strength of this goblin lord exceeded his expectations. He had underestimated it. Su Yuan silently lamented. Having initially believed that the boss of the Goblin Den would be on par with the elite monsters of the Glen Forest, it became evident that he had been overly optimistic. In truth, Su Yuan harbored some misconceptions. The combat prowess of a goblin boss was indeed correlated with the size of the Goblin Denver. A larger Goblin Den's leader would inherently possess greater strength. At this moment, he faced a secret realm teeming with at least 100 goblins, categorizing it as a medium-sized Goblin Denver. With a whoosh, flames erupted from Su Yuan's colossal sword as he struck at the boss once more. The clash of their weapons sent sparks flying, igniting the goblin's form. Yet the flames extinguished almost as quickly as they appeared. The power of the fire was still insufficient. Su Yuan had already employed every available attribute: 0 frame initiation, 9 bull strength, innate might, and flame control. Despite possessing 9 powerful attributes, most were supportive in nature, leaving only these to be of use in the current situation. Ultimately, he was still too weak. Su Yuan sighed inwardly as a water column pierced the skull of a nearby goblin, followed by another aimed at the Goblin Lord. With a resounding crash, the water burst upon the Goblin Lord's shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain. Upon closer inspection, however, it appeared that the boss was largely unharmed. Its defenses were astonishingly robust. Although goblins lacked pronounced strengths, they also bore no evident weaknesses. Su Yuan pressed forward, engaging in several exchanges. Yet he found himself at an impasse. His greatest reliance was on 9 bull strength, and once the opponent matched his physical power, he was left with few options. A swarm of smaller goblins closed in, coordinating their attacks with the boss. Su Yuan could only fight while retreating. "Little fish, let us get out first." He hastily retreated to the cave's entrance, calling out to his companion before making his way outside. As he emerged from the cave, a refreshing breeze enveloped him. Glancing upwards, he saw that little fish had also made it out. While the goblins remained confined within the secret realm, they could not venture beyond it. Only humans could enter to eliminate the monsters within. However, if the area remained uncleared beyond a certain time, the secret realm, or the demonic territory, would expand, ultimately engulfing the entire world in darkness. Time for a break. Su Yuan plopped down at the cave's entrance, retrieving food and water from his spatial storage. Upon acquiring this space, he had promptly filled it with supplies, various foods, fruits, bread, and drinking water stacked in a small corner. With a soft plop, little fish seemed weary as well, releasing a couple of bubbles before settling beside Su Yuan, its tiny tongue flicking out, clearly fatigued. "Would you care for a bite?" Su Yuan peeled a banana and brought it close to the little strange fish's mouth. He was uncertain about the fish's dietary preferences. He had heard that larger fish consumed smaller ones, and smaller fish feasted on shrimp, yet he possessed neither at that moment. With a crunch, the extended banana was nibbled away, revealing that this little creature indeed relished bananas, munching away with great delight. "Ah, your palate is quite eclectic." The little one was engrossed in its meal, ignoring Su Yuan entirely, which made him feel an urge to stroke it. "Aha, you wouldn't let me touch you before now. Will you hide?" An idea sparked in Su Yuan's mind. Seizing the opportunity, he cautiously extended his hand and gently placed it on the back of the little fish. To his surprise, it stirred but did not flee. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. He first caressed it lightly. The fish's back was astonishingly smooth, devoid of scales, leaving him perplexed about its species. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, a stream of information surged forth from the little creature. This, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. 1. Entry name: sizable or minuscule entry level. Golden entry effect: your body can freely enlarge or shrink. Chapter 57. Golden trait: devouring evolution. The first trait that emerged from the little creature left Su Yuan utterly astonished. To his disbelief, it was a golden trait. Unable to contain himself, he uttered an exclamation of surprise. This was the first time he had encountered a golden trait outside of his own experience. He gazed incredulously at the oddly shaped little fish, struggling to accept that this peculiar creature possessed the rare golden trait, just like him. "Little one, can you change size?" Su Yuan asked, his voice hoarse with anticipation. The little fish remained oblivious to the world around it, fixated solely on devouring a banana. If you can truly grow larger, I will provide you with even more delicacies. The little creature paused its chewing, seemingly contemplating the suggestion. Suddenly, it began to shake its head vigorously, and its body swelled as if inflated by an unseen force, growing larger and larger. That's enough, that's enough. In mere moments, the little creature, now indeed a sizable entity, had surpassed Su Yuan in size, sporting a comically large head that made it appear rather foolish. Remarkably, it can actually grow larger. Su Yuan marveled. All right, now shrink back. With a whoosh, like a deflating balloon, the little fish quickly returned to its original size. Having devoured the banana in its enlarged state, it now looked eagerly at Su Yuan, as if pleading for more. Eat. The feast is yours. From now on, I shall provide for you whatever you wish to eat, however much you desire, Su Yuan declared, rummaging through his spatial storage to present an array of fruits, chips, spicy strips, fried chicken legs, and more, allowing the little creature to choose at will. Truly, one should not judge a fish by its appearance. Who would have imagined that such an unassuming creature was a prodigy of the fish clan? Yet the golden trait capable of size change felt oddly familiar. Su Yuan had heard of it before, yes. It was the same trait as that of senior brother Xiao's heartfelt iron soldier, which was also capable of size change, albeit of green quality. What could be the differences between the two? Perhaps the golden level trait allowed for a greater range of size alteration? Su Yuan pondered, perplexed. Moreover, how could a weapon-related trait even apply to a ferocious beast? Could it be that he too could utilize it? Su Yuan paused, initially only expressing a casual remark, but as the words left his lips, he was struck dumb by his own thoughts. Can a person truly employ a weapon trait? In the realm of his long-established beliefs, the attributes associated with weapons, martial arts, and even the ferocious beasts were distinctly categorized, separate from those pertaining to humanity. For instance, the martial arts might be described as simple and comprehensible or quick to master, while the beast could be characterized by toxic emissions or sharp fangs and claws. Weapons, too, had their own descriptors, such as causing continuous bleeding or poison blades. Su Yuan had never contemplated the possibility of these attributes being applicable to humans. His mindset had indeed become rigid, never having ventured into such thoughts. Without a teacher to enlighten him, it was inconceivable that anyone could transfer attributes. Yet, what if it were possible? Could it mean that in the future he might utilize sleight of hand to pilfer attributes from martial arts, weapons, or beasts? Some attributes might not suit a human form, but others, like able to grow or shrink, could potentially allow him to alter his size. And what about the shape-shifting attribute from the steadfast iron soldier? Would that enable him to transform into another? This revelation left Su Yuan astounded, as he struggled to fathom the myriad effects these attributes could manifest within himself. After a prolonged contemplation, he gradually regained his composure from this shocking discovery. Not only did he possess the golden attribute, able to grow or shrink, but the little monster fish also boasted 2 additional attributes. The small creature had a total of 3 attributes, yet Su Yuan was immediately awestruck by the first one, neglecting to examine the subsequent 2. Once his emotions had settled, he remembered to take a closer look. The little fish had grown accustomed to Su Yuan's gentle touches and was no longer as mischievous as before. Su Yuan took the initiative, channeling his spiritual energy to summon the attribute information. 1. Attribute name. Sovereign of the waters attribute level. Purple attribute effect. You are a sovereign entity within the waters. Aquatic beings will exhibit both fear and affection towards you. You can command and manipulate water currents, doubling your combat prowess in aquatic environments. 2. Attribute name. Devour and evolve attribute level. Gold attribute effect. By opening your mouth wide, you can unleash a terrifying suction force capable of consuming items of any size. When you have devoured a sufficient quantity, you will undergo an evolution. Wow, little fish, are you a divine beast? How extraordinarily powerful you are. Su Yuan marveled, stroking the smooth skin of the little fish, his eyes widening in disbelief. 2 formidable golden attributes, alongside the purple sovereign of the waters. All three attributes appeared immensely beneficial, rendering it astonishing that he was outshone by a mere fish. The glimmer in Su Yuan's eyes as he gazed upon the little monster fish was unmistakable. This was truly his dream companion. Little fish, from now on, you shall accompany me, he exclaimed with eager enthusiasm. Puff puff. The little creature, bored, blew out 2 bubbles and resumed its meal, currently using its fins to hold a watermelon, devouring it with juice splattering everywhere. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed and pampered in the days to come. At this moment, Su Yuan dared not claim that it would be fully satisfied, for with the golden attribute devour evolution in play, it seemed likely that it would never truly be sated. Well, if I have a morsel of meat, you shall have a taste of broth. Su Yuan shook the little fish vigorously, employing both charm and the art of grand promises. Suddenly, a jet of water shot forth, striking Su Yuan squarely in the face, followed by 2 proud bubbles emitted by the little fish. With an exasperated sigh, Su Yuan splashed water on his face. You must understand, if you do not become my partner, then we shall not be able to face monsters together in the future, nor will there be such delightful food for you. And you want to be able to play with me, he coaxed. The little creature released a bubble, its fishy visage seemingly contemplating his words, displaying signs of intrigue. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan continued, if you join me, not only will there be delicious treats every day, but I can take you on adventures and introduce you to friends, like bamboo rats and the national treasure, the little giant panda. How about it? Though the little one did not respond, it appeared to have lost its earlier resistance, embodying a sense of reluctant acceptance. Su Yuan comprehended instantly. This was akin to the coyness of a bashful maiden, verbally non-committal yet not entirely dismissive. At this juncture, a bold approach was required. Su Yuan swiftly extended his hand, making a small incision on his fingertip and allowing a drop of blood to mark the forehead of the little fish. Chapter 58, Step by Step. Blossoming lotus between warriors and their summoned beasts, a bond can be forged through blood, establishing an unbreakable connection as eternal companions. Su Yuan, with the ethereal light of his mind, sensed the delicate glow of the little monster fish, a small, tender radiance that quivered timidly, cautiously probing. Su Yuan's own radiant essence surged forward, and to his surprise, the little glow did not resist. After their confluence, each retained a strand of spiritual light, and Su Yuan's mind was filled with a plethora of information about the little creature. He finally discerned its true identity. It turned out that the little fish was a koan. Ancient texts had once recorded such beings, proclaiming, in the North Sea, there is a fish known as koan, so vast that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Transforming into a bird, it is called pung, whose size requires 2 roasting racks, 1 sweet and 1 spicy. No, that's incorrect. It should be the koan is so immense that its length is unknown, transforming into a bird called pung. The wings of pung stretch across the sky, its span unfathomable. When enraged, it flies, its wings resembling clouds that hang low in the heavens. You are indeed a koan. Su Yuan marveled at the little creature before him. Wasn't it said to be immeasurable in size? Why was it so small? It could indeed be great or small. Earlier, he had merely encouraged the little one to grow to the size of an elephant, but in reality, could it truly span thousands of miles? Su Yuan swallowed hard, realizing he must treat the little creature with greater care. If it were to become displeased and unleash its devouring evolution, swallowing him whole, it would not bode well. Furthermore, it seemed that it could eventually transform into a pung. Was it the golden-winged pung, or simply the koan? Of course, Su Yuan was uncertain whether this little one would indeed become a pung. It might evolve into a lich disaster koan. He had encountered this notion in a game some time ago, where it was said, my sister-in-law accidentally failed the evolution of the koan, coincidentally becoming a lich disaster koan, along with various other forms like corpse koan and phantom koan, all appearing quite formidable. Regardless, the little monster fish, no, it should now be referred to as a koan, was undoubtedly a creature of divine stature. Su Yuan had struck a remarkable fortune. After a brief respite, he suggested, shall we continue to clear the goblin den? Seeing that the little one had also rested sufficiently, Su Yuan promptly proposed the idea. With a sparkle in its eyes, Akuan excitedly darted ahead, and together they ventured once more into the cave, passing through an almost imperceptible barrier. Whoosh! A goblin wielding a wooden club lunged at Su Yuan. This time, without the need for communication, their thoughts intertwined, and a column of water shattered the goblin's skull. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, undeterred, swung his great sword into the throng of goblins. Alas, the great goblin reappeared, and Su Yuan was once again forced back. Yet, fortunately, this time they managed to slay over 10 goblins, advancing his martial arts progress to 45 of the 6th level. This won't do. After resting for a while, Su Yuan led Akun out of the cave once more. Although they were one person and one creature, one bearing the majesty of the emperor, destined to ascend to greatness in time, and the other resembling a divine beast. Still in its juvenile phase, they found themselves unable to defeat even the lord of a large goblin nest. Truly, it was akin to a dragon floundering in shallow waters, tormented by shrimp. No, I must first ascertain if there are means to enhance our strength. Su Yuan rummaged through his spatial ring and discovered a bottle of chi-boosting pills. He decided to consume one, regardless of its efficacy, intending to gradually refine it and restore some of his spiritual energy. The lucky spear. Indeed, I should have brought the lucky spear earlier. Perhaps it could have yielded some attribute shards. And the attribute shards. Perhaps I should first synthesize an attribute for immediate use. If I am dissatisfied later, I could always employ equivalent exchange to trade it with someone else, or wait until I acquire demon disintegration to unleash it. Once the synthesized attribute is either unleashed or traded, I could still absorb 10 more synthesized attributes. With these thoughts, Su Yuan took out all the attribute shards. Akun nudged Su Yuan, and he instantly understood her intent. Very well, there is plenty of food. Go ahead and eat. Su Yuan produced some provisions for Akun to enjoy while he focused on synthesizing attributes. The shards he possessed were sufficient to synthesize 1 white attribute and 1 green attribute, and he planned to use them all, gripping the lucky spear in one hand and holding 4 white attribute shards in the other. He decided to test the waters with the white shards first. Ding! New attribute detection initiated. The divine choice system has been triggered. You may select 1 attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 attributes. 1. Attribute name. Skin like snow attribute level. White attribute effect. Your skin is as fair as freshly fallen snow. 2. Attribute name. Nonsensical talk attribute level. White attribute effect. Your mouth may utter falsehoods and nonsense, leading you to boast. 3. Attribute name. Blossoming steps attribute level. White attribute effect. You walk with grace, each step akin to a flower blooming. What on earth are these today? After viewing 3, Su Yuan couldn't help but scoff. They weren't entirely useless, but he sought to amplify his combat prowess against bosses. With a sigh, he continued to examine the remaining options. 4. Attribute name. Master of time management attribute level. White attribute effect. You will be able to manage time more meticulously, greatly reducing the time spent on mundane tasks. 5. Attribute name. Friend of women attribute level. White attribute effect. You'll find it easier to gain the trust and reliance of female friends. 6. Attribute name. Silver-tongued attribute level. White attribute effect. Your tongue can extend and retract like a spring. Is that all? How am I to choose? Once, I was troubled by the dilemma of happiness, but now it feels futile to decide. Su Yuan cast a doubtful glance at the lucky +1 spear in his hand. Can this truly be of any use? He found himself questioning its efficacy. All that remained were the green attribute shards, and he could only hope to synthesize something of value from them. As for the previous white attribute, after some contemplation, he opted for the first one. Skin as white as snow. This should hold considerable allure for young ladies. Nevertheless, although he had not synthesized the combat type attribute he desired, it still bore utility. At the very least, it would not result in a loss. Stowing away the white attribute, Su Yuan continued, gripping the spear in one hand while lifting 4 green attribute shards with the other. This was his last glimmer of hope. May it yield some assistance. As his spiritual energy coursed through him, the 4 green attribute shards began to merge slowly. Chapter 59. Listening to sounds and distinguishing locations as the entries gradually merged. The system provided yet another prompt. Ding! A new entry is about to be acquired. The divine selection system has been activated. You may choose one entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan anxiously gazed at the entry options. This was his first synthesis of a green entry. It must not disappoint. 1. Entry name. Listening to sounds and distinguishing locations entry level. Green entry effect. Upon hearing a sound, you can ascertain its source. 2. Entry name. Alchemy talent entry level. Green entry effect. You possess a rather ordinary talent for alchemy. 3. Entry name. Weak electric control entry level. Green entry effect. You can manipulate weak electrical currents. 4. Entry name. Berserker entry level. Green entry effect. With the bloodline of a berserker, your body temporarily enters a state of frenzy, enhancing all physical attributes, though you will experience weakness afterward. 5. Entry name. Backstab damage increase entry level. Green entry effect. Attacks initiated from behind the enemy will deal increased damage. There is no need for deliberation. Su Yuan immediately selected Berserker, the only means to temporarily boost his combat prowess, though he needed to be particularly cautious of the ensuing weakness. Checking the time, he realized it was almost time to return home. Any later, and he would miss the last bus. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Now that I have a beast companion, I can ride on Akuin's back. He can grow larger and even fly. Delighted by this revelation, Su Yuan felt that Akuin was indeed his ideal companion. However, he needed to hasten his pace. Although he wouldn't need to take a vehicle, his mother would be worried, and there was no signal in the remote mountains to assure them of his safety. Calculating the time, he realized he could only enter the secret realm one last time. After completing this final venture, he would have to return home. And he must remember to bring along the little dumpling. Akuin, let us go. This time, we shall absolutely obliterate the boss. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the little monster fish and once more ventured into the cave. As Su Yuan simultaneously struck down 2 goblins with his sword, the boss re-emerged. Voila! The goblin lord swung its spiked club once again towards him. A grin spread across Su Yuan's face as he triggered the berserker bloodline. An explosive surge of frenzied combat power erupted from within him. Kill! Su Yuan felt his mind slightly overwhelmed, consumed only by the desire for slaughter. To annihilate everything before him, he unleashed all the abilities granted by his entries, and with a resounding crash, the colossal sword, ablaze with flames, effortlessly cleaved the boss's mace, leaving the creature in a state of disbelief. With an unwavering resolve, Su Yuan delivered another strike, penetrating the goblin lord's shoulder with a sickening thud. The sound of steel meeting flesh echoed as the sword sliced through half of the shoulder. Under the influence of the berserker trait, Su Yuan had truly become a harbinger of destruction, consumed by an insatiable desire for bloodshed, relentlessly swinging his sword. The goblin lord, on the brink of demise, continued to endure the onslaught. It was only when the boss's form began to dissipate that Su Yuan paused, finding himself amidst a radiant array of loot left behind. A surge of warmth flooded Su Yuan's being, rousing him from his frenzy, though he remained oblivious to how long this state of rage could last. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered all the items dropped by the goblin boss into his spatial pendant, reveling in his newfound fortune. The influence of the berserker bloodline dulled his thoughts, compelling him to seize the moment and charge at the remaining goblins. With each swing, blood and gore splattered, but soon, Su Yuan felt his vigor waning. The strength that had once surged through his arms was now fading, compelling him to flee. Quickly, Akuin, he called, hastily retreating. The 2 small fish, which had been unleashing jets of water to dispatch the goblins, heeded his call and followed suit. Fortunately, the aftermath of the frenzy had not rendered him incapacitated. He merely felt an overwhelming fatigue, akin to that of an ordinary person. With the goblins still unvanquished, he resolved to return in a day or 2 to complete the task. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief at having defeated the boss. The effects of the berserker trait were undeniably potent, augmenting his combat prowess by an estimated 30 to 40%, enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes. However, it seemed his intellect had diminished, as he was consumed solely by the thrill of battle, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Surveying the spoils, it was evident that this boss had indeed been a first kill, yielding an impressive bounty. Among the loot were 5 fragments of traits, 3 white, 1 green, and 1 blue. With 4 blue trait fragments now in his possession, he could finally synthesize a new trait. Additionally, he had acquired a pair of shoes and a set of bracers, both of which were trait-enhancing equipment. Elated, he reveled in his good fortune. However, as the hour was late and his body weakened, he decided to postpone examining the gear's attributes until he returned home. There were more pressing matters at hand. Su Yuan's heart stirred as his consciousness delved into the martial arts panel. Indeed, he had sensed something unusual about the panel earlier. I have actually leveled up. The panel has provided a notification. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the 7th layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive an attribute. Just now, I was so engrossed in slaying that I hardly paid attention to the progress on the martial arts panel. After vanquishing an unknown number of goblins, and subsequently facing the Goblin Lord boss, Su Yuan's cultivation finally ascended to the 7th layer of the first realm. Does this not mean that I can draw attributes once more? Su Yuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the system had already sent out a prompting. The God-level selection system has been activated. You may choose 1 attribute from a random selection of 2 to 10 attributes. Wonderful. Let the drawing commence. Chapter 60. The 7th entry generosity. Su Yuan hastily grasped the lucky spear, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the entry while contemplating the issue of returning home. Kuin, I'm unable to walk any further. Could you possibly carry me? Su Yuan sweetly implored the little fish. Time was of the essence, and he could only hope to draw while making his way home. With a splash, a stream of water splattered onto Su Yuan's face. Bah, you must rectify that bad habit, he admonished, finding the little creature's antics quite mischievous. Another splash erupted as the little one blew a bubble, turning its head away. All right, I can't walk anymore. My dear, next time, I shall carry you. Su Yuan gently swayed the little creature's body, and under the relentless charm of his coaxing, the little one reluctantly acquiesced. With a pop, the little fish rapidly inflated, soon resembling the size of an automobile. Impressive, Su Yuan praised, nimbly climbing onto the creature's back. Let us set forth to the bamboo grove. As he settled, he pointed in a direction. Activate the arc. The transformed little fish soared through the air with remarkable grace. And once it confirmed its course, it shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Wow, how swift! Su Yuan quickly steadied himself, feeling the wind rush past his cheeks, causing his clothes to flutter delightfully. This is splendid. Su Yuan was immensely satisfied with Arkansas, immersing his mind into the system. He promptly began selecting the entries. The system had refreshed all available entries. 1. Entry name. Immunity to all poisons, entry level. Blue entry effect. You are immune to the effects of 100 common poisons. They will not affect you in any way. 2. Entry name. Generosity, entry level. Multicolored entry effect. You may bestow one of your entries upon another. Each level can be used only once. 3. Entry name. Mutual destruction, entry level. Blue entry effect. Your body will undergo a violent explosion before your demise, inflicting damage to the surrounding area. 4. Entry name. Regrowth of severed limbs, entry level. Purple entry effect. Your self-healing capabilities are vastly enhanced. Severed limbs will regenerate. 5. Entry name. Eye of Truth, entry level. Multicolored entry effect. Your eyes can perceive all entries and their information possessed by the other party. 6. Entry name. Thunder King, entry level. Red entry effect. You can wield the power of lightning and are immune to the majority of lightning damage. Wow. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon encountering the multicolored entry generosity. Another multicolored entry. Following the emergence of a convenient theft and equivalent exchange, here was a new multicolored entry. Furthermore, its effect was the ability to grant entries to others. Initially, I shall employ the art of subtle theft, followed by the benevolent giver, which would effectively yield the result of equivalent exchange. At last, I could liberate my mother from her affliction of no further progress. Su Yuan's heart stirred, and he nearly selected the benevolent giver without hesitation. However, fortunately, rationality prevailed, and he patiently perused all available options. Reattachment of severed limbs is rather formidable as well, and it belongs to the rare medical category. Its primary healing effect is astonishing, capable of regrowing severed limbs. Alas, no further progress has always been a source of distress for both his mother and their entire family. Given the prospect of alleviating this burden, even in the face of a golden entry, he would not relent. The 7-colored entry, Eye of Truth. Remarkably, another 7-colored entry. The ability to perceive others' entries is indeed impressive. However, it can only be pursued at a later opportunity. Su Yuan lamented inwardly. As for the other 3 entries, Lord of Thunder and immune to all poisons are quite commendable, while mutual destruction is best left alone, lest it inadvertently harm one's allies. Puff puff. The little monster fish emitted 2 soft sounds. Su Yuan, having been overly focused, only then noticed that the little creature had come to a halt. It turned out they had reached the bamboo forest. Without further hesitation, Su Yuan selected the benevolent giver. The new level of the art of subtle theft would soon be available, and he would assist his mother in shedding no further progress. Su Yuan leaped off the back of the little monster fish. His arrival immediately captured the attention of the bears in the bamboo forest. The chubby little cub. Su Yuan's eyes were drawn to the adorable short cub amidst the bear group. There was no denying that her charming appearance, combined with her short stature and universally adored nature, rendered her as radiant as a firefly against the night sky. Huff huff. Upon seeing Su Yuan, the little cub, perhaps due to the overwhelming affinity bestowed by the Beastmaster, was exceedingly fond of him. She promptly wiggled her little behind and scampered joyfully towards him. Wow! Su Yuan scooped up the little cub, affectionately ruffling her fuzzy head and petting her soft, furry belly. My dear, I've come to take you with me. Would you like to join me? The little cub's face lit up with joy, yet she glanced back at the bamboo forest, a look of reluctance crossing her features. It's all right. We can come back to visit often. The little cub, with her short limbs, often found herself at the mercy of other bears stealing her bamboo shoots. Nonetheless, despite the occasional pilfering, those bears genuinely cared for and loved her. Thus, a tinge of sorrow lingered in the little cub's heart. All right, we shall return often. Su Yuan consoled her, and the little dumpling nodded reluctantly before boarding the Arkan alongside him. Upon seeing the little dumpling join, Arkan displayed a hint of displeasure. However, the irresistible charm of the little dumpling, adored by all, proved to be no exception even for Arkan. After the little dumpling affectionately nuzzled against Arkan, he begrudgingly consented to her presence. Realizing he had forgotten to prepare some food for her, Su Yuan, aware that a panda's diet is quite diverse, ranging from apples and sugarcane to pumpkins, decided to gather some bamboo and bamboo shoots. He ventured into a vacant bamboo grove. Brandishing his trusty iron rod, and with swift precision, he sliced the bamboo into manageable lengths of less than 5 meters, collecting them all into a spatial jade pendant. With everything ready, it was time to return home. Upon boarding the Arkan, Su Yuan handed a bamboo shoot to the little dumpling to munch on, and then directed Arkan towards their destination, as the hour was late, prompting the trio to hasten their flight towards the city. Chapter 61. The departure of no more progress, the giant fish moved with remarkable speed and flew in a straight line, thus returning much faster than any automobile. As they approached the urban area, Su Yuan stood up on the fish's back to ensure that the soldiers stationed at the lookout tower could see them clearly. Ordinary ferocious beasts were prohibited from approaching the city. Any that did would be driven away, and those who disregarded the warnings thrice would be shot on sight. Don't be anxious. It's just the lights. They're merely observing us. Su Yuan reassured the small fish, sensing its unease. After a while, the searchlight reluctantly shifted away, which was unusual as it typically wouldn't linger for so long. This time, it seemed they were particularly intent on discerning what this peculiar creature was. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A fish with wings that could fly was surely a sight to behold, leaving everyone baffled. There were no extensive city walls to signify entry, but defensive measures had certainly increased. Searchlights occasionally swept over them. Puff puff. The small fish expressed its displeasure each time the searchlight halted for an extended duration, growing increasingly irritated. All right, we'll avoid returning at night next time. By this hour, darkness had already enveloped the sky. During the day, searchlights would be unnecessary, as visibility would suffice. Nonetheless, one could not deny that the small fish attracted an extraordinary amount of attention. A flying fish was a rarity few could fathom. Undoubtedly, they must have believed it to be the legendary Kuan. Finally, they passed through the entrance of the city, where the searchlights ceased. However, as they soared through the sky, gasps of astonishment erupted all around. It was indeed rare to encounter someone capable of taming a beast, and as Su Yuan glided back home, he dismounted from the Kuan upon reaching the community entrance. He hurriedly caught the little creature that wished to follow him down. All right, you two, shrink down to your former size, Su Yuan instructed as he cradled the small creature. Puff! At his words, the little fish deflated like a balloon, rapidly transforming into an ordinary small flying fish. Let us go, follow me home. Remember, if you ever get lost, keep the way back home in mind. With the small fish circling above his head, Su Yuan was greeted by familiar faces within the community. Oh, it's little Yuan. What is this? Is it you? What is beside you? After living there for several years, many residents recognized him, often stopping to greet him. I bought 2 little pets to take home, he casually explained. In a rush to return home, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, sis, look what I brought back, he exclaimed as he pushed open the door. I told you to come back early. Why are you so late again? I couldn't reach you on the phone. Before even catching a glimpse of anyone, Mother began to chatter incessantly, and upon finally seeing them, she exclaimed, Oh dear, where on earth did you bring this back from? Isn't it enough that we have a little piglet at home? You've certainly indulged today. Jiang Pei gazed in astonishment at the small creature cradled in Su Yuan's hands, along with the little flying fish perched on his shoulder. 2 companions returned with him. Yet, one must admit, this little fellow is indeed adorable. Captivated after just one glance, she took the small creature from Su Yuan, cradling it in her arms and showering it with affection. Simultaneously, Su Yuan rushed to fetch water, tending to the emotions of Kuan. Xiao Yuan, have you brought another little beast home? Su Yu, embracing a small bamboo rat, emerged from the room. Wow, how charming. Unsurprisingly, upon laying eyes on the small creature, the elder sister immediately shifted her affections. Reluctantly glancing at the cute bamboo rat in her hands before placing it on the sofa and joining in to fuss over the little one, continually patting its plump belly. It's all right, we can both be adorable. Su Yuan turned to comfort the little flying fish, relieved that this creature seemed unaffected by the opinions of others. It curiously surveyed the room's decor, allowing Su Yuan to relax, observing his mother and sister engrossed in their playful antics with the small creature, oblivious to his actions. He retrieved a bent long spear from his spatial storage, hopeful that this lucky spear would indeed bestow upon him some fortunate attributes. For he was prepared to undertake a long-anticipated endeavor. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to employ the art of thievery. He aimed to take away the no-progress affliction from his mother, which, if successful, would enable her to cultivate anew. Currently, she bore 3 attributes. The first, a crimson level swift as the wind, which expedited her cultivation. The second, a blue attribute named graceful as a dragon, the technique-based skill. And the third, the dreaded gray attribute no progress, which had caused her to fall from a prodigious talent to a standstill, rendering her incapable of advancing in cultivation. May fortune favor his endeavor. He fervently wished to seize no progress rather than inadvertently pilfer swift as the wind. For his own imperial presence in cultivation, speed rivaled that attribute. With his mother set as the target of his art of thievery, he felt no immediate shift. Su Yuan focused his mind, and a new attribute appeared on his panel. The deed was done. There was no commotion, and Mother remained blissfully unaware. He returned the lucky spear to his spatial pendant, hoping he had not erred. With a 33% chance, should he missteal, he would surely discard this troublesome spear. He mused, glancing at his oblivious mother and sister still engaged with the small creature, before retreating to his own room with the little flying fish. With a heart full of trepidation, he cautiously opened the entry panel, his gaze anxiously fixed upon the page. Name: Su Yuan level, first realm of martial arts. Seventh layer of hidden origin, 3. Entries: golden equality of all beings, blue 0 frame initiation, red strength of 9 bulls, multicolored swift theft, green affinity for wind. Golden presence of the emperor, green mastery of flames, golden king of beasts, green innate titan strength, green frenzied warrior, multicolored benevolent philanthropist, gray no further progress techniques. 9 shallow, 1 deep breathing method martial skills, 72 paths of divine demon spear, part 1. Solitary peak, 13 swords, 13 bodyguards unarmed techniques equipment, damaged freeform iron rod. With the entry, green shape change pet, Kuin chapter 62, equipment attribute snow traces upon glimpsing the final gray attribute in the attribute column. Su Yuan's anxious expression instantaneously transformed into one of delight. Success. He had indeed pilfered his mother's gray attribute, no progress. Now devoid of hindrance, his mother could resume her cultivation. He pondered when his mother would uncover this matter. Su Yuan was eager to witness her reaction upon learning that the gray attribute was no more and that she could cultivate again. He anticipated tears would flow. Women truly are a handful, always prone to weeping. Yet, amidst such thoughts, Su Yuan felt a swell of joy within. As a son, being able to assist his mother in pursuing her dreams, even at the cost of his own endeavors, was a privilege he cherished. The immediate priority was to rid himself of the no progress attribute. Fixating on the gray attribute in his own column, he contemplated his original intention to bestow it upon another using benevolent generosity. However, upon discovering that ferocious beasts and weapons could utilize the same attributes, his thoughts shifted. He now considered temporarily imbuing the no progress attribute onto an item, allowing him to retrieve it when necessary, perhaps in the face of an insurmountable adversary, and then bestow it upon them. It was a splendid notion, albeit uncertain in its execution. Would any random object suffice? Su Yuan mused, rummaging through his cabinet until he unearthed a book from his lower grade studies, a middle school chemistry text. Ever since he resolved to devote himself to martial arts, he had scarcely revisited chemistry, leaving him with a mind void of knowledge. His gaze fixated on the chemistry book as he selected the no progress attribute from his column, designating it alongside the book as his target. Benevolent generosity. Su Yuan activated the vibrant attribute effect, and in an instant, he sensed a transformation within his attribute panel. Had the gray attribute vanished? Elated, he glanced at the column, and indeed, the no progress attribute was nowhere to be found. Thus, it resided within the book. He infused the middle school chemistry text with spiritual energy, and as anticipated, the attribute information materialized. Attribute name. No progress attribute level. Gray attribute effect. Your cultivation will henceforth stagnate, and you shall achieve no further advancement. The presence of a person's attribute upon a book intrigued Su Yuan. He was eager to test its effects. He opened a page discussing the periodic table of elements, content he had long forgotten. Under normal circumstances, a focused reading would surely allow him to recall the material. Yet today, for reasons unknown, no matter how intently he concentrated, the words eluded him. It seemed this attribute indeed exerted its influence upon the book, rendering the reader incapable of making any progress in knowledge. How fascinating! This had become quite the entertaining endeavor. In an instant, Su Yuan's mind conjured several thoughts, contemplating various entries that could yield different effects through diverse combinations. As for the tome titled Middle School Chemistry, he deemed it essential to preserve it carefully, for it may prove to be a formidable asset in the future. He meticulously placed the book into the corner of his spatial jade pendant, his gaze drifting to a few pieces of equipment and fragments of entries nearby. He almost forgot. After vanquishing the Goblin Lord, the boss had dropped numerous items, among which was a blue entry fragment that perfectly complemented his original 3 blue fragments, allowing him to synthesize a blue entry now. He had also gathered 4 white entry fragments, but there was no haste regarding those. First, He would examine the attributes of the equipment. The Goblin Lord had dropped a pair of shoes and a bracer. Su Yuan first scrutinized the shoes. They were white sneakers, seemingly in his size, likely fitting him perfectly. He infused the shoes with spiritual energy, and an entry message promptly materialized. Item name: expensive genuine leather sneakers. Entry name: Snow Tread. Entry level: blue. Entry effect: your body will become light, leaving no footprints while walking on snow. To his surprise, it was a blue-level entry item. Su Yuan felt a surge of delight, having initially thought that the goblin nest would yield nothing of worth. Yet here he was astonished. The Snow Tread entry's effect was somewhat vague, leaving him uncertain of its true capabilities. Without hesitation, Su Yuan donned the shoes, and they fit him perfectly. He jumped slightly, feeling an entirely different sensation, as if he were weightless. Running and moving now felt effortless. Wow, these shoes are fantastic, Su Yuan thought, growing fond of them. He had no intention of selling them, choosing instead to keep them for himself. He scarcely wished to remove them. What about the bracer, though? Su Yuan picked up the bracer, which enveloped his arms entirely, covering them in armor. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the entry information appeared instantaneously. Item name: inexpensive bracer. Entry name: invulnerable. Entry level: green. Entry effect: neither sword nor bullet can penetrate. Chapter 63. Speak its name, it will startle you. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at the arm guard, finding its attributes rather appealing. However, the fact that it only offered protection against knives and guns while being vulnerable to other weapons rendered it somewhat impractical. He decided to store it away for now, intending on it only when faced with an opponent wielding a blade or firearm. Moreover, wearing just one piece of armor seemed rather odd without accompanying pieces. Xiao Yuan, where have you run off to? Aren't you going to have dinner? His mother's voice echoed from the living room. All right, Su Yuan responded, stepping out of his room to join the meal. He had returned home quite late, and both his mother and sister had already eaten, leaving him a separate serving of food. Now that his meal was ready, Su Yuan, feeling quite famished, sat down to eat. Puff puff. Little Fish also climbed onto the dining table, gazing at him with curiosity. You want to eat too? Why do you want to eat everything? This is stir-fried food. Can you even eat this? All right, I'll feed you some. Su Yuan found a small bowl and served a portion for the little creature. Ah, little brother, there is nothing here for Hua Hua to eat. What should we do? What does Hua Hua like to eat? His sister's worried voice broke through. Who is Hua Hua? Su Yuan asked, somewhat perplexed. Hua Hua is the cutest little dumpling. Su Yu affectionately rubbed the small creature's round head, her hand tightly cradling its little belly. Unknowingly, perhaps due to the soothing aura of spiritual comfort, his sister appeared visibly more cheerful. Why such a name? Because our Hua Hua is loved by all, and flowers bloom upon seeing her, so we simply named her Hua Hua. So you explained. She then glanced at the little fish on the table, inquiring, what is this creature? It looks like a fish, but can fly. Haha, speak its name, and it will startle you. Su Yuan replied, feeling a sense of pride. It is a divine beast, a prodigy among creatures, destined to be my combat partner. He refrained from divulging the details about Kuin's golden attributes to avoid attracting envy. And what about Hua Hua? Is there any treasure? Su Yu asked again. Hua Hua is a special gift for you. As for the treasure, wait, who is the treasure? Su Yuan was taken aback by the question. Hua Hua is a gift for me. Wonderful. And the treasure? Oh, where are you hiding, baby? Sister loves you too. Su Yu searched around and discovered a small bamboo rat hiding beneath the sofa. Treasure is the name I gave to this little treasure-seeking rat. At that moment, the little creature wore a pitiful expression. It had once been the sole pet in the household, adored exclusively, but since Hua Hua's arrival, it felt as if its affection had been usurped, and now it seemed on the verge of becoming a jealous concubine. Oh, so, what's the treasure? Just let it be. Just feed it occasionally, Su Yuan said. All right then. Su Yu affectionately stroked the little bamboo rat, expressing her fondness for it. Yet, she soon turned to embrace Hua Hua, her other pet, noting that it seemed hungry as well, pondering whether it needed bamboo to eat. Where can we find bamboo at this hour? She contemplated, recalling a nearby park that might have a patch of bamboo. Su Yuan interrupted her thoughts, saying, There's no need for such trouble. I brought some bamboo back. Given the existence of the spatial jade pendant, it was impossible to keep it a secret from the family indefinitely. They would eventually find out. Feeling too lazy to complicate matters today, he retrieved a section of bamboo from his space. With a whoosh, a 2 or 3 meter long bamboo suddenly appeared in the living room. Suyu was taken aback, asking in bewilderment, "Where did this come from?" "Guess," Su Yuan teased. "Could it be from a spatial device?" Realizing this was the only plausible explanation for producing such an item from thin air, Suyu pondered. "Indeed, I managed to acquire a spatial jade pendant," Su Yuan said, showcasing the pendant hanging around his neck. "This must be quite valuable. Where did you obtain it?" Jiang Pei, who had heard the commotion from the kitchen, emerged astonished. It was a drop from a monster. Su Yuan could not divulge the truth of having killed for treasure. So he claimed it was from battling creatures in a secret realm, hoping to spare them unnecessary worry. "You must have incredible luck," their mother exclaimed in admiration. Meanwhile, Hua had already climbed toward the large bamboo, sitting obediently before it. It began gnawing at the bamboo, using its small paws to break it into pieces, then tearing off the outer skin to consume only the tender inner stalk. Despite its short limbs, the little creature demonstrated surprising strength. So adorable. The family watched intently as Hua feasted, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over them. Su Yuan glanced at his mother, who remained unaware of her changing status, oblivious to the disappearance of the no progress entry. Should he remind her to check her martial arts panel? After some consideration, he decided against it. First, it felt inappropriate to bring it up, and second, it would be more delightful for her to discover this surprise on her own. As the night deepened past 11 o'clock, the three of them retired to their respective rooms. Su Yuan was meditating when suddenly a piercing scream echoed from his mother's room. "Ah, what happened?" Both Su Yuan and Su Yu rushed to their mother's side, finding her in her nightgown, visibly excited. "It's gone, Xiao Yuan. It's really gone," she exclaimed, gripping Su Yuan's hand and then reaching for Su Yu's, her words tumbling out in a flurry. "What do you mean it's gone, Mom?" Su Yu asked anxiously, confused. Though Su Yu was perplexed, Su Yuan had already grasped the situation. Their mother must have discovered the absence of no progress, hence her overwhelming excitement. Indeed, once my mother finally calmed her emotions, she still expressed her excitement, saying, "Little fish, little Yuan, I once had a great attribute that prevented me from cultivating. However, when I habitually checked the martial arts panel, I discovered that this attribute has vanished. Truly, I have already verified it. It is not merely a figment of my imagination. I can truly cultivate again." As expected, my mother was overwhelmed with emotion and tears began to flow. "Ah," Su Yu expressed disbelief. "Are you saying that no progress is gone? Is no progress truly absent from your attribute panel?" Yes. Jiang Pei nodded fervently with excitement. "This is wonderful." A look of joy instantly graced Su Yu's face. But soon she wore a skeptical expression. How could the attribute simply disappear? Could it be that someone has come to steal your attribute, Mother? Chapter 64. The enigma of vanishing entries. Su Yu's words momentarily stunned the three, but she quickly dismissed her own thoughts. If someone were to steal an entry, why would they choose to pilfer no further progress? Could it truly be, as the Enforcement Bureau suggested, that the disappearance of entries is an exceptionally rare affliction? Could my younger brother also be afflicted by the vanishing of entries? Su Yu pondered another possibility. Su Yuan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Sister, please stop overthinking. It's entirely plausible that some entries simply vanish. It's also possible that someone attempted to steal an entry, but had no control over which one they obtained. They might have aimed for 1,000 miles a day, but ended up with no further progress instead." Upon hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle. So, that individual would be akin to a thief who, in their misguided efforts, ends up with nothing of value, rendering them incapable of further cultivation. Regardless, it's a good thing. "Now, Mother, you can resume your cultivation," Su Yuan interjected, redirecting his sister's whimsical musings. "Now that you've resigned, you can focus on your training at home. Once your skills have improved, I shall take you to the secret realms to fight monsters and level up." "Ah, sounds good." Their mother seemed still entranced by the overwhelming joy, and upon hearing Su Yuan's words, she merely nodded in a daze. "All right, Mother." Focus on your cultivation and make sure to rest early. Su Yuan urged as he pulled his sister out of the room. Sister, you should also retire for the night. Little brother, what do you think is the cause behind the disappearance of these entries? Su Yu still felt a tinge of unease. To be honest, Su Yuan found himself somewhat vexed by the fabrications he had spun. A single lie often necessitates a multitude of others to conceal it. He yearned to speak the truth, that he could take others' entries, but he was not yet strong enough for that. His ability to protect himself was still woefully inadequate. Sister, even if someone did steal them, it matters not. It's merely a gray entry, which might even be a blessing in disguise. Furthermore, if it truly was someone else who stole it, it indicates that they cannot specify which entry to take. Otherwise, they would have certainly avoided no further progress. Wouldn't they? As for my own situation, you needn't worry at all. I currently possess 10 entries, and even if someone attempted to steal from me, the odds of them selecting a golden entry would be 1 in 10. Su Yuan reassured her, his thoughts on his sister's supreme sword body having likely been taken by someone who possessed a similarly nefarious entry. One that not only stole her entry but also drained her very essence, leaving her reliant on elixirs for survival. However, it seemed that this individual like him could not choose which entry to thieve. Thus, they would seek out those who had just awakened, possessing only 1 entry, such as his sister or the recently awakened Zhang Lei with his innate Dao body. With only 1 entry, the chances of theft would be virtually foolproof. And with so many entries at his disposal, would it really be possible for someone to steal his imperial presence? Such luck would be truly extraordinary. That makes sense. Su Yu nodded thoughtfully, but then a question crossed her mind, and she inquired with curiosity, how is it that you possess 10 entries? What level of cultivation have you attained? Su Yuan momentarily faltered, having forgotten about that detail. He cleared his throat and replied, I obtained numerous fragments of entries. So I synthesized them and refined them myself. Indeed, one line necessitates a multitude of others to conceal it. Oh, Su Yu expressed her concern. The entries you are currently synthesizing are all of a lower level. Refining them offers you scant benefits. It would be wiser to preserve the slots for future refinement of higher-level entries. Rest assured, I am aware. Su Yuan gently pushed his sister back to her room. Perhaps the spiritual solace provided by the little creature had taken effect, for Su Yuan sensed that his sister's mood had considerably improved that evening. In the past, merely mentioning the topic of vanishing entries would cast her into a gloomy disposition. Yet today, she remained spirited and lively. He was grateful to that little fellow and resolved to treat her to some snacks soon, apples, steamed buns, and other delicacies favored by pandas. With such thoughts, Su Yuan returned to his room to continue his cultivation. The following day, Friday had arrived, and Saturday would see him team up with Qin Zijing and others to tackle a dungeon. Su Yuan contemplated whether he should venture outside the city to clear the remaining goblins. Having already defeated the boss yesterday, it seemed that only a handful of goblin minions remained. As Su Yuan entered the classroom, he overheard his classmates discussing the disappearance of an entry belonging to a bully from Class 6. He set down his backpack and listened in on the gossip. Who knows how that person's entry vanished? In any case, it has nothing to do with the innate Dao body, someone remarked. Why? Is there a difference? Another asked. There are countless differences. For starters, innate giant strength is not on the same level as theirs. Moreover, their entry, innate Dao body, was stolen and they were injured, losing a significant amount of blood. Fortunately, they were rushed to the hospital in time and were saved just in the nick of time. Oh, there asked that. Our school S case, however, is entirely unscathed. Moreover, the more pressing matter is that their entry was stolen, resulting in damage to their physical essence. They lost their innate talent and can no longer cultivate. Their family spent a fortune to acquire a red-level physique entry, wind spirit body. Can you guess what happened? Everyone was captivated. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired, what happened? Their body continued to deteriorate, and the new physique entry subsequently vanished as well. Huh. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 65. Analysis. Su Yuan was acutely aware of his sister's physical condition, which was akin to a sieve, regardless of how many restorative medications she consumed. It seemed as though they were being devoured by an insatiable abyss. Although her constitution had been somewhat mended, it was persistently siphoned away. The incessant cycle of replenishment and loss rendered it impossible to restore her original vitality or rejuvenate her physique. It appeared that the body of the youth named Jiang Lei was similarly afflicted. However, Su Yuan's family had previously been unaware that even the entries refined later would continue to be consumed. After all, they had never been able to amass sufficient funds to purchase entries. Now that he could synthesize entries himself, he had yet to encounter suitable ones for his elder sister to absorb, leaving them oblivious to the fact that even the refined entries would still vanish. Was it merely the entries related to physique that would disappear, or did all entries share this fate? Su Yuan's heart raced. If the entries were indeed being pilfered by someone who could perpetually siphon them, he conceived a plan. If entries with sufficiently distinct characteristics were also appropriated, it would greatly simplify the process of locating and identifying the perpetrator. Should the adversary be capable of absorbing all corresponding entries from a person, they could potentially be countered with negative entries, such as no further progress. However, if the individual could only absorb physique-related entries, the situation would become considerably more complex. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Excitement surged within Su Yuan as what once felt like an impenetrable fog began to clear, revealing a ray of light. It was imperative to ascertain precisely which types of entries the adversary would continue to absorb. Reflecting on his current inventory, he recalled entries such as curled tongue, slow recovery, and skin like snow, none of which possessed particularly distinct characteristics. The only somewhat conspicuous entry was skin like snow, which offered a whitening effect. He could have his sister try it upon returning. He lamented not having chosen prominent features initially. Had it been consumed, it would certainly raise suspicions if someone developed a bump on their head. A sense of regret washed over Su Yuan. After school, rather than venturing out again, he sought a less familiar street. Was this the place? It bore a resemblance. Su Yuan reviewed the background of Jiang Lei's family in the news and consulted a map to arrive here, although he could only locate the street. As the news report did not provide a house number, perhaps he could inquire with the elderly residents nearby. As he approached the elderly individuals sitting under a tree, he overheard their idle chatter without needing to ask a single question. What good did it do? They went bankrupt purchasing a red entry, which ultimately vanished. If you ask me, their family was never meant for such fortune, one remarked. Indeed, the Jiang family, once a prominent household on our street, has now been dragged down because of that genius Jiang Lei. Another added, in my view, who could possibly steal someone else's entry? If such a person truly exists, why haven't they come to pilfer mine? The officials have stated that the disappearance of entries is a malady that requires remedy. Hush, do not speak, for the matron Jiang has arrived. Su Yuan was attentively listening to their discourse, and the individual they spoke of seemed to be Jiang Lei. He furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to inquire about the Jiang family's specific address. Suddenly, the elderly folks fell silent, casting furtive glances toward an approaching elderly lady. She was adorned in a dignified qipao, exuding an air of grace, yet her countenance bore a hint of melancholy. Is this the matron Jiang they speak of? Could she possibly be Jiang Lei's grandmother? Pondering this, Su Yuan chose not to linger on the ramblings of the old men and followed the matron Jiang upstairs. The Jiang family appeared to reside on the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, the elderly lady entered a room, and Su Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to knock. He wished to glean information about Jiang Lei's situation and inquire if there were any additional discoveries regarding the disappearance of entries. Just as he raised his hand to knock, a crash echoed from within the room, followed by a youthful roar. I want to eat. Get out. All of you leave. After the outburst, a gentle female voice emerged, likely Jiang Lei's mother, though her tone was too soft for Su Yuan to discern her words. Soon after, the boy's voice thundered again. Get lost. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die. You all leave. Su Yuan's hand, poised to knock, froze midair. It seemed this furious youth was indeed Jiang Lei, and his emotional state was highly unstable. Su Yuan realized that any inquiry at this moment would yield little fruit. However, the assertion that physique-related entries will continue to vanish seemed to hold some truth. In any case, he needed to devise a means to obtain a physique-related entry with distinct characteristics, then have his sister or Jiang Lei refine it. Su Yuan refrained from visiting the Jiang household further and returned home. His sister was comfortably cradling Hua Hua, while Lai Kai lurked nearby, casting envious glances at the little bundle. Suddenly, a stream of water shot towards him, and Su Yuan deftly dodged. Mischievous. Just then, Sir emerged from the kitchen. Having refrained from attending school today and feeling utterly bored at home, longing for the mountains instead. Oh dear, little one, do not be vexed. Su Yuan, sharing a telepathic bond with the Kun, understood its sentiments. He quickly retrieved a bounty of delicacies from his space, which had cost him quite a fortune. First, let us indulge, and tomorrow, I shall take you to the secret realm for some monster hunting. Tomorrow is Saturday, and he had made arrangements with Qin Zijing and others to level up through combat at a designated location. Upon seeing the food, Sir's spirits lifted, and she scampered off to feast joyfully. Sister, Su Yuan approached the sofa and gently roused Su Yu, who had been petting a panda. Sister, why not refine and absorb this entry? Su Yuan retrieved the phrase skin as white as snow, leaving Su Yu momentarily perplexed. She glanced at the entry's information and felt somewhat bewildered. What purpose does this entry serve? Am I not fair enough? Must I be compared to skin as white as snow? I am naturally beautiful. Her self-admiration was quite evident. Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He had not realized his sister possessed such a degree of vanity. However, it was true that in the 3 years following that incident, Su Yu had rarely ventured outside, and coupled with her poor health, her complexion had taken on an almost sickly pallor. It dawned on him that this year there was also a student whose entry had vanished, and he had absorbed another entry. Contemplating this, Su Yuan recounted the entire situation regarding Jiang Lei to Su Yu. Upon hearing his words, Su Yu's expression shifted accordingly. I apologize, everyone. This is all for today. My family has arranged a blind date, and I have been engaged in conversation all evening. The other party's demeanor is rather dismissive. We have scheduled to meet the day after tomorrow, but honestly, having seen their photograph, I find little of interest. Yet, I am compelled to attend, which is quite vexing. This has left me in a state where I cannot focus on writing these past couple of days. Chapter 66. Fragments of gray online shopping terms. So your implication is that if I refine snow like skin, and then the term is absorbed by the other party, their skin will become fair. You wish to discern their identity by observing whose complexion lightens? Su Yu pondered before inquiring. Indeed, Su Yuan elucidated. On one hand, it serves that purpose. On the other, I am curious to see if other terms, apart from the physical attributes, will also vanish upon refinement. Oh, I see. Su Yu nodded. She took the snow-like skin term and sighed resignedly. I can only rely on your assistance for the refinement. After her supreme sword body term disappeared, her cultivation of physical attributes collapsed, leading to the dissipation of the spiritual energy within her. Now, she was incapable of refining terms on her own. All right, Su Yuan, understanding his sister's predicament, settled beside her on the sofa and infused her with spiritual power. Su Yu guided the energy to refine the term in her hands, watching as it slowly melded into her palm. Is it effective? Once the term was fully integrated, Su Yu lifted her face to show Su Yuan the effects of snow-like skin. It seems there is no noticeable change. Perhaps it operates subtly over time. The term hasn't been devoured and vanished, has it? Su Yuan queried. Not yet. How long did it take for that fellow, Jiang Lei, for his term to disappear after fusion? Su Yu asked. I'm uncertain. Then we shall wait. I wish to observe the process of the term's disappearance in earnest. Su Yu waved her hand, encouraging Su Yuan to attend to his own matters. She resumed, stroking the panda, Hua Hua, her demeanor notably serene. Su Yuan felt reassured. He had been somewhat anxious about his sister being emotionally affected by their circumstances. However, it seemed that with Hua Hua's spiritual comfort, Su Yu had become quite indifferent to it all. By the way, where is Mom? Why hasn't she returned home today? Su Yuan inquired. With the hindrance of the gray terms lifted, he hoped that his mother could cease her work and continue her cultivation. The path of martial arts allowed one to seize the essence of yin and yang, claim creation, undergo rebirth, and command life and death. Su Yuan did not wish to look back a century hence and find himself bereft of family and friends, left in solitude. He yearned for his family to ascend together to the pinnacle of martial arts. Mom was cultivating at home in the morning, then she went out in the afternoon. She is hosting a dinner for her colleagues and friends tonight as a farewell gathering for her resignation, Suyu explained. Oh, and we don't need to prepare dinner. Mom said she would bring takeout from a restaurant. Oh, splendid, Suyuan nodded. He returned to his room, contemplating whether his mother's finances were sufficient. Thus, he transferred an additional 50,000 to her, noting that she need not economize on his behalf. However, this left him somewhat financially strained, as he had not sold any terms recently. Instead, he had been consuming various elixirs and exotic beast meats incessantly. It seemed he needed to acquire more term fragments to continue his grand synthesis endeavor. In Su Yuan's mind, he contemplated that in addition to acquiring positive entries, he also wished to procure some fragments of gray entries. With the possession of benevolent and charitable, he envisioned a future where, should he encounter formidable adversaries, he could retaliate by bestowing upon them gray negative entries. This would undoubtedly become one of his formidable strategies. However, the drop rate for gray entry fragments was exceedingly low. Despite vanquishing numerous monsters, he had yet to witness any drop. It was unlikely that others would use them for synthesis either. After pondering for a moment, Suyuan opened an online shopping app and searched for gray entry fragments. To his surprise, he found sellers offering them, albeit at a rather steep price, comparable to that of white entry fragments. A single gray entry fragment was astonishingly priced at 2,000 coins. Who would be willing to purchase such an item? The price for white entry fragments was merely 2,500, with a purchase price of only 2,000. Upon inspecting the sales volume, he was met with the disheartening figure of 0. He sent a private message to the seller. Hello, why are gray entries so expensive? The seller replied, the drop rate is exceedingly low. I cannot offer a discount. If they don't sell, I'll keep them as collectibles. Curious, Su Yuan inquired. How many gray entry fragments do you possess? The seller responded, 6. All right, I'll take them all. Su Yuan, unconcerned about the expenditure, thought to himself that money had come too easily to be valued properly. He swiftly completed the payment, and the seller promised to dispatch the items shortly. As it was not local delivery, he anticipated a wait of 2 days to receive his purchase. Continuing his search on the shopping app, he discovered that anyone could open a store on the platform, leading to a plethora of peculiar items available for sale. Many second-hand and unused items were also listed, just in case someone might be interested. For instance, he had just seen gray entry fragments for sale, and his eyes gleamed when he stumbled upon a listing for a gray entry. However, disappointment followed as the gray entry was incoherent speech, providing little benefit in battle. The seller had set the price at 999, and Su Yuan opted not to purchase it. After browsing for a while longer, he sought negative physical entries, but found none. Reflecting on his quest, he decided to post a notice, indicating his ongoing interest in acquiring gray entry fragments, as well as any gray entries or physical entries for sale. In addition to online efforts, he planned to visit local shops on Sunday, hoping to uncover a hidden treasure. That evening, his mother returned home, slightly inebriated, an evident sign of her joy in celebrating. Su Yuan understood her exuberance, as they had endured much hardship in the past. With newfound wealth and the absence of gray entries, she likely wished to revel before her friends. Here, as a sumptuous feast for you all, not merely leftovers. And let us share another drink. Jiang Pei produced a bottle of wine, and Su Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yu, sharing a smile. While Su Yu could not partake, Su Yuan indulged in a few more glasses. The following day, Su Yuan awoke later than usual. Upon arriving at the entrance of the forest park, he found Qin Zijing and others already gathered. Su Yuan, what on earth is that? They exclaimed in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon the creature perched atop his head. This is my newly captured pet. Su Yuan held the small fish in his hand, presenting it to the others for a brief glimpse. Could this be the legendary six-eyed flying fish? Yi Zheng inquired. A fish that can fly. It was the first time they had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. You are overthinking it. Su Yuan, disinclined to elaborate, glanced at Qin Zijing with surprise. Why do you seem even more beautiful today? He had noticed it as soon as he arrived. Qin Zijing already belonged to the realm of breathtaking beauty, but today she appeared to possess an enchanting allure that rendered her smile captivating enough to bewitch an entire city. There's a new entry that enhances such effects. Qin Zijing explained. I see. Su Yuan nodded, refraining from further questions. Upon reaching the park entrance to validate their tickets, they were once again set to explore Glenwood Forest. Initially, after their last venture, they had deliberated on selecting a different secret realm. However, due to Su Yuan acquiring the Berserker entry, he proposed returning to this location, a suggestion that met with unanimous agreement. This time, they intended to challenge the formidable boss, the Minotaur Lord. They had previously discovered the Minotaur Lord's whereabouts, but their strength had been insufficient for a confrontation at that time. Should the boss still remain unvanquished by the officials, they were prepared to attempt the battle. Let us go, Brother Su. Just to clarify, the success of defeating the boss relies entirely on you. I can only assist in dispatching the minions. Yi Zheng declared. Understood. My new entry can indeed control the boss for a second or two. Qin Zijing added. That's splendid. However, if we cannot prevail, let us make a swift escape together. Su Yuan harbored some uncertainty, yet he surmised that the Minotaur Lord's strength should be comparable to that of the Goblin Lord. Having arranged to meet a blind date tomorrow afternoon, I informed her that I would be working overtime, thus selecting a restaurant located beneath her company. I planned to purchase a group coupon, a 170 yuan meal for two. That is about our level. Primarily, knowing there would be no follow-up, I felt no need to maintain any airs. The other party likely desires a swift resolution, mentioning that she would be working overtime in the afternoon. I am unsure of its veracity, yet it genuinely alleviated my worries, as I was uncertain how to conclude the evening after dinner. Do others think using a group coupon for a blind date might lack grace? Chapter 67. Confronting the Great Boss. As the group entered the Secret Realm's barrier, they swiftly made their way toward the boss's location. Engaging with the boss was inherently time-consuming, thus they could not afford to linger elsewhere. With a resounding crash, a column of water erupted from Little Fish, striking a solitary Minotaur squarely in the head, leaving the others astonished. It was indeed impressive, Yi Zheng exclaimed, noting that along their journey, though they had not actively sought encounters, they had stumbled upon a goblin camp where a minor boss, a fire goblin, awaited. Su Yuan refrained from claiming any kills, while Little Fish's performance was nothing short of remarkable. The power of its water jets commanded the attention of all. Ultimately, the fire goblin met its demise at the hands of Lu Tingting, who shot an arrow straight into its skull, dropping a white item fragment. Will you collect the fragment? Qin Ziqin inquired of Su Yuan. Of course, Su Yuan replied, taking the white fragment and casually placing it into his pocket, though in truth, he stored it within his spatial inventory. The Minotaur Lord's position should be just ahead, Yi Zheng remarked, glancing at the positional display. I wonder if it has been cleared out. The boss grants substantial experience and has a high drop rate, typically leaving nothing for ordinary adventurers, Su Yuan noted. Let's go take a look. We'll find out soon enough. Lu Tingting, having regained her focus after the defeat of the fire goblin, radiated joy. Her recent victory had significantly advanced her martial arts progression, propelling her to the 5th layer of the first realm. The smile on her face suggested she had drawn a commendable item. That's splendid. Our collective strength has been bolstered. Come, let us approach the great boss, but quietly. We must avoid drawing too much attention. The 4 adventurers and 1 fish cautiously traversed the nearby hill, revealing a vast Minotaur encampment before them. The number of monsters gathered in the boss's territory is even greater than last time. Yi Zheng expressed concern. Previously, there were merely dozens of monsters. Yet now it appears there are no fewer than 100. That is certain. Last time, the boss had likely just respawned, allowing its minions to accumulate since then. Lu Tingting replied eagerly. Are we truly committed to battling the great boss? Su Yuan questioned, still harboring some reservations. Now that we've come this far, what else is there to discuss? Qin Ziqin shot him a glance, then instructed, let Yi Zheng draw the aggro while we clear out the smaller monsters first, particularly the minor bosses. I've spotted 3 elite creatures already. Understood. Yi Zheng agreed, and Su Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. The moment had come to act decisively. The 3 minor bosses indeed warrant caution. Should they join forces with the major boss, it would undoubtedly lead to greater chaos. Fortunately, Su Yuan observed that this particular boss territory was yet to be occupied by the cursed cat demon. The three minor bosses consisted of 2 frosty goblins and 1 larger goblin, which should be relatively manageable. As he contemplated, Yi Zheng had already approached the boss territory, luring over a dozen minotaurs and goblins from the periphery. Attack! As the monsters drew near, Qin Zijing waved her hand, signaling the group to strike in unison. Once this wave of foes was vanquished, Yi Zheng replicated the strategy, and the 4 of them dispatched another 2 waves, totaling around 30 monsters, including 1 minor boss, Frosty Goblin. At this juncture, there remained approximately 40 to 50 monsters in the territory, which seemed to sense something amiss. Their commotion had alerted the major boss. A colossal minotaur wielding a great axe began patrolling the camp, ready to charge at the slightest disturbance. It appeared that luring any further monsters was no longer feasible. The 4 exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to engage directly. Qin Zijing strategized, "Ting Ting, you should remain concealed in the woods and provide range support. The 3 of us will first focus on eliminating that frosty goblin, and then the Minotaur Lord will likely arrive. Su Yuan, you'll take charge of dealing with it, while I will swiftly handle the larger goblin and see if I can assist you thereafter." "Understood," Su Yuan replied with a nod. They swiftly repositioned. Lu Tingting remained stationary, while the 3 others flanked from the right, intent on dispatching the frosty goblin capable of launching ice shard attacks. At that moment, the frosty goblin was flanked only by 2 minotaurs and 4 or 5 goblin guards, with the other minor creatures scattered, some trailing the major boss. "Prepare, act." Qin Zijing signaled Lu Tingting, and in an instant, whoosh, an arrow soared through the air, striking the Minotaur Lord squarely in the chest. "Moo!" The Minotaur Lord bellowed in fury, yanking the arrow from its chest, which had only inflicted a superficial wound, yet it incited its wrath. It charged toward Lu Tingting's location in the woods. Simultaneously, Su Yuan and the other 2, along with their fish companion, swiftly attacked the unsuspecting frosty goblin. Boom! Su Yuan moved with remarkable swiftness. Clad in the snow-trampling shoes, he demonstrated their exceptional agility. Although the primary effect was not acceleration, snow trampling significantly enhanced his nimbleness. Thud! He dispatched a goblin with a swift thrust, while a nearby minotaur was felled by a water jet, courtesy of a Koan. The little creature was particularly exuberant today, relishing the opportunity to witness the world and engage in battle once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As several guard monsters fell, the frosty goblin finally regained its senses. A distortion filled the air as several ice shards manifested out of thin air, clanging together. In an instant, Su Yuan transformed his long spear into a shield, absorbing a barrage of ice spikes that struck against it. 2 additional ice spikes were launched from behind him, but he deftly evaded them upon hearing the whistling sound of the projectiles. With a sudden burst, a jet of water surged towards the frost goblin, only to be thwarted by a nearby minotaur wielding an axe. In the midst of this chaos, a fire-tipped spear pierced through the chest of the minotaur. It was Qin Zijing. She, alongside Yi Zheng, had also dispatched 2 of the guarding monsters, leaving the frost goblin isolated and vulnerable. The fire spear, great sword, and water jet all converged upon the diminutive boss. The water struck first, failing to annihilate it entirely. Yi Zheng's great sword severed one of the goblin's arms, followed swiftly by the fire spear plunging into its throat. Moo! Before the group could revel in their victory, the Minotaur Lord had already detected the skirmish, abandoning his search for Lu Tingting and charging towards Su Yuan and his companions. "Leave this to me. You 3 go after that other elite goblin." With a steely gaze, Su Yuan boldly faced the imposing Minotaur Lord. Propelled by his snow-tracking shoes, he leaped into the air effortlessly, soaring 3 to 4 meters high to land atop the colossal Minotaur. With a powerful swing, he brought his halberd crashing down, clashing with the Minotaur's massive axe. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, propelling Su Yuan several meters back. Yet, instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. This was without even invoking the Berserker bloodline of the Berserker, and he was merely slightly weaker than the Minotaur in strength. If he unleashed his fury, his might would undoubtedly surpass that of the Minotaur Lord. However, The duration of his rage was limited, and he could not afford to squander it. The Minotaur Lord's strength was indeed comparable to that of the Goblin Lord. After all, he was the leader of a large goblin den, which was hardly surprising. With renewed vigor, Su Yuan's shoes released another surge of energy as he leaped forward again, this time aiming to slash the Minotaur's legs. He focused his assault on the lower half of the formidable boss, exploiting the few vulnerabilities in its defenses. With relentless strikes, Su Yuan's spear whirled as he forced the Minotaur Lord into a defensive posture, leaving him in a state of disarray. Suddenly, the Minotaur exhaled a powerful gust. Its previously red nose now inflamed with fury. Su Yuan was taken aback. This Minotaur had entered a state of rage as well. Chapter 68. Unscathed by water and fire before Su Yuan could unleash his fury, the Minotaur Lord had already succumbed to a state of rage. With a resounding crash, the colossal axe cleaved through the air, scattering wood shavings in every direction. Faced with the frenzied beast, Su Yuan opted to evade its wrath. He deftly leaped back, covering a distance of 5 meters with ease. Surely, the Minotaur's rage must have a time limit. A grave expression crossed Su Yuan's face as he glanced toward the other side, only to be met with a sense of relief. Under the combined efforts of Qin Zijing, Yi Zheng, and Akuan, the elder goblin had been successfully vanquished, its form gradually dissipating into the ether. After dispatching a few more low-level monsters, the remaining foes posed little threat, easily handled by Lu Tingting one by one. What is the boss up to? Has it unleashed a special move? After slaying several smaller minions, Yi Zheng also noticed the unusual behavior of the Minotaur Lord. The group reconvened to reassess their strategy. Su Yuan would take the lead, while Qin Zijing and the others would distract from the sides, creating an opportunity for Su Yuan to deliver a decisive blow. They decided to send the little fish to initiate the distraction. With a splashing sound, a column of water shot toward the boss, striking its formidable horns. The diminutive creature wore a defiant expression. Moo! The Minotaur Lord remained unscathed, shaking its head and casting an irritated glance at the little one, dismissing the water column as inconsequential. In the shadow of its immense physique, the attack was akin to a mere pinprick. Furious at such contempt, the little fish swelled in size, its body rapidly inflating. Just then, Yi Zheng, having glanced at the small fish nearby, turned back to find himself overshadowed by a massive figure. Startled, he exclaimed, "Where did this boss come from?" He nearly swung his great sword in response. But Su Yuan's timely intervention halted him with an explanation. "What? You say this is your little flying fish? How did it grow so large?" Yi Zheng was taken aback, and it was Su Yuan's first encounter with the little creature in such an expanded form. It seemed the confines of the goblin's den had previously restricted its potential. The giant fish grew ever larger, soon surpassing the Minotaur in size, leaving Qin Zijing and the others in a state of astonishment. Moo! Not only were Qin Zijing and her companion stunned, but the Minotaur also appeared momentarily entranced by the sight before it. With a sudden twist, the giant fish swung its tail, striking the gigantic Minotaur with a resounding thud. The creature toppled, crashing through a row of trees. In a swift motion, the giant fish turned, its massive mouth agape, generating a terrifying suction. The raging Minotaur, still recovering from the blow, was unceremoniously drawn into the depths of the giant fish's maw. "Oh, what is this?" The onlookers, initially poised for an intense battle, stood in stunned silence. Su Yuan's fury was primed to be unleashed, and Qin Zijing was ready to showcase her new abilities. Yet the boss had vanished. Smack, smack! Before them, the colossal fish stirred its maw, producing a series of smacking and cracking sounds, seemingly displeased. After taking a few bites, the gigantic creature disdainfully expelled the Minotaur Lord, who crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The Minotaur struggled to rise, but after several futile attempts, it became apparent that its bones had been shattered, the earlier cracking noise being the sound of its bones fracturing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan acted swiftly. There was no need for him to unleash his fury. He summoned a surge of spiritual energy beneath his feet and leapt into the air. The Feng Tian Hua Ji descended with formidable force, striking the Minotaur Lord's head and creating a significant crater. The boss let out an unwilling roar, its body turning an even deeper shade of crimson, indicating that its rage was far from quelled, and it seemed eager to unleash further chaos. However, let chaos reign. Bang! 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 The Fong Tian Hua Ji continued its relentless assault, soon reducing the boss's head to a mere pulp. With a sigh of relief, Su Yuan noticed that the gigantic fish had reverted to its smaller form, hovering near the Minotaur's corpse before disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of water. Qin Zijing and Yi Zheng approached, still in a state of disbelief, occasionally casting incredulous glances at the little fish. What kind of divine ability allows such a transformation? Su Ge, where did you acquire this pet? Is there another one? I want to buy one too. Yi Zheng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What nonsense are you thinking? Su Yuan shot him a glare, then clarified, a few days ago, I took a leave of absence to venture out of the city, and this was the fateful beast I found. There is but this one. There are no others. He turned his gaze towards the oblivious little fish, pondering how he had previously underestimated his Kuan brother. It truly embodied the essence of a divine beast. When they faced the Goblin Lord a couple of days prior, the cave had restricted Kuan's potential, leading Su Yuan to believe the little fish's strength was limited. Today's battle, however, revealed his Kuan brother's true prowess. Su Yuan felt a surge of joy. Such a beast was deserving of his title as King of Beastmasters. Wow! The boss dropped a treasure. Yi Zheng's exclamation jolted Su Yuan back to reality. He quickly glanced at the spot where the Minotaur had fallen, observing its massive corpse gradually dissipating, leaving behind 3 item shards. Only 3. Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. This was far fewer than what the Goblin Lord had yielded, though it was to be expected since the Goblin Lord was a first kill, while the Minotaur boss had likely met its demise countless times before. Among the 3 item shards, 2 were fragments, both of a green hue. The remaining item was an equipment piece. Item name, ordinary Minotaur plate armor. A fixed attribute, immune to water and fire. Attribute level, blue. Attribute effect, water and fire cannot inflict damage. This piece of equipment was rather mediocre. A group of individuals gathered to examine the attributes of the plate armor. Yi Zheng couldn't help but comment, noting that the primary protective area was rather limited, confined solely to the chest. The rest would be ineffective if subjected to flames. Nevertheless, it proved useful, as the ice projectiles from the frost goblins were quite troublesome. I wonder if this armor can offer any defense, Qin Zijing mused. Listening to their discussion, Su Yuan pondered the compatibility of the attributes water and fire resistance and impenetrable to blades and spears found on the previous arm guards. Unfortunately, both had a rather diminutive protective coverage. If only he could swiftly acquire these 2 attributes, he could enjoy a complete state of being impenetrable to blades and spears and water and fire resistance. Su Yuan felt a flicker of desire at the thought. However, the low quality of these attributes left him unimpressed. If there were better options available, he preferred not to settle for less. Moreover, having just ascended to the 7th level, contemplating such matters felt premature. With that in mind, Su Yuan cast a glance at his status panel, only to be taken aback by the sight. Oh, the progress bar has exceeded halfway. The panel displayed. Name, Su Yuan. Level, 7th stage of martial arts, 56. Chapter 69. The beauty that dims fish and wild geese. Upon observing the data on the panel, Su Yuan's heart swelled with delight, astonished by the remarkable progress he had achieved. Just moments ago, as the towering boss disintegrated, he felt an immense wave of warmth surge through him. Yet he never anticipated such a substantial advancement. After a quick calculation, he realized that aside from the 20-odd minor creatures he had vanquished, he had only defeated this formidable boss, without claiming any kills from the 3 minor bosses. By his estimation, the major boss must have contributed at least 30 points to his progress. Splendid. Su Yuan was exceedingly satisfied. As for the spoils dropped by the Tauren Lord, there was no need to share them, for they had not exerted themselves. Qin Zijing handed Su Yuan the plate armor, which contained the fragmentary inscriptions dropped by the 3 minor bosses. Calculating the value, he found it to be worth 6,000. She also presented him with the inscription fragments she had just collected. Su Yuan hesitated momentarily before accepting them. All right, since everyone was well off, he graciously accepted the items. With some time still at hand, they sought to locate another elite creature to practice against. The group promptly cleared the battlefield and continued their search in the Gland Forest. They occasionally defeated a few stray monsters, and just as they were preparing to descend the mountain, they finally discovered a minor boss territory, the notoriously challenging Dark Curse Cat Demon. However, this encounter proved significantly easier, as Qin Zijing's new inscription finally came into play. Inscription name: the beauty that dims fish and wild geese inscription level. Purple inscription effect: all beings that witness your smile will fall into a stupor, the duration of which is determined by the disparity in realms. Fish will forget to flap their fins and sink to the bottom, while geese will forget to flap their wings and descend to the ground. Thus is the essence of the beauty that dims fish and wild geese. No wonder Su Yuan felt that Qin Zijing appeared even more beautiful upon seeing her this morning. Fortunately, she did not bestow upon him that enchanting smile. The Dark Curse Cat Demon fell prey to this very smile, succumbing to a daze. Given the level of the Cat Demon boss, it would likely remain in a stupor for a second or two. In the ever-changing battlefield, a mere second or two was sufficient to accomplish much. Su Yuan executed a zero-frame initiation, striking the foe with a single thrust, obliterating it. An additional 11% progress was gained. Exhilarating. If he could clear the remaining monsters in the Goblin Nest tomorrow, he would likely level up again. The pace of advancement was astonishingly swift. After vanquishing the Cat Demon boss, time was running short. The group hurried down the mountain, and upon exiting the secret realm, they barely avoided exceeding the time limit, as doing so would incur an additional ticket fee. Not worth the cost. Is everyone hungry? Today's meal is on me, Su Yuan called out. Since everyone had accompanied him in battling the boss without receiving any loot, he decided to treat them to a meal. That sounds delightful. I want to eat king crab. Yi Zheng was the first to respond. You look like a king crab. Su Yuan rolled his eyes and led the group to a buffet restaurant. Although there were no king crabs, the frozen shrimp were available for unlimited consumption. The ticket price was not inexpensive, yet Su Yuan purchased a ticket for the giant Kuan as well. He refrained from letting him indulge freely, but ultimately, everyone managed to get their money's worth. After the meal, while others dispersed, Su Yuan did not rush home. Having finally reached the weekend, he aimed to tackle a few accumulated tasks. The first was to find a store to sell off his surplus items. Curled tongue fetched 2,000, while slow recovery sold for 30,000. Selling online might yield higher prices, but the hassle was too great, and time was of the essence. Every moment counted. Su Yuan encouraged himself, and then turned to the preparation of the Millennium Blood Ginseng. Initially, he intended to refine it into a medicinal pill, but concerns about the success rate lingered. Alchemists cannot guarantee that every batch will yield a successful potion, and the Millennium Blood Ginseng was too precious to risk. Additionally, the costs of alchemy were considerable. Besides the primary ingredient, he would need to purchase numerous auxiliary herbs, which amounted to a hefty sum. He inquired in the market, discovering that an alchemist with a red title alchemy genius charged 100,000 for a single attempt, without guaranteeing success. There was also an alternative payment method, where regardless of how many pills were produced, the alchemist would retain one for their fee, making it a less favorable option compared to the flat rate. 100,000 would not even secure a single Millennium Blood Ginseng pill. However, at present, he couldn't even afford that amount. Spending lavishly was not an option, so he resolved to postpone the alchemical process, opting instead to dry and slice the ginseng for his sister's use. He needed to continue synthesizing items to earn money. Being financially constrained was exceedingly inconvenient. Su Yuan counted the items he possessed and calculated his funds. He found a store to purchase a batch of item fragments. Currently, his inventory contained a total of 20 white item fragments, capable of synthesizing 5 white items, 8 green item fragments, yielding 2 green items for blue item fragments, resulting in 1 blue item and 1 red item fragment, which could not be synthesized. After combining all these fragments, he anticipated a significant profit. He also needed to pay special attention to physical attribute items. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan hurried home, entered his bedroom, closed the door, and retrieved the luck +1 spear. He then synthesized all 5 white item fragments in one go. From the first 4 fragments, 5 options appeared. Su Yuan selected 8-pack abs. Item name: 8-pack abs. Item level: white. Item effect: regardless of how much fat resides in your abdomen, it will be organized into 8 orderly segments. This item would undoubtedly hold immense appeal for fitness enthusiasts concerned with their physique, and selling it for 30 to 50,000 should pose no problem. The second synthesis of 4 white fragments yielded only 3 options, yet fortuitously. All proved to be quite commendable. Su Yuan selected sweet words. Entry title: Sweet words. Entry level: white. Entry effect: your speech possesses a greater allure, making it easier for others to trust you. This entry could be marketed to salespeople or charmers, with a price range of approximately 20 to 30,000. Upon synthesizing the third white fragment, luck surged forth, presenting a total of 8 options, one of which rivaled the enhanced second brother entry. Entry title: prolonged life. Entry level: white. Entry effect: can extend life by 1 week. A week encompasses 7 days. Time is invaluable, and no amount of wealth can procure even a fleeting moment of it. One might ponder, how much would it cost to purchase 7 days? The worth of this entry hinges upon the significance of the tasks yet to be accomplished by the buyer. 7 days may not seem long or short, yet it is sufficient to accomplish much more. With a week to seize opportunities, one might even transcend their limits and potentially extend their lifespan further, thus evading death. Allow me to report on the outcome of my blind date. We met and promptly proceeded to dinner, which concluded rather swiftly, totaling less than an hour. A decisive encounter indeed. Reflecting on my earlier anxiety and irritability, it now appears somewhat excessive. The restaurant I initially chose was quite splendid, offering both an inviting atmosphere and excellent service. I even secured a private booth through a group purchase. It truly was ideal for a blind date. This morning, I discovered that the establishment offered discount vouchers. A 100 yuan voucher could be obtained for merely 36, and up to 4 could be stacked, meaning a 400 yuan meal would only cost 150. I intended to utilize these vouchers. As reservations were necessary, I contacted customer service, who informed me that I could scan a code to pre-order. I shared the code with my date for her to choose dishes, but she insisted I order instead. I selected over 300 yuan's worth and sought her input. Not receiving a response, I sent her a group meal deal to choose from. She might have been unaware of the discount vouchers and opted for the group meal, whereas I had chosen significantly better dishes, all at a lower price. Although the restaurant appeared upscale with its ambience and menu, the flavors left much to be desired. Nonetheless, the discount vouchers, the advance reservation, and the private booth alleviated any concerns of losing face. I did not appear lacking in grace at all, which is indeed commendable. Fortunately, the purpose of the blind date was not merely to dine. We engaged in lively conversation throughout the meal. My date was rather pleasant, and while I struggled to articulate my thoughts, she continuously initiated topics, ensuring there were no awkward silences. Perhaps her lively personality contributed to this. After the meal, she even texted to request her share of the bill, but I declined. As for the outcome of the date, it seems fate has not aligned. I did not experience any particularly special feelings, and after our meal, I refrained from initiating further contact. Following her request for her portion of the bill, our conversation did not continue, and it appears this matter has reached its conclusion. Regarding the suggestion from fellow reader about forming friendships through blind dates, based on my experiences, it is improbable that such friendships can arise. I suspect we shall eventually remove each other from our contacts. Chapter 70. Brick moving sacred body and never empty air force with great delight. Su Yuan placed the longevity entry into his spatial storage, knowing full well that such an item could not be sold cheaply. It deserved to be presented at an auction. Ordinary individuals would never be able to afford its price. The idea of spending hundreds of thousands merely to extend one's life by a mere 7 days was utterly implausible. After all, most would hesitate to invest such sums for a surgical procedure that might extend their lives by 2 years. For the average person, The difference of a few days in life held no significant weight. Thus, this entry must be sold to those in genuine need of it. Upon the fourth synthesis using white entry fragments, the system presented 4 options, although the choices were not plentiful. A rare physique type entry emerged among them. Entry name: Brick Moving Sacred Body Entry Level. White entry effect: increased endurance and resilience. Hands more prone to developing calluses. Less susceptible to being worn down by bricks, with enlarged knuckles that confer greater strength, allowing for the steady handling of more bricks. The Brick Moving Sacred Body. It was a rare occurrence to obtain a physique type entry. However, Su Yuan lamented its lack of utility in unearthing the hidden mastermind. This physique type entry, if refined by his older sister, might likely be devoured by an unknown force. Unfortunately, this type of physique bore no distinct characteristics. Its only visible change was the enlargement of the knuckles and a tendency for calluses to form on the hands. Such traits were common among martial artists who frequently trained their strength, rendering them indistinguishable. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan glanced at the other options, hesitating momentarily before his gaze returned to the brick-moving sacred body. Ultimately, he decided to select this entry. Having reviewed the other options, none offered particularly favorable effects, so he settled on this one, hoping to confirm once more whether all physique-type entries would indeed vanish. Previously, he had only encountered the wind spirit body, and now was the perfect opportunity for verification. He stored the brick-moving sacred body entry, and while he was at it, he took stock of his entry fragments. Currently, he had enough to synthesize another white entry, 2 green entries, and 1 blue entry. After some contemplation, Su Yuan opted not to take any more white fragments, but instead retrieved 4 green entry fragments. Fortune had smiled upon him today, as he had drawn the longevity entry, yielding a nice profit. He hoped to draw another green entry, saving the remaining fragments for another day. He was wary of exhausting all his luck at once. For luck was an enigmatic force. He pondered whether it had a finite quantity, and whether using a bit diminished it. With one hand gripping the lucky long spear and the other commencing the refining process, he held no other demands, though he mused that green entries must surely be superior to white ones. With anticipation, he directed his gaze toward the system options. At last, 6 entries appeared, a fortuitous turn of events. There exist various types of enhancements: those that strengthen the body, elevate innate talents, transform appearances, and even pertain to destinies. However, the one that particularly caught Su Yuan's attention was the entry titled, Never Empty-Handed. Entry level, green entry effect. When you fish for over 8 hours, regardless of what you catch, you're guaranteed to reel in something. This entry is undeniably enticing for fishing enthusiasts. Many anglers might spend an entire day by the water without catching a single thing. Yet with this, they would be assured of a catch. Never empty-handed it is. After deep contemplation, Su Yuan ultimately made his choice. His selection of this entry was not solely for the benefit of fishing aficionados. While they cherish their passion for fishing and are willing to spend on gear, it is unlikely they would ever contemplate going 8 hours without a catch. Su Yuan's particular interest in never empty-handed stemmed from a previous news report he had encountered about a submerged secret realm, abundant with various entry items. Many martial artists frequently gathered there to salvage treasures, but the waters held unique rules. Even advanced practitioners must surface for air after a brief descent, and the environment was fraught with peril. Su Yuan pondered whether refining the never empty-handed entry might enable him to fish for entry items in that secret realm. Indeed, it could prove to be a lucrative opportunity. He stored the new entry in his space and set aside the remaining fragments for the time being. As he stepped outside, he glanced at his mother's door. She had spent the entire day diligently practicing at home, which brought Su Yuan considerable satisfaction. As for his sister, he checked on her as well. She had just awakened from her afternoon slumber, and Hua Hua was quietly munching on bamboo shoots beside her. "Sister, has skin as white as snow disappeared?" Su Yuan inquired as he entered her room. He had asked earlier that morning, but at that time, the entry had not yet vanished. Su Yu, after a moment of daze, shook her head despondently. "It hasn't disappeared. It's still here. Are you sure that the refined entries will be devoured?" "Well, the physical enhancement entries should, Su Yuan replied, uncertainly. He retrieved the brick-moving saint body entry and summoned the information for his sister to see. Sister, why not give this one a try? Where'd you get all these random entries? Su Yu lamentingly raised her hand. My slender, delicate hands are about to become coarse and calloused. I'm quite reluctant to part with them. Su Yuan was somewhat speechless. However, he realized he had indeed been inconsiderate. If the entry did not vanish, his sister's delicate hands would truly be ruined. Then I shall seek out Jiang Lei and have him refine and absorb it once more. Although Jiang Lei was currently in a highly unstable emotional state, Su Yuan was still prepared to give a try. Wait. Su Yu waved her hand to stop him. Extending her palm, give it to me, it's fine. After all, I'm not getting married, so why should I care about my hands? Although it would indeed feel rather strange if you were to marry, Su Yuan hesitated, there's truly no need to forego marriage due to health concerns. For I am certain I can restore you to your former self. Bring it here. Su Yu took the brick-moving holy body from Su Yuan's hands, rolling her eyes before saying, Dear brother, do not fret over whether I marry or not. And please refrain from emulating our mother in her relentless quest for me to find a partner. Do as you wish. Since she was indifferent, Su Yuan chose to dismiss the matter. They used to bicker her frequently until the day his sister could no longer best him in their playful skirmishes. Su Yuan infused spiritual energy into Su Yu's body, guiding her to refine the brick-moving holy body entry. After a brief moment, he eagerly inquired, How does it feel? Is the entry still intact? This was crucial for the implementation of his plans. If the physical attribute entry were to vanish, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Su Yu furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before replying. It seems there is indeed a somewhat different sensation, but there are no indications that the entry has disappeared. Chapter 71. Departing the city once more, is there truly a distinct sensation? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a surge of joy rather than surprise. It appeared that the attributes related to physique were indeed different. With this realization, the prospect of his plans being genuinely executable seemed plausible. It appeared that the hidden puppet master was employing a method of sustained consumption of physical attributes, entirely dissimilar from my vibrant attributes. After waiting for a while, without any change, Su Yuan remarked, The disappearance of this attribute should be a protracted process. Sister, keep a vigilant watch and inform me of any developments. Understood. Su Yu nodded, her expression somewhat serious as she attentively monitored the fluctuations within her internal attributes. Su Yuan chuckled. In the future, I shall create a negative effect physique attribute. I must ensure that my adversary is left in disarray. Indeed, Su Yu also displayed a hint of amusement. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Yuan cast a glance at the remaining fragments of attributes. Suppressing the urge to utilize them immediately, he settled onto his bed in a cross-legged position, producing a chi-boosting pill, which he swallowed in one swift motion. This marked the 5th such pill he had consumed, and his resistance to the elixir had notably increased. He no longer intended to purchase chi-boosting pills. However, aside from chi and blood pills, there were various other elixirs available that could enhance his cultivation, albeit with differing effects and prices. After refining the medicinal pill and practicing for a while, it was time for dinner. He ventured into the kitchen where his mother was already preparing a meal, while his elder sister was diligently washing vegetables. Why don't we hire a maid for our household? Su Yuan suggested, observing the scene. His mother, now engrossed in her own cultivation, and his sister, who was not in the best of health, could certainly benefit from some assistance, especially now that they had some financial means. Earning a little money doesn't give you the right to be so self-important. Jiang Pei admonished. Su Yuan sighed. Mother, you've toiled your entire life. What is wrong with enjoying a bit of comfort? What kind of talk is that? Jiang Pei shot her son a glance. Your mother is still quite young. How can you say I've toiled for half a lifetime? A slip of the tongue. Su Yuan chuckled awkwardly and inquired, Are you truly not considering hiring someone? Even just for cooking would be beneficial. So you don't neglect your cultivation. Your mother is willing. One must have a life beyond mere cultivation. Jiang Pei regarded Su Yuan with a tender gaze. The recent changes in their household were entirely due to the efforts of this young man. She continued, You too, don't push yourself too hard. Our family's situation has improved, And at your age, you should be exploring romance, not solely focusing on cultivation. At this point, she seemed genuinely concerned. As someone who has experienced it, I can tell you that if you don't pursue relationships now, others will. By the time you do, you'll only be engaging with those who have already been courted by others. As she spoke, she seemed to resonate with the sentiment, letting out a soft hum. Mother, your words leave me speechless, Su Yuan replied, though a certain girl's image briefly flickered in his mind. However, she had mentioned not being ready to pursue a relationship at this moment, so he decided not to rush. The three of them collaborated to prepare dinner, and after finishing the meal, they each returned to their rooms to cultivate. Knock, knock, knock. As Su Yuan was engrossed in his cultivation, a sudden knock echoed through the stillness of the night. He snapped back to reality, glancing at the clock. It was already past midnight. At this hour, it could only be his sister or mother, yet they seldom interrupted him during his training. Hurriedly, Su Yuan descended from his bed and opened the door. Sister, what's the matter? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Su Yu, clutching Hua Hua, standing at his threshold. Despite the comforting presence of Hua Hua, Su Yu appeared visibly agitated, a tumult of emotions, excitement, anxiety, and fear swirling within her. The brick-moving, sacred body entry has vanished, she exclaimed, her voice trembling as she gazed at her brother. Sister, Su Yuan enveloped her in a warm embrace, gently patting her tense shoulders. This is a good thing. I will find various peculiar physiques and surprise him. He gritted his teeth, secretly vowing to deliver a resounding blow to those who dared to encroach upon their family. After a while, Su Yu finally calmed down. All right, you should rest early. I'll be heading to bed as well, she said. Okay. Su Yuan nodded in agreement, affectionately ruffling Hua Hua's soft head. Make sure to keep an eye on my sister tonight. Should we take you back to our hometown tomorrow? He planned to clear the remaining goblins in the Goblin Den the next day, which conveniently aligned with a visit to the bamboo forest. He glanced at his current status. Name, Su Yuan level, 7th layer of the martial realm, 65. If fortune smiled upon him, he might ascend to the 8th layer by tomorrow. The thought of drawing a new entry excited him. What hometown? Are you planning to visit the pet market? Su Yu inquired. Su Yuan hesitated, nearly betraying his secret. He had yet to inform his family about his excursion outside the city, mindful of the fibs he had spun. Fortunately, his sister did not dwell on it, and he casually nodded, yes. I was thinking of checking if there are any companions for Hua Hua in the store. Hua Hua, do you want to go? Su Yu asked, gently stroking Hua Hua's head. Hua Hua, understanding Su Yuan's words, felt a mix of desire and reluctance. Having only just arrived in the city 2 days prior, she was still captivated by the allure of her new surroundings. All right, we'll take you next time. Su Yuan decided for Hua Hua, securing the door before returning to bed, choosing to rest and rejuvenate for the journey ahead. The following morning, rather than taking a bus, Su Yuan mounted a Kun's back, soaring swiftly out of the city. The low-altitude flight attracted numerous envious and curious gazes. This is it. He flew directly above the cave, tapping a Kun to signal a halt before leaping gracefully from the air. He discovered yet another advantage of the Shu entry treading snow without a trace. When leaping from heights, his body felt remarkably light, landing effortlessly without any jarring impact. Let us proceed into the cave and engage them. Su Yuan called out to the now diminutive giant Kun, who led the way into the cavern. Upon entering, the cave appeared unchanged, maintaining its familiar visage. Suddenly, a goblin lunged at Su Yuan. With a swift motion, he swung his massive sword, cleaving a gaping wound into the creature's chest. Grasping his lucky spear in one hand and the enormous sword in the other, he hoped that the Luck One effect would encourage the minions to drop additional items. Su Yuan plunged into the throng of goblins. Congratulations! You have achieved the title Goblin Slayer. Su Yuan felt an exhilarating surge of madness as he fought. He mused that if this were a game, the sheer number of goblins he had dispatched would surely earn him the Goblin Slayer achievement. After vanquishing the last goblin, he finally raised his head, shaking off the green blood that had splattered onto his sword. The cave was now devoid of any goblin presence. The secret realm, Goblin Nest, had been thoroughly cleared. Su Yuan sheathed his sword, surveying his surroundings in a daze. Moments later, He regained his composure and glanced at the equally bewildered little flying fish. It dawned on him to check his martial arts panel, and upon doing so, a look of delight spread across his face. Name: Su Yuan level, 8th layer. First realm of martial arts, 5 Chapter 72. Innate sword bone, entry 8. It has indeed leveled up again. After vanquishing all the goblins, Su Yuan's level has once more ascended. Surveying his surroundings, he found no suitable place to concentrate on selecting his entries, so he did not rush. Instead, he gathered his spoils. The drop rate from these goblin minions was notoriously low, and this time he had managed to obtain 2 white entry fragments, which was quite fortunate. Perhaps the effect of luck +1 was in play. Su Yuan mused as he exited the cave with Xiao Yu, finding a stone by the flowing water to sit upon. Only then did he immerse himself in the martial arts panel. Level up. Congratulations on breaking through to the first layer of the first realm. You will randomly receive an entry. The system had already issued its notification. Ding! The divine selection system has been triggered. You may choose 1 entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. All entry options were displayed, and he perused them. 1. Entry name: Alchemical Genius entry level. Red entry effect. Your alchemical talent is enhanced, a rare qualification that could be deemed an alchemical genius. Oh, it seems I am destined to become an alchemist. Su Yuan had recently heard of this entry. He had originally intended to refine a millennium blood ginseng into a potion and had inquired about alchemists in the city. One of them possessed the alchemical genius level talent and charged a fee of 100,000 for a single attempt, without any guarantee of success. It was akin to attempting to catch a wolf with bare hands. Finding a secondary profession could indeed be beneficial. Su Yuan contemplated, considering not only alchemy, but also blacksmithing. Formations, alchemy, talismans, feng shui, dragon searching, acupoint piercing, beast taming, insect controlling, body refining, mechanisms, puppetry, spiritual botany, culinary arts, brewing, tea making, incense crafting, paper cutting, medicine, poisons, architecture, corpse refining, corpse driving, goo refining, divination, physiognomy, numerology, astrology, construction, music theory, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, linguistics, seal carving, gathering, hunting, fishing, tracking, sacrificial rites, consecration, transcendence, divine patterns, witchcraft, and invocation. The martial arts encompass a vast and profound array of skills. Each discipline has its legacy within the academy. However, there was no need to rush the selection now. Once enrolled in the War Academy, there would naturally be elective courses and various clubs. 2. Entry name: Cultivating Madness entry level. Gray entry effect. Continued cultivation will lead you to madness. Wow, a long-awaited gray entry. It had indeed been quite some time since he last encountered one. The appearance rate of gray entries is significantly lower than that of white entries. Yet with Su Yuan's expanded options, it was inevitable that he would come across a few. This entry is rather insidious. It is hardly better than being completely stalled. Su Yuan spat disdainfully. What a pity it wasn't a physique-related entry. That would have been quite amusing. A cold smirk played on his lips. 3. Entry name: Natural sword bone entry level. Purple entry effect. Significantly enhances swordsmanship talent, nurturing a sword bone within the body, which randomly harbors a swordsmanship divine ability. What extraordinary luck. This talent in swordsmanship is exceptional, only slightly inferior to the supreme sword body, and on par with the previously encountered unity of man and sword. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement within. This was splendid. If no better option presented itself, he would undoubtedly choose this. His aspiration to elevate his swordsmanship talent had long been a desire, and with the natural sword bone enabling the growth of a sword bone. No, rather, a sword bone, and nurturing a swordsmanship divine ability. Su Yuan was filled with anticipation. 4. Entry name: Many Children. Many Blessings entry level. Gold entry effect. For each child you bear, an opportunity shall arise. But I'm still a child. Su Yuan gazed at the entry information, his expression somewhat peculiar. A gold entry. Although it did not specify the nature of the opportunities, one could surmise that being deemed an opportunity implies its extraordinary nature. Su Yuan felt a stirring desire, yet he was still a child. and the notion of bearing children was rather absurd. Nonetheless, he thought, if he were to pursue having children, he already had someone in mind for the mother. Provided she consented, he would be willing to engage in the endeavor of procreation tirelessly, day and night. However, merely his willingness might be futile. Realistically, if he chose many children, many blessings, it would likely take years before any benefit materialized. On the other hand, selecting natural sword bone would provide immediate assistance. Su Yuan found himself in a quandary, his gaze instinctively drifting further down. 5. Entry name. Aura of Sovereignty entry level. Red entry effect. You will exude an aura that commands respect, compelling others to bow in reverence. Wow, this is indeed quite remarkable. Historically, those who achieved great things, like Liu Bang and Liu Bei, must have possessed such an entry. Otherwise, how could they have attracted so many talented individuals to their side? Should Su Yuan wish to establish his own adventuring party or mercenary group in the future, acquiring a similar entry would be advantageous. However, with other illustrious entries available today, he would set Aura of Sovereignty aside for now. 6. Entry name. Ancestor of Body Refinement entry level. Gold entry effect. You shall possess unparalleled body refinement talent, capable of achieving sanctity through body refinement, thus forging an alternate path. Alas! Oh, how the heavens are kind to me! Su Yuan sighed deeply. One entry offers top-tier swordsmanship talent, another bestows extraordinary body refinement talent. And then there are many children, many blessings. How vexing! Such a delightful dilemma. Alas, others will never comprehend this. He envied those who could. Su Yuan seemed to be in a state of euphoria, perhaps even babbling incoherently. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to select Ancestor of Body Refinement. The innate talent for swordsmanship, known as Heavenly Sword Bone, is indeed significant, yet it ultimately remains merely of purple quality. The fate attribute many children, many blessings is also commendable, though it is anticipated that its effects will take several years to manifest. Meanwhile, Ancestor of Body Refinement, a talent for physical cultivation, is of great importance to him at this juncture and is urgently needed. Presently, his strength serves as an advantage, and the speed is somewhat compensated by enchanted footwear. However, his current shortcomings lie in his physical condition and reflexes. While improving his reflexes may not be feasible in the short term, he can indeed enhance his physique through body refinement. Recently, he has been diligently practicing the 13 Guardians horizontal training, immersing himself daily in a medicinal bath composed of herbal concoctions necessary for his training. Over this period, he has successfully advanced this martial art to a minor completion, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical qualities. However, given his rate of progress, it is evident that his talent for body refinement is merely average. With the acquisition of Ancestor of Body Refinement, he can scarcely imagine the remarkable speed with which he will advance in the art of body cultivation in the future. Furthermore, the attribute effect hints at the possibility of forging a unique path to attain the realm of a saint through body refinement. Could it be suggesting that one could reach the level of an emperor through this discipline? Surely, such a notion seems implausible. Chapter 73. Golden Title Ancestor of Body Cultivation, although I was unable to draw a colorful title once more. Su Yuan was nonetheless exceedingly pleased with the Golden Title Ancestor of Body Cultivation. Glancing at the title section, he realized, almost inadvertently, that he had drawn a total of 4 golden titles. They were Equality of All Beings, Majesty of the Emperor, King of Beast Tamers, and Ancestor of Body Cultivation. There were also other formidable titles. The 2 colorful titles, Convenient Theft and Generosity, went without saying, while the red title Strength of 9 Bulls and the blue title Zero Frame Start were quite commendable as well. The remaining titles were primarily green, among which the composite title Berserker and the innate giant strength from the thief who bullied classmates could enhance his combat power. However, the Wind Affinity and Flame Control he pilfered from senior brother Xiao Yunfei were relatively lackluster. Upon carefully surveying his title section, Su Yuan could not help but feel a swell of pride. Indeed, he was a formidable player who activated the system. 2 colorful and 4 golden titles. Who could possibly rival him? Suddenly, a splash of water interrupted Su Yuan's reverie. Turning his head, he discovered that little fish had unexpectedly leaped into the water and was now joyously gulping down a fish, emitting cheerful splashes. This little creature had a particular fondness for water. Even in the city, it often immersed itself in the sink at Su Yuan's home. It was unclear whether it simply adored water or required it to keep its skin moist. Even when going out, Su Yuan frequently opened a bottle of water for it to bathe. Perhaps this was a trait of the koan. One could only wonder if it would evolve into a peng or a type of disaster koan or illusory koan in the future, whether it would fare any better. Contemplating this, Su Yuan rose from the stone and watched little fish play for a while longer. Once it grew tired, he called it over. The hour was still early, and he intended to feed the tiger girl to foster their bond. After all, it was she who had saved him last time. The last time, when the treasure mouse led him to unearth a millennium blood ginseng, they encountered some individuals attempting to seize it. Fortunately, Tiger Girl intervened to assist him. Regrettably, Su Yuan found himself at a much lower level and could not easily subdue the mountain overlord, Tiger Girl. Thus, he could only take a roundabout approach to cultivate their relationship. Originally, he had set out with the intention of clearing the goblin nest. Had he known it would proceed so smoothly, he would have brought the treasure mouse along to search for any other rare materials. Su Yuan mused with a hint of regret, remembering how the treasure mouse had guided him to the millennium blood ginseng with just a slight effort. He wondered what other treasures it might unearth if it were to assist him again, and he felt a twinge of anticipation. Where could Tiger Girl be? Upon reaching the location of the tiger den, Su Yuan recalled that last time, Tiger Girl had been napping inside. However, this time, she was nowhere to be found. Had she ventured out to hunt? It appeared that fate had conspired against their meeting. After waiting for a while, without sight of Tiger Girl's return, he left behind some food from his spatial inventory. Sensing his presence, she would likely recognize it as a gift from him. Emerging from the cavern, Su Yuan soared into the sky atop a colossal koan, surveying the endless mountains below. He pondered the treasures concealed among these peaks and the myriad hidden realms yet to be discovered. With the enhancement of the Beastmaster effect, no creature would dare to harm him. Regrettably, as the martial examination approached, time for exploration was scarce. He resolved to traverse the mountains thoroughly with his treasure-seeking mouse after the examination concluded. Contemplating, he instructed his little fish to return to the city. The day was still young, and the sunlight bright. There were no searchlights scanning the route back to the city. Although those capable of taming beasts were few, they were not entirely absent. The guards, merely curious about the flying fish species, were accustomed to beast tamers. Guiding his little fish, Su Yuan directed it to the Chow auction house, where he had previously conducted transactions. "Welcome, sir. May I inquire if you require Manager Chow's assistance?" Upon entering the auction house, the female attendant appeared to recognize Su Yuan and mentioned the last transaction involving Chow Rong. "Very well, please summon him," Su Yuan replied, explaining that he had come today, taking advantage of the weekend, to sell items such as longevity, 8-pack abs, and silver tongue. "Please wait in the reception room," the female attendant said, leading Su Yuan to a waiting area before hurriedly seeking out Chow Rong. A server poured tea, and after a brief moment, Chow Rong rushed in. "Ah, my young friend, do you have more valuable items for us to auction?" he greeted cheerfully. "They're not particularly remarkable," Su Yuan modestly replied, foregoing idle chatter as he presented the longevity item to showcase its effects. Manager Chow, being well-versed in such matters, could you appraise its value? "Su Yuan inquired. Chow Rong inhaled sharply, expressing admiration. "Indeed, you possess something of worth. However, this item must be sold to someone in need to fetch a good price." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "We once auctioned a life-prolonging elixir that extended life by 5 days in dire circumstances, fetching a price of 260,000. Your item extends life by 7 days, thus its value surpasses that of the elixir, but it hinges on finding a buyer in urgent need. Rest assured, if you entrust longevity to us, I guarantee we shall promote it vigorously. May I inquire about your desired price?" Su Yuan considered. "Since I am here, I naturally trust you, Brother Chow. I fear there may be few in need. If we can achieve 300,000, I would be content." Let us set the starting bid a bit higher at 260,000. Even if there is only one bidder, I would accept that price. Anything below that is unacceptable. I would prefer it to remain unsold. Rest assured, 260,000 is absolutely feasible. Chao Rong replied, his heart swelling with joy as he assured Su Yuan. Very well. Su Yuan smiled slightly, then presented 8-pack abs and silver tongue. As for the remaining never-empty Air Force, he had no intention of selling that. Brother Chao, could you assist in selling these two items together? Oh, Chao Rong glanced at the two entries, nodded in approval. Both entries have commendable utility. They can be auctioned at the opening and should fetch a respectable price. Very well. I appreciate your help. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude politely. Ha! It is I who should be thankful to you, Brother Su. Chao Rong chuckled heartily. After a few more exchanges with Chao Rong, Su Yuan took his leave. This time, the commission has been slightly reduced to 7%. The auction is scheduled for next Saturday, allowing a week for promotion, which should attract quite a number of interested buyers. The following day, Monday, upon arriving at school, Su Yuan was summoned to the office by Zhao Feipeng, who urged him to prepare, as he was to receive a scholarship and an award for outstanding students during the grand recess today. Chapter 74. Mother's Breakthrough. Su Yuan had almost forgotten about this matter until Zhao Feipeng brought it up. During the previous trial at Langlang Mountain, he had undoubtedly secured the top position, which led to a significant change in Zhao Feipeng's attitude. He had applied for the excellent student benefits on Su Yuan's behalf. A few days ago, Zhao Feipeng had mentioned that the announcement would be made on Monday, and today was the day. Should I say something? Su Yuan inquired, feeling a bit bewildered at the prospect of addressing the entire school. No need, just introduce yourself and thank the school, Zhao Feipeng replied. Besides you, there are a few other classmates, including Qin Zijing from our class, who will also go up, but you all need to coordinate your outfits and wear combat uniforms. All right. Su Yuan nodded, then casually asked, how much is the reward? When they had discussed the scholarship application before, he had been quite strapped for cash. But now he had other sources of income, so he was less concerned about the scholarship amount. I applied for the highest tier of the scholarship for you. It has been approved. You should receive 250,000. In addition, there is also a chance to participate in another trial at Langlang Mountain. You can select 2 elective techniques, and you will receive 10 qi blood pills. Zhao Feipeng said with a hint of pride. Wow, that's quite a sum, Su Yuan said, surprised. It turned out that excelling academically could indeed be lucrative. However, he couldn't help but wonder why they were only receiving qi blood pills. Was their school's alchemy teacher only skilled in concocting this particular potion? Su Yuan internally complained, as his resistance to qi blood pills was nearly maxed out, and any further consumption would yield minimal benefits. Perhaps he could sell them online, or at an auction, or even gift them to his mother. After all, she had grown up in poverty and likely never had the means to purchase such pills. With these thoughts in mind, he prepared a few words of gratitude under Zhao Feipeng's guidance before returning to the classroom for lessons. When the second major break arrived, along with Qin Zijing and 10 other classmates, took the stage to receive their scholarships. The vice principal warmly shook his hand, encouraging him to achieve stellar results and gain admission to the finest war academy. Notably, apart from Su Yuan receiving the highest tier of benefits, the other students were awarded lesser tiers, each with different contents. For instance, Qin Zijing's scholarship was only 150,000, along with a trial opportunity at Langlang Mountain, 1 technique, and 5 qi blood pills. When do you plan to enter the school's back mountain and the Langlang Mountain secret realm? Qin Zijing asked as they walked off the stage together. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. This trial has no time limit. I just need to come down before 5 in the afternoon. I was thinking of choosing a day when I have the whole day free, so I could head up early in the morning. That would have to be a weekend. I was thinking the same, Qin Zijing replied, her smile radiant, like a flower in bloom, truly captivating. Her smile was enchanting enough to rival the beauty of the 6 palaces, leaving all other colors in the dust. Su Yuan stood in a daze, exclaiming, my apologies. I inadvertently forgot the phrase like fish falling into water and geese landing on the shore. Upon noticing Su Yuan's state, Qin Zijing hastily covered her mouth, her expression brimming with embarrassment. Oh, it's quite all right, Su Yuan regained his composure, realizing that it was merely the allure of the words. Indeed, such beauty could render both fish and geese momentarily entranced. Qin Ziqin then remarked, I initially intended to suggest that if you ever enter the secret realm, you can invite me along. There's no need to always team up, but having an extra person in the secret realm could provide some assurance. Sound good? If you choose a day, just let me know directly, Su Yuan responded, finding this proposal agreeable. In the vast expanse of Langlang Mountain, the thought of undergoing trials alone felt rather desolate. The duo made arrangements to accompany one another before rejoining the queue. As for the rewards, they had only received the vitality pill thus far. The scholarship amount of 250,000 was merely inscribed on a plaque, which Su Yuan took back. The actual funds would be directly transferred to his card at a later time. The opportunity to learn techniques could be pursued anytime by presenting their student IDs at the school library's technique repository. What 2 techniques should he study? Su Yuan pondered, still undecided. Although his skills in swordsmanship and spear techniques were currently adequate, encountering an evenly matched opponent would necessitate more intricate maneuvers. Moreover, agility was a pressing requirement. Despite his speed being somewhat enhanced by the shoes attribute silent footsteps, it remained a significant shortcoming. There was also an urgent need to strengthen his physical body and refine his physique. He resolved to certainly learn one form of agility, while deliberating on the second. When the time came, he would first explore the school's technique repository to assess which of the swordsmanship, spear techniques, or body refinement methods would best suit him. Having made his decision, Su Yuan chose not to rush. He resumed his daily regimen of relentless practice, making gradual progress in swordsmanship, spear techniques, and mixed martial arts under his instructor's guidance. In contrast, his advancements in body refinement were remarkably swift. The golden attribute ancestor of body cultivation was indeed formidable. With this attribute, practicing the 13 Guardians horizontal training became as effortless as eating and drinking. Within merely 2 to 3 days, he advanced from minor mastery to major mastery in this body refinement technique. Now his physique was as solid as a rock. Rest assured, strike with all your might. Hit me squarely in the chest. Su Yuan looked at his mother, feeling somewhat helpless. Son, my strength is considerable. I fear I might injure you. Jiang Pei expressed her hesitation. If I strike you, it would pain me deeply. Su Yuan found himself speechless. With your first realm, 4th layer strength, hitting me would likely feel no more than a tickle. You might be overestimating yourself and underestimating me. Indeed, the delightful event has recently unfolded at home. After several days of arduous training, my mother has finally transcended to the next realm, reaching the 4th layer of the first stage. Consequently, she has acquired an additional attribute. Attribute name: half the effort, double the result. Attribute level: blue attribute effect. One can achieve double the effect with only half the training time. How astonishing! Even Su Yuan was left in awe. Presently, my mother has discarded the previous attribute no progress, retaining 3, rapid advancement, graceful as a dragon, and half the effort, double the result. This is remarkable. When my mother trains, the purple attribute rapid advancement synergizes with the blue attribute half the effort, double the result. Su Yuan calculated that this combination enables a training speed that seems surpasses that of his golden attribute, Imperial Presence. Of course, the Imperial Presence, being a golden attribute, possesses merits beyond merely accelerating training speed. Although it does not enhance elemental affinity, martial arts mastery, or weapon control. After all, being an emperor is merely a realm. There are no stipulations dictating that an emperor must master various martial arts. Some emperors may only exert their influence through their status. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Imperial Presence does not confer advantages in martial arts or weaponry. The true rarity of Imperial Presence lies not in these aspects, but in its ability to facilitate training to the level of Emperor without any bottlenecks or obstructions. Countless individuals find themselves stagnating at a particular realm for many years, even a lifetime, ensnared by a formidable barrier. During such times, elixirs or monster hunting prove futile. Only specific breakthrough potions, such as foundation establishment pills, yield any effect. Yet, With imperial presence, Su Yuan can cultivate directly to the rank of emperor without hindrance. Chapter 75. Martial Arts Exchange. Now, I truly intend to strike you. Brace yourself. Jiang Pei gathered her strength and delivered a powerful punch directly to Su Yuan's chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated from Su Yuan's chest as he rubbed it, exclaiming, "What was that? Mom, how much strength did you use?" It felt merely like a tickle. Su Yuan had invited Jiang Pei to strike him to assess the results of his physical training. He had reached significant mastery in the 13 Guardians horizontal training, yet he remained unaware of the true strength of his physique, hence his request for his mother's assistance in testing. That was about 30% of my strength. Should I increase it to 50% this time? Jiang Pei inquired. Su Yuan frowned. Go all out. All right then. After several rounds of testing, starting from 30%, then 50, 70, and finally full strength, Su Yuan ultimately confirmed that with his current physical prowess, he could withstand the attacks of an opponent at the 4th level of the first realm without sustaining any harm, even if he simply stood there. Beyond barehanded strikes, they proceeded to weapon testing. Su Yuan handed his iron staff to his mother, encouraging her to strike him with all her might. Astonishingly, the effects of the 13 Guardians horizontal training proved remarkable. The blade merely grazed his skin without leaving a mark. Even with 30% of her strength, Jiang Pei could not penetrate his flesh. Of course, this was also due to the fact that his iron staff did not possess any enhancements to its sharpness. However, when it came to allowing his mother to strike him with full force, she steadfastly refused, compelling Su Yuan to relent. Nevertheless, this experience afforded him a clearer understanding of his physical strength. Very well, let us engage in a few sparring sessions. Su Yuan called to his mother. Merely training without practical application would leave him vulnerable to challenges from others. Although Jiang Pei had ceased her training early on, she continued to attend martial arts classes at school, practicing various techniques with both bare hands and weapons. Today, Su Yuan aimed to spar with her to enhance her combat skills, ensuring that when they ventured out to confront monsters together, she would not be at a loss. Furthermore, while Jiang Pei progressed rapidly in her training, she lacked the unimpeded growth that Su Yuan enjoyed. Thus, she required the rigors of battle to cultivate her skills and deepen her insights, especially when confronting life-and-death situations to facilitate her breakthroughs in mastery. All right, let us begin. Jiang Pei focused her gaze, gripping the handle of a broom, ready to spring into action. Come on. Su Yuan held a mop handle, cautious not to harm his mother. So they both wielded wooden sticks as their weapons. Go, Mom. Go, Mom. Su Yu cheered from the sidelines, accompanied by Hua Hua, Lai Kai, and Little Flying Fish, the trio of little creatures rallying support for Jiang Pei. However, the outcome was predictably grim. Jiang Pei suffered a resounding defeat, though she had attended weapon classes. She was no match for the battle-hardened Su Yuan. Nonetheless, under Su Yuan's guidance, she gleaned invaluable insights from the experience. After completing the practical training, Su Yuan took out his phone and noticed a text message from the bank. Upon reading its contents, he couldn't help but smile. The scholarship from his school had finally arrived. Mom, the 250,000 scholarship has been credited. I will transfer another 100,000 to you. Let's not skimp on our meals. Su Yuan promptly sent his mother an additional 100,000. If you wish to purchase any elixirs, feel free to do so. If you run out of money, just ask me for more. Understood. Jiang Pei nodded. I have yet to consume the 10 chi blood pills you gave me. My cultivation speed is already quite rapid. All right then, consuming too many elixirs does have its drawbacks, Su Yuan acknowledged. The chi blood pills awarded by the school this time would have little effect on him. Thus he decided to give them all to his mother, regardless of whether she would consume them or not. After dinner, the family returned to their respective rooms to continue their cultivation. The next day at school, Su Yuan noticed a banner at the entrance welcoming students from a neighboring number 4 middle school for a martial arts exchange. He had learned about this event a few days prior. It was a standard exchange program among schools, where many institutions held friendly competitions. However, Su Yuan had no interest in participating. Friendship matches did not grant experience points, so he preferred to explore a secret realm instead. Consequently, he merely glanced at the banner and moved on. He initially believed it had nothing to do with him, but reality proved him overly naive. Scholarships were not easily obtained. When the long break arrived, he and Qin Zijing were summoned to the office by Zhao Feiping. You two are the school's representatives. At such a crucial moment concerning our collective honor, you absolutely cannot back down. Zhao Feiping passionately urged them, primarily encouraging their participation in the friendly exchange competition to bring glory to the school. Reluctantly, Su Yuan and Qin Zijing exchanged glances and nodded in acquiescence. Thus, when the fourth period ended, they did not return to class, but instead headed to the school entrance to welcome the students from number 4 middle school. Was taking the students from number 4 so long? Were they not supposed to arrive at 11:30? The two schools are so close. They shouldn't be late. One student fumed. Besides Su Yuan and Qin Zijing, a few other outstanding students from different classes had also gathered here. They had all received scholarships on Monday and were familiar with one another. It's only natural for number 4 to be a bit arrogant. They have produced a golden title holder, someone remarked. But our school has one too. Another countered. That is not quite the same. Our schools. The speaker seemed to notice Su Yuan's presence and abruptly fell silent. Su Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance, not due to his classmate's chatter, but rather from the impatience of waiting. They had already been standing at the entrance for 20 minutes. Why did the students from know? For have to keep everyone waiting for so long? Have you decided which secret realm we shall explore this Saturday? Qin Zijing inquired. I'm open to anything. Perhaps we could discuss it together on Friday, Su Yuan replied. Bored from standing too long, he found himself engaging in conversation with Qin Zijing. Indeed, I must admit, I'm rather tired of the Gland Forest. Qin Zijing nodded in agreement. Saturday had become their team's designated time for delving into secret realms, and there were indeed numerous options available. However, many were located outside the city, and some formidable monsters resided there, necessitating careful selection. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a school bus finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. As the vehicle came to a halt and the doors swung open, a dozen audacious students descended, accompanied by a supervising teacher and school officials. The teachers from their school promptly approached to greet them, and the students followed suit, joining in the welcome. Chapter 76. This child has a path to death. In their city, the first high school is renowned for its academic excellence, maintaining rigorous standards and strict management. In contrast, the fourth high school has lower academic requirements and a more relaxed administration, attracting many unruly students. Consequently, students from the two institutions often look down upon each other. It is worth noting, however, that while the first high school excels academically, its prowess in martial arts bears little correlation to academic success, with both schools having their historical victories and defeats. Wow, the fourth high school is here for an exhibition match. Are you going to the playground to watch the game? Save me a spot. I heard there's a student from the fourth high school who has awakened a golden attribute. I wonder who it is. Their students seem quite different from ours. What is so different? They appear more charmingly rebellious, exuding a certain dominance that I find appealing. Originally, the fourth high school was scheduled to arrive during the fourth period, but due to their tardiness of over half an hour, they found themselves amidst the bustling scene of students heading to the cafeteria for lunch, attracting quite a crowd of onlookers. Many girls seemed particularly enamored with the delinquent-type boys, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Our boys are far too bookish, many of them wearing glasses and adhering to rigid norms. There is no excitement there. Numerous students at our school are just focused on rote learning. Once they enter society, who knows who will fare better? Ignoring the murmurs from behind, Su Yuan and his companions accompanied the school leaders to greet their counterparts at the vehicle. The leaders exchanged handshakes with the teachers from the visiting school, while the students on both sides extended their hands in introduction. Su Yuan positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Zijing, blocking her from shaking hands with students from the opposing school. Instead, he reached out to a cold youth with yellow hair and earrings. Classmate? Su Yuan called out, prompting the yellow-haired youth to snap back to attention, breaking his gaze from Qin Zijing. Upon disembarking, the youth had been immediately captivated by her, his eyes lingering on her for an extended duration. Noticing the disdain on Qin Zijing's face, Su Yuan stepped in front of her. The yellow-haired youth glanced at Su Yuan, then at Qin Zijing behind him, before finally lowering his gaze to Su Yuan's outstretched hand. With a scoff, he let out a derisive laugh, his expression one of amusement. In a moment of mischief, he cleared his throat and expectorated a thick phlegm, aiming it directly at Su Yuan's hand. However, in the blink of an eye, before the phlegm could land, Su Yuan executed a swift zero-frame strike, delivering a powerful slap to the yellow-haired youth's face. The force was substantial. Although he did not exert all his strength, the impact lifted the boy off the ground, sending him crashing to the floor. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap, combined with the thud of the blond youth hitting the ground, instantly captured everyone's attention. The onlookers wore bewildered expressions, unsure of what had transpired. The blond youth emitted a faint whimper, cradling his swollen face in confusion, questioning, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" He was utterly dazed by the slap. At that moment, the crowd began to react. Why is there a fight? Is it our school against the school across? Murmured some students preparing to dine. What a lack of decorum. Isn't that Su Yuan from our school? I heard he scored remarkably in the Secret Realm trials, ranking first among us. Some whispered, astonished. Our school is truly weak. How could someone like him be the best? Simultaneously, the students from the opposing school also realized what was happening, their anger surging. Damn, that little brat dared to launch a sneak attack. How audacious to strike a student from our school. You're courting death. Enraged, the student from the fourth school surrounded Su Yuan, shoving and hurling insults. The student from the first school, now encircled and pushed around, retaliated. You think you're so great, the fourth school? Bring it on. We're not afraid. It was your side that spat first. You deserve the hit. The atmosphere between the two schools was charged, a potential brawl brewing before they even entered the arena for their martial arts exchange match. Stop this. Who instigated this? Where are the teachers? Break them apart. The teachers from both schools snapped back to reality upon witnessing the chaos. One instructor unleashed a powerful aura, effectively separating the agitated students. Can someone explain what is going on here? Inquired a school leader. I shall clarify. Su Yuan stepped forward and recounted the events in detail. As he spoke, the crowd turned to the blonde student who had been slapped down, their expressions reflecting a sense of deservedness. Noting that the blonde student did not contest the narrative, they collectively acknowledged the sequence of events. A leader from the first school chuckled. It seems both sides share the blame. Young Huang should not have spat, and young Su should not have retaliated. How about this? The two should apologize to each other, and we'll consider the matter settled. No need for apologies. The teacher from the fourth school interjected, his expression darkening. It was indeed our school at fault, and we were outmatched. A mistake must be acknowledged. One must stand tall after a beating. Let this matter end here, without further grievances. Teacher, the slapped blonde student finally emerged from his stupor, glaring at Su Yuan with a face full of grievance. Come on, what are you afraid of? Just confront them. The student from the fourth school expressed their discontent, their faces etched with indignation. Enough. His lack of skill warrants the punishment. If you're dissatisfied, let us see the true prowess on the battlefield. The leading teacher from the fourth school bellowed, finally restoring silence among the students. The anger in the eyes of the onlookers remained unabated, their gazes towards the high school student infused with a deeper, more sinister intensity. One student, taking the lead, stepped forward to confront Su Yuan directly. This individual was tall, with shoulder-length hair slicked back, exuding an aura of formidable strength. I know you. The university student sneered. You must be Su Yuan, the one who awakened a worthless golden attribute equality of all beings. How dare you even call that a golden attribute? It is nothing short of a disgrace to our golden attributes. It appeared that this individual was indeed the student from the fourth high school who had awakened a golden attribute, though the specifics remained unknown to Su Yuan, who had been immersed in his own training, oblivious to the outside world. Ha! Su Yuan replied with a faint smile, displaying an air of indifference. Frankly, he shared the same sentiment. The equality of all beings was utterly ineffectual. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to encounter anyone named Xiaoyu. Well, the one from his own school didn't count. He found the other S-words quite reasonable and felt no urge to retort or become incensed. You're a waste. The tall student, noticing Su Yuan's lack of provocation, seemed rather disappointed. He leaned closer to Su Yuan, his tone dripping with derision, and whispered, "Your sister is a waste. You are a waste. Your entire family is a waste." Su Yuan's previously calm gaze sharpened. He met the tall student's stare, who wore a triumphant smirk. "Very well." Su Yuan chuckled, drawing upon a phrase from Teacher Tang. "This boy has already paved his path to demise." Chapter 77. Golden Entry Titan Bloodline. The school authorities, alongside the teachers, guided the students from both institutions away, directing them towards the cafeteria for their meals. Naturally, the dining arrangements were made separately, and including Su Yuan and his fellow students, they all proceeded to the second-floor faculty dining hall. There was no need to queue individually for food, as the chefs had prepared several tables with an array of delectable dishes. The students from both sides exchanged cold snorts before taking their seats, and soon they began to feast with great enthusiasm. Su Yuan was also indulging heartily in the dishes when Qin Zijing glanced at her phone and, with a grave expression, leaned in to whisper in Su Yuan's ear. "I've gathered information about the student in charge. It seems troublesome." Her melodious voice, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, entered Su Yuan's ears, stirring a rare flutter in his heart. "Oh, what troubles lie ahead?" Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. Knowing Qin Zijing was aware of his capabilities, her serious demeanor indicated that their opponent was indeed formidable. Qin Zijing replied, "His name is Wang Aolong. He is the bearer of the golden entry from the 4th high school. His initial entry is called Titan Bloodline, a remarkably comprehensive entry." She had been by Su Yuan's side during their previous altercation and was acutely aware of his genuine anger, prompting her to seek out information about their adversary, which she now relayed to him. Titan Bloodline. Su Yuan pondered the term. He had heard of Titans, legendary colossal beasts of immense strength. Does the power enhancement from this Titan bloodline surpass my 9-bull's strength? It was not a matter of underestimating himself. Although the opposing entry was golden and his 9-bull's strength was merely red, he understood that the enhancements from bloodline-type entries were proportionate, potentially offering significant advantages in the later stages of cultivation. In contrast, 9-bull's strength provided a fixed enhancement, serving well in the early stages but becoming less effective later on. Su Yuan firmly believed that, in the early stages, no other type of entry could surpass the enhancement of 9-bull's strength. His strength is certainly not on par with mine. Qin Zijing nodded in affirmation of his thoughts. Yet concern lingered in her expression. The enhancements from bloodline entries are exceedingly comprehensive. Besides strength, they also significantly boost speed, reflexes, physical resilience, and defense. Furthermore, he may possess other entries as well. In truth, bloodline entries also enhance innate talent and foundational abilities, albeit not as significantly as specialized physique entries. This indeed presents quite a dilemma. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. He had always relied on brute strength to overcome obstacles, neglecting other attributes. The versatility of the bloodline entry was daunting, and his expression grew solemn as he acknowledged this reality. Nevertheless, he still had his trump cards. "By the way, Zijing," Su Yuan inquired, "will Beast Companions be allowed to participate in the martial arts exchange competition?" Qin Zijing was momentarily taken aback, but then seemed to recall something amusing, bursting into laughter that illuminated the entire cafeteria. Many students, captivated by her charm, froze mid-action, chopsticks poised in mid-air, drinks overflowing their cups. I've caused a ruckus again." Realizing her impact, Qin Zijing quickly covered her face in embarrassment. Once everyone regained their composure amidst the chaos, she curiously inquired of Su Yuan, "Are you planning to bring little fish onto the battlefield as well?" Having battled formidable bosses in the Glen Forest alongside Little Fish, she was acutely aware of its prowess. With Little Fish's involvement, victory would be assured. "Indeed," Su Yuan replied with conviction, "as a beast master, it is only natural for me to summon my beast to the arena." He had already devised a plan. Should the situation turn dire, Little Fish would definitely take the stage. The Titan bloodline was merely a fragment of Titan heritage, whereas Little Fish was a genuine divine beast, Kuan. Even a full-fledged Titan would likely not stand a chance against Kuan, let alone one with only a trace of bloodline. Qin Zijing couldn't suppress another laugh, though this time only Su Yuan witnessed her radiant smile, which left him momentarily entranced. "My apologies, but you are quite the comedian. When did you become a beast master?" After her laughter subsided, she began to analyze from a professional standpoint. Even during the college entrance examination, it is permissible to bring one's beast into the secret realm. Logically, our school's exchange competition should not prohibit this. But aren't you concerned that others might accuse you of unfair advantage? How is that unfair? Su Yuan countered with confidence. A Beastmaster is meant to have their beasts fight. His title of King of Beastmasters was not merely for show. He was indeed a genuine Beastmaster. Are you purposely trying to make me laugh? Qin Zijing playfully nudged Su Yuan's shoulder, to which he feigned pain. Their playful banter left their fellow students utterly captivated. After their meal, they would have a short break before the martial arts exchange competition began. Seizing this interval, Su Yuan initially intended to head home to fetch little fish, but before he could request leave, Zhao Feiping approached him. Su Yuan, how did you conflict with Wang Aolong from the Fourth High? He is a bona fide golden tier talent. Zhao Feiping hesitated, his expression grave. Su Yuan's face darkened. What did that imply? That Wang Aolong was a genuine golden tier talent, while he was a mere pretender? If you saw my title, it would surely astonish you. The teachers are concerned about this. Zhao Feiping continued. You still have unused slots for learning 2 techniques, right? Let us swiftly head to the library's technique repository and see if we can find something that will rapidly enhance your strength. His suggestion was not meddling their fates. As teacher and student were now intertwined in mutual success and failure. Su Yuan emerged victorious, and Zhao Feiping also wore a radiant expression. Should Su Yuan face defeat, Zhao would inevitably share in the humiliation. Teacher Zhao, I remarked, what is the point of learning new techniques at this juncture? It is nearly 1 o'clock, and once the afternoon break concludes at 2:30, the competition will commence. Is it not a tad too late to scramble for knowledge at the last moment? Su Yuan expressed his bewilderment. We could seek techniques that could be mastered swiftly, Zhao Feiping insisted, pulling Su Yuan toward the library. But where can such techniques be found? Su Yuan struggled in vain, but ultimately acquiesced to Zhao's insistence. The duo arrived at the library, ascending to the top floor, where the repository of techniques resided. Su Yuan followed Zhao Feiping, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. Although he had frequented the library often, this was his inaugural visit to the top floor. The security appeared commendable. The librarian, an elderly man with white hair, exuded an aura reminiscent of a seasoned monk. Old Li Zhao began. I wish to bring this student to see if there are any techniques he can master instantly. He is eager to bring glory to our school in the upcoming competition. Chapter 78. One Step to Success. Zhao Feiping respectfully conveyed his intentions to the elderly gentleman, who cast a fleeting glance at Su Yuan but remained silent. Zhao Feiping promptly presented Su Yuan's student ID, adding, "This is our school's finest student this year, who was just rewarded with the opportunity to study 2 martial arts techniques on Monday." The elder nodded slightly, still not uttering a word. After verifying Su Yuan's identity and confirming his eligibility to select 2 techniques, he opened his computer and began a search, soon displaying the screen for Su Yuan and Zhao Feiping to see. These 2 martial arts meet your requirements. The elder finally spoke, his voice reminiscent of metal grinding, perhaps indicating a past injury to his throat. Excellent, excellent, Zhao Feiping eagerly echoed. Su Yuan, intrigued, leaned closer to the computer screen, astonished to find techniques that could be learned instantly. He scrutinized the details. One technique was called 5 Tigers Breaking the Door Blade, accompanied by a green tag stating learnable at a glance, which allowed immediate entry into the practice after a mere observation. The other was a movement technique named Carefree Journey, adorned with a blue tag stating 1 Step to Success, which directly elevated the proficiency of the technique to a minor accomplishment. Martial arts are generally divided into 4 realms: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. A minor accomplishment signifies considerable skill. Very good, Su Yuan. Why not choose these 2 techniques? Zhao Feiping urged upon seeing the options. I think I'll pass on the blade technique, Su Yuan replied, his expression darkening. Zhao Feiping, well aware of Su Yuan's aversion to blade techniques, seemed to be going to great lengths to bolster his combat prowess, regardless of suitability. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan remarked, the movement technique seems quite appealing. I shall select Carefree Journey as one of my 2 techniques. He carefully reviewed the description of Carefree Journey, noting that it was suitable for both travel and combat, embodying a spirit of freedom with an unrestrained grace, flowing like clouds and water, agile as a soaring bird, yet tranquil like a fish drifting with the current, leaving behind afterimages enshrouded in mist, unpredictable and elusive. Su Yuan was exceedingly pleased. Furthermore, compared to the 2 techniques, Carefree Journey bore a higher-level blue tag. Reflecting on the tags, Su Yuan could not help but inquire, "Teacher Zhao, are these 2 techniques for sale?" Zhao Feiping responded with some confusion. "These techniques are learnable at a glance. What necessity is there to purchase them? The school does not sell techniques. If you wish to buy, you may go to external shops. I simply desire these 2 volumes." Su Yuan frowned and continued, "If I insist on purchasing them, would the school sell them to me?" What he desired was not the martial arts techniques themselves, but rather the accompanying attributes, instant mastery and immediate proficiency. Su Yuan contemplated that if he could effortlessly acquire these 2 attributes, would it not mean that he could master all martial arts with a mere glance, thereby reaching the minor accomplishment realm without the need for arduous training? His gaze lingered on the 2 martial arts manuals, filled with fervent anticipation. "Well, whether or not these are for sale ultimately depends on the principal. My words hold little weight." Zhao Feiping scratched his head, conceding, "You should focus on honing your skills. I assure you, if you bring glory to the school and secure the top spot in the city for the college entrance examination, the principal would not only sell you these manuals, but would likely present them as gifts." His assertion held a ring of truth. Achieving first place would undoubtedly merit recognition from the school, benefiting both its prestige and its network of accomplished alumni. The extensive compendium of martial arts at the institution included numerous techniques purchased, as well as many generously donated by distinguished graduates. The school was certainly willing to invest in its exemplary students. Very well. Su Yuan recognized that Zhao Feiping could not make unilateral decisions, so he refrained from further discussion. After his choice had been made, the elderly white-haired man promptly retrieved the Carefree Wanderer technique. Su Yuan wasted no time, opening the manual to study it meticulously. Once he had finished reading, he closed his eyes, and the content he had just perused instantaneously illuminated his mind, gradually unfolding into clarity. So that was it. It felt as though knowledge had been forcibly implanted into his consciousness. The Carefree Wanderer technique he had just examined now seamlessly integrated within him, and in a fleeting moment, he had attained the minor accomplishment realm. With a deep breath, Su Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. He lightly tapped his toes against the ground, and his body moved with the grace of a gentle breeze caressing willow fluff, instantly darting and weaving, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages as he traversed the library, landing soundlessly and shifting unpredictably. Haha, splendid. Such an impressive technique, and this immediate proficiency is simply exhilarating. Su Yuan's gaze towards the manual intensified with fervor, a sense of determination blossoming within him. The prospect of achieving minor accomplishment without training was undeniably thrilling. It is worth noting that he had just ascended to the 8th level, and had yet to utilize the effortless acquisition of this realm. However, now he could clandestinely seize immediate proficiency. Unfortunately, the attributes vanished the moment he had glimpsed the technique, risking suspicion and bearing a hint of immorality. It would be best to have the principal sell it to him. After all, he was not short on funds. Matters that could be resolved with money should ideally be settled, thus to avoid exposure. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan returned the manual and bid farewell to the white-haired librarian, exiting the library alongside Zhao Feiping. "Xiao Yuan, take this time to rest and adjust your state. When you face Wang Aolong from 4th High, you must not lose," Zhao Feiping urged repeatedly. "Understood," Su Yuan replied. Impatiently, Su Yuan glanced at the time, realizing it was already 2 o'clock. With little time left to fetch Xiao Yuer, he decided to call his mother, asking her to bring the child over. At that moment, Xiao Yuer was indulging in a bath at the sink, and his mother put the call on speaker, prompting Su Yuan to offer a few reminders to Xiao Yu. This afternoon, there would be an exchange competition with the 4th High School, and his opponent was the illustrious holder of a golden entry from their school. He casually inquired whether his sister, Suyu, would like to join in watching the match, noticing her recent improvement in mood. Perhaps she had begun to embrace the idea of venturing out again. Oh, they possess a golden entry? Are you capable of defeating them? His sister, Jiang Pei, sounded a bit apprehensive. Rest assured, it's merely a trifling matter. Su Yuan reassured her. After a brief conversation, they ended the call. As the time approached, he decided against returning to the classroom and instead ambled leisurely towards the playground. By then, a considerable number of students had already claimed their seats in the stands. Su Yuan settled in the front row, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Among the students participating in the exchange competition, he likely arrived the earliest, but that was inconsequential. He had no need to make a grand entrance like the protagonist of the tale. As time passed, the crowd in the stands swelled, and many began to take notice of him, murmuring among themselves, "That must be Su Yuan, arriving so early. I heard he confronted the 4th high school's competitor right away." Really? Why'd he do that? It seems they underestimated him, and he retaliated with a slap. Is he really that fierce? That shouldn't be permissible. Just wait. The 4th high school isn't going to let this slide. A student with a golden entry has already vowed to take him down. Oh, they possess a golden entry? There's no comparison to that. In a brief span, the incident at the school gate had rapidly spread among the students. The department head was poached, taking 2 colleagues with him, one of whom was my work partner, leaving me in an awkward position. I truly dread attending this class now. I'm contemplating whether I should resign and pursue writing novels full-time. Chapter 79. The commencement of the exchange competition, paying no heed to the whispers behind him. Su Yuan closed his eyes to cultivate his energy, his aura gradually ascending. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green hills, flowers are blooming. His phone rang, prompting him to open his eyes and answer. Hello, Mom, have you arrived? Is my sister here to watch my competition too? All right, I'm over by the playground. Come on over. After hanging up, Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised that his sister had indeed ventured out. In the past 2 or 3 years, her outings had been remarkably few, mostly confined to hospital visits for checkups. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the entrance of the playground to greet them. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting approaching. Su Yuan, the competition is about to start. Where are you off to? Lu Tingting inquired with curiosity. My mom and sister are here to bring me some things. I'll head in shortly, Su Yuan replied. At this late hour, what could they possibly be bringing? Aren't your loyal companions always with you? Lu Tingting asked. Qin Zijing stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. They wouldn't be bringing you a little flying fish, would they? Indeed, Su Yuan admitted without hesitation. What? What is wrong with bringing a little fish? Lu Tingting was perplexed. How can you be so dense? Qin Zijing subtly glanced at Su Yuan before whispering to Lu Tingting, who gasped in realization. You? Isn't that a bit unfair? I'm merely a beastmaster. Unfazed, Su Yuan was about to explain further when he spotted his mother and sister approaching. His sister was clad in loose-fitting attire, concealing her slender figure, and donned a hat and mask. Had it not been for their mother-esque guidance, even Su Yuan might not have recognized her. This way. He ceased his conversation with the 2 girls and waved eagerly to his mother and sister. With a swift flutter, the fastest among them, the little fish, spotted Su Yuan and soared above him, circling joyfully. Xiao Yuan, are these your classmates? Wow, what beautiful young ladies, Jiang Pei exclaimed, pulling Su Yu closer, her eyes immediately landing on Qin Zijing and Lu Tingting, who hadn't yet had the chance to depart. Annie, the 2 girls greeted Jiang Pei hurriedly. Jiang Pei's gaze lingered on Qin Zijing, filled with admiration. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry inside. If you delay any longer, there won't be any seats left. Su Yuan interjected. As they spoke, many classmates had already entered, creating a bustling crowd. Due to the afternoon events, numerous classes had been converted to study periods, allowing those interested to attend the exchange competition at the playground. Compared to attending classes, watching the competition was undoubtedly more engaging, and thus, nearly all the students had flocked to the playground, leaving little room in the stands. Those arriving late would have to stand at the back. Several individuals hastily entered the venue, occupying the spaces that were once occupied by Su Yuan, who now found a few empty seats nearby. Wow, there are so many people, Jiang Pei remarked, as she surveyed the crowd of students. Su Yuan glanced at Su Yu, inquiring, "Sister, are you all right? Have I not seen this before?" What is there to adapt to? Su Yu rolled her eyes, clearly unfazed by the situation. "Ah, that's good to hear." Su Yuan sighed in relief, recalling that his sister had not always possessed such a positive demeanor. Perhaps the spiritual comfort provided by Hua Hua was indeed effective. Both his mother and sister were in good spirits, although his mother harbored some concerns. "Oh dear, with so many students watching, what if you falter when you take the stage, Xiao Yuan? What will happen if you lose?" "Should I lose, then so be it. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle." Su Yuan was indifferent to the outcome, maintaining a commendable mindset. Yet, the individual he faced was particularly detestable, and he had a score to settle. What if the classmates mock you? Jiang Pei still held some reservations. "Rest assured, Auntie, he will not lose." Qin Zijing's gaze flitted over the small flying fish resting on Su Yuan's shoulder, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Is that so? How wonderful. Little girl, are you good friends with our Xiao Yuan?" Upon hearing Qin Zijing's words, Jiang Pei momentarily forgot about the competition, clasping Qin Zijing's hand and exclaiming, "What a beautiful girl you are! Annie, Su Yuan and I often go to the secret realm for trials on weekends. We are all good classmates." "That's splendid. You are such a well-behaved girl. If you ever find yourself in danger, make sure that rascal shields you." "Absolutely, Auntie." Qin Zijing, flustered by Jiang Pei's warm enthusiasm, felt her cheeks flush as she stammered. Jiang Pei, increasingly fond of her, asked, "Where do you live, dear? Do you have any siblings?" Su Yuan's face darkened as he witnessed his mother practically conducting a household inquiry. He interjected hastily, "Mom, why are you asking so much? She's the belle of our school. The line of suitors for her could stretch all the way to France. Please, let us not delve further." "Ah, I thought as much. Such beauty must surely make her the belle." Jiang Pei seemed to believe her son unworthy of such a gem, thus refraining from further questions. Qin Zijing quietly exhaled in relief, but upon recalling Su Yuan's earlier remark, she shot him an annoyed glare, leaving him bewildered. "It's already 2:30. Why haven't the people from 4th High arrived yet? We had to wait for lunch, and now we must wait for the competition too. Those from other schools are utterly lacking in manners. Let's get to it already. I've heard they've been bullied at the school gate. Someone ought to teach them a lesson." As time passed, the already noisy stands erupted with even more discontent. Su Yuan and Qin Zijing, along with the others, wore frowns of concern, particularly Su Yuan, who had not anticipated being upstaged by others despite not being the last to make an entrance. "What transpired at the 4th High School?" "Fortunately, I did not send you there," murmured Jiang Pei, as the voices from the stands grew increasingly louder. The students of the 4th High School, hands in pockets, finally made their tardy entrance. They have arrived. With their entry, the hosting teacher began to announce the rules of the exchange competition. Su Yuan had initially assumed it would be a one-on-one format. However, it turned out to be akin to a wheel battle, where participants would take turns competing until they were defeated and exited the stage. Ultimately, the school whose representatives remained on stage would be declared the winner. Su Yuan was indifferent to the format. Along with the other 9 students from his school participating in the competition, gathered at the front of the arena and prepared to take the stage in the order designated by their guiding teacher. "Su Yuan, would it be acceptable for you to go on third?" the teacher inquired. "That works for me." Su Yuan nodded, but after a moment's thought, he added, "However, if I go on third, the subsequent students will miss their opportunity to compete." The teacher was taken aback, and the other students wore grim expressions. Even Qin Zijing discreetly pinched him. "Please forgive me. I am not particularly eloquent. I merely speak my mind," Su Yuan apologized. "Then how about we have you as the final performer?" The teacher replied, somewhat exasperated. "That sounds good. I have no objections." Su Yuan affirmed with a nod. "Then it is settled. Everyone, remember your order of appearance. Who is first? Step forward." Unconsciously, the narrative has become somewhat tedious. I will expedite the plot in the subsequent chapters, which may be delayed. Chapter 80. Akalanatha and Exorcising Golden Thunder as both schools made their arrangements. The exchange competition officially commenced. Representing School 1 was a robust student named Wang Meng, wielding a sword resembling a towering blade. His initial attribute was the red-level Akalanatha, a formidable tank-type attribute that granted him a significant advantage in the early stages. Furthermore, it appeared he possessed high-quality attributes in his subsequent repertoire. Conversely, the student from the rival school lacked specific attribute information, yet he commanded a substantial gale and wielded dual blades, suggesting proficiency in a dual-wielding type of attribute. As the battle began, the air was filled with the howling winds. However, amidst this tempest, one individual remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly impervious to the gale's onslaught. It was undeniable that Wang Meng's Akalanatha countered the fierce winds exceptionally well, yet the opponent from School 4 was no ordinary adversary, gracefully maneuvering through the storm. For a time, Wang Meng struggled to land a blow on his counterpart, resulting in a stalemate until the student from School 4 exhausted his energy. At which point Wang Meng seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive strike that sent him flying off the stage. Bravo! Indeed, our School 1 is formidable. Cheers erupted from the spectators. With a courteous gesture, Wang Meng invited the next competitor to take the stage. A male student from School 4 stepped forward with a disdainful snort. It was evident that he possessed attributes related to thunder, unleashing electric sparks with his every move. In this round, Wang Meng suffered defeat. His Akalanatha remained static as he was paralyzed by the electric assault, leaving him charred and incapacitated. A wave of disappointment swept through the audience, prompting them to urge the next competitor forward. The second representative from School 1 was named Xia Tianlei, who had a connection to Su Yuan. He was the individual to whom the director, Xia, had offered a special attribute in exchange for relinquishing his own when Su Yuan went to claim a vitality elixir. Su Yuan had anticipated that Xia Tianlei would seek retribution, yet the latter's rapid rise, achieving first place in the secret realm trial, had seemingly intimidated them, leading to a lack of retaliation. In fact, upon encountering Su Yuan, Xia Tianlei exhibited remarkable respect and deference, as did Director Xia, who consistently avoided confrontation whenever Su Yuan was present. Consequently, Su Yuan refrained from instigating any trouble, instead contemplating potential opportunities to subtly undermine the school leadership in their presence. Xia Tianlei's talent was indeed commendable. He had received scholarships and accolades at both the last award ceremony and the current exchange competition. His initial attribute was also thunder-based, featuring the red-level exorcising golden thunder. As he entered the arena, both sides erupted into a cacophony of crackling sounds, one side radiating golden exorcising golden thunder, while the other unleashed a striking purple lightning. In a series of encounters, Summer Tianlei's exorcising golden thunder emerged slightly victorious. Witnessing this, Director Xia, who was observing from a distance, couldn't help but display a joyful expression. The stands erupted with cheers, as it was indeed the home ground of Class 1, filled predominantly with their own supporters. In stark contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Class 4 was somewhat stifled. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, they felt a profound sense of humiliation. The third contender for Class 4 was a lean, diminutive youth, possessing remarkable speed and the ability to create illusory duplicates of himself. However, the extensive coverage of the exorcising golden thunder allowed Summer Tianlei to establish a vast electric field. Although he could not clearly discern his opponent's figure, he momentarily paralyzed him with a surge of electricity, following which a cascade of golden lightning descended, enveloping the slender youth and leaving him twitching uncontrollably from the electric shock. Thus, Summer Tianlei from Class 1 claimed victory in this round. The applause and appreciation of the thrilling contest contributed by Class 4's alumni resounded through the arena. The host then called upon the next competitor from Class 4, and the onlooking students were exhilarated. The previous skirmishes had clearly showcased Class 1's prowess. However, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a commotion appeared to arise from the Class 4 contingent. The leader of their team, Wang Aolong, stood up in anger. The consecutive losses seemed to have ignited his fury, while the cheers from the stands felt like adding fuel to the fire. In a sudden display of determination, he leaped into the arena, disregarding the order of participation. Summer Tianlei felt a twinge of apprehension and politely remarked, "This fellow student from Class 4, I welcome your guidance." He positioned his sword before him, the blade shimmering with golden lightning. Umph. Wang Aolong scoffed, raising his weapon, the Overlord spear, and swung it downwards with intent to strike. Summer Tianlei raised his sword to block, and the lightning coursing along the blade surged towards his opponent. The red tear exorcising golden thunder was overwhelmingly powerful. Upon contact, it would surely paralyze him. That would be his opportunity. Summer Tianlei felt a surge of hope, but before a smile could fully form on his lips, an immense force jolted through his arm, causing him to cry out in agony. The Overlord spear, having deflected his lightning blade, continued its momentum and struck heavily against his shoulder. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed, and under the overwhelming pressure of the spear, Summer Tianlei found himself forced to his knees. Oof! Useless trash, Wang Aolong scoffed, placing a foot on Summer Tianlei's chest. The sound of more bones breaking filled the air, and Summer Tianlei was sent hurtling backward, his chest caving in from the impact. He was on the brink of gasping for breath when Director Xia cried out in despair. Tianlei! School doctor! Quickly, the school doctor! A wave of gasps rippled through the stands, with even Jiang Pei, Su Yu, and others left utterly speechless. How could one student be so ruthless? In the previous battles, despite the tumult of thunder and fierce winds, everyone was protected by their spiritual energy, sustaining only minor injuries. However, Xia Tianlei's situation was truly excessive. Fortunately, the school doctor had been waiting at the arena for unforeseen circumstances. In this era, school doctors typically possess several healing-related attributes. After a brief treatment from the school doctor, Xia Tianlei was no longer in life-threatening danger, yet he still required hospitalization. The onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief, but their gazes towards the student from Class 4 remained tinged with trepidation and a hint of fear. And now, in this round, Wang Aolong from Class 4 emerges victorious. We extend our gratitude to the two students for their splendid contest. Next up from Class 1 is Zhang Fan, the host announced, turning towards Class 1. The boy named Zhang Fan hesitated before rising, his demeanor hesitant, clearly reluctant to take the stage. He had heard of Wang Aolong, the possessor of a golden attribute from Class 4, and he believed himself to be no match for him. He wished to avoid a fate similar to that of Xia Tianlei. Do you wish to adjust the order of participants? The host inquired. In truth, Wang Aolong had already entered out of sequence, but given that this was merely a casual exchange competition, he hadn't made any strict demands at the time. Change. Upon hearing that a change in the order was possible, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. He scanned his teammates before his gaze landed on Su Yuan, looking at him with a plea for assistance. Su Yuan had been listening intently and, without further ado, simply nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Fan's spirit soared. I will swap and let Su Yuan take the stage first. Very well. The host had no objections and, with renewed enthusiasm, announced. Next up from Class 1 is Su Yuan. As Su Yuan stood, his gaze met that of Wang Aolong on the competition stage, who wore a cruel smile. Su Yuan feigned indifference, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, his form suddenly leaving behind a shadow as he entered the arena. Su Yuan, go! Defeat Class 4. Avenge us. Perhaps spurred by Wang Aolong's earlier brutality, the students in the stand began to rally passionately for Su Yuan. Among them were Jiang Pei and Su Yu, who shared in the fervor, though their hearts were also heavy with concern. That student from Class 4 seems quite formidable. Do you think Xiao Yuan can hold his own? Jiang Pei fretted. Have faith. Given Xiao Yuan's character, he would only step up if he were confident. Su Yu reassured her, well aware of her brother's nature. Su Yuan was not one to seek the limelight. When faced with danger, he would often frown and retreat behind others, never allowing himself to be placed in perilous situations. Indeed, Jiang Pei sighed in relief, yet some remained skeptical. Many whispered among themselves, speculating, I've heard that he awakened a golden attribute. Can Su Yuan truly compete with him? I doubt it. Who doesn't he know that Su Yuan is merely a waste of a golden attribute? Can he compare to someone with the Titan bloodline? Do not speak so. It is rumored that Su Yuan has also drawn some commendable attributes. The murmurs of the crowd are incessant. Listening to these disparaging remarks, Jiang Pei and Su Yu are nearly furious, wishing to confront the individuals responsible and reprimand them. Son, give it your all. Brother, teach him a lesson. What is happening? I have made every effort to condense this. This chapter spans 2,700 words. Yet there is still no confrontation. In the next chapter, let there be a skirmish, swiftly bringing this tiresome narrative to a close. Yes, you. It is not my intention to prolong this. It is merely a matter of convenience. Chapter 81. The competition. Su Yuan remained unfazed as he calmly approached Wang Aolong, signaling to the host to announce the commencement of the match. What is that strange creature? Is it your pet? Wang Aolong inquired, his gaze fixated on the little flying fish accompanying Su Yuan. You're the strange one. It's quite adorable. Su Yuan defended a kun before adding, Indeed, is my beast. What? Are there rules against bringing a beast? Huh, of course you can bring it. Wang Aolong grinned broadly, his demeanor delightfully mischievous. Rest assured, I can handle you alone. There's no need for it to join the fray. Su Yuan replied with a chuckle. Don't be foolish. Wang Aolong interjected with a cruel smirk. You won't be able to defeat me. Let it join you. That way I can eliminate both of you simultaneously. Su Yuan was at a loss for words, thinking to himself how absurd Wang Aolong was, akin to searching for something in the restroom. I advise you against that, he remarked, casting a bemused glance at his opponent. He grew weary of the banter and asked, Can we begin? Since you are so eager for demise, I shall oblige, Wang Aolong declared, brandishing his overlord spear and entering a battle stance. Su Yuan had already summoned his trusty iron rod, and amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the massive sword transformed into a Fong Tian painting halberd, appearing in his grasp. Flashy nonsense. Wang Aolong scoffed dismissively. His overlord spear was also a weapon of attributes, and unlike the useless shape-shifting, his weapon bore the attribute heavy as 1,000 pounds, granting it immense force without exerting physical strain on him. He launched the first attack, bringing the overlord spear crashing down upon Su Yuan. Clang! Su Yuan met the strike with the Fong Tian halberd, yielding a markedly different result than his encounter with Xia Tianlei. Although he had not activated Berserker, Su Yuan effortlessly repelled Wang Aolong with a combined might of 9 bull strength and innate giant strength. A flicker of seriousness crossed Wang Aolong's face as he shifted his form, seemingly activating the Titan bloodline within him. He surged upward, his physique expanding noticeably. As they clashed once more, the Overlord spear met the Fong Tian halberd. Though still slightly inferior, Wang Aolong's power was no longer significantly behind Su Yuan's, suggesting he possessed additional power-enhancing attributes. Clang, 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 clang. The weapons clashed repeatedly, their speeds escalating. Wang Aolong excelled not only in strength, but also in speed, physical durability, and reaction time. However, Su Yuan had recently practiced carefree roaming and donned footwear with the attribute snow treading, allowing him to move with remarkable agility, surpassing Wang Aolong in speed. Is that all you've got? In the midst of the fray, Su Yuan did not forget to taunt over the microphone, inciting a furious rage in Wang Aolong. Known for his volatile temperament, he had already entered the arena in a fit of anger after suffering consecutive defeats. And Su Yuan's provocation seemed to strip him of his rationality, possibly under the influence of the Titan bloodline. Just as Su Yuan could lose his wits when affected by the Berserker bloodline, Wang Aolong was now in a similar state. With a thunderous roar, Su Yuan executed the 72 paths of Divine Demon Halberd, instantly forcing Wang Aolong back. Although he only utilized the upper half of the technique, its intricacies allowed him to maintain the upper hand against Wang Aolong. It appeared that he would not even need the assistance of little flying fish. At this rate, he could prevail without resorting to the Berserker mode, as he was already pushing his opponent back relentlessly. Do you have any hidden techniques left? Su Yuan continued to taunt while engaging in combat. In a fit of rage, Wang Aolong ignited flames upon his long spear, thrusting it directly towards Su Yuan's face. This maneuver was indeed formidable, nearly singeing Su Yuan's hair. However, upon closer inspection, Su Yuan merely scoffed, "Such trivial flames. Is this all you have? It seems you're truly out of tricks." The flames on Wang Aolong's spear were nothing more than ordinary fire, possessing minimal lethality. Su Yuan himself wielded a skill that allowed him to control mundane flames, a technique he had pilfered from Xiao Yunfei. Seldom utilized except when confronting a horde of bloodthirsty feline demons. Given that Wang Aolong had resorted to such a basic tactic, it was evident he had exhausted his options. Despite his cultivation level being on par with Su Yuan's, it was likely that the school had granted him numerous benefits, and he had consumed ample medicinal pills. Logically, he should possess several skills, yet aside from the Titan bloodline, none appeared to significantly enhance his combat prowess. Thus, there was no need to continue the fight. Su Yuan let out a cold laugh, filled with disdain. With such meager tactics, Wang Aolong carried himself as if he were invincible, truly deluding himself. Su Yuan felt as if he had been deceived into summoning reinforcements, only to realize that he was overreacting, an extravagant display for a trivial opponent. Pathetic, Su Yuan scornfully exclaimed. Indeed, engaging in trash talk was a tactic in itself. The more he spoke, the angrier Wang Aolong became, and the angrier he grew, the less rational he became. This lack of reason made him susceptible to mistakes, and soon enough, Wang Aolong revealed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan struck down upon Wang Aolong's spear hand, producing a sharp crack followed by a blood-curdling scream. The cry was abruptly cut short as the next strike landed squarely on his chest. Boom! Even with the Titan bloodline, Wang Aolong's chest caved in beneath Su Yuan's overwhelming might, and his body was sent flying. With a surge of spiritual energy, Su Yuan propelled himself forward to pursue the airborne figure, preparing to deliver another devastating strike. However, he was soon surrounded by several figures rushing in. Stop! Enough! Show mercy! Chapter 82. Synthesis of Great Attributes. Just as Su Yuan was about to pursue and deliver another strike, several teachers emerged from all directions to intervene. Among them were teachers from both First High School and Fourth High School. The teachers from First High wore welcoming smiles, while those from Fourth High glared with disapproval. In the previous match, Xia Tianlei had sustained injuries due to their lack of precaution, as they had not anticipated Wang Aolong's fierce attack. Thus, in this encounter, they were particularly vigilant. Although the situation on the battlefield shifted rapidly and Wang Aolong suffered severe injuries, they ultimately managed to intervene in time. Su Yuan was unable to follow through with his attack and reluctantly retracted his spear. However, Wang Aolong was not spared either. Not only had he fractured his hand, but he had also broken several ribs. The school doctor hurried to provide emergency care. At that moment, the ambulance meant for Xia Tianlei arrived, and rather than complicate matters, it efficiently transported both Xia Tianlei and Wang Aolong together. As he boarded the ambulance, Su Yuan caught a glimpse of Director Xia, casting a grateful look in his direction. Although he was a mere acquaintance of Xia Tianlei, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wang Aolong. Yet, bound by his status, he could not confront the students directly. Witnessing the futility of revenge, he was surprised that Su Yuan had avenged him. Humph! Su Yuan noticed Director Xiao's expression, but swiftly turned away in disdain. What value does a grateful glance hold? Would it not be more prudent to offer tangible support? It was evident that someone who would go to such lengths to seize school resources could hardly be expected to express genuine gratitude. Su Yuan was remarkable, truly exceptional. To think he was once deemed a worthless attribute, yet he proved to be a match for even the Titan bloodline. He was merely the first of the attribute wastrels. Was it not said that initial attributes somewhat reflected one's potential? Yet he too possessed a golden attribute. The audience, comprised of First High School students, erupted in excitement, applauding fervently. Our son is incredible. Brother, you are amazing. No foul language. Jiang Pei and Su Yu were equally exhilarated, as it was their first time witnessing Su Yuan compete. Initially filled with concern, they now felt nothing but pride and joy. As Su Yuan exited the center of the arena, he waved to the stands, prompting a wave of cheers. He had not anticipated such an effortless victory. He had placed significant importance on this match, and had even summoned Xiao Yuer for support. Yet it concluded so abruptly. Akuan, you are no longer needed. Su Yuan gestured for the little creature still circling the arena to descend, having restrained it several times from intervening. It seemed a futile effort. He had prepared extensively, believing his opponent to be a formidable rival. Yet this was the outcome? He had certainly underestimated himself. It appeared that in this city, The only geniuses to rival him were himself and his brother, Xiao Yunfei. Su Yuan mused quietly, realizing that perhaps only someone like Brother Xiao, who could compete with the tribute geniuses despite being an ordinary individual, could stand alongside him. The second contestant from the fourth school to take the stage was a formidable defensive warrior, whose skin transformed to a stony hue upon entering the arena. It seemed he had mastered a form of horizontal training, rendering him nearly impervious to the strikes of ordinary opponents. However, Su Yuan was no ordinary individual. His immense strength was particularly effective against such low-tier tanks. Observing his opponent's expression, which seemed to invite him to strike, Su Yuan found himself reluctant to unleash his full power. With a single move, he sent the opponent flying out of the competition area. After a brief conversation with the host, Su Yuan decided to withdraw, feeling that his presence was somewhat overwhelming. Continuing to dominate the match might lead to him single-handedly overturning the entire contest. After all, this inter-school exchange was not merely a stage for his personal exhibition. It was prudent for him to exit early. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Su Yuan left the arena and joined his mother and others to watch the ongoing battles. As the competition progressed, there were victories and defeats on both sides. The previously dazed, yellow-haired boy from the school gate later took the stage and surprisingly showcased impressive strength, excelling in power, defense, and speed. After defeating 2 students from the first school, he was ultimately eliminated by Qin Zijing. The remaining 3 contestants from the fourth school also fell victim to Qin Zijing's prowess. The exchange competition concluded with a decisive victory for the first school, leaving the representatives of the fourth school with somber expressions as they departed swiftly. "Oh dear, this young lady is not only beautiful, but also possesses remarkable strength," Jiang Pei exclaimed, gazing at Qin Zijing with admiration, before casting a regretful glance at Su Yuan. "My son, I fear your prospects are rather dim." This remark did not sit well with Su Yuan, who protested. "What do you mean I have no hope? That's hardly the case. She may be impressive, but I'm not lacking either." Although he no longer felt compelled to pursue Qin Zijing, he could not allow anyone to undermine his appeal. He was quite popular at school, as evidenced by the thunderous applause he had just received. "Come on, don't we have mirrors at home? Have you looked at yourself properly?" Su Yu interjected. What did that mean? Was she implying he was unattractive? This displeased Su Yuan greatly. Jiang Pei and Su Yu, perhaps having grown accustomed to his visage from daily encounters, failed to appreciate his handsomeness. Frustrated, Su Yuan found himself at a loss, unable to prove his undeniable charm. How infuriating! It was futile to reason with the two of them. To be fair, Su Yuan was indeed handsome, tall and dignified, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a face like a jade crown, and an overall striking appearance, just as appealing as the readers before the screen. After the matches concluded, with no further classes scheduled for the afternoon, Su Yuan informed Zhao Feiping of his early departure and headed home with his mother and others. Upon arriving at the residential compound, Su Yuan picked up a package he had ordered online. The 5 gray attribute shards he had been eagerly awaiting had finally arrived. For the first time engaging in the online purchase of such a valuable item, Su Yuan eagerly unwrapped the package at the courier station to verify its contents. Once he confirmed that it was indeed a fragment of a gray entry, he accepted the delivery. Although this was his inaugural encounter with gray entry fragments, the glimmering gray light emanating from the shards left no room for doubt. Upon returning home, he did not hastily proceed to synthesize the gray entry. It was not until he had prepared and enjoyed dinner that he retired to his room, where he retrieved 4 gray entry fragments. With one hand, he grasped the lucky +1 spear, and he whispered to himself, "It all depends on you to draw a gray negative trait entry." Su Yuan tightened his grip on the spear, while the other hand infused it with spiritual energy, merging the 4 fragments. Ding! Detection of an impending acquisition of a new entry. The divine selection system has been activated. You may choose 1 entry from a random selection of 2 to 10 entries. As the system announced, Su Yuan exhaled deeply and gazed at the displayed entry options. Entry name: Mosquito Attraction Physique Entry Level. Gray entry effect: you will be particularly susceptible to mosquito bites. No matter how large the crowd, mosquitoes will exclusively target you. To his astonishment, The very first entry was the gray negative trait he had been longing for, but it was not the kind of trait he desired. Surely, he could not be the unwitting puppet master behind the mysterious disappearances linked to whoever the mosquitoes chose to bite. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan scrutinized the subsequent entries that appeared before him. Chapter 83. The Innate Widow's Sacred Body in the brief span of time that just elapsed. The second entry had already refreshed. Entry name: Hard to Rise, Entry Level. Gray entry effect: Hard to Rise. A chill coursed through Su Yuan, and he silently shifted his gaze downward to the third entry that had appeared. Entry name: Fading Vision, Entry Level. Gray entry effect: Your vision is impaired, rendering objects unclear. None of these were particularly useful. After scrutinizing 3 entries, Su Yuan felt a flicker of disappointment. These 3 gray entries were merely capable of provoking mild disgust in others, but they lacked any additional functional effects. Entry name: Muscle Weakness, Entry Level. Gray entry effect: Only half of your strength can be exerted. This one is rather good. If I encounter an opponent I cannot defeat, I could use benevolent acts to bestow upon them muscle weakness, effectively halving their strength. Upon seeing this entry, Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This could serve as my secret weapon. It was his first time synthesizing a gray entry, and he was pleasantly surprised at its cost-effectiveness. The price was low, even lower than that of white entry fragments, yet the effect was commendable. He could acquire more of these in the future. Su Yuan turned his attention to the final entry that had been generated. In this synthesis of entries, only 5 options had emerged, and now he was left with just one to examine. Entry name: The Innate Widow's Sacred Body, Entry Level. Gray entry effect: Your marital partner will invariably meet with various untimely demises. Upon their death, you will inherit half of their innate qualities and talents. This entry effect is simply marvelous. How could such an exceptional entry be classified as gray? It would not be unjustified to consider it golden. Su Yuan was left astounded by the information before him. This entry bore similarities to the gray entry he had previously encountered, Heavenly Severance Lone Star, yet their effects were worlds apart. While Heavenly Severance Lone Star involved the death of family and friends, which most could hardly bear, the Innate Widow's Sacred Body dealt with the demise of a marital partner. For many, the death of a spouse could indeed be seen as a fortuitous event. As the saying goes, the 3 great joys of life are promotion, wealth, the demise of a partner. Not only does one lose their partner, but one also inherits half of their cultivation talents and innate qualities. This is simply a double blessing, a joyous occasion. Reluctantly, Su Yuan shifted his gaze away from muscle weakness. In this synthesis of gray entries, he resolved to select the Innate Widow's Sacred Body, though he likely would not employ this entry himself, nor would he probably use it on any relatives or friends. He decided to choose it nonetheless. The reason was simple. This entry was undeniably powerful. Each marriage grants one half of the partner's cultivation aptitude and innate qualities. Imagine the consequences of multiple unions. Furthermore, this particular attribute serves not only as a means to enhance one's innate qualities, but also as a weapon of offense. In the event of encountering an overpowering foe, one could employ the benevolence attribute to bestow it upon the adversary's partner, thus ensuring that while victory may remain elusive, one can still vanquish the opponent in a most poetic manner. Su Yuan contentedly secured the gray attribute, transforming into the innate undying saint body within his spatial realm. Henceforth, it shall be regarded as one of his secret weapons. Although this attribute could fetch an astronomical sum at auction, he has resolved against selling it. After all, it embodies a malevolent essence that, if unleashed, could plunge the world into chaos. Shaking his head, he also stored away the lucky +1 spear, pondering its effectiveness. Su Yuan sought to manifest gray negative physique attributes, but ended up with 2 gray physique attributes that did not align with his desires. The mosquito attractant physique was of no significance, and he had no intention of gifting the innate undying saint body to the shadowy mastermind. That would merely bolster the enemy's strength, much to their delight. The lucky +1 proved to be exceedingly unreliable. Perhaps during the next synthesis of attributes, he ought to clarify his intentions more explicitly. Contemplating this, Su Yuan hastily retrieved his phone and logged into an online shopping platform. The cost-effectiveness of synthesizing gray attribute fragments was unparalleled. Even disregarding the undying saint body, the effects of muscle weakness were commendable. Reflecting on it, he felt a tinge of regret, as muscle weakness could have emerged as a formidable trump card. He searched for gray attribute fragments and gray attributes, determined to procure more of such splendid items. However, it appeared that the merchants on this platform were quite reputable, requiring a deposit to establish a shop, and peculiar items were seldom available. After a thorough search yielded no additional gray attribute fragments, disappointment began to set in. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He promptly downloaded several second-hand trading platforms, such as Xinyu, Zhuan, and Guazi. After an exhaustive search across these platforms, a smile broke across his face, and his spirits lifted. He successfully acquired all available gray attribute fragments from these sites, with prices varying from $999 to $29.99, some allowing for negotiation, while others were adamant about their prices. Nevertheless, Su Yuan purchased them all, totaling 17 gray attribute fragments. Following the payment, the merchants would gradually dispatch the items, and Su Yuan eagerly anticipated their arrival. Setting down his phone, he took a moment to compose himself before resuming his cultivation. Ultimately, attributes are but an aid. The forging of one's own strength remains paramount, and thus, enhancing his own cultivation is the righteous path. In the ensuing 2 days, Su Yuan remained at school, adhering to a routine between home and the institution, diligently honing his skills. It was not until Friday that Qin Zijing summoned both Su Yuan and Lu Tingting to convene. Let us deliberate on which secret realm we shall explore tomorrow. The gathering of the four was indeed for the purpose of determining the location for Saturday's trial in the secret realm. The Saturday trials had become a regular occurrence for them. In previous excursions, they had ventured into the Gland Forest, yet they had grown weary of it. Particularly after their encounter with a formidable boss last time, they collectively resolved to abandon that destination. Thus, seizing the opportunity on this Friday, they aimed to swiftly agree upon the location for their gathering the following day. Qin Zijing activated her tablet, revealing a plethora of information regarding various secret realms, with numerous entries densely populated on screen. Many regions of the world had succumbed to the encroaching magical aura, transforming into secret realms. While there were numerous realms, few were suitable for their current level of cultivation. Peruse the options and see if any pique your interest. Su Yuan's gaze traversed the names of the secret realms: the Gloomy Forest, the Summoner's Canyon, Lion Camel Ridge, the Thunder Ruins, the Twisted Jungle, the Spider Caves, and so forth, until it ultimately settled upon one name: the Dragon Palace, the legendary high-level realm known for its treasures waiting to be fished. Chapter 85, Dragon Palace, and the auction of techniques. Previously, when Su Yuan synthesized attributes, he acquired a green attribute known as Never Empty-Handed. Its effect ensured that as long as one fished for over 8 hours, they would certainly catch something. His choice of this attribute was not for the purpose of selling it to fishermen, but rather because he had once encountered a description of a secret realm, which spoke of an underwater high-level domain filled with various treasured attributes. Despite the perilous waters and the presence of many dangerous high-level magical creatures, treasure seekers often ventured into the depths, using diverse fishing hooks in hopes of retrieving items from within, though few succeeded. However, obtaining even a single item from this secret realm could guarantee a lifetime of abundance, prompting many to linger there in pursuit of fortune. This particular secret realm is known as Dragon Palace. The abundance of treasures within Dragon Palace was precisely why Su Yuan opted for the Never Empty-Handed attribute, envisioning a day when he could fish there and perhaps reel in a few precious artifacts. Of course, with the effect of never empty-handed, it was equally probable that he might catch magical creatures or worthless debris. Su Yuan shifted his gaze from Dragon Palace. It was clear that their party of 4 could not venture there for fishing alone. Dragon Palace was a high-level secret realm, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals within were likely far more formidable than any boss he had encountered. Not to mention the elite monsters like the Turtle Chancellor. This would be interesting. I've seen zombies in films and truly wish to see what they look like in reality, Lu Tingting exclaimed, pointing at a particular secret realm with excitement. Su Yuan followed her gesture and noticed the introduction displayed on the flat screen. Secret realm name. Apocalyptic town location, 20 kilometers outside the city. In the original Qingshan town area recommended level. 6th layer of the first realm and above boss information. Elite zombie drop items. Ticket price. 3,000 person, limited to 5 hours. For those within the first realm, the information about the secret realm was quite detailed and suited to their cultivation levels. I have no objections, Su Yuan nodded. Sounds good, Qin Zijing agreed. Then we shall venture to Apocalyptic Town tomorrow. Perhaps we might discover remnants left behind by the former inhabitants. Yi Zheng chuckled. Unlike the Forest Park, Glen Forest, or the ordinary cave, Goblin Lair, Apocalyptic Town was once a normal residential area. However, it had been transformed into a realm of magic due to the invasion of magical energy. The houses, shops, and living facilities were intact, and the original residents, when evacuating, could not possibly take all their belongings. Thus, this type of secret realm indeed offered opportunities for resource gathering. You're overthinking it. However, Qin Zijing shattered his illusions. Countless individuals had traversed this secret realm, so how could there possibly be anything of value left? Perhaps there might still be something, Yi Zheng countered. Regardless, it was decided with delightful resolve that they would venture to the Apocalyptic Town secret realm the following day. They would secure their spots now, gathering at the station at 9 o'clock in the morning, with a dedicated vehicle to transport them to and from the realm. The Apocalyptic Town lay beyond the confines of their city, necessitating travel by car. However, adventurers who purchased tickets for the secret realm were afforded exclusive shuttle services. This was indeed a significant convenience. Yet, life seldom unfolds as one wishes, and the 4 of them were no exception. Possibly due to the affordability of the Apocalyptic Town tickets, the daily allocation of 20 slots had already been completely sold out. They had delayed their reservation, and the trial slots for Saturday had vanished. They were left with the options of booking for Sunday or seeking another secret realm. After much deliberation, they resolved to reconvene on Sunday to pursue the Apocalyptic Town. Once they had confirmed their destination, it was imperative to familiarize themselves with the realm's details in advance. They perused numerous accounts from seasoned adventurers, delving into the weaknesses of the undead monsters within and studying the maps, routes, formations, and strategies. Once they had all acquired sufficient knowledge, they returned to their respective homes. With no expedition planned for Saturday, they opted to train at home. However, by the afternoon, Su Yuan ventured out, as it was the day for the auction of items such as longevity and others. He decided to observe how much they would fetch. Should the price fall short of his expectations, he could always act as a ringer to inflate the bids. Brother Chow, upon reaching the entrance of the auction house, he spotted Chow Rong attending to guests from afar. Su, brother, hurry, this way please. The auction is about to commence. Chow Rong ushered Su Yuan into the venue, guiding him to a seat in the back row. I just inquired, and your item flattery has already been sold for 35,500, Chow Rong announced. All right, Su Yuan nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the price. He had submitted 3 items for auction, all of white quality. In addition to longevity, there were 8-pack abs and flattery. Each had a cost of 2,500 multiplied by 4, totaling 10,000, with any amount over that being profit. Moreover, the primary focus was on longevity, while the other 2 were merely supplementary. It was unclear how long the auction had been underway when Su Yuan entered. At that moment, a first-level breakthrough pill was being auctioned. This item could enhance the probability of transitioning from the first level's grand completion to the second level. Generally, the transition from the first to the second level posed little challenge, and few individuals remained stuck at this juncture for long. Consequently, the final selling price barely exceeded 10,000. For Su Yuan, who possessed the Emperor's aura, this item held no value, and he paid little attention to it. The next item up for bid is a blue and white basket pattern plate, not a mere entry-level piece, but rather an antique porcelain artifact. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, gold is valuable. In prosperous times, antiques hold worth. Nowadays, the prices of antiques have been gradually declining. And this particular blue and white plate hardly qualifies as a prized possession within the realm of antiques. Ultimately, it fetched a price of $25,000. Both items sold for modest sums. Yet this is the norm for an ordinary auction. In these weekly small-scale auctions, a plethora of eclectic items may appear. Sometimes, if sufficient items cannot be gathered, it is common to fill the gaps with merchandise from a shop. In contrast, large auctions, which can reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, require extensive preparation and promotion lasting at least a month. The entries that Su Yuan has submitted are noteworthy in a small auction like this, but they would likely only meet the threshold in a larger setting. Su Yuan sat quietly, his curiosity piqued as he observed the diverse array of items being auctioned. Yet he did not raise his hand even once. It was not that he lacked the desire to buy, but rather that nothing had captured his interest. However, the next item was indeed extraordinary. Sensing the audience's dwindling enthusiasm, the auctioneer seemed to unveil a significant item. His demeanor exuberant. This is an item obtained from the Dragon Palace secret realm, and it is a rare skill of exceptional quality. The Dragon Palace is a high-tier secret realm, and the techniques that emerge from it are undoubtedly of superior caliber. The auctioneer's words were enticing, invigorating the previously drowsy audience. Is it possible? How could something from the Dragon Palace appear in such a small auction? Surely, it cannot be a counterfeit. I didn't even see this item in the brochure. There must be something amiss. Stop the suspense, just tell us what skill it is. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, and even Su Yuan found himself entirely captivated. The Dragon Palace was precisely the underwater secret realm he wished to explore, and he was genuinely curious about the items that emerged from it. The authenticity of the item was assured. Seeing the crowd's fervor, the auctioneer decided to reveal more without further delay. With a grandiose tone, he proclaimed, "This item is a high-level breathing technique that has emerged from the Dragon Palace, known as longevity technique. The very name suggests that this skill is profoundly intricate. Practicing it might even grant one true longevity." Cut it out. The more you speak, the more mystical it sounds. I do not buy it. Someone interjected, questioning how such a valuable item could end up in such a venue. Speak up. What is the issue? Just say it so I can be at ease. The audience erupted in shouts from time to time. Ahem. The auctioneer pretended to cough lightly, chuckling. Indeed, there are some concerns, as you all understand. If there were no issues, it would have come to our auction house. As for the matter at hand, the auctioneer elongated his tone, stating that this technique, known as longevity skill, is accompanied by a great attribute labeled veiled in illusion. There once existed a high-ranking warrior endowed with the red attribute pierce the delusion. Yet even he could not discern the contents of this skill. It is imperative to clarify this point. I urge everyone to exercise caution in their purchases. However, if any among you possess a more advanced ocular attribute, I highly recommend giving it a try. Chapter 86. The veil of mist upon the auctioneer's declaration. A wave of derisive murmurs erupted from the crowd. I told you so. If this truly were a technique from the Dragon Palace, how could it end up here?